The patient's vital signs are stable. Recovery is good. Barring any unexpected developments, he can be discharged after one more week of observation. All right, doctor, but when will my son wake up? Oh, my poor darling. Whose voice was that? My head is so dizzy. Where am I? A hospital. The person on the bed slowly opened their hazy eyes. The first thing that entered their sight was the blindingly white ceiling, and there was an indistinct murmur of conversation in their ears. Qin Yi vaguely remembered that she seemed to be on her way to buy milk tea when a blue sports car hit her. Damn it. If she ever found out which rich brat was speeding, she'd smash his skull with a brick. But Qin Yi had a splitting headache right now, because she was thirsty and too weak to move. Still, who was that wealthy lady by the bed? Did she know her? Why was she staring at her like that? Son, you're awake. How do you feel? Does your head still hurt? Ma'am, are you? Wrong person. Wait, what the hell was that suddenly deep husky voice? What the sound that reached his own ears was so unfamiliar, so strange. Qin Yi's already dizzy mind became even more dazed, as if she had realized something. Trembling, she raised her hand to touch her throat, but instead felt a small lump that in theory she should never have been able to touch in her lifetime. This is an Adam's apple, right? Ignoring the bewildered look from the wealthy lady beside her, she threw off the covers and sat up, only to find that her already small chest had become completely flat. Was that thing down there the legendary? You know what? Son, what's wrong? It's okay, the family jewels aren't damaged. Are you hungry? Want me to have someone bring some food? The woman's gentle voice pulled the petrified her, know him, back to reality. You? She called him son. Was she the mother of this body? What should he do? He was supposed to call her mom, but the words just wouldn't come out. His own mother was at home, cooking a warm meal, waiting for her to return. In the blink of an eye, she had become someone else. Who knew if there was still a Qin Yi in this world? Qin Yi pondered for a moment, then said slowly, "Who are you?" "Sorry. I seem to have forgotten everything." After being shocked that she had transmigrated into a man to avoid being dragged off for inhumane scientific research, Qin Yi had no choice but to pretend to have amnesia. But he really didn't have any memories from before either. Oh. The wealthy lady was taken aback, then a wave of sadness washed over her face. She hugged him and sobbed. It's okay as long as you're fine. I'm your mother." Even as she comforted him, she had the doctor run a full examination, brain waves and all, and everything came. The doctor then explained that it was probably amnesia caused by intracranial concussion. He might remember, or he might never remember, which suited Qin Yi just fine. Qin Yi was happy, but the beautiful woman before her, realizing her son truly wouldn't know her anymore, couldn't help but feel heartbroken. "Ear, my poor ear. I told you to drive carefully, but now, you don't even recognize your own mother." Liang Yin held her son's head against her chest and sobbed, her face full of heartache. He was held in her warm embrace, his face pressed against the woman's bosom. Perhaps it was the blood connection with this body. A feeling of closeness surged in his heart. Forget it. His current identity was the son of this woman. Mom. Why did I have a car accident? Did I hit someone? How is that person? Qin Yi. No, now he should be called Qin Yi. Qin Yi struggled free from the arms tightly wrapped around his neck, almost unable to breathe. When he asked, the sobbing suddenly stopped. Liang Yin glanced at the doctor, who immediately stood up and said respectfully, "Madam, you two talk first. I have other patients, so I'll excuse myself." When only Qin Yi and the mother of this body, Liang Yin, remained in the ward, he clearly heard her sigh. The pity in her eyes made his breath catch. The premonition of bad news was quickly confirmed. "Xiaoyi, you were too reckless this time. But luckily our family has deep pockets, so we barely managed to suppress it. Don't worry too much." What do you mean?" Qin Yi stared blankly at the woman sitting by the bed. Her expression was kind, but the words she uttered made his heart grow colder. "Your father is very angry. He usually doesn't discipline you much, but he never expected you to be so foolish as to run over someone in the street. Let Luo Shui keep an eye on you for the next few days." "No, wait." Qin Yi grabbed Liang Yan's wrist, trembling. I ran over someone. Was it a girl? A girl in her 20s. Although to this law-abiding socialist good youth of 21 years, finding out that the murderer was himself was already, but even more shattering was the guess about the identity of the victim. That girl. Could it be herself? Liang Yan nodded. Just as she was about to speak, he interrupted. "No, where is she? That girl, I want to see her." "Ani, no. I think. Please let me go see her." "Where is she?" He started to babble, his eyes gradually turning red. Xiaoyi, calm down. Calm down. She held her son's hand. It was cold enough to cause concern. "Xiaoyi, it's useless to go there now. You've been unconscious for a week, and Mom finally managed to get you awake. That girl was cremated early. She's probably been laid to rest by now." Seeing her son so concerned about the girl, Liang Yan had to say this. Cremated early. Laid to rest. My former self had already been laid to rest. It was as if one thunderbolt after another struck Qin Yi. His vision went black and he fainted again. "Son. Doctor. Qin Yi seemed to have fallen into a hazy dream. In the dream, she saw a succession of unfamiliar faces flash by. A young couple aged into middle-aged man and woman. The man in the wheelchair, once with black hair streaked with white, gradually turned completely gray, though his smile remained unchanged. The dial of time spun rapidly. From her childhood perspective, the adults who had once surrounded her, those she had to look up to, all shrank in her vision. Her attendants changed one batch after another. A few carefree playmates turned into dashing youths. Amidst glittering lights and drunken revelry, a debauched life flashed by and fast-forward, obscured by pixelated mosaics. These fragments of life, like a messy film of a cliché plot, forced their way into Qin Yi's mind. The man lying on the hospital bed had his eyes tightly shut, his handsome, thick brows furrowed deeply. He seemed trapped in a nightmare, shaking his head slightly, murmuring indistinct words under his breath. No, don't agree. That man was a scumbag, fickle, adulterous, dissolute, a cheat in love. Don't give your... Qin Yi dreamed of an innocent young girl forced by the threat of her mother's illness to yield to him. Her desolate appearance was pitiful and tender, and a heap of fleeting wicked deeds. Truly a reprobate. There was no end to them. Liang Yin watched anxiously. She nervously grasped her son's hand. The well-boned, slender fingers were now covered in a thin layer of sweat, cold to the touch. Her son was nervous, her son was afraid. Liang Yan's eyes reddened. She turned to the doctor. Director Qin, what is going on? Why does my son look so miserable? Why isn't he recovering after the surgery? I'm telling you, if you can't cure my son's illness, don't expect a good evaluation for this hospital this year. The doctor's heart jolted. He dared not take the same perfunctory attitude he used with other patients' families. Carefully, he pried open an eyelid to check. It was as if someone was tearing through the fog, calling out her name. Qin Yi, the youthful, graceful 22-year-old girl. Xiao Inwan, wake up, time to get up. A gentle, incredibly familiar voice. It was Mom. Was Mom coming to see her? Was Mom taking her home? Mom, I miss you so much. Mom, it hurts so much. On the hospital bed, Qin Yi grabbed Liang Yan's hand in return, startling the elegant woman. She thought her son was waking up. She patted his face. It was damp, covered in fine sweat, clearly still trapped in the nightmare. But after he grabbed her hand, his tightly furrowed brow relaxed a little. Son, don't be afraid. Mom is here. Mom is right here. The doctor checked his pupils and sighed in relief. They weren't severely dilated. Madam, don't worry. Young Master Qin fainted from a fright. Let him rest quietly. When he wakes up, he'll prescribe some calming medicine. Go ahead. Liang Yin stayed by Qin Yi without looking up. The crisp sound of high heels came from the doorway. The doctor was about to leave when the ward door opened. In stepped a cool, stunning beauty. The light that streamed in seemed to brighten by 3 degrees. The woman nodded at the doctor. The doctor, snapping out of his daze from her breathtaking beauty, smiled and returned the greeting repeatedly. Greetings, young Madam Qin. Hello. The woman said blandly, pushing open the door and stepping inside. The doctor waited until she had entered before slipping out, closing the door considerately. The pale face on the bed met the woman's cool eyes. A flash of disgust flickered in her gaze before she buried it deep in her heart. Why did you only come now? Do you know Xiao Yi almost died? You have no concern at all. Do you wish for my... Liang Yin glowered at the belated woman. Her worry for her son transformed into rage, and she poured out a torrent of harsh reproach. The Qin family was a powerful clan that got everything it wanted in the Magic City. The Luo family once rivaled the Qins, but that was in the past. The Luo family's business was nearly torn apart by her father's wild and whimsical management. The Luo family thus fell to a third or fourth-rate clan. Even when Luo Shui later worked day and night with unflagging effort to revive the Luo group to a second-rate status in Liang Yan's eyes, it still could not compare to the current Qin and Su families. Liang Yan doted excessively on her son. When she learned that her husband wanted Qin Yi to marry Luo Shui, she was 100% opposed. How could a poor girl be worthy of her precious son? But little did she know, with her son's original disposition, anyone in the Magic City who knew something about him would not dare marry their daughter to him. He was the top of the 4 arrogant young masters, a tyrannical, lawless existence. Some feared him, some detested him, and some envied him. He only got lucky being born as the sole heir of the Qin family. I bet this huge Qin family will be ruined in his hands. No. It used to be possible that it would fail under that brat Qin Yi, but now it's not certain. Do you know Luo Shui of the Luo family? Nonsense. Of course I know her. She's the beautiful CEO of the Luo group, a heavenly beauty. Though I don't know which bastard defiled her. She's unmarried with a daughter. But if it were Luo Shui, I wouldn't mind being a stepfather by Onejuan Free He. You. Dream on. She's long been married to that turtle Qin Yi. See. The listener sat bolt upright, as if waking from a dying dream. What? The dream girl of a million young men in the Magic City married that dog Qin Yi. And I didn't even know. What the hell? The dream girl of a million youths in the Magic City married that dirty Qin Yi. And I didn't even know. Huh. What influence does the Qin family have? Of course they'd keep the news hidden. Luo Shui recently parachuted into the management of the Qin group. The secret is half open. Many people guess that Luo Shui's daughter is actually Qin Yi's. Fuck. What shocking news. Damn, I've been addicted to gaming and missed all this. Shit, I really am a fucking idiot. And she married that turtle Qin Yi. Ah, it's over. Damn it. He defiled my goddess. Unforgivable mortal enemy. So you see, Qin Yi's still the same womanizer. I reckon the Qin family has already given up on cultivating him. Liang Yin knew that Qin Jihai had a laissez-faire attitude toward Qin Yi, but in her eyes it was love for their son, just like hers. But Luo Shui, as the young madam married into the Qin family, should have been a dutiful wife and mother. Instead, Qin Jihai arranged for her to work in the company. According to her son, the woman he married not only refused to let him touch her, but also controlled his spending and daily needs. Liang Yin scolded Luo Shui for lacking womanly virtue, but Luo Shui was impervious to her words, making Liang Yin feel as if she were yelling at a frozen iceberg. She complained to Qin Jihai, but he sided with Luo Shui, as did Grandpa Qin. After their son married, Qin Jihai became even harsher to him. Father and son fought cold wars or shouted whenever they met. So Liang Yin often fought and had cold wars with Qin Jihai too. It was all Luo Shui's fault. Like her name, a flood of disaster. She shouldn't have married in. Over time, and because the little granddaughter was truly the Qin family's blood and had an adorable face that made one want to dote on her, Liang Yin gradually accepted her daughter-in-law. But that didn't mean the rift in her heart was gone. Mom, sorry. There was urgent business at the company. Luo Shui offered a brief apology to Liang Yin, walked to the bedside table, placed the fruit and the nourishing dinner made by the housekeeper Lu, and put the extra fruit into the lower drawer. Urgent business. Is company urgent business more important than Xiao Yi's accident? At this, Liang Yin grew even angrier, ready to hurl insults. You. So noisy. The person in the bed finally stirred again. The voice was weak, but still reached both women's ears. Liang Yin fell silent, bent down with joy. Xiao Yi. Still immersed in a sticky dream, Qin Yi was gradually awakened by the increasingly sharp sounds from the outside world, her hazy mind filled with confusion and annoyance upon waking. She lifted her heavy eyelids and finally couldn't help but voice, "It's so noisy." Liang Yan's worried face magnified in front of her. "Son, you finally woke up. You scared your mother to death." It must have been the sleepless night caused by worry from the previous evening, as her eyes lined with fine crow's feet revealed her fatigue. Liang Yin, who doted excessively on this body, was looked at with complexity by Qin Yi. She opened her mouth, took a moment to gather her thoughts, and softly said, "Mom, I'm fine, you can go back now." No matter how much trouble Qin Yi caused, no matter how enraged Qin Jihai was afterward, his mother Liang Yin would unconditionally tolerate, trust, and care for him. The elderly head of the Qin family, who rarely made appearances, also cherished this only beloved grandson deeply. In Liang Yan's heart, Qin Yi was the most precious flesh and blood that had dropped from her. Qin Yi had grown into a reckless and arrogant young master, and Liang Yin bore a significant responsibility for that. However, as a beneficiary of her indulgence, no matter how much he wanted to blame her, he could not bring those cold words to his lips. The sun outside was gradually sinking behind the western hills. It was already afternoon. Qin Yi saw the profile of a woman at the window, shook her head to clear her mind, and then turned to the woman, saying, "Yining should be getting out of school soon. Mom, you go pick her up and let her rest at home. With Luo Shui here, it's fine." It's funny that in front of outsiders, Qin Yi was a notorious troublemaker, yet in front of his mother, he always concealed his true nature, behaving like an obedient and innocent big boy. Liang Yin touched her son's face, nodding repeatedly. Good son, you've lost weight." She stood up and looked at Luo Shui, who was gazing out the window, her expression darkening. "Take good care of Xiao Yi." Luo Shui's expression was calm. "I will, Mom." "Oomph." Liang Yin tossed her head, slung her bag over her shoulder, and left the room, giving her son a reluctant glance before gently closing the door. Click. The air finally became quiet. Qin Yi let out a sigh of relief and lay back on the bed. Her body felt soft and weak, with a burning pain in her knees and elbows, likely from the injury sustained during the car accident. Damn, it's so unfair. Why did that dog's second generation survive while she perished? Oh, my beautiful body at 21. Sob, sob, sob. Qin Yi stared at the pale ceiling, wanting to cry, but unable to shed tears, her mind in a daze, until a cold laugh suddenly broke the silence. Heh, Qin Xiao truly has great skills. The low, cold, and sarcastic voice drifted into her ears, causing Qin Yi to tremble involuntarily. She almost forgot there was another person in the room, the original Boda's wife. The man on the hospital bed, seeing the woman approach with a cold expression, instinctively shifted his body, emanating a chilling aura like an iceberg filled with a bone-chilling aggression. Clearly, being a tall figure of 1.80 m, his slight retreat made him appear like a timid and clumsy dog. Wifey. The woman's gaze turned icy. I mean, President Luo. Qin Yi recalled, startled by her glare. This woman, who held the identity of his wife, was merely nominally married to him. Their relationship was at most a partnership. Why did he instinctively call her wifey in such an intimate manner? It shouldn't be like this. Luo Shui approached the bedside with one hand in her pocket, leaning over him, the sun casting a shadow on her eyelids, her sexy thin lips curled into a cold smile. She leaned close, her smiling phoenix eyes enchanting yet dangerous. A fragrance wafted over, pleasant and addictive. Qin Yi instinctively wanted to ask what brand of perfume she was wearing, but smelled so good. But seeing the woman smile eerily, he wisely shut his mouth. The plan was quite good, very clever, using the guise of a contract negotiation to call me to Huangyue, drug me, and then catch me in the act. And after catching me, using the pretext of infidelity to force me to divorce, thus losing the qualification to manage the Qin Corporation. The woman's tone grew colder. She knelt beside the bed, one hand propping herself up on the headboard, while the other firmly grasped the man's chin, preventing him from escaping. Dressed in a sexy and aloof suit, she resembled a queen in uniform, looking down coldly at the handsome, yet pallid man whose complexion lacked color. What the hell, what the hell, what the hell? What kind of SM play scene is this? No beautiful sister had ever treated her like this before. Qin Yi felt his heart racing rapidly. Suddenly a fragment of the memories that had been frantically stuffed into his mind became clearer under the woman's reminder. Help! He remembered why he had been reckless driving in the crowded city. The original body had a daughter with Luo Shui, but the original body was unaware that she was his daughter. This was an irresponsible act from 4 years ago when the original body was still in high school. He had a one-night stand with a drunken Luo Shui. It was precisely after that incident that Luo Shui became pregnant. Yet the original body remained unaware and had never believed that Qin Yi was his daughter. Qin Yi's marriage to Luo Shui was a family alliance. The Qin family was powerful, but the only heir was Qin Yi. Knowing his son's character, Qin Yi had no hope that Qin Yi would inherit the family business or manage the vast Qin Corporation. On the contrary, he had high hopes for Luo Shui. After marrying into the Qin family, it didn't take long for her to enter the management of the Qin Corporation and become the executive president of Qin Creation Group. As for Qin Yi, he was just a young master who had not even graduated from college, someone who couldn't even insert himself into conversations at home, merely living a life of indulgence and pleasure. When Luo Shui married into the Qin family, she signed a cohabitation agreement with Qin Yi. The terms were overwhelming, and the final interpretation rights belonged to her. The clause that Qin Yi remembered the most was that if Party A disagreed, Party B was forbidden to touch Party A. For someone like Qin Yi who enjoyed womanizing, this was a death blow. What was even more outrageous was that his father valued him so much that he even handed over the control of his living expenses to Luo Shui. After marriage, Qin Yi had been living in his private villa. Without a source of living expenses, he could no longer indulge in chasing women, racing cars, and drinking. Consequently, he had quarreled with Luo Shui and his father multiple times, wanting a divorce. To no avail. Frustrated, Qin Yi conspired with his friends and devised a malicious plan exactly as Luo Shui had described. Find a pretext to trick Luo Shui into a hotel, lock her in a room with a naked man, and then kick the door in to take photos and catch her in the act. In this way, he could claim she was unfaithful, force her to divorce, and Qin Yi could return to enjoying the pleasures of single life. He was completely unconcerned about how Luo Shui's reputation would be tarnished or how severely the reputations of the Qin and Luo families would be affected. The car accident occurred precisely because when Ren Yu had arranged to meet Luo Shui and was frantically urging the oversleeping Qin Yi to hurry. Damn. Screw it. What a scumbag. What a garbage fertilized egg. How could he set up his own wife like this? The man's face, held by Luo Shui's grip, changed from pale to green, from green to black, and finally to an angry red. Luo Shui watched his changing expressions with great interest, her cold smile growing more pronounced. If she were an ordinary, delicate young lady from a wealthy family, such tactics might have worked tragically, but unfortunately, she was Luo Shui. No matter how much the man beneath her struggled, he could never turn the tables in her hands. Luo Shui didn't like him, or in fact she loathed him. His only usefulness was providing the sperm that helped her give birth to the most precious gift in the world, her daughter. As for whom Qin Yi liked, or how many women he had outside Luo Shui, it didn't care at all. In fact, it only made her more disgusted. His schemes with his friends were entirely beneath her notice. Upon arriving at the hotel, Luo Shui had her personal bodyguard and assistant clear out a bunch of miscellaneous people before cornering Wen Renyu for a thorough interrogation. Wen Renyu was a cowardly young master. Although he had a good relationship with Qin Yi, they were merely drinking buddies. When a knife was held to his throat, he trembled and confessed everything, a far cry from his brother Wen Renjua. Does Qin Xiao have anything to explain? Seeing Qin Yi's changing expression, Luo Shui anxiously gazed into her eyes, a playful smirk on her lips as she asked, Sorry. Qin Yi lowered her head. Even though it wasn't her doing, this body now undeniably belonged to her soul. Qin Yi's own flesh had perished, and it seemed she could no longer return to herself. She could only bear the identity of Qin Yi. This meant that all the despicable deeds committed by this useless playboy would now fall upon her. Damn it, that was a lifetime's worth of romantic entanglements. How could she ever repay them? She might be beaten to death. Help me. As Qin Yi pondered, her eyes uncontrollably turned red and moist. Sorry. I'm sorry. Not only to Luo Shui, but also to the school beauty who was harmed into having an abortion, and even more so to the precious daughter from her memories, so delicate and lovely. At this thought, tears overflowed from the corners of her eyes. Luo Shui was stunned, her grip unconsciously loosening. Qin Yi's eyes were red from crying, her nose sniffing, resembling a rain-soaked pear blossom. Suddenly a man wrapped his arms around her neck, burying his face into her shoulders and sobbing loudly. Luo Shui. Her hand froze in midair. Can you imagine? A usually carefree, debauched young master, a hulking figure at 6 feet tall, would one day sweetly bury himself in her arms, crying like a rain-drenched flower. Is the sun rising from the west? Is water flowing upwards? Are the cosmic electromagnetic waves in chaos? The events unfolded too suddenly. Luo Shui's mind was a chaotic swirl of thoughts as she listened to the soft, low sobbing beside her, momentarily unable to react, until a cool liquid dripped onto her collar, sliding into her chest. Oh no! Qin Yi exclaimed. Luo Shui instinctively pushed Qin Yi away as if shocked. Her strikingly beautiful face turned cold and frosty. She quickly got up and wiped her collar, her phoenix eyes glaring at him with a mix of shame and anger as she scolded Qin Yi. What trick are you trying to play this time? The force of the woman's push was somewhat strong. A pang of pain shot through her chest. He rubbed his chest, which felt unfamiliar and uncomfortable. His eyes were still glistening with unshed tears as he instinctively sniffed and explained, I didn't. It doesn't matter whether you did or not. I'm telling you, Qin Yi, you can deal with me as you please, but if you dare touch my daughter, don't blame me for being ruthless. Her final words were icy and piercing, leaving no doubt that if her bottom line were threatened, she could do anything. Bang! The crisp sound of high heels faded away, followed closely by the sound of a door slamming that shook the frame. Qin Yi felt his heart tremble along with it. Yes, he was not himself. She could not possibly trust her. Qin Yi sat on the bed, slowly curling up his legs. Like a small beast, he shrank into his fragile shell, silently grieving. Around the corner, a girl with a high ponytail lazily leaned against the white wall, casually chewing on a lollipop. Her clear yet sharp gaze wandered around the hospital. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of high heels approached, and the girl stood up, straight hands shoved into her pockets, her tall figure rivaling the men passing by. Are you okay? He wouldn't dare do anything to me. That's good. If he dares to, we'll have him castrated and feed him to the street cleaner. Suddenly Qin Yi in the room felt a chill breeze pass by, instinctively curling up tighter. Luo Shui's stunning face remained calm and collected. So what's next? We need to visit the Wen family. All right. Achoo. Qin Yi. He wiped his eyes, sniffed back his snot, felt the pressure in his bladder, got up, flipped the blanket off, and walked towards the bed. Instinctively, he followed the usual routine, closing the door, pulling down his pants, and sitting down. What was that dangling 2 ounces of flesh? Qin Yi looked down. The air froze for a few seconds. Suddenly a wailing cry shot up, sending ripples through the air. How ugly. He quickly pulled up his pants. Only then did he realize he was completely a man now. As a pure and innocent girl who had never even watched adult films, seeing what she shouldn't have seen was like a seismic shock to her pupils. So blinding. Woo, it's over. I'm going to have a sty. Qin Yi's eyes reddened again. When she saw her reflection in the mirror, Qin Yi suddenly froze. The man in the mirror had fair skin, well-defined features, thick eyebrows and big eyes, a hooked nose, thin lips, and a chiseled jawline. A look that seemed to be quite popular among girls. At this moment, with a pear blossom and rain-like appearance and the bandage on his forehead, he looked like a wounded beast feigning pity. Qin Yi raised his hand to pinch his face, gently tugging at it. It was firm, yet elastic, smooth, and delicate. His thick sword-like eyebrows twitched, alternately raised and furrowed. Aside from the messy red hair that was somewhat eye-catching, the heavy dark circles under his eyes, a few pimples on his nose, and slightly pale lips, everything else seemed rather decent. Well, at least this face is still presentable, but that's about it. Remembering the chaotic mess of romantic entanglements his original self had, Qin Yi couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. Forget it, Qin Yi shook his head. Whatever comes my way, I shall face it, for I will no longer entangle myself with those women. Qin Yi struggled to finish using the toilet, half supporting himself against the doorframe, his expression indicating he was on the verge of a heart attack, as if he had swallowed a fishbone. Not just because of that 2 ounces of flesh, but also from the pain lingering from where his knee had been hit. Suddenly the phone on the bedside table rang. Someone was calling. Qin Yi walked over to pick up the phone, seeing 36 on the caller ID. Qin Yi was taken aback. What's with 36? He didn't have time to answer before the caller hung up, but before he could put down the phone, just 4 or 5 seconds later the caller called again. Qin Yi answered the phone. Hello. He had only spoken half a word when a pleasant female voice came through. Are you okay? The two fell into a brief pause, surprised by their simultaneous responses. This voice sounded somewhat familiar. Reluctantly, there was a hint of compromised disdain and a forced faint concern. Qin Yi wandered through his memories, searching for the source of that familiar voice. Night hotel bedman woman, sick woman abortion. Damn, he remembered. Wasn't this the school beauty his original self had been after? To win her over, the original self had even used her sick mother's medical fees and liver source as leverage, forcing her to sleep with him. Later, he even bound her to him with nude photos and made her have an abortion, not wanting her to have a child. In any urban novel, he would be labeled as a complete villainous scum and a perverted creep. And such scum usually ended up bankrupt, imprisoned, and estranged from their families. And this 36 in the notes was actually the serial number of the women he had been with. Qin Yi twitched his lips, feeling nauseated, barely managing to hold back his urge to vomit. I am okay. What a load of crap. Not okay at all. Qin Yi felt like crying without tears. However, just as he began to say the first word, the woman hurriedly explained, I saw in the news that your car had an accident. So soon it made the news. While it was understandable, it was an incident from yesterday in a bustling area, and it involved a death. Putting it on today's headlines was just providing material for idle chatter. Qin Yi fell silent for a moment, and quietly said, that girl, she. His voice trailed off. As if knowing what he wanted to ask, Zhang Yuxin's gaze darkened as she replied flatly, she died, just cremated this morning. Don't ask me how I know. It was just that your mother Liang Yin made such a scene, $2 million in compensation tisk, that couple would struggle their whole lives to earn enough money. Although losing their daughter was painful, with such a huge compensation, that couple no longer sought trouble with the Qin family. Ultimately, this accident was an unforeseeable incident. They understood that facing the enormous Qin family, no matter how much they dragged it out, they would always be at a loss. Dead. Hearing it from the original self's mother felt one way, hearing it from Zhang Yuxin felt another, for she had no need to lie to him. Qin Yi sat on the bed, weakly lying back. His voice sounded somewhat hoarse and faint. Thank you. It was all a pretense of compassion. He was the one who drove and killed that girl. Who was he putting on an act for? The woman snorted coldly, about to scold him, but her father shot her a glare from the side. She pursed her lips, her voice softened a bit. Where are you? He'll come see you. Qin Yi raised an eyebrow at her words. City General Hospital Inpatient Department, 16th floor area, A room 216. Are you driving over? Zhang Yuxin didn't expect the man to respond so quickly, and her smile faltered slightly. Qin Yi suddenly remembered that Zhang Yuxin's mother was bedridden and ill, and her father was addicted to gambling, often squandering her hard-earned money on bets. Where would she get the money to buy a car? He hurriedly corrected himself. Oh, sorry, I forgot you don't have a car. Zhang Yuxin. Qin Yi, anyway, can you come over? The air turned quiet. Zhang's father sat before her, glaring intently. After a moment of silence, Zhang Yuxin tightened her fair hands around the phone and said, okay. Goodbye. The call ended. A satisfyingly sinister smile finally spread across that face, more terrifying than a demon, making one feel nauseous. Ha ha ha, good daughter, that's the spirit. Your boyfriend got into an accident. How can you not care? Zhang's father had a jagged scar on his forehead, making his smile look even more sinister. Remember, once the money comes in, give me half. Otherwise, there's no need to treat your mother's illness. Listening to the devil's whispers, Zhang Yuxin glanced at her father's retreating back, her previously smiling lips now pursed coldly and sadly. Qin Yi, who betrayed his wife and daughter, was disgusting, but the father who sent his own daughter to such a scumbag was even more revolting. No. The most disgusting was herself, who felt powerless and succumbed to Qin Yi. Mother, I'm sorry. I have no way out. Once your illness is better, I will make that scumbag pay the price. The sharp, piercing pain in her lower abdomen, the heartache from losing her child, all came flooding back. Zhang Yuxin's long eyelashes trembled, her eyes tinged with blood, glistening with unshed tears. Her red lips were almost bitten to bleed. After an unknown amount of time, she suppressed the darkness in her eyes, slowly stood up, and her expression returned to calm. Qin Yi was eager to see her parents, not Liang Yin or Qin Zhihai, but the parents of Qin Yi, a 22-year-old female college student, before her soul crossed over. The single-room VIP ward where the original body was located resembled a spacious and minimalist hotel room. He opened the built-in floor-to-ceiling wardrobe. Inside the wardrobe hung the clothes that had been changed earlier, and on the shelves an extra set of blue and white striped hospital gowns was neatly stacked. Without hesitation, Qin Yi took out the clothes she had changed out of. Damn, what a tacky outfit. This is so ugly. Qin Yi couldn't help but complain. Torn pants, fitted black, zippered leather jacket, limited edition bright red sneakers. It was a combination she had never tried before in her past life. She thought it looked ridiculous on others, let alone on herself. Everything felt off. Qin Yi frowned in disdain, realizing there were no other decent clothes to wear, and reluctantly changed into them. She couldn't go outside in a hospital gown. After changing, she quickly walked out of the room. The temperature outside was noticeably cooler than inside the room. She was met with a slightly chilly breeze. Qin Yi suddenly felt a sharp pain in her head, as if it had been struck by a hammer, but it soon subsided. Perhaps it was a consequence of the car accident. She shook her head, took out her phone, and opened a ride-hailing app directly. The taxi could take her straight to the inpatient department entrance. Qin Yi. A clear voice called out from the elevator entrance. Qin Yi looked up and saw Zhang Yuxin's face from her memories. The woman wore a light yellow knitted cardigan over a white base, and her loose light blue flare jeans were paired with white sneakers. She held a box of fruit baskets in her hand. With her beautiful fair oval face, her delicate features carried the gentle charm of the Jiangnan water towns, and her expressive apricot eyes gazed intently at him. Memories of the terrible things the original body had done to her surged up. Qin Yi pinched the cuff of her sleeve, instinctively averted her gaze, and forced a friendly smile, saying, "What a coincidence, cough. Let's go together to that girl's house." I ordered a taxi. Taxi. Had this spoiled rich kid not found anyone to pick him up? And why did his tone suddenly sound so normal? Zhang Yuxin found it strange, but said nothing, simply handing him the fruit basket. No matter what, she would never forgive this scumbag. Let's put this on the nurse's desk first. Qin Yi was too lazy to go back to the room, and directly took the fruit basket to the nurse's desk. The sight of the fruit knife with a protective cover made the man's eyes twitch. It was as if he could see the glimmering sharp blade through the knife cover, the kind often used in dramas where the knife goes in cleanly, but comes out bloody. He quickly told the attending nurse, and as she instinctively agreed, Qin Yi took Zhang Yuxin's hand and swiftly walked toward the elevator. Ding dong. Moments later, the elevator doors opened and the two entered, disappearing from sight, while the nurse finally returned to her senses, looking at the fruit basket. 216. Wait, wasn't that a patient just now? It seems. It was Qin Xiao? How could I just let him go like that? What if the doctor comes? What if the Qin family arrives? Qin Xiao hasn't even been discharged yet. The nurse glanced at the empty elevator entrance, feeling a bit like crying. Inside the elevator, the air was so quiet it made one uneasy. Qin Yi's mind was a chaotic mess. One moment she was imagining her parents' heartbroken faces, and the next the original Boda's unresolved memories surged back. Her brain, already feeling swollen and painful, as if crammed with a lot of jumbled things, became even more uncomfortable. A warm, soft, slippery hand slipped into hers. She had let go of her hand when entering the elevator, but now they were holding hands again. The normal human body temperature felt so hot that it made her heart race as she wanted to pull away, but she was held tightly by her. Qin Yi turned her head to meet those enchanting eyes, which held a stubbornness that made one feel pity. Her voice carried the unique softness of southern women, but the tremor she suppressed still reached Qin Yi's ears. Qin Yi lowered her gaze, turning her head away, allowing her to hold her hand. The air fell silent for a few seconds before the man's deep voice broke the stillness. Tomorrow, I will give you everything I promised. Help. He was truly afraid she might turn dark and find an opportunity to stab him. After all the things that the scumbag had done to her were infuriating, drawing the wrath of both gods and men. The woman's gentle voice rang out, yet her tone was calm like the cold wind blowing through late autumn. Why tomorrow? If you really want to give, you can do it now. Could she still trust this man's words? Indeed, she had forgotten. The original body had verbally promised several times to pay for Zhang Yuxin's mother's medical expenses, but she kept delaying, playing around, and had no intention of giving her the money. Zhang Yuxin's mother's illness required finding a kidney source for a transplant. The total cost for the kidney source surgery and subsequent care would be at least 2 million. And due to the original Boda's connection with the Qin family for a marriage alliance with the Luo family, her financial lifeline was firmly in Luo Shui's hands. Let alone 2 million, even 20,000 would be difficult. The original body could only indulge in the pleasures of life, relying on the title of the only legitimate son of the Qin family and the support of his shady friends. Such a scumbag, Qin Yi thought the heavens had been merciful by letting her die in the car accident. However, now if he were to say such revealing words to Zhang Yuxin, he was sure he wouldn't survive until the next day. After all, Zhang Yuxin didn't even know that the original body was already married. Qin Yi took a deep breath. Even in the elevator, the air was thick with the scent of disinfectant. Admittedly, while registering for a consultation at the hospital was troublesome, handling corpses was quite convenient. Qin Yi forced a smile as she looked at her palm growing sweaty hot and sticky as she felt uncomfortable but didn't dare to let go. Right now Her words were interrupted by the vibration of her phone in her pocket. Qin Yi quickly released her hand and hurriedly searched for her phone in her pocket. The screen lit up, displaying the contact named 11. Qin Yi decisively swiped away the call, letting the phone hang by the seam of her pants, casually staring at the elevator door. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw the blue display screen in the elevator drop from 16 to 9. She had never felt that an elevator could descend so slowly. Feeling the burning gaze beside her, Qin Yi put her phone away, trembling, and held onto Zhang Yuxin's warm, soft hand. Is it cold? The woman's voice was gentle. She deliberately squeezed his hand, as if trying to use her body heat to warm him. It's all right. Qin Yi felt quite calm, but her hand was a bit disobedient. It felt like she was holding a ticking time bomb. You heartless wretch. Was Xiao Yi's life worth nothing? Wah. You. Can you truly live with peace of mind holding those 2 million? My Xiao Yi. Wah. My poor daughter. Qin Yi's mother wailed uncontrollably, pounding her husband's shoulders with trembling fists. Qin Fu furrowed his brow, enduring her blows without resistance. When she tired, he even lifted a hand to gently pat her back in comfort. Wife, Xiao Yi has already been cremated. No matter what we do, she will never return. Let these 2 million cover your medical expenses. It's our daughter's final act of filial piety. Wah, I don't want treatment. I want my daughter back. Qin Fu blinked away, tears brimming in his eyes, and drew his exhausted, sobbing wife tightly into his arms. No one could have foreseen our daughter's death. The Qin family's compensation is in truth exceedingly generous. The school faces a wide thoroughfare leading directly to shops across the street. Xiao Yi happened to be 10 meters short of the pedestrian crosswalk. Legally, the driver cannot bear sole responsibility for the accident. Though grief-stricken and helpless inside, Qin Fu appeared calmer than his wife on the surface. He comforted her tenderly, gathering her close and softly patting her back. Knock, knock, knock. A sharp rapping echoed at the door. Qin Fu glanced quizzically at the closed door, wondering who would visit them at such a time. Wife, someone's at the door. Would you like to rest in the bedroom for a while? He murmured gently, seeing she still choked on. No, it's fine. Let's see who it is. She wiped her tears and shook her head. Qin Yi had steeled himself mentally for this visit all the way here. As he paid the taxi fare, he glanced at his WeChat balance. 5 digits staring back at him. Such a sum was unimaginable for Xiao Yi, an ordinary university student. Yet now, with a single word to his former family, or even to his reckless, good-for-nothing friends, he could obtain it effortlessly. Xiao Yi felt as though she'd tumbled headlong into a dream spun by God himself. Yet lifting her gaze, the lush green kumquat tree before her home stood vividly real. Shall we go back? Are you hesitating? Zhang Youxin asked, mistaking his pause for fear. Qin Yi snapped back to awareness, shook his head, and curled his long fingers slightly against his thigh before stepping through the open iron gate. Inside the courtyard grew a flourishing camellia tree. White camellias bloomed brilliantly beneath the sun, as if welcoming their master home. This camellia tree had been planted years ago by Xiao Yi alongside her grandparents. Both elders had passed away from an epidemic, leaving only Xiao Yi, her parents, in this modest 3-story house. At that moment, the courtyard gate stood shut, yet muffled sounds drifted faintly from within. Qin Yi clenched his fists, pressed his lips together, and lowered his gaze, his eyes shimmering with unshed light. Father, mother, forgive me. I can no longer call you that. When he raised his eyes, faint red rimmed his tear-filled gaze. He heard fragmented sobs echoing from inside the house, and his father's intermittent words of comfort. Each rise and fall of that grief-stricken weeping felt like a rusted saw dragging back and forth across his trembling heart. Hollow pretense. Zhang Youxin watched him, her eyes narrowing with disdain, as though he were merely performing. If this man could truly reform, her child would never have. Overwhelmed by surging revulsion, she stepped forward and pounded the door herself. Creak. The door swung inward, revealing 2 weary yet achingly familiar faces. Qin Yi's eyes reddened further. Uncle, Auntie. Qin Yi choked out the greeting in a voice soft with suppressed anguish. Upon recognizing him, Qin Mu instantly recalled the face from the news footage, the very man responsible for her daughter's death. It's you. Why have you come? You're not welcome here. Qin Yi set the gifts aside and hurried to explain. Auntie, I'm so sorry. Before he could finish, Qin Mu rushed inside, seized a broom, and swung it fiercely. Thwack after thwack struck his body. Qin Yi raised his arms to shield himself, stumbling backward with each blow, sharp pain drawing gasps from his throat. Meanwhile, Zhang Youxin had silently retreated several paces, watching coldly from the side. Hey, wife. Let's talk calmly. Calmly. No hitting. No hitting. Qin Fu tried to intervene. Only after Qin Yi endured several strikes did he finally grasp Qin Mu's arm and restrain her. Qin Yi cradled his aching arm, bowing his head low, his expression suffused with sincere remorse. I'm sorry, uncle. I know. His eyes trembled, he bit his lip and gripped his forearm tightly. The dead cannot be revived. Please accept my deepest condolences. That accident was entirely my fault. I failed utterly. I beg your forgiveness, uncle and auntie, and most of all Xiao Yi. He bowed deeply. When he rose, his gaze met Qin Fu's. Both men's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Qin Yi exhaled slowly and continued. Our family has offered compensation. But if there's anything else you need, I vow to fulfill it, to the best of my ability. All I ask is to step inside and see Xiao Yi just once. May I, uncle? Qin Fu, a teacher by profession, sensed the young man's sincerity, and the lingering resentment in his heart began to soften. With a quiet sigh, he gently guided Qin Mu aside. Go in and offer your apology. Zhang Youxin followed behind him and bowed solemnly before the young woman's portrait in the room. The girl in the photograph radiated youthful brilliance, exactly as a university student should radiate, vibrant, full of promise. Tragically, her life had been stolen far too soon by a vile wretch. Qin Yi, Xiao Yi, such similar names. How cruelly fate mocks us. Why wasn't that scoundrel the one who died? As Zhang Youxin walked beside Qin Yi out of the house, she watched his demeanor shift, from earnest, almost pleading warmth toward Xiao Yi's parents to a wounded childlike sorrow upon parting, grief that seemed to mirror the pain of losing one's own parents. An unsettling sensation rose within her. Squinting slightly, she studied him sideways, her brow furrowing in doubt. Was this man truly Qin Yi? How are you feeling? Zhang Youxin asked suddenly. A little heartbroken, Qin Yi replied instinctively. Heartbroken? Shouldn't he feel relief instead, that he not she had survived? Zhang Youxin found herself utterly baffled by this despicable man. Sensing her suspicious gaze, Qin Yi regained his composure and let out a sorrowful sigh. And guilty, he turned and began walking. After narrowly escaping death, I realized how recklessly I'd squandered my life. Life is infinitely precious. He halted, turning fully to face her, his eyes shimmering with raw, unguarded sincerity. I'm sorry. What he'd done to her could never be undone by a single apology, but Qin Yi owed her this confession, for every cruelty he'd inflicted. Zhang Youxin's pupils flickered, she froze mid-step, her back turned to him, her expression unreadable. I know saying this changes nothing now. You, just focus on your studies. As for money, I'll handle it. Yes, she was still a third-year student at S University, academically outstanding, mentored by a respected professor, her future luminous and assured, until she'd fallen prey to a spoiled, arrogant heir. Qin Yi felt the silence deepen, so profound he could hear the heavy, remorseful rhythm of his own heartbeat. Though these sins belonged to the original body, memories surged chaotically whenever he looked at her, and cruel words lodged stubbornly in his throat. Footsteps approached. Qin Yi lifted his gaze, only to find her standing before him barely an arm's length away. He could see the fine glistening down on her porcelain cheek. Her eyes swam with sorrow and searing hatred. What about that child? Can you give me another? She demanded. Qin Yi's eyes trembled, his mouth parted, but no answer came. The original body had been married, with a wife, a daughter, and the soul now inhabiting it was female. To promise her a child? Impossible. Silence spoke louder than any words. Slap. A stinging gust of wind, then fire erupted across his cheek. Qin Yi yielded to the force, lowering his gaze to the ground, speechless. Zhang Youxin stared intently at the pale, reddened imprint blooming on his cheek. Her lips tightened, her fingertips trembled faintly, yet she said nothing. Turning away, she walked off. Warm tears spilled from her eyes, tracing paths across a heart torn as though by knives, before vanishing, carried away by the wind unknown where. The person in front of him had already vanished. Qin Yi exhaled deeply, his whole body relaxing. He slowly touched his face, and the moment his fingers met the skin that had been slapped, a sharp pain surged. This. Qin Yi couldn't help but gasp, then suddenly let out a helpless laugh. It was the first time he had ever experienced being slapped, and he inexplicably felt rather pitiful. But as soon as he thought of the person who had delivered the slap, he became dejected again. He didn't know how to handle himself. If Zhang Youxin were just a two-dimensional character with no deep impression of him, he could simply give her money, give her what she wanted, and then pull away neatly without worrying about anything. But Zhang Youxin was so real, so vivid, she occupied many important roles in his memory. The original body, under family pressure, had gotten a marriage certificate with Luo Shui only half a year ago, and the two were estranged as mere nominal spouses. And Zhang Youxin was the one he had fallen in love with at first sight when he entered his freshman year. After half a year of unrequited pursuit, he later used her sick mother to obtain her. Up to now, they had been entangled for nearly a year. In the circle of wealthy playboys in the Magic City, everyone knew that Qin Yi was a fickle and heartless womanizer, changing women like changing clothes, forgetting the old as soon as a new one appeared. Thus Zhang Youxin was indeed a special existence to Qin Yi. But the Qin Yi of today is not the Qin Yi. The college student Qin Yi had been single all his life. Even after inheriting the original Buddhist memories, he didn't feel that those feelings were love. Instead, it was more like an obsession to possess what he didn't have. He knew that this sickening entanglement was an even more suffocating nightmare for Zhang Youxin. As a soul of a woman, he could sense Zhang Youxin's helplessness and despair. But how could he make amends? In his memories, because of a drunken, urgent demand from the original body after a reckless end, he discovered that the woman had miscarried because of him. After wandering aimlessly on the street for a while, the protest from his stomach stopped Qin Yi's dazed steps. Growl. Qin Yi was startled, then looked down and helplessly touched his stomach. You're still the best without worries. Cry when hungry, sleep when full. In the bustling Guoxiao rice noodle shop, a worker who had just finished his shift picked up the steaming noodles from the table, with his colleague slurping the hot strands into his mouth, when he suddenly froze upon seeing the table by the door. He swallowed the noodles hastily and said, Hey, have you ever seen a Patek Philippe eating mixed rice noodles? His colleague snickered. What the hell? Are you losing your mind? Someone who wears this either eats Western food or attends state banquets. They wouldn't come to a street stall for noodles. The boss of their construction company often wore this. It was a symbol of status and money. No, seriously, look over there. The colleague looked doubtfully toward the indicated spot, and immediately, even his noodle-eating motion stopped. At the door, a young man sat alone at a table, his face as pale as a pretty boy's, wearing a stylish fitted leather jacket that seemed like a big brand, and on his wrist a dazzling Patek Philippe shimmered brilliantly. After recognizing the face, the colleague couldn't help exclaiming, "Holy crap." He blinked. It really was that person. The colleague leaned in and lowered his voice. "Do you know who he is?" "Who? Is he some rich second generation?" "Lower, too low. That's the sole heir of the Qin family, the crown prince of the Magic City." "Crown prince? Young Master Qin." One of them choked on his soup, swallowed hastily, and then said excitedly, "I remember. The only child of the wealthy Qin family in the Magic City. Of course he's the crown prince. They said he frequently frequented high-end clubs only for the rich and noble, had slept with countless women, and often had a row of bodyguards behind him, making him the undisputed leader of the Magic City's Playboy circle. There was a dessert shop once. The crown prince took a bite, just thought it wasn't sweet enough, and had the shop inspected and didn't he recently run over a girl? Paid the family $2 million, and then nothing happened. He's truly the crown prince who gets whatever he wants." "Wow, so badass. Are you sure the guy you're talking about is the same person eating noodles here?" If he remembered correctly, this man walked in alone, ordered a bowl of rice noodles, and then played on his phone, nothing like the legendary crown prince of the Magic City, who would cause an uproar wherever he went. He does look like him. He had seen him in the news last night. He opened his phone to search again, only to find that the news about the car accident had been cleared away with no trace of Qin Yi's information. The power of the Qin family was terrifyingly immense. The young man lowered his head, roughly browsing through the unread messages on his phone, scrolling while eating his rice noodles. The murmured conversation about him was low, and with the noisy crowd in the shop, Qin Yi was completely unaware that he had become the topic of discussion at the next table. "Baby, where are you? Why aren't you answering the phone? I told Luo Shui to go find you immediately. Your body hasn't recovered yet. How can you run around?" "Young Master, the freshman party in a few days depends on you. Remember to vote for me. Kisses, brother. Are you okay? Didn't hurt. Your little brother did it. He'll come see you tomorrow, bro." Bro, I'm sorry about this. This time I messed up big time. Your tigress wife came to my place and made a scene, and I got grounded by my old man. Take your time recovering, and we'll discuss it when we have time. Young Master, take care of yourself. Brother, are you okay?" The speed of his fingers sliding gradually increased, and then he frowned, finally putting his phone aside and focusing on his meal. Qin Yi wolfed down the noodles, growing more and more uneasy. The original body had way too many romantic debts. How could he ever repay them? It was like a forest full of landmines, and he couldn't avoid them. He had to tread carefully through each one. Buzz, his phone rang. Qin Yi picked it up and saw the display read, "Old man." "Old man." It was the father of this body, also the dignified chairman of Qin Group, the head of the Qin family, Qin Yi. When Qin Yi was young, Qin Yi suffered an accident from a hidden plot. After surgery, he barely survived, but his lower body was completely paralyzed. Qin Yi had no brothers. He was the only son of Old Master Qin. After that accident, Qin Yi became the sole bloodline of the Qin family, so everyone in the family cherished him as a treasure. Old Master Qin even raised little Qin Yi personally by his side, doting on him to this day. Qin Yi had no choice but to go along with his aging father, with the result that this boy grew up increasingly wanton and unruly, and it was too late for any personal discipline. In the original Buddhist memories, Qin Yi had always looked down on him, rarely giving him a kind face. Thus their relationship had always been as cold as if they weren't father and son. To the original body, Qin Yi was more like an ATM. But after he got married, this ATM refused to dispense money anymore, and the father-son bond between them completely froze. The phone kept vibrating. The noodles in his mouth lost their original flavor. The Qin Yi of this world was dead, even his body cremated. Upon waking, only the overwhelming memories of the original body flooded in, with not a trace of any golden finger cheatability. She knew that she could only live on as the continuation of Qin Yi's life. That was fine. At least the family was extremely wealthy, and the old man and his father were both formidable. In her past life, she never had the chance to have fun and live freely. Now she could enjoy the world. Slurp. Qin Yi swallowed the rice noodles in one gulp and pressed the answer button. "Hey, Dad." Qin Yi swallowed his noodles and called out directly, but suddenly there was silence on the other end of the phone. He thought the other party had hung up, but when he looked at his phone, the call timer was still running. That voice was his son. He actually called him Dad. Qin Yi's previously angry emotions were suddenly choked back, and his deep, shrewd eyes were filled with astonishment. The reprimand he had prepared was suddenly rendered pointless. His black and white hair, meticulously styled, matched with a sharply tailored suit, and his beard was also intentionally groomed with precision. The aura of the chairman of the Qin Group and the head of the Qin family was naturally revealed. The chairman's secretary was serious, meticulous, and quite skilled in organizing the documents on the table awaiting signatures. Initially, it seemed like a bland conversation, but unexpectedly, she witnessed rare surprise and distraction on the usually composed and capable chairman's face. Dad. When the silence returned on the other end, Qin Yi was puzzled and called out again. The secretary noticed the chairman's lips curve slightly, but it quickly faded like a fleeting flower, and the anger within his brows was not as evident as before. Unintentionally, a document brushed against a teacup, producing a faint sound. The secretary hurriedly adjusted the cup, while placing the document down, and when she looked up, she found that the chairman was still oblivious, speaking into the phone. The deep, resonant voice echoed clearly in the spacious, quiet office. Cough. Come home after you finish eating. The car is waiting outside for you. You need to take good care of yourself at home during this time, and look after Qin. I've arranged a week's leave for you from school, and I've also found someone to tutor you. This accident should serve as a lesson if you cause any more trouble. At this point, the voice on the phone noticeably low. Don't think he didn't know his son's character, but after all, blood is thicker than water. This time, he absolutely wouldn't let him continue his reckless ways as before. Dad, I understand. Qin Yi lowered his head and rubbed his forehead helplessly. Since he was here, he would accept. Since heaven had given her another chance at life, this time as a man, to experience a vastly different life, he should cherish it well. Didn't Mom go to pick up Qin? Didn't she bring Qin back to the old house? Qin Yi suddenly remembered. Qin Yi was now living with Luo Shui in the Donghu Villa, while the Qin family's old house was located in the suburbs in a scenic area with excellent feng shui. One reason was that old Master Qin wanted them to cultivate their relationship, and the second was that the old master, being of advanced age, needed a quiet environment, which also made it convenient for Luo Shui to work and for Qin to attend kindergarten. As for Qin Yi and Liang Yin, they lived in the old house, claiming that it had more sentiment and was more comfortable. Speaking of this, Qin Yi snorted coldly and said, you still know you have a daughter. Qin Yi. Indeed, the original owner did not like this child, usually preferring to keep her out of sight, let alone mention her. She can't sleep at night without hugging her mother. Your mom will bring Qin back to the old house for dinner, and she'll send her back in the evening. The secretary glanced at her watch and quietly said to Qin Yi, Chairman, it's time for the meeting with Director Li. Qin Yi paused, looked at the time, and raised an eyebrow. All right, I have other matters to attend to. I'll hang up. Just like that, he hung up. Hearing the hang-up tone from his phone, Qin Yi smiled helplessly and put down his phone to continue eating. The bridge rice noodles, costing 15 yuan a bowl, weren't a large portion. Qin Yi finished them in just a few. Noticing some strange stares from the people around him, Qin Yi looked over in confusion, but those people quickly lowered their heads and avoided his gaze. Qin Yi was somewhat puzzled, but said nothing, stood up and scanned the code before walking out of the shop. As soon as he exited, he was drawn to a sleek black Mercedes parked outside. The door opened, and a tall young man in a black suit and tie, impeccably groomed, stepped out. Wearing sunglasses, he walked a few steps toward Qin Yi and bowed. Young master, hello. My name is Luo Shui, and I have been instructed by the family head to serve as your driver and personal bodyguard starting today. Qin Yi was taken aback. A tall man, seemingly good-looking, bowed respectfully before him, presenting an air of total obedience. Not only was he taken aback, but passers-by around him were also stunned. Bystander A. Wow. That man in the suit and sunglasses is so handsome. Why is he bowing to a non-main? Bystander B. I thought he was here to pick up a princess, but it turns out he's here to pick up a trendy young man. With his bright red hair and messy spiky style, like a bird's nest, Qin Yi looked like a trendy young man from a non-mainstream era in the eyes of the onlookers. Qin, trendy young man, Yi, so sudden. Young master. Luo Shui called out again, and Qin Yi finally came back to his senses. He cleared his throat, lightly nodded, and said, let's go. The Qin family had substantial influence, so he was not surprised that Qin Yi could find him in such a short time, especially since he had no intention of hiding. Luo Shui, with broad shoulders and a slim waist, walked ahead and slightly bent over to open the car door. Fortunately, inheriting the memories of the original owner, Qin Yi did not feel too much discomfort and naturally got into the back seat after Luo Shui opened the door for him. Young master, let's exchange contact information. Oh, I need you to send me the address, Luo Shui said as he took the driver's seat. Qin Yi took out the QR code for him to scan, and while he was adding him, he said, no need to be so polite, just call me by my name. Luo Shui, all right, young master. Qin Yi, why does this person seem so one-trick-minded? Feeling bored on the road, Qin Yi looked at the serious Luo Shui in the rearview mirror, tapping his fingers on his knee with curiosity, and asked, are you also a retired veteran? Qin Yi had previously arranged bodyguards for the original owner, but he always found various reasons to dismiss them, wanting to avoid any disturbances to his carefree life. Now, for some reason, they had arranged a bodyguard for him again, but at this point he no longer felt the need to dismiss him. Luo Shui shook his head. Qin Yi was a bit surprised, as retired veterans were the primary group in bodyguard. Luo Shui, looking slightly embarrassed, said, I entered the security company after graduating from a sports school, and I have worked there for 5 years. Due to health reasons, I haven't been able to join the military. After saying this, Luo Shui confidently removed his sunglasses, revealing bright eyes. However, strangely, his right pupil did not move, having lost the ability to perceive light. Qin Yi, who was previously surprised, suddenly understood that this was indeed a reason for not being able to enlist. Currently, military service requirements are strict. Besides being healthy and over 172 centimeters tall, both eyes must have a vision of 5.0 or above and must not have undergone surgery. Luo Shui's eye was injured in an accident during his second year of high school, which naturally prevented him from serving. Qin Yi's previous thought that he wore sunglasses to show off instantly vanished, and a sense of guilt couldn't help but surge within him. Sorry, young master, there's no need to apologize. Luo Shui pressed the brake, and the car stopped steadily at the red light, waiting for it to turn green. On the contrary, if you mind, I can wear sunglasses during work hours. In the rearview mirror, one of the man's deep brown eyes was bright and sincere, while the other, though dim and eerie gray, shimmered with a different light under the sunset's glow. Qin Yi naturally shook his head. Wearing sunglasses for a long time is uncomfortable. This is fine. Besides, I think it looks pretty cool. He leaned closer to the back seat, raised an eyebrow towards the rearview mirror that perfectly framed both of them, and smiled. His clear, shining apricot eyes held no hint of falsehood, revealing genuine admiration. Luo Shui tightened his grip on the steering wheel, and his usually tense expression betrayed a smile he could not contain. This was the first time someone had told him that wearing sunglasses could be uncomfortable. However, soon this warmth began to simmer and turn into a heated torment. Have you considered having surgery? No. Why not? Modern eye surgeries are quite advanced. You might want to consider. I don't have enough money. Oh, then how much do you earn as my bodyguard and driver? Is it 20,000 a month? Yes. That's pretty good. College students' internships are only 2,000 or 3,000, so saving that would cover the cost of restoring your eyesight. How about the 5 insurances and 1 fund? How much do you contribute? We're here, young master. Luo Shui's voice trembled slightly, and his fitted shirt showed signs of moisture. After the car arrived at the Donghu Villa, Luo Shui straightened up as if he had been redeemed. After watching Qin Yi walk through the main entrance of the building, Luo Shui slowly exhaled. The light boat had passed through 10,000 mountains. No one told him that the young master of the Qin family was actually such a chatterbox. The fingerprint recognition was correct. Beep. Qin Yi opened the door, changed his slippers in the entryway, and walked inside while surveying the surroundings. The villa's overall style leaned towards an elegant European palace with the floors covered in soft Persian carpets. Perhaps considering the children, the spacious living room was furnished with rounded furniture. The entire space was exceptionally quiet, with only Qin Yi's footsteps audible. Luo Shui disliked having her private space disturbed, hence only the 3 of them lived in the main villa, with someone coming regularly to clean. The villa was now neat and clean, evidently already tidied up. A wide corridor, spacious enough for playing badminton, separated the living room from the dining area, decorated with a vase in the corner. An exquisite crystal wind chime chandelier hung in the center of the living room. The indoor temperature was constant, unaffected by the chill outside. After just a few steps, Qin Yi began to feel a bit hot. He took off his jacket and placed it on the sofa, pouring himself a cup of warm tea prepared by the servant to quench his thirst. The tea was fragrant without being astringent, and the sofa was soft and elastic. The enormous floor-to-ceiling windows let in abundant light, perfectly illuminating the interior. Outside the window was a beautifully maintained and leisurely garden. Luxurious, too luxurious. Qin Yi sighed comfortably. Putting down the teacup, he got up and followed his memory through the corridor to a bedroom on the first floor. Qin Yi opened the door and saw a neatly made bed measuring 1.80 meters with a poster of a female star in a swimsuit among various racing posters on the headboard. Qin Yi. If he remembered correctly, this female star seemed to be a top actress in American adult films, exuding a fiery style. Indeed, this was the bedroom where the original owner lived after marriage. Luo Shui and Qin Yi resided on the second floor, and due to the contract, he could not go upstairs without her consent. Tisk. This wealthy marriage couple pays more attention to personal space than cohabiting roommates do. Qin Yi sighed again as he walked into the dressing room, curiously surveying. His tall figure moved like an old man on a stroll, exploring step by step, his gaze curious and bright. The full-length mirror unceremoniously reflected the man's unruly and careless demeanor, revealing a naive and unrefined appearance. Before his soul transmigration, he was just an ordinary female university student. Having a 30-square-meter room was already quite good, and the bathroom was shared with the family. He had never seen such a luxurious dressing room. Moreover, as a woman previously concerned about fashion, Qin Yi instinctively slowed his pace. The clothes in the wardrobe were neatly folded by the housekeeper, but Qin Yi found it hard to agree with their taste. Aside from 2 sets of formal, where the rest were various patterned jackets, ripped skinny jeans, and what appeared to be expensive sneakers. The original owner not only liked racing, but also enjoyed playing ball, so some clothes even had signatures from sports stars. However, the current Qin Yi was not interested in these and picked out pajamas from the dressing room, heading towards the bathroom. After a day of exhausting activities, he was too tired and wanted to wash up and sleep early. Click. Lighting and heating activated. The mist began to rise. The comfortable warm water cascaded down his face, and Qin Yi opened his arms, allowing the water to envelop his body, washing away all the burdens. Qin Yi sighed contentedly with his eyes closed. From the initial strangeness to now feeling the oddity of possessing this body, Qin Yi gradually discovered the conveniences of being a man. For instance, he no longer had to endure the torment of unpredictable menstrual cycles. He no longer had to worry about being pressured into marriage and having children. Oh, bury me. This is just too wonderful. Whoa. Qin Yi couldn't help but shout, waving his hand, splashing a puddle of water against the wall. He opened his eyes, watching the transparent water flow over the pampered and fair skin, and curiously lifted his hand to touch his arm. It felt just as smooth as a girl's. He clenched his fist, feeling the not-so-prominent bulge of muscle in his palm. His handsome eyebrows raised and lowered, shaking his head. Qin Yi clicked his tongue, expressing disdain. Skinny dog. No way, no way. Although the original owner liked playing basketball, he was distracted by women and had a weak body. Now he probably couldn't even run 1,000 meters, truly a waste. He stood at 1.80 meters tall with a handsome and elegant face, yet his body was loose and lacked muscle. Qin Yi secretly decided to keep himself in check, work hard at fitness, and then go play basketball. Being a girl turned into a boy was not convenient, but now he could practice directly to perfection. No need for height insoles, shoulder pads, chest wraps, or bodysuits. The handsome face of a man revealed a silly smile, staring blankly at the wall, as the hand washing off the shower gel moved to his flat waist, still lost in thought until the bathroom door opened. Pervert. Luo Shui returned from the old house with Yin around 8 o'clock. The carved lampposts of the Donghu villa lit up with night lights. Upon seeing the license plate, the security guard promptly opened the gate and respectfully watched the understated, luxurious business car enter the villa. The servant carefully approached as Luo Shui got out of the car, taking the little girl in the floral dress until her feet touched the ground, and she held her mother's slender and warm hand. There were some things in the trunk, and Luo Shui had them placed on the living room table. Mommy, is Daddy back? Qin Yi pointed with her chubby little hand at a jacket tossed on the sofa, speaking in a crisp tone. The girl barely reached knee-height, small and delicate, inheriting her parents' superior genes. Qin Yi had big bright eyes, exquisite features, and slightly chubby cheeks resembling a porcelain doll full of charm. Clearly stating facts in a serious manner, her adorable appearance made others easily develop a sense of closeness. Luo Shui seemed to already know, but couldn't help frowning at the sight of the mud-stained clothing carelessly thrown on the sofa. Annie changed the sofa cover and threw away the clothes. Her voice remained extremely cold, devoid of any emotion, much like herself, perfectly lacking a point of softness to engage. The servant named Annie, dressed in a uniquely designed simple uniform, quickly approached her. Sure, Sister Luo. Then she began to tidy up. Annie's movements were skilled and clean. During this time, the girl merely glanced over casually, saying nothing, as if she was already accustomed to such matters. Things would be handled by others. Luo Shui took Yin into the indoor elevator and went up to the second floor. In their spacious bedroom, one half was a large bed with a dressing room and bathroom, while the other half was decorated into an indoor playground full of childlike joy. As soon as Qin Yi stepped into the room, her originally serious little face finally burst into a sunny smile. She let go of her hand, disregarding her light little backpack, and dove onto the ocean ball. Wow! The girl transformed into a bouncy little person, freely swimming in the ocean ball, half doing the frog stroke and half doing freestyle. Watching her daughter frolicking in the ocean ball, Luo Shui's indifferent expression softened into a smile, her stunning beauty resembling winter snow melting spring waters breaking through ice. Only at this moment did Luo Shui diminish some of her cold, noble, and untouchable demeanor, rarely revealing a hint of tenderness. 10 minutes, and if you're late you will be punished. Ah! Qin Yi sat up from the ocean ball, dissatisfied, letting out a growl like a dragon, yet could not reverse the woman's unfeeling back. But yesterday there were still 30 minutes. The sound of a computer booting up echoed nearby. Splash! The girl dived into the ocean ball for 2 more minutes, then climbed up the padded slide, joyfully sliding down. Listening to the sounds of play behind her, Luo Shui curled her lips and fell into a daze. She opened her computer, noticing numerous unread emails, and began to read one of the documents. It was the brain CT scan report that Qin Yi requested from the doctor after her examination. The results showed no abnormalities. However, reflecting on that day, Qin Yi gave her a strange feeling. The surgery from the car accident perfectly repaired Qin Yi's leg injury, and there was no internal bleeding in the brain. The doctors marveled at the patient's luck while lamenting the misfortune of the victim. She remained silent, calmly accepting the awakening of someone she despised. 10 minutes quickly passed, and Qin Yi panted slightly as she approached Luo Shui, looking up with her clear big eyes. "Mommy, I'm done playing." The girl's fair face glistened with fine beads of sweat, appearing unsatisfied. Luo Shui patted her head and said gently, "Today, I won't test you on the books you memorized. They'll have Annie help you wash up and go to bed early. Mommy, are you going back to work? I need to talk to your father about something." "Oh." Qin Yi frowned slightly, her small hand clenched, but was soon enveloped in a warm hand. Luo Shui squeezed her chubby little hand, saying, "Good girl." Luo Shui went downstairs to inform Annie, then opened a door, her cold gaze lingering on a passionate poster for a second before sweeping past the dressing room to the bathroom door. Whoa! The man's passionate shout made Luo Shui's expression turn cold. Could it be that he brought those messy women back home? Thinking this, she couldn't help but feel anger rising within her, opening the bathroom door despite the chill in the air. The bathroom door was not locked. Thus what she saw upon opening the door was not a scene of men and women in chaos, but Qin Yi alone, seemingly lost in his own world. Their eyes met. "Qin Yi, this is quite sudden." Luo Shui glanced over her fair cheeks, tinted with a light blush from the steam. "Pervert." The crisp scolding was like droplets of water falling, returning the stillness of the space to mo up. Qin Yi realized he had been seen, instinctively panicking and letting out a sharp scream, hurriedly covering his chest and clenching his legs. However, the extra thing between his legs caused him to scream again, hastily lowering his arms to cover his lower body. At the same time, the bathroom door was slammed shut. 20 minutes later, Qin Yi sat on the edge of the bed, legs pressed together, feet turned inward, hands clasped on his thighs and shoulders rigidly straight. He watched nervously as the woman flipped through the previous coursework exercises of his original self, page by page. The air was as still as a windless lake, broken only by the crisp clicks of the mouse, like a fish briefly skimming the water's surface. It was the quintessential scene of a student being inspected by a parent on their homework. Don't ask why it had come to this. Even he was still baffled. After suddenly recalling in the bathroom that he was a man, he had procrastinated through his shower before finally putting on his pajamas and emerging. Yet the moment he stepped out, he saw the woman sitting at the desk by the bed, addressing him with her second brief sentence. "Sit." Cold, aloof, simple, and crisp, an order not to be refused. This was the Ice Queen who had left a deep impression on him at their very first encounter after he woke up. She was also the wife of his original self, the CEO of the Qin Group, radiating an undeniable aura of authority. Even the original self feared her more than he loathed her. "Some Mason said I shall." Qin Yi settled on the edge of the bed, turned his gaze to the computer, and finally saw what she was looking at, the interface of the online learning platform. She was checking his online course assignments. His heart clenched at once. Every student dreads having their homework spot checked, unless they are either supremely confident top performers or hopeless slackers. Unfortunately, Qin Yi was neither now. He shifted on the bed, extending a trembling hand toward the mouse, momentarily forgetting that the assignments belonged to his original self and had nothing to do with him. No, the poor grades were the originals, but it was he who would bear the scolding. His own academic performance, though not exceptional, had always hovered nervously in the upper middle range, nothing as disastrous as the originals. Luo Shui's single "shut up" froze Qin Yi's movement. Well, let her scold if she must. Qin Yi sighed silently and sank back onto the soft bed. Neither spoke. The room was utterly silent, broken only by the soft clicks of the mouse sliding back and forth. Bored, Qin Yi shifted his gaze to the woman's profile. No wonder she was hailed as the most beautiful woman in the Magic City. Her face was as flawless as a masterpiece carved by the creator. Her jet black hair fell straight and fluffy over her shoulders, her forehead was smooth, and her brows curved like distant mountains. Her striking eyes were clear and bright, piercing straight into one's soul. Her delicate upturned nose was perfectly sculpted, and her alluring thin lips were a tempting red. Her skin was fair as snow, her long slender neck faintly flushed, and her exquisite collarbones were half hidden by her hair, teasingly revealed and concealed at once. Her posture was upright and proud, every movement exuded a powerful aura, living up to the saying, "Only to be admired from afar, never to be desecrated." Had enough of looking, Qin Yi started meeting her cold, sweeping gaze. His cheeks flushed, his clear eyes betraying foolishness as he muttered sheepishly, "You're really beautiful. Foolish and naive." Luo Shui gave him a meaningful glance before withdrawing her attention. The online assignments before her were an utter mess, completely unworthy of notice. Truly, what a hardship for that tutor who would have to discipline such a simpleton. It would be torture for herself as well. The air turned icy once more. Qin Yi swallowed, shrank his neck, clenched his fists, and, unaware of it, turned his feet into an inward pigeon-toed stance as he awaited Luo Shui's words. He was timid by nature, and after soul transmigrating and inheriting the original's memories, he hadn't become much bolder. Facing Luo Shui, who perpetually exuded the commanding pressure of a corporate manager, he simply couldn't muster any backbone. "Sis, get the scolding over with. I want to sleep early." Perhaps feeling it was pointless to continue looking, Luo Shui put down the mouse, crossed her long, shapely legs, and swiveled the chair toward Qin Yi. Her cold, probing gaze locked directly onto Qin Yi's eyes. To him, those beautiful irises were both aloof and pure, yet carried a seductive charm, like a 1,000-year-old enchantress bewitching his soul. The pounding of his heart grew louder. Suddenly, the pale rims of the boy's ears flushed crimson. Help! He was utterly defenseless against the Bowtai's assault of sheer magnificence. Is your head still hurting? Luo Shui asked abruptly. Off. Qin Yi didn't react in time. He opened his mouth, staring blankly at her. Luo Shui leaned forward, bringing a refreshing fragrance close to his face, her eyes shimmering with radiance. Since you'll be staying home recovering, I won't give you extra living expenses. You don't have any objections, do you? Qin Yi instinctively held his breath as her suddenly magnified face approached. Coming back to his senses, he leaned back a little to create some distance, as if only then could he breathe freely. I have no objections. Whatever's fine. Qin Yi exhaled and stammered. No objections. That was anything but Qin Yi-like. Luo Shui watched the faint blush on the boy's fair face, and a flicker of profound meaning passed through her cold, beautiful phoenix eyes. Who are you? Luo Shui suddenly asked. Qin Yi's heart skipped a beat. His long fingers curled, instinctively gripping the sunken mattress. Damn. The scumbag persona seemed to have crumbled under his performance. But he didn't want to be dragged off for dissection and research. Qin Yi gritted his teeth, forcing himself not to look away. He tugged at the corner of his mouth and forced a relaxed laugh. Who am I? Who else could I be if not Qin Yi, the survivor of a car accident? That woman was far too sharp. No wonder she had saved the Luo Corporation from collapse within a single year and had been appointed by Qin Zhihai as the CEO of the Qin Group. A true powerhouse. Qin Yi wasn't lying. His clear, honest gaze met those cold eyes straightforwardly, betraying no flaw. Yet the fleeting sorrow deep within his clear eyes made Luo Shui pause briefly. Recalling the original self's covetousness toward Luo Shui, Qin Yi mustered his courage and leaned closer to her. They were now so near that they could feel each other's breath. Is there anything else? Or do you want to? Qin Yi deliberately let his gaze fall on her tempting red lips, his eyes flickering as he whispered. Stay with me. Qin Yi felt he must have lost his mind, offering his cheek for a slap. According to his memories on the wedding night of the original self and Luo Shui, the original, dissatisfied with Luo Shui's agreement, had barged into her bedroom, relying on his status as the sole heir of the Qin family. He had attempted to force himself on her, but was knocked unconscious by a figure that appeared out of nowhere. When he woke, he was left in only his underwear at the villa's entrance, a total loss of face. He never even saw whether that person was male or female. From then on, with Luo Shui controlling his finances, he avoided her as far as possible. Now, to force the woman to leave, Qin Yi deliberately leaned in and teased her with words. He glanced around the spacious bedroom, wondering if someone would magically pop out and hit him again. Except for the woman before him. Leaning forward constantly was tiring for her back, so Luo Shui straightened up and sat back in the comfortable swivel chair. The distance between them widened. Qin Yi, thinking the woman was shy, breathed a sigh of relief. His hand, which had been tightly gripping the mattress, now relaxed, palm open, supporting him on the bed. The window was completely covered by heavy curtains. A tree-branch-shaped coat rack in the corner silently held a large dark overcoat. Only persons with limited civil capacity need a guardian's company. You don't, she said, her red lips parting slightly, a mocking glint in her eyes as she deliberately misinterpreted his intention. Limited civil capacity person indeed. While seducing an ice queen was clearly not realistic. Qin Yi twitched the corner of his mouth, gave an awkward smile, and retracted his long legs slightly. His toes, clad in deep blue cotton slippers, unconsciously curled against the floor. Luo Shui took in all of Qin Yi's subtle movements, her deep and chiseled features still cold and indifferent. She no longer had the patience to continue idle chatter with him. Take good care of yourself and recover. Inin has someone to look after her, so you don't need to worry. This meant she didn't want him to have contact with the child, right? Qin Yi recalled his father's repeated admonishments, and since he was indeed the child's biological father, he couldn't help but click his tongue and said tentatively, shouldn't a child experience some fatherly love? It would be better for her growth. Seeing the woman's increasingly cold and icy gaze influenced by her overwhelming aura of pressure, his voice grew softer. Fatherly love. Huh. A sarcastic smile spread across her cold and seductive red lips. Qin Yi, you should know that between us it's only a 3-year contractual relationship. How Inin was before and how she will be in the future has nothing to do with you. The woman's words were resolute, cold, and decisive. Qin Yi fell silent. Indeed, his original self's only role was to provide sperm. From the child's birth until now, when she was 3 years old, he had never fulfilled any fatherly duty. He even doubted she was his own child, treating her coldly from start to finish, scolding her with harsh words and ignoring her as if she were nothing. Yet at the same time, he accepted Luo Shui's monthly allowance of 200,000 for living expenses and squandered it on pleasure and debauchery. He was truly the scum of scum, the most worthless of the worthless. No wonder Luo Shui didn't want the child to have any connection with such a person. After the woman left the room, Qin Yi let out a helpless sigh, and his earlier cheerful mood was completely gone. Failure, such a failure. Qin Yi groaned, spreading his arms like a corpse as he lazily laid down on the bed. His eyes were vacant, staring at the ceiling adorned with a luxurious crystal chandelier, his mind going blank. In his past life, he had been a goody-goody ordinary girl who followed the rules until she died. Now, after being reborn, should he inherit the original's womanizing and reckless nature and continue to be a ne'er-do-well coasting through life, or use the family's resources to build a career? Coasting was indeed comfortable, but it invited a lot of resentment. But building a career, wasn't that too tiring? Moreover, he had no interest in finance at all. What difference did studying this major make? In the end, he wouldn't inherit the conglomerate anyway. Gradually, drowsiness overcame him, and Qin Yi simply stopped thinking, burrowed into the soft blanket, turned off the bedside lamp, and went to sleep. There was no life trouble that couldn't be solved by a good night's sleep. His 8 a.m. biological clock dragged Qin Yi out of his dreams. When he picked up the toothpaste and looked at the person in the mirror through blurry eyes, he froze, realizing he didn't have to go to school now. Before his soul transmigrated, she had been a college student who, after the transmigration, he was still a college student. But one was an ordinary sophomore pharmacy student, and the other was a wealthy, well-connected, and unrestrained playboy senior. His identity and life had undergone a dramatic transformation. He still needed some time to get used to this stark contrast. Suddenly feeling something strange down below, Qin Yi looked down and couldn't help blushing. "Young master, breakfast is ready." The sudden voice startled Qin Yi, making him jump back with an ah. He steadied himself against the sink toothbrush still in his mouth and saw the young girl in a maid's uniform in front of him. An eye glanced at Qin Yi with a strange look, then lowered her eyes and said calmly. Qin Yi composed himself. "I understand. You can go out first." An eye turned and left the bathroom. Qin Yi let out a sigh of relief. Because of her fairly attractive fair face, the original self had once harbored impure thoughts about this mixed race maid named an eye. But because this maid actually knew some martial arts, having once seen her directly take down 3 big men, the original had abandoned that notion. A scumbag is a scumbag because they always prefer to bully the weak and pitiful. Qin Yi shook his head, lowered his neck, and continued brushing his teeth. After washing his face with cleanser, when he looked up and saw the person in the mirror, he was almost startled again. It turned out that an eye had gone to the bedroom to get him clothes and was about to help him put them on. Qin Yi stepped back. Wait, I'll do it myself." She had never been used to having someone help her dress. Afraid that the person would insist on the original's bad habits, Qin Yi thought for a moment and added, "I'm a grown man. I'll dress myself from now on. You go about your business." "Yes, young master." An eye nodded, handed the clothes to Qin Yi, and exited the room with a faint robotic formal smile on her lips. Qin Yi breathed a sigh of relief. After dressing, he walked out of the room. The sunlight streamed through the windows onto the smooth tiled floor, illuminating the entire spacious and luxurious villa brilliantly. Qin Yi rubbed his eyes, still a bit sleepy, and sat at the dining table to enjoy the ordinary, yet more luxurious breakfast prepared by an eye herself. The original self had a habit of sleeping in. From his memories, it seemed he hadn't had a proper breakfast in a long time. He usually skipped straight to lunch or dinner, and sometimes didn't even eat meals, just drinking with his pack of worthless friends, and then finding a girl to sleep with. "And why don't you sit down and eat with me?" Qin Yi still wasn't used to having someone stand beside him while he ate breakfast. It was too awkward. Bacon, fried tomatoes, toast, mashed potatoes, fried eggs, lettuce, a fruit platter of strawberries, and blueberries, milk, each item on its own plate. It was a lavish English breakfast that looked abundant, but he knew his stomach couldn't handle that much. And I shook her head, her voice indifferent and expressionless, exactly like the mistress of the house. "I've already eaten. Please enjoy your meal, young master." Qin Yi glanced at the large table, then at the empty spiral staircase. After hesitating for a moment, he asked, Has Madame Luo already eaten and gone out?" And "Yes, young master." As a matter of fact, after the original self was traumatized by Luo Shui on their wedding night, he avoided her like a snake or insect. How could he care about when she woke up, ate, or went out? Thus, regarding Luo Shu's schedule from the original's memories, he only knew that she was very busy. Work consumed almost all her time, and occasionally, she had to spare some time to accompany the child's studies. In contrast, the nominal father not only mooched off the family, but was also a complete idler and womanizer, a proper playboy. Qin Yi shook his head. He didn't want to be a parasite waiting to die, nor a fool who played around and ended up in prison. He just wanted to live this second life simply and freely. Qin Yi took a bite of the bread, and his eyes lit up. It tasted better than the ones from the bakery. He would definitely ask an eye how to bake it later. Before her rebirth, she had been a total dessert lover and foodie, but because she exercised, regularly drank water, and kept a regular schedule. Her body fat was well controlled. And then I glanced at her watch and reminded him, "Young master, Miss Chun will come to tutor you at 9 o'clock. It's now 10 minutes to 9. Miss Chun." And then I nodded. Qin Yi remembered that this was probably the tutor his old man had hired for him. He figured and I probably didn't know the specifics either. He would wait until she arrived. He needed to make some money now. The original self owed his playboy friends a total of around 400 to 500,000. Although this amount was nothing to those people. In fact, it was a good deal for them to gain the favor of the Qin family's heir. Qin Yi didn't like being in debt, especially not to those people. As he ate, Qin Yi thought about how to earn money. Should he get a job? No. He was still a college student, knew nothing, and was a complete waste. What company would hire him? His gaze fell on the deliciously baked croissant in front of him, and his eyes lit up. Why not open a dessert shop? Suddenly it felt as if a jolt of electricity had struck his brain, a sharp pain surging from the depths of his mind. Qin Yi propped his forehead and lowered his head, his expression one of agony. "Young master." Annie crouched beside him, using the back of her hand to feel his face. "So hot." Startled, she immediately pulled out the internal phone and dialed Dr. Zhao. Zhao Bowen was the private physician residing in the annex building of Luo Shui, also responsible for Qin Yi's health. However, most of the time Qin Yi never followed Dr. Zhao's advice to take care of himself. The noise around him was chaotic. It seemed someone lifted him onto a soft bed and cold instruments were being fiddled with on his chest. Yet Qin Yi couldn't pay attention to any of that for the moment. The mechanical sound in his head was so crisp. He felt as if he were floating in a deep blue space woven from strings of incomprehensible data. Beep. Congratulations, host. You have awakened the Tiantianhua food system. What? A system? A golden finger. Wait, Tiantianhua. Tiantianhua can't be sweeter than Barbara. Qin Yi suddenly recalled that popular internet meme. At that moment, the crisp electronic voice sounded again in his mind. Correct password beep. La la la, congratulations. Little Qin has unlocked the voice-activated intelligent service system. Beep. The complete food atlas has been opened for you. Welcome to use it, Qin Yi. Wait, he was confused. Was it because he wanted a dessert shop that the system suddenly unlocked? No, dear. This system is designed to rescue beings with ill-fated physiques who catch its eye. Qin Yi was still floating in the deep blue space, surrounded by data. In other words, he was now inside the space created by the system. Hearing what the lively, cute, crisp electronic voice said, the corner of his mouth twitched involuntarily. Indeed, since childhood, she had always been very unlucky. He never won the lottery, even once, couldn't even experience a service properly, almost choked to death on water, tripped over a stone, while walking fell over a classmate during a school run, and was assigned to a lane alone, forgot his homework, was misunderstood by a teacher for dating, while discussing problems with a male classmate, often found steel wool in his cafeteria food, mistook baby wipes for sanitary pads during his period, even fell from the upper bunk in college, and was rushed to the hospital at night, and later was hit by a car. It was as if he was cursed by misfortune. Qin Yi looked around and asked curiously, so if I hadn't awakened this golden finger, would I continue to be unlucky? Yes. Suddenly something resembling a character panel appeared before Qin Yi. Character Qin Yi. Gender male. Age 23. Health 20. Note estimated total lifespan. Normal average reference value for 2040 is 102. Stamina 10 reference 50. Charm 30 reference 50. Talent 10 reference 20. Destiny 08. Destiny is the estimated acceptance level of the being by the world. Below 10 means rejected by the world's will. The lower the value, the greater the rejection, and the lower the estimated lifespan. System reminder: when destiny reaches 0, the life form will be eliminated by the world's will. Normal reference value 40. As the panel opened, the system read the information in very standard Mandarin in Qin Yi's ear. After it finished, Qin Yi fell silent for a few seconds, then uttered a precise round-toned "damn." Such garbage stats. And according to the health stat in the system, he had only 6 more years to live. Plus his destiny was already below 10, meaning he was bound to encounter all sorts of misfortunes in the days ahead. No way. Even being reborn couldn't change his unlucky constitution. How do I increase destiny? Qin Yi couldn't help asking. This system was designed in 3060, is specifically created to enhance the host's happiness in life. So little Qin, you can collect starlight by completing the food atlas to exchange for stat points in the data space. A bubble-like humanoid floating object suddenly appeared, looking bouncy and round, very cute. Qin Yi's eyes lit up, charmed by the sudden appearance of this little spirit. Not only can you exchange for stat points, but you can also exchange for various talents and skills in the mall to help the host live happily. What is the food atlas like? And what should I call you? Tiantianhua. Qin Yi asked, looking at the floating spirit. The little spirit floated beside Qin Yi. He raised his hand to touch it, but his hand passed right through its body, as if feeling nothing. It seemed to be just a virtual image created by the system. Beep system, naming input successful. Huh. Qin Yi was startled. The attribute panel vanished, and then the food atlas panel appeared. The panel displayed the table of contents for the food atlas: mortal grade, spirit grade, immortal grade, and divine grade. The mortal grade included all the dishes that exist or don't exist in the current world, as well as various desserts. Each cuisine was detailed with its ingredients and preparation steps. Qin Yi could only open the mortal grade page. The spirit, immortal, and divine grades showed as locked. In the bottom left corner was a small house icon. Qin Yi tentatively reached out and tapped it, discovering that his hand seemed to touch a screen. A ripple spread from the icon, and the page turned into the main page. On the main page were the character attribute panel: food, atlas, mall, and world chronicle. Master, you can also ask Little Sweet directly if you want to know any information. The little spirit flew a circle around him, speaking with its round, clear eyes. Hearing this, Qin Yi suddenly remembered that the system had said it was born in 3060. How had it come to him? And as that thought came to mind, he voiced it. On December 1st, 3060, humanity, due to internal conflicts and misuse of technological power, caused the vast majority of humans who failed to evacuate Earth to perish along with it. What? Earth exploded in 3060. Qin Yi sat bolt upright, as if from a nightmare. The amount of information was overwhelming. Qin Yi didn't even have the energy to dwell on how the system alternately called him Little Qin, host, and master. So how did you travel back? Qin Yi stared wide-eyed at the floating spirit. The previous host set the time and location with high-tech means. Coupled with the host's strong will to live, which matched the system's original creation purpose, the system reintegrated the host's soul into the nearest compatible life form. This consumed a vast amount of system energy, temporarily preventing the activation of more functions for the host. The system said the previous host had sent it here. Why? Was he supposed to save the future world? That was 1,000 years from now. Tiantianua, did your previous host leave any message for me? For example, what does the system's inheritor need to do? The floating spirit shook its head, its clear eyes fixed on Qin Yi as if it wanted to imprint this master deep into its database. Qin Yi felt that there was no such thing as a free lunch. But he asked the system many questions about the previous host, and the system replied: access permission not yet unlocked, every time. It seemed he wouldn't get any more answers. Qin Yi shook his head, casting those thoughts aside. He was just an ordinary person. A living to 100 was already enough. Why worry about things 1,000 years away? He opened them all. Qin Yi saw a dazzling array of talent skills. Attribute point exchange 1, 1000 Starlight Universal. Low-grade motor vehicle driving technique 1000 Starlight. High-grade motor vehicle driving technique 1000 Starlight. Low-grade medical technique 5000 Starlight. Hereafter Starlight is omitted. High-grade medical technique Chinese medicine 1000. Plant cultivation technique 2000. Food tasting technique 1000. Short-term physical enhancement potion 2000. Complete Chinese, English, French, German, Russian language pack 8000. Music talent speed up potion 8000. These Qin Yi could still understand, but the exchange items below grew increasingly abstract. Disguise technique 50000. Invisibility technique 80000. Limited distance teleportation technique 8000. Mind reading technique 8000. Strong recovery potion 5000. Enchanted rose of infinite love 2000. Qin Yi fell silent. After a few seconds he asked, what the hell is the enchanted rose of infinite love? Is that a talent too? The floating spirit wagged its little tail and drifted beside the panel. Oh, this is an item. The system mall contains not only talent skills, but also various items to enhance the happiness of life. The enchanted rose can increase the target's intimacy toward a specific individual by 50, and it is permanent. In a sense, if the master uses the enchanted rose on someone who has only a general impression of you, you can directly make them unconditionally like you. Isn't this an instant love-struck brain creator? He wasn't in a relationship, nor did he have a liking for forced love. What use did he have for that thing? Of too useless. Qin Yi shrugged in disgust and continued asking the system, so does starlight come from cooking a dish? The little spirit wiggled its round head. No. Starlight is collected based on the satisfaction feedback of those who consume the food. It doesn't appear immediately after cooking. Therefore, if he wished to obtain star essence, he must have the dishes he prepared consumed by others, and then secure their favorable reviews to gain the star essence. Qin Yi pondered. Beep, indeed, master, your understanding is correct. The system affirmed Qin Yi's conjecture. The sprite flitting about energetically, though its movements dazzled his eyes. It seemed intent on memorizing every epidermal cell on him. The sprite drifted from above his head to behind him, circled back to his chest, spiraled down to his legs, then darted before his eyes. If its fluttering wings emitted sound, it would surely be the incessant buzz of a fly circling about. Do you have ADHD? Qin Yi couldn't help but complain. If only he could touch the system's physical form, he would have thrown a punch to send it flying. Master, violent thoughts violate public order and good customs. We must be civilized individuals. No, I just want to lie flat, thank you. How do I exit the system space? Qin Yi surveyed the space woven from infinite data, feeling as though he had lingered there for ages. As long as Master wishes to awaken, you may leave the system space at any time. Likewise, you have permission to enter at any moment. Time in the space flows 3 times as fast as the outside world. There is no need to worry about your physical body in reality. What about you? If I exit the space, can I still converse with you? Yes, you can. Master can communicate with the system at any time through mental messages. Then if I re-enter the system space, will my outside self fall into slumber? Yes, Master. Receiving the system's confirmation, Qin Yi nodded reassuringly. Some questions need not be answered immediately. He could take it slow. His life in reality also demanded gradual adjustment. Qin Yi closed his eyes, thought of exiting, and a flash of white light seemed to streak before his vision. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself lying on a soft bed. Several familiar figures surrounded the bedside. Blinking against the light that stung his eyes, he gradually made out the silhouettes encircling him. They were his private physician Zhao Bowen, the maid Annie, a somewhat familiar young woman whose origin eluded him, and the little girl, Qin Yi, who gazed at him with curious eyes. Seeing he had awakened, the girl hastily pulled Annie's arm, jumped off the stool, and hid behind Annie, peering at him with bright, unwavering eyes. Qin Yi. Had she not gone to preschool today? Sensing Qin Yi's confusion, Annie interjected, the preschool teacher took leave today. Young Master Qin, how do you feel? Zhao Bowen stepped forward with a smile, his gentle and affable demeanor lending the middle-aged man an air of approachability. In truth, his mind was brimming with perplexity. The instruments detected no anomalies, neural activity and hormone secretions all indicated perfectly normal readings, as if the man had merely been asleep. Yet he dared not slacken even slightly, for before him stood the sole heir of the Qin family in Magic City, the eldest young Master Qin. He was employed by Qin Yi, tasked with overseeing Qin Yi's health, earning an annual salary of 800,000. Should Qin Yi suffer any mishap, he might at best be dismissed, at worst be sent to work in a prison workshop. Qin Yi blinked, gently shaking his head, sorting the jumble of messages in his mind from tangled threads into soft, pliable cotton to be stored deep within his memory. It's nothing, just a bit of a headache, maybe a post-accident symptom. Not wanting to lie down any longer, Qin Yi sat up. Seeing that Qin Yi seemed fine, Zhao Bowen breathed a sigh of relief. He packed away his stethoscope and spoke respectfully. Since young Master Qin feels no discomfort, I shall take my leave. If anything troubles you, kindly call me, and I will attend to you immediately. The instruments showed no issues, and both examination and consultation revealed nothing wrong. Zhao Bowen decided to leave directly, as the eldest young Master Qin had always disliked seeing him. All right, thank you. Qin Yi nodded, offering a polite thanks. This expression of gratitude stunned everyone in the room. Even the girl Qin Nin behind Annie revealed a look of astonishment. Sensing the sudden silence, Qin Yi instinctively looked at the frozen Zhao Bowen and asked, "What's the matter?" Zhao Bowen snapped back to reality and quickly shook his head, "Nothing, nothing." Even as he left the room, Zhao Bowen wondered, was that polite young man who just expressed gratitude truly the unruly and defiant Qin Yi? How peculiar. Young Master Qin, if you have no intention of studying today, I will inform Mr. Qin accordingly. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. A light, melodious voice sounded in the spacious, quiet room. The girl deliberately stressed the word lad, yet betrayed no emotional fluctuation. Qin Yi raised his head to gaze at the young woman, whose eyes were slightly dim, yet whose features were delicate. As she turned to leave, he hastily called out to her, "Wait." She turned to look at him, but after a brief moment her unwavering gaze shifted elsewhere, toward the girl behind Annie. A once stagnant lake stirred into waves, yet her expression remained as numb as an unyielding statue. Chunwani. The face before him merged with the person from deep in his memory. Shocked, Qin Yi involuntarily sharpened his senses, attention named unease lurking in his eyes. "Why is it you?" Qin Yi murmured as he looked at her. Indeed, this girl was his former self's romantic interest. His former self had hidden his identity, approaching Chunwani, the department beauty of the same grade, as a slightly well-off classmate. Within half a semester he had won her over. But because she had always refused intimate contact, his patience had been waning in recent days. This was a very dangerous signal. This scoundrel seemed to have a penchant for the masochistic. He would ignore those who willingly came to his bed, yet be stirred by those indifferent or repulsed by him. He would approach them in sheep's clothing, devour them, and if they resisted, he would use every filthy tactic to force their submission, then discard them like tasteless remnants for new prey. And Chunwani was still the target he had partially, but not fully claimed. The girl raised her quivering eyelids, her lifeless eyes brimming with desolation. She stood quietly by the window, her loose hair gently stirred by the breeze from the half-open pane. Light cascaded onto her fair, delicate face, lending an ethereal unreality. "I'm sorry to disappoint you. It's not someone else. My arrival might be an unwelcome surprise for you." Her voice, light as the wind outside, was elusive. Qin Yi opened his mouth, but found no words. So even an explanation is unnecessary. The bluebell withered on the gobi of lies, sandstorms raging. Chen Wanyin exhaled silently and turned to leave. Yet soon she halted, turning her head to lower her gaze. A girl with a slight resemblance to Qin Yi, her eyes sparkling like stars, gripped her skirt and murmured softly into her ear, "Sister, play." Those eyes, naive and clear, were like the purest, most brilliant light in the starry sky, moving the heart. As she spoke, the girl timidly glanced at Qin Yi, then shuffled closer to Chen Wanyan's leg, as if wanting to. Qin Yi's voice sounded behind her, "Wait. I want you to tutor me. And also." As Chen Wanyin was about to leave, Qin Yi lowered his gaze to the floor, feeling a deep, thorny vine of guilt entwine his heart, nearly drowning him. Qin Yi was a girl who had never been in love, never committed a crime, never owed the kind of money and emotional debts that flood like torrents. Her quality fluctuated, occasionally selfish, too timid to watch horror movies, only wanting to lie flat. While Qin Yi was the sole heir of the illustrious and powerful Qin clan, he defied the law, acted with unbridled arrogance, and his wealth and status served as natural weapons for his tyranny. Those girls, those victims, appeared one after another before him, the culprit. He dared not meet their eyes. An indescribable sense of fragmentation made him want to escape everything. It was merely the tragedy wrought by his former self, utterly unrelated to her. Yet her strong empathy plunged her into an ocean named guilt. Her heartbeat was stifled, the air seemed to be extracted thread by thread. He instinctively chose to avoid, to unilaterally sever these tormenting connections, as if that would absolve him of the harm he had inflicted and free him from the haunting fear that those girls would plunge cold daggers into his body in revenge. She did not want to be Qin Yi, but now she could only be Qin Yi. The childish, tender voice was like a string of wind chimes guiding the lost soul in the deep forest. Qin Yi had a wife and a daughter. Suddenly the man's well-defined hand clenched into a fist, his lowered gaze flickering with light, locking directly onto Chen Wanyan's eyes, which stirred with ripples. "By the way, I want to make a dessert and invite you and Yi to taste it. Congratulations, Master, for triggering the first daily random quest. Completing it will reward you handsomely. Sweet tip: daily random quests can be declined. Main storyline quests cannot be declined." A guest arrives from afar. As a novice father with clumsy child-rearing skills, show off your dessert-making skills to welcome the visitor and the uneasy little princess. The system's voice emerged the moment Qin Yi spoke to detain Chen Wanyin. Without hesitation, he tapped it. In the luxuriously spacious children's playroom, Chen Wanyin gazed absently at the girl sliding down the slide, with a laugh, her delicate features as exquisite as a porcelain doll. Her thick, soft black hair was tied into an adorable bun with a khaki-patterned hair tie, while the rest cascaded naturally over her shoulders, brushing against her fair, smooth skin. The light yellow sweatshirt featured a wide square collar that rested softly on her tender shoulders, the fabric appearing exceptionally cozy and comfortable. Paired with dark brown trousers and white sneakers, she exuded a blend of soft cuteness and vibrant energy. She laughed heartily, completely free of the nervousness and fear she had shown downstairs. Her delicate little face already hinted at the stunning beauty she would one day become. Her mother must surely be an extraordinary woman of remarkable grace and charm. Qin Yi slid down the slide and scampered a few steps into Chen Wanyan's arms. The gentle scent of books and warmth that clung to the young woman made the girl instinctively bury her face into Chen Wanyan's neck and shoulder. The warm breath against her neck tickled. Chen Wanyan leaned back, slightly propping up the girl's soft body, and said with a tender smile, "Yin, that's too close. It tickles." "Then Yin will let you bury your face too." "Yin's not ticklish," the girl declared in her childish voice, full of righteous confidence. The fragrance of this older sister was sweet and different from her mother's, but equally pleasant. She loved the scent. Though the girl's pure milky scent was also very pleasant, Chen Wanyin shook her head, set her down on the floor, and gently stroked her little head. "Why didn't you want to play downstairs?" It seemed the second floor of the villa was not a place and wanted her to go, likely a private area for the mistress of the house. When the girl had pulled her up the stairs, the maid named, and had hesitated, but the determined girl had insisted on bringing "Miss." The girl halted, her clear, starry eyes shimmering with a layer of mist. Biting her plump lips, she turned at the edge of the stairs and stared stubbornly at and in the hall. The small hand holding hers was so soft and fragile, yet it gripped tightly, trembling slightly, as if using all the strength the girl could muster. Chen Wanyin was observant. From the moment she entered the villa and learned the girl's identity, she quickly sensed the child's fear of Qin Yi. How could this be? Wasn't he her father? Why was she so terrified? Chen Wanyin was filled with questions, yet her heart softened for this vulnerable child. She lifted her gaze to and said, "It seems your young miss merely wishes for me to keep her company. Please rest assured I won't wander around," and sighed inwardly. She felt even more pity for Yin, who was on the verge of tears. When the mistress was away from home, Yin always clung to her, avoiding Qin Yi. But as a servant of this household, and also bore the responsibility of looking after that profligate son. Thus Luo Shui often took Yin along with her personally. "Then Miss Chen, please take care of Yin." once and nodded. Qin Yi instantly withdrew her tears, smiled, and waved at, and before hastily pulling Qin Juanyin's hand up the stairs. Watch the stairs, and called out worriedly as the little one climbed too fast. Qin Yuan's voice rang out clearly, I know, sister, and you go ahead. Thus Qin Juanyin followed the girl into the luxurious children's indoor playroom directly opposite the staircase. Every piece of furniture had its sharp edges removed and was wrapped in soft sponge. The walls were padded with soft upholstery, the floor covered with thick plush carpet, and cameras were installed in every corner of the ceiling without blind spots. There was a trampoline, a slide, a low-altitude wobbly walkway, a small bumper car, a seesaw, and even a carousel. Beneath the toys, elevated from the ground, a sea of knee-high plastic balls formed a cushion, ensuring that if a child fell they wouldn't get hurt. Clearly the designer had carefully addressed every potential safety hazard, and her mother must surely love her deeply. At this thought a shadow flickered across Qin Juanyin's face. Qin Yi had never told her he already had a family, so as his girlfriend hadn't, she become the loathsome third party who destroyed another's family. A pain like a cramp twisted in her heart, but only a moment of gloom showed on her face. When the girl looked over, the young woman once again wore a gentle, faint smile devoid of distance. They played happily for a while. Qin Juanyin sat on the floor, slightly out of breath, leaning against the padded wall. Beside her lay the girl, sprawled out and sweating from exhaustion. Unlike the pampered little princesses of high society she had encountered who clung to all sorts of aristocracy, this girl was like a child from the countryside who, after playing hard, would simply lie down on the grass and fall asleep under the sun, willful yet free. Because daddy hates seeing Yi. The moment those words left Qin Juanyin's lips, she took the tired girl's hand and led her to sit by the wall. They took off their shoes. The carpet was clean. Qin Juanyin looked at Yi lying on the floor, tugging at her clothes, and whispered softly, how could anyone hate their own child? Yi doesn't know, but daddy just doesn't want to see Yi. Daddy says Yi isn't his child, but mommy and grandma and grandpa all say I am daddy's child. It's just that daddy hates Yi, the girl murmured in her childish voice. She was only 3, knowing only that Qin Yi hated her, yet unaware why. And she was afraid of the father. Yi recalled the drunken man hurling a wine bottle in front of her with a loud bang, followed by a get out. Then her mother, face cold, slapped him so hard he fell to the floor. She had hidden in her mother's arms, crying in fear. Since then, whenever Yi saw Qin Yi, she instinctively hid behind someone, staying far away from him. She never called him daddy again. Her little hand clutched Qin Juanyin's clothes, and her whole face scrunched as she pressed it against the young woman's leg. Qin Juanyin gently patted the girl's back. In a soft, lullaby-like voice, she comforted her, such a father is not a good father. But Yi must have a wonderful mother. The girl murmured, Yin's mommy is the best mommy in the whole world. And also the busiest mom. The girl didn't say the last part. Her tiny arms wrapped around Qin Juanyin's legs, as if hugging a stuffed toy, to sleep occasionally, nuzzling unconsciously, completely unaware that she was clinging to a reserved, elegant, and gentle young woman. Her legs felt so good to hug, but mommy said she needed to learn to be independent and wouldn't let her sleep together anymore. Qin Juanyin's eyelashes fluttered. She hesitated for a moment, then allowed the girl to continue holding her. 20 minutes earlier, after watching them go upstairs, Qin Yi had and sent someone to buy ingredients for making desserts. He then entered the kitchen to familiarize himself with the cookware. Compared to the wide variety of dishes in the real world, Qin Yi never realized desserts could come in so many forms until he browsed the system's culinary guide. Hey system, for these ordinary tier desserts that are lit up and clickable, can I just make them with real-world tools and ingredients? Qin Yi scrolled through the recipe menu and asked. Yes, rest assured, master. Go ahead. These are the most basic dishes. Your spiritual, immortal, and divine tiers are not yet unlocked and don't require special tools or materials. Oh, got it. Qin Yi nodded. From Anna's perspective outside the kitchen, the man stood with his chin in his hand, staring blankly at the stove, as if lost in thought, and couldn't help but twitch her mouth. She had never seen Master Qin in the kitchen before. Could he have watched some video and now impulsively wanted to make a culinary disaster? Should she have them by some digestive tablets too? And hesitated. The phone rang and snapped back to attention, answering swiftly. A familiar, cool voice devoid of any emotional fluctuation came through the line. Who was that girl playing? And replied, Madam Miss Chun is a tutor Mr. Qin hired to help the young master with his studies. She also seems to be his classmate. Luo Shui watched the feed from the second-floor surveillance camera. Her brow twitched. This was the first time she had seen Yi enjoy herself so much with anyone other than herself. Thinking of Qin Yi still in the villa, Luo Shui continued, What is Qin Yi doing? There was a pause on the other end. The young master is making desserts. Luo Shui, and could sense the disbelief on the other end. She herself still found it hard to believe that their young master had stepped into the kitchen. Ahem, the young master said it's to welcome Miss Chun, who came from afar, and also to make it up to the young miss, and whispered, glancing toward the kitchen. A cold laugh came through the phone. Tell Yi not to eat anything randomly. And tonight have Qin Yi pick me up at Haoxing Hotel. Yes, madam. After verification by security, a small truck pulled up in front of the villa. Two servants in suits trotted over, opened the intricately carved black iron gate, and took the boxes handed over by the delivery staff, carrying them toward the main villa. Qin Yi was still puzzled by what and had said. Pick her up at Haoxing. Yes, young master. Didn't Luo Shui dislike seeing him? Qin Yi scratched his head bewildered. What about her driver? And maintained her signature smile, and shook her head. I'm not sure madam specifically instructed you to pick her up. All right. Just then the intercom buzzed. Sister, and the young master's order has arrived. We're at the door. Coming. And replied into the intercom, then turned to Qin Yi. Young master, the goods are here. Qin Yi was a bit surprised. That fast. It had barely been 5 minutes. Truly the efficiency of the wealthy. And went to the door and opened it. The two workers carried white foam boxes and looked at Qin Yi respectfully. Young master, where should we put these? Qin Yi walked toward the kitchen. Bring them to the kitchen. You two help me sort them and store them in the fridge. I checked. The fridge is big enough to hold everything. Yes, sir. Bananas, strawberries, lemons, and other fruits, along with various flours, glutinous rice flour, eggs, milk, and the mixer blender and air fryer Qin Yi had requested were all placed in their designated spots. All right, thank you. We'll take it from here. No need to thank us, young master. Both men were visibly flattered. Qin Yi looked up at him. And can you help me as an assistant? It'll take too long if I do it all alone. And nodded. Of course, young master. Qin Yi methodically prepared the ingredients according to the steps outlined on the system panel. 250 g of milk, 30 g of white sugar, 15 g of corn oil, and 230 g of glutinous rice flour were weighed and placed in a glass bowl in sequence, allowing Annie to stir with a mixing stick. He turned and took out a dragon fruit from the refrigerator, scooped out the purple flesh, and used the juicer to extract juice. Young master, what's next? After mixing thoroughly, Annie turned to ask Qin Yi. Qin Yi took out mulberries and strawberries to wash, glanced at the smooth batter in the glass bowl, and said, That's good. Now place it in the steamer to steam for about 25 minutes. Does it really seem like he knows how to cook? Annie glanced at Qin Yi in surprise, nodded, and followed his instructions to add water to the steamer, set up the pot, and turn on the heat, while also switching on the exhaust fan. Once the dragon fruit is blended, pour it out, and wash the blender. Qin Yi meanwhile pulled out a bag of jasmine tea bags from somewhere, and placed them in a cup to steep in warm water. After Annie finished washing the blender, he placed the mulberries and strawberries into it, poured in the measured 10 g of syrup along with the brewed tea, and started blending. Annie, do you have some fine thread? Just the kind for sewing. Will do something thin and clean. Annie paused for a moment and replied, Yes, young master, wait a moment, I'll go get it. He noted the time. There were still 10 minutes until the batter in the steamer was ready, which was just enough time to prepare a few beverages. He took out 4 glass cups from the cupboard, poured 2/3 full of yogurt, and after mixing the mulberry and strawberry juice, Qin Yi poured it over the yogurt, filling it to a finger's height, and gently stirred it with a small spoon. The pure white yogurt and the winard juice intertwined at their boundary, resembling a beach meeting the waves, or like a gradient of colorful clouds swirling beautifully, appearing very appealing. Qin Yi then poured a circle of concentric patterns with yogurt on top, placing a strawberry, a mulberry, and a decorative green leaf at the center. Having finished making the drinks, Qin Yi set them aside and took out a seemingly brand new board for kneading dough from the cup. Annie had already brought the string. Qin Yi took the string, placed it on a clean surface, and smiled, saying, You've come just in time. Help me carry these drinks out. The stylish and minimalist low-footed glass cups held drinks that looked like art pieces, the red and white liquids adorned with strawberries, mulberries, and greenery, presenting a refreshing summer vibe with high aesthetic value that also ignited a desire to drink. Annie was slightly stunned. Could this really be something their young master could make? Placing the drinks in the tray, she noticed the quantity and asked, Young master, isn't there one too many? I don't think so. With teacher Qin Yi and you and me, isn't that just 4 people? Annie was taken aback, her eyelashes fluttering slightly as she spoke in a low voice. Young master, you really didn't have to make mine. I've long considered you part of the family, just as Qin sees you as an elder sister, I see you as a younger sister. There shouldn't be any problem with that, right? However, I now need to apologize on behalf of my former self. I'm sorry, Annie, I was too reckless back then. Qin Yi patted her shoulder, his tone sincere, even bowing slightly while apologizing. The earnest look in the young man's eyes made her feel it wasn't just a joke. The young master who awoke from this accident had truly changed. In the past, he would always look at her with greedy and vulgar eyes filled with disdain, frustration at unfulfilled desires and schemes, essentially the kind of gaze she loathed. You are just the most ordinary servant of the Qin family. It is your fortune to be noticed by me, do you understand? The man whispered as he leaned closer, his gaze like a dark, poisonous snake lurking for its prey. Someone capture her. Yes, young master. Puff, young master, this girl knows martial arts, she's tough. 2 grown men can't handle a stinky girl. Are you even useful? Stop. The cold voice silenced everyone in the villa as a powerful woman stood against the light, her presence making it hard to look directly at her. The bodyguard, who also served as a thug, trembled in fear. "Madam, you're all fired." Bodyguards are tools that can be hired with money. As the sole heir of the Qin group, Qin Yi had never cared for these people of lesser status. But facing Luo Shui, the woman whom Qin Yi valued as his wife, he found himself at a loss. After that, Qin Yi became more restrained, yet his attitude towards Annie remained indifferent. But now Qin Yi treated her as a sister. The man before her had such clear and pure eyes, bright as stars, reflecting even the lingering guilt from past unpleasant memories. Annie felt as if she were dreaming, yet the voice that reached her ears was so clear. "Young master." The man's handsome face wore a gentle smile, his attractive lips curling up. "Go on." The girl dazedly carried the tray outside while Qin Yi watched her retreating figure, his smile slowly fade. "Sweet flower, tell me, is this the price of my rebirth? Suffering the pain of others, the criminal has long since departed, yet the scapegoat still endures." A mechanical sweet voice echoed in his mind. The host's pursuit of a beautiful life is a crucial source of future happiness and the mission of the system's arrival. We hope the host cherishes the present and looks forward to the future. Sweet flower, forever by your side. Qin Yi raised his sharp eyebrows, the slightly upturned corners of his eyes carrying a hint of flirtation. "Really? Thank you." Though he was highly empathetic and easily influenced by others' emotions, he was also someone who quickly forgot negative feelings and rarely engaged in inner turmoil, swiftly freeing himself from chaotic memories to focus on his desserts. The batter in the pot was now steamed, and Qin Yi used heat-resistant tongs to lift the steaming glass bowl and set it beside the mat. The steamed batter had turned into a soft, elastic mound of white rice cake. He put on heat-resistant gloves and turned the glass bowl upside down to release the batter. He drizzled enough of the blended dragon fruit juice to dye it, and began to knead with somewhat awkward techniques. The white rice cake was very soft. After being coated with dragon fruit juice, it gradually transformed from a gradient pink into an even peach red under Qin Yi's kneading. Annie returned and proactively asked if there was anything else to do. Qin Yi placed the kneaded dough on one side of the board, sprinkled coconut powder on the board, and said, "Why don't you go upstairs and check on Yin and the others? I'm almost done here." "Okay, young master." Qin Yi pressed the dough into the coconut powder, applying slight pressure to flatten it, so it adhered evenly, then flipped it over to coat the other side as well, and rolled it out into a rectangular shape, though his technique with the rolling pin was not very skilled. Once the flat, evenly coconut-covered peach red dough was rolled out, he murmured, "Custard, custard," as he opened the refrigerator and took out the custard sauce to spread it in a zigzag pattern on the dough. He then took out a spatula used for making cakes to smooth it out, perfectly covering the pink dough that was dusted with snowflake. Bending over to admire the even layer of sauce, Qin Yi suddenly smiled and muttered to himself, "Hey, I'm really good at this. I could totally be a plasterer." Even the system was a bit surprised. The host is indeed suited for the job of a pastry chef. With a bit more practice, he could easily make a cake. Qin Yi chuckled softly, rolled the dough up like an egg roll, and used the string that Annie had brought to wrap it tightly before cutting it into pieces. As for why he used string instead of a knife, it was naturally because the custard sauce would stick to the knife blade, ruining the neat appearance of the layers. After taking out a small plate and carefully placing each piece on it with parchment paper, Qin Yi smiled as he walked out of the kitchen with the tray. Upon entering the bright and spacious hall outside the kitchen, he spotted a little one already sipping from a cup. The little girl's pale face was smeared with white and red liquids. After putting down her cup, a hand reached out to wipe the grime from the corner of her mouth. "Delicious." The pair of enchanting peach blossom eyes inherited from Qin Yi curved with delight, her satisfied smile blooming in her starry eyes. However, upon seeing Qin Yi come out, that smile faded, and her little lips tightened slightly. Under Luo Shui's instructions, Annie had gently advised Yin upstairs not to consume too much of anything that didn't taste good. Unexpectedly, the little one had seized the opportunity to take a big sip of the drink when they weren't paying attention. Seeing that there were no adverse effects, Annie felt a bit relieved and took a sip from the drink on the table as well. The sweet and tangy liquid infused with the fragrance of strawberries and mulberries surprised her with its refreshing taste. Annie had nearly completed observing Qin Yi's method in the kitchen, and it certainly didn't resemble the making of dark cuisine, which eased her mind. In fact, another reason for not adhering to Luo Shui's instructions this time was that Qin Yi was, after all, Yin's father. The little one had been deprived of paternal love for so long, and it was rare for Qin Yi to turn over a new leaf and bond with her. She felt it was only right to give this opportunity a try, even if it might lead to reprimands from Luo Shui in the end. Qin Yi approached with the tray and placed it on the dining table. He could see that the little one's mouth was slowly tightening, her small hands holding the glass cup drawing closer to her chest. That was a posture of insecurity. Qin Yi's eyes darkened, but he smiled naturally and said, "These custard glutinous rice rolls are still warm. They should taste good." After saying this, he took one from the tray and took a bite as if to prove there was no poison. The expressions of the people in the living room varied as they stared at Qin Yi without blinking. He swallowed a delicious glutinous rice roll, awkwardly chuckling a couple of times before sitting down directly opposite Qin Yi. The little one still harbored some shadows of the original owner. Every time she got a bit closer, the little milk dumpling would shrink back toward the girl, completely unconcerned about whether she might fall off the chair. In this family, no, in the little one's world, he must be the most frightening existence for her. Qin Yi glanced helplessly at Qin Yi, his eyes carrying a hint of pleading. If it weren't for the little one still being present, he would have clasped his hands together. Inheriting his parents' superior looks, Qin Yi's smooth, fair face bore sharp and cold features, exuding a strong sense of aggression. However, those deep black peach blossom eyes curled into a gentle arc, their clear dark pupils shimmering with a pleading softness. Even the sharp and unruly sword-like brows had lost some of their edge. Clearly a wolf's danger, yet radiating the softness of a fox begging for affection. Qin Yi was momentarily dazed as the hatred buried in her heart inexplicably calmed amidst such a gaze. The little hand beside her tugged at her sleeve. The girl's bright eyes curiously darted toward the beautifully presented dessert rolls on the table, but due to Qin Yi's presence opposite her, her small mouth remained tightly shut, her gaze toward Qin Yi filled with unease and vigilance. Qin Yi glanced at the girl, then reached out to take a dessert roll from the table. Her lips, painted with a daily red bean paste color, opened as she brought the soft glutinous rice roll to her mouth. The sweet and fragrant sauce burst forth, soft yet with a springy texture. It was a sensation she had never experienced in a cake shop. Surprisingly good. The glutinous rice roll stretched into a long strand between the girl's lips and fingertips. Qin Yi's clear eyes wide with curiosity, her lips slightly parted. Qin Yi nodded, and Qin Yi's eyes brightened even more. Her small hand reached for the glutinous rice rolls on the plate, grabbing one and bringing it to her mouth. Delicious. She had never tasted something so good. Sweet and soft little cake. Congratulations, master, on completing the task of making high-quality strawberry mulberry yogurt. Due to the successful creation of a dessert for the first time, you are rewarded with 500 star value points. Congratulations, master, on completing the task of making high-quality custard glutinous rice rolls. You are rewarded with 800 star value points. Little Princess Qin Yi expressed 100 satisfaction after tasting your dessert, and intimacy increased by 10. The system rewards you with 1,000 star value points. Respected guest Qin Yi expressed 60 satisfaction after tasting your dessert, and the system rewards you with 300 star value points. Total star value 2,600 points. The master can use this to exchange for desired products in the mall or directly exchange for attribute points. As the two of them finished the glutinous rice rolls, the system's announcements echoed one after another in their minds. Qin Yi couldn't help but let the corners of his mouth rise. 2,600. To think that he earned 2,600 points for making dessert for the first time. He could exchange for so many things in the mall. Moreover, what was this star value? It seemed that the feedback rewards from Qin Yi were the most, so it appeared that if he wanted to earn more star value, perhaps he could exploit it. He could earn it by serving the little princess. Qin Yi pondered secretly. However, he couldn't think of what to exchange for at the moment. He'd take his time to decide when he entered the system space tonight. For now, just stock up. Dad, did you make this? The little one suddenly asked. Her doe-like, lively eyes flickered shyly as they looked at Qin Yi, her voice soft. Qin Yi felt his heart nearly melt. Is it delicious? He asked again in a gentle tone, his clear and bright eyes bringing the girl an unprecedented sense of calm and warmth. It seemed that Dad wasn't so frightening after all. For some reason, the soft, fragrant, and sticky dessert seemed to have placed a transparent filter over Qin Yi, and the previously grayish-black aura that made her tremble and want to escape had mysteriously vanished. Qin Yi nodded. Her obedient and cute porcelain doll-like appearance made Qin Yi unable to resist wanting to stroke her fluffy head. His previously calm heart turned into a soft lake. A magical feeling spread from his heart to his mind, which was almost bubbling over. So this is what children were like, such adorable creatures. Her eyes were dark and bright, like they held two reflective black gems. Her creamy, springy skin was even whiter and more delicate than the glutinous rice dumplings. In the past, he had only thought of children as noisy and irritating creatures prone to crying at the slightest provocation. Now, facing the child who shared a strange blood resonance with this body, he unexpectedly found the creature before him to be so endearing. How could the original owner be so heartless to treat her as if she were invisible? Ugh, scumbag. Qin Yi cursed silently. Qin Yi had already eaten 5 or 6 glutinous rice rolls, and the yogurt in the cup had also been finished. He had initially wanted to eat more, but there was simply no room left in his stomach. Burp. Qin Yi looked longingly at the 4 glutinous rice rolls still left on the tray, rubbing her rounded little belly, unable to control a milky burp, stubbornly reaching out her small hand once more. However, the tray in front of her moved away just as she could reach it, and her chubby little hand only managed to grab the air. Qin looked at Qin Yi with bewildered eyes. Although it's delicious, you must consider whether your little belly can digest it all. What if you eat too much and get a tummy ache? Qin Yi smiled at Qin, clearly indicating that the little one had eaten quite enough. A tummy ache. She didn't want to have a tummy ache. Qin licked her lips, reluctantly glancing at the fragrant glutinous rice rolls, then shook her little head, as if making a difficult decision, squinting her eyes to avoid looking at them. Young master, shall I put these in the refrigerator? Annie inquired from the side. Qin Yi nodded, looking at Qin, who had only spoken a few words to him since waking up, and had instead been talking to Qin the whole time. He knew she was angry at the original owner. If it were him, he would have slapped his boyfriend for having a wife and child, but compared to him, Qin was simply a gentle and pitiable goddess. Yes, a goddess, not just a girl. The original owner had an eye for beauty, regardless of looks or figure. Anyone he took a fancy to had never appeared unattractive. If Luo Shui was synonymous with noble coldness, then Qin was a rich aroma of scholarly fragrance by the lakeside of summer lotus. Coming from a scholarly family, her every move exuded a delicate and gentle upbringing. Even though her pure and clean eyes were filled with disgust and disappointment, when looking at Qin Yi, they still possessed a unique charm. In the words of the boys at school, she embodied an enticing innocence. And Qin was indeed the flower of their department. Although he possessed the original owner's memories, he still couldn't understand why Qin had truly agreed to his pursuit and established a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship. Qin Yi always felt that a girl like Qin would not easily fall for a second-generation rich kid who pursued her with flaunting wealth and relentless attachment. Teacher Qin, could you please help me with my studies this afternoon? Would you prefer the bedroom or the living room? I'm fine with either. Qin Yi asked directly without much thought. As he mentioned the bedroom, Qin's gaze seemed to turn cold for a moment, passing quickly. Qin Yi didn't notice. He momentarily forgot that he was now a man and shouldn't invite her into his private space. Living room. Go get your computer and books, they'll teach you here. After saying this, Qin turned to look at Qin, her tone gentle, unlike the coldness she displayed when talking to Qin Yi. Qin, are you sleepy? Do you want to go upstairs for a nap? Then sister, you teach dad to read, and Qin won't disturb you. After eating, her sleepiness kicked in. Qin blinked her pretty eyelashes that she had inherited from Luo Shui. Qin couldn't help but pat Qin's little head again, which made Qin Yi, who was watching from across, feel a pang of envy. He wanted to pet her too. However, Qin didn't spare a glance at Qin Yi, grabbing Annie's hand and yawning as they headed upstairs. Qin Yi felt isolated from the world. In the entire hall, only Qin and Qin Yi remained. Qin gazed at Qin Yi with a deeply meaningful look, and he quickly stood up to go to his room. The original owner was not fond of studying, but the textbooks were neatly categorized, a result of Annie's daily tidying. Economics, Introduction to Finance, Insurance, Computers. Qin Yi saw everything and carried them out all at once. The once empty, elegantly beautiful marble dining table was now piled high with books, as if he were setting up a stall. Qin couldn't help but twitch her mouth. After a moment of silence, she asked, "Did you intend to consume all of that in one day?" Qin Yi was taken aback. Oh right, he forgot to ask Qin what she would teach him today. He had brought everything from the current lessons. Qin Yi glanced at the messy dining table and seriously said, "This creates a better learning atmosphere." Qin. Even though they had become a couple, Qin had never cared about Qin Yi's academic performance. However, after accepting the commission from the wealthy Mr. Qin, she began to regret it after 2 or 3 hours. But thinking of the reward of 2,000 yuan per hour, Qin calmed her mind and continued teaching after drinking the hot tea prepared by Annie. The young man diligently worked on the questions Qin had sent him on his computer. These were all questions he had to retake in his required courses. Although Qin Yi was now a senior in college and should focus on his practical thesis to hope for a smooth graduation, his advisor had assigned him an exceptionally simple thesis topic due to his status as the son of the Qin family. All he needed to do was to hang around in his father's company for a while and gather some basic processes and data without needing to struggle like an ordinary student. This was a secret privilege granted to the children of the wealthy who funded the university. However, there was still a requirement that he must pass the core courses from the first 3 years. Qin Yi had easily resolved those subjects in his freshman and sophomore years through his connections with his counselor and advisor. However, those two were exposed for academic fraud and bribery in his junior year, nearly dragging him down with them. As a result, he failed 2 required courses during his junior year, which he postponed until his senior year. If he failed again, he would have to delay his graduation. Qin Yi was too lazy to clean up his mess and left him to solve it on his own. He even kindly helped him find a tutor, choosing a female student who had a good reputation and was rumored to be involved with him. One wonders what kind of money his father had thrown around, not fearing that he wouldn't be able to study any better. However, Qin Yi worried unnecessarily. Qin Yi beside him truly upheld her responsibilities as a tutor, not allowing him to take breaks or scratch his head while doing the exercises. Unfamiliar knowledge points were hammered into his brain as if with a heavy mallet. These are all basic questions. If you can't even master these fundamentals, even if I give you the answers, you can only hope for a passing grade in the exam. Upon hearing past Qin Yi's previously numb expression brightened. He turned to Qin Yi, staring at her, without blinking. Is it possible to pass? Qin Yi. He turned around, no longer even using the mouse, as if he had found a lifeline. Just send me the answers, I'll memorize them directly. Really, I can memorize them. As long as I can pass the exam, my dad won't say anything. Qin Yi's only goal at the moment was to graduate as soon as possible and open a dessert shop. The intensity of the young man's gaze left Qin Yi somewhat speechless. Please, I'm begging you, Qin Yi clasped his hands together. However, Qin Yi's expression changed, and she glared at him fiercely, scolding, Don't call me Ain. I have no relationship with you, young Master Qin. Qin Yi was startled by the sudden reprimand, lowering his head. After a while, a small voice emerged. Qin Yi's chest rose and fell slightly as she turned her face away from him. He'll accept that apology. Once we leave this villa, let's act as if we don't know each other. It would be a lie to say that she had never felt the slightest stir of emotion for him. Despite Qin Yi's flirtatious persona with girlfriends coming and going, he never pursued other girls while in a relationship. To like someone is to like them, not to date multiple people at once. He would always be the first to come to her side when she needed help. If Qin Yi knew Zhang Yoxin at this moment, she might not feel this way. Indeed, during the duration of their relationship, he wouldn't flirt with other girls, yet any relationship he had with a girl could last at most a month. The only thing he craved was novelty, not the responsibilities of a boyfriend. Because he had arranged for someone to report back to him about what his girlfriend was experiencing, he could always be the first to appear by her side. All of this was merely to gain her trust and ultimately possess her. With a fleeting glint in his downcast eyes, he looked up at the girl, unwilling to tell her the cruel truth. He couldn't bear to tell her that she didn't have to break up so amicably, she could ask for a breakup fee as compensation. However, if Qin Yi were to bring it up himself, she would definitely think he was humiliating her. I understand. Once I pass the remedial exam, you won't have to teach me anymore. My dad will pay your tutoring fee. Qin Yi's gaze drifted to the table. Just send me the answers for the exam and I'll memorize them. You can do whatever you want with your free time. As long as Qin Yi sent him the answers, she wouldn't have to come to the villa. Since she was still a student at school, she had to return for classes during the day on weekdays if there were lessons, and she could come back to teach when she had free time. During the month, she had agreed upon with Mr. Qin, as long as she came to the villa for 20 days working 3 hours each day, she would receive 2,000 yuan per hour. Therefore, after Qin Yi finished speaking, Qin Yi shook her head. I will give you the answers, and I will supervise your memorization. After you finish memorizing, I will still teach you those basic knowledge points. If the time exceeds, wouldn't that just be wasting time on me? Qin Yi still wanted to try a little harder. He really didn't want to learn those obscure and difficult knowledge points. The remuneration from Mr. Qin has already far exceeded the market price. It cannot be considered a waste. How can it not be considered? That's enough for today. He'll be back tomorrow, so please don't wander around, otherwise I will consult Mr. Qin's opinion. Thank you for your cooperation. Goodbye. Wait. Qin Yi stared blankly as he watched Qin Yi swiftly pack up the books she brought, and Yi woke up when her name was called, instinctively reaching for the alarm clock on the bedside table. She opened her drowsy eyes, looking out at the already dimming view outside the window. It was about the time for the kindergarten class to finish. Usually Aunt Lu or her mother would come to pick her up from the company, and it seemed she had slept a bit too long. Yi, are you awake? Annie walked to the window, pulling the curtains open a bit wider and putting on the shoes next to the bed for her. Where's Daddy? He's downstairs. Yin's chubby little hand supported herself on the bed, lifting her other short leg onto Annie's lap to help put on her shoes. Sister Annie, does Daddy like me a little bit? Yin asked uncertainly. Children find it hard to resist the temptation of sweet treats. The sweet taste symbolizes that it must be something delightful. Since such delicious treats were made by Daddy, his mood must also be sweet right now. After putting on the little one's shoes, Annie gently tugged to ensure they wouldn't come off, and quietly said, Master must have noticed Yin's cuteness, so he probably wants to make desserts to get closer to you. Will Daddy turn back into that scary person he was before? Her clear, sparkling eyes seemed to reflect stars, yet Annie's gaze fell, avoiding the charming, round, peach blossom eyes of the child. She didn't want to lie to the child, but she also didn't want to shatter the child's purest hopes. Master will always be Yin's father. Since Yin is so adorable, Master will surely continue to like you. However, in reality, men are the best liars. Annie couldn't guarantee that the seemingly gentle man today wouldn't change into another form tomorrow. Nevertheless, the man's changes had brought new hopes to this family. When Annie went downstairs with Yin, the messy pile of books on the dining table had already been cleaned up by him. Seeing the little princess coming downstairs, Qin Yi stepped forward and couldn't help but reach out his hand. Yin instinctively closed her eyes and tightly held Annie's small hand. Within a few breaths, a large hand gently patted her fluffy little head twice. Inine, stay at home and behave. I'll go pick up your mom. Inine opened her eyes, responding in a crisp voice, okay. I'm off. Qin Yi smiled, nodded at Annie, then turned his fingers, playfully shaking the car keys as he headed to the elevator down to the underground garage. In the gray-white space, 3 luxurious sports cars with dazzling colors were parked along with 2 low-key but luxurious black business cars. The Maybach, which Qin Yi recognized, seemed to be the most ordinary car in the garage. Wow! Qin Yi exclaimed as he opened the Maybach, feeling the low growl of this gentlemanly, yet dangerous beast excitedly driving out of the garage. In his past life he had a driver's license, but no car to drive. In this life, the unattainable luxury car had become his most ordinary means of transportation. At first Qin Yi drove slowly, still feeling his way, but later on, pressing the accelerator, the excitement surged through his veins, reaching a speed of 180. Luo Shui called Qin Yi. Before he could say anything, a cold "you can come now" ended the call, followed by an address sent to his WeChat. Her commanding tone was unyielding and left no room for refusal. This queen-like demeanor made Qin Yi both amused and exasperated, but he still didn't refuse, heading to his bedroom to grab the keys and prepare to leave. When he checked his WeChat, he saw many unread notifications below. Qin Yi didn't examine them closely and directly put his phone into the pocket of his casual pants. He wore a dark-colored shirt with a white inner layer, looking simple, yet casual and energetic. As he stepped out, he noticed an inconspicuous sedan following closely behind in the rearview mirror. Qin Yi glanced at it, but didn't pay much attention, thinking it was just a domestic worker going out for errands. The Haoxing Hotel is a 5-star establishment located in the city's economic center, adorned lavishly with a noble and elegant ambience. Wealthy families often host banquets here, and nearby is a brightly lit shopping mall rumored to belong to his family, while the hotel seems to be the property of his flamboyant friend Xi Lang. Arriving at the hotel entrance, it was already 6 in the evening. The sky was overcast, and a light rain began to fall outside the window. The windshield wipers swept across the glass, revealing the unique haziness of urban lights intermingled with rain. Qin Yi initially intended to drive straight into the underground parking garage, but he inadvertently noticed several figures at the hotel entrance surrounding and pushing a thin figure. The few people surrounding him were holding umbrellas, while he, soaked by the rain, had his wet clothes clinging to his body, making his already slender frame appear even more frail and vulnerable, looking quite miserable. As the car slowed down, Qin Yi leaned forward to get a clearer view of the profile emerging from the crowd. It was Yi Chen, a common student who had been bullied by him at school. How did he end up here? And being stopped? In his memory, this Yi Chen was solely focused on studying, living in poverty, relying on various part-time jobs to earn his living and tuition fees, and he had never seen him visit any entertainment venues. The Haoxing Hotel aimed for a high-end clientele, with costly prices, a place only the wealthy would patronize. Could it be that Yi Chen was here for a part-time job? But what was happening now? With a sense of confusion, Qin Yi drove the car to the front of the hotel. The hotel staff, dressed in uniforms, changed their expressions upon seeing a guest arrive. One of them glared at Yi Chen, who refused to leave, and whispered to the security guard beside him, quickly chase him away. Then, quickly putting on a signature smile, he walked towards Qin Yi's car with an umbrella. Young Master Qin, you have arrived. It was clear the staff recognized Qin Yi's esteemed status. After all, the hotel was owned by the Qi family, and Xi Lang was a member of the elite circle, meaning he was one of their own. The original body often brought women here to spend, so the staff naturally remembered him to avoid accidentally offending the young master of Magic City. Qin Yi raised the umbrella from inside the car and handed the key to him. Why aren't you letting him in? It's not good for guests to be soaked in the rain. The staff maintained a respectful demeanor, bowing deeply. You see, he wants to enter General Ji's banquet, but he doesn't have an invitation and has disturbed our esteemed guests. We were ordered to handle this, so we had no choice but to escort him out. Upon hearing this, Qin Yi raised an eyebrow and spoke flatly, but I also don't have an invitation. Can I enter that banquet? The staff smiled obsequiously. You are a friend of our young master and a relative of Miss Luo, so of course you can enter. Raindrops hit the tiled floor, and fine water columns splashed up to the edges of shoes. As Yi Chen's hair became drenched, large sections of his body were soaked, and the rain gradually intensified. No, I don't believe it. I don't believe she doesn't know me. Let me in. Yi Chen cried with reddened eyes, struggling to rush into the hotel to confront the girl who had claimed to love him and said he was the only one for her. The girl he had grown up with. They were childhood sweethearts, straight out of a story, studying diligently together, getting closer to university, and striving to change their impoverished fates together. But now everything shattered like a dream when he saw her getting into a luxury car and driving away at the school gate. Yi Chen, how did you end up here? Are you following me? Do you know him? Mo Xiao. He was just someone I attended high school with, not really an acquaintance. He has always liked only you. Is this a place where anyone can come? It is Mo Xiao. Well, escort him out now. Sir, please leave. Let go of me. Let go of me. Thinking what you said is a lie, right? Are you being coerced by him? Ah-ing. He couldn't believe it, he couldn't believe it. The security guard grabbed Yi Chen's shoulder and pushed him outside disdainfully, saying, "What do you think you're doing? Look at your cheap clothes. Do you think you can enter this banquet? He is my classmate. Can he enter now?" A slightly deep and magnetic voice rang out amidst the rain, causing everyone at the entrance to pause and look back at Yi Chen. Under a black umbrella, a handsome and fair face with distinct features rivaling even fashionable models appeared. Despite wearing casual attire, his tall figure exuded a hint of nobility. The security guard blinked, finally recalling that this person was among those their superior had instructed them not to offend. The most esteemed young master of Magic City. Qin Yi. Young Master Qin. Young Master Qin. The staff instantly plastered exaggerated smiles on their faces, saying, "Since he is young Master Qin's classmate, of course he can enter. If anything happens, the young master will take responsibility, and it won't fall on us. We're just minor characters." The staff exchanged glances with the security guards, and several security personnel stepped aside, bowing in unison. "Young Master Qin, please. Let's go. You can help me find the way. We should be heading to a banquet hall." Qin Yi smiled gently at Yi Chen, his tone much softer than before. Yi Chen stood frozen, looking at Qin Yi with a complicated expression. He never expected that the young master who had bullied him would one day help him. Regardless, he owed this favor to him. But that didn't mean he would forgive Qin Yi for what he had done to him before. Yi Chen took a deep breath, his voice slightly hoarse as he glanced at Qin Yi before turning to walk into the hotel. There were naturally people to help park his car. "Young Master Qin. Qin Yi casually handed the umbrella to the hotel front desk staff and followed the silent Yi Chen through the front hall into the elevator. The two stood quietly in the small elevator, just a step apart. "Is your girlfriend in there?" Qin Yi broke the... "She's not my girlfriend." Yi Chen stepped back, leaning against the elevator wall, his hollow gaze fixated on the reflective floor. The elevator doors were two shiny mirror panels, clearly reflecting the beads of water dripping from his thick black hair. "She's someone very important." Yi Chen remained silent for a moment before adding. Qin Yi nodded, pondering silently. The words he had just spoken clearly echoed in his ears, and the answer seemed obvious. Yi Chen had been abandoned by someone very important. That important person had turned to embrace a rich heir. The impoverished grassroots yearning to rise and become a phoenix can easily be manipulated by the wealthy with just a bit of money. Such a script had played out countless times in his memory. Unfortunately, that was the past, a time he could not touch or change. But now it was different. Now he might be able to do what he wanted. Yi Chen cast a knowing glance at him, whispering, "If young Master Qin wants to laugh, go ahead. Don't you enjoy seeing us in such a sorry state?" Yi Chen closed his eyes, but did not hear his laughter. Instead, he heard the person beside him sigh calmly, yet helplessly, asking him, "So after you go up, are you going to question her again in front of her? And then she still won't leave with you?" Yi Chen's eyes trembled, his fists clenched tightly. After a few seconds, he said, "I will respect her choice." "You are lying." Qin Yi leaned against the elevator wall, hands in pockets, his long legs crossed as he shifted to a more comfortable position. "You will hate her for so easily casting aside your feelings, hate her for selling herself for money and to please the rich, even betraying her own feelings and body." With each word that Qin Yi spoke, Yi Chen's fists tightened a little more, and the dim fire in his lowered eyes surged, burning fiercely with the rise and fall of his chest. "You will also hate yourself, hate that despite your efforts you still couldn't protect the most important person to you. The one I hate most is you all." Yi Chen, filled with rage, grabbed Qin Yi's collar and forcefully slammed him against the elevator wall, making a loud thud. The fury in the youth's fierce eyes seemed to burn away the last remnants of his rationality, transforming him into a beast with bristling fur exuding an overwhelming killing intent. The tremendous force pressed down on Qin Yi's throat, nearly making it hard for him to breathe. He was yanked and then slammed hard against the elevator wall. The shock reverberated from his back to his chest, causing his blood to surge uncontrollably, nearly forcing him to vomit. His pale cheeks turned red from the lack of blood flow, and his long, thick eyelashes trembled, revealing an expression of overwhelming distress. "Cough, cough. You hurt me. Ding dong." As Qin Yi's unsteady voice fell, the elevator door happened to open. A hotel staff member at the door was completely stunned at the sight of the two. As a 1,000-word plot raced through her mind, the staff quickly said sorry for the interruption, and hurriedly turned to leave, waiting for another elevator. As Qin Yi caught a glimpse of that girl's shocked and excited expression, he couldn't help but twitch his lips. He was all too familiar with that look. As Qin Yi caught a glimpse of that girl's shocked and excited expression, he couldn't help but twitch his lips. He was all too familiar with that look. The elevator had reached their floor, and Yi Chen released his grip and turned away. "Cough, cough, cough." Qin Yi lightly coughed and relaxed his hand, unconsciously touching his sore throat. His gaze flickered to the figure in front of him. Despite not being very muscular, standing just over 1.7 meters tall, half a head shorter than him, Yi Chen could unleash such a strong presence. In a daze, he recalled the term cornered beast. A beast trapped in dire straits would unleash all its potential, breaking free from the hunter's shackles with an extraordinary force. When the determination is strong enough that power could even alter fate. He blinked and remembered the silent Yi Chun from school, the one he had bullied. Whether it was when he purposely bumped into Yi Chun scattering his books everywhere, or when he casually took away Yi Chun's umbrella on a rainy day, forcing him to walk back to the dorm drenched, he had been so easily bullied, never fighting back, as if he had long accepted his fate of being bullied. The Yi Chun just now was completely different. Love truly is a miraculous thing. Qin Yi lowered his head, following behind him, suddenly laughing. However, because he had not yet calmed down, he laughed while coughing. Yi Chun stopped in his tracks and turned to look at him. Qin Yi looked up to meet Yi Chun's gaze, as if to say that the look in his eyes, which seemed stunned by his intimidation, did not bother him, as he smiled casually. She can become someone very important to you, not just because of her appearance, right? Of course, what do you want to say? Yi Chun frowned, unsure of what this young master had in mind. If I can help you bring her back, can you help me with something? Qin Yi walked beside him, wearing a bright smile. I don't need her back. Aoying belongs to herself, and I respect every decision she makes after careful consideration. I just want to know why. Yi Chun's words surprised him. He originally thought that Yi Chun, who had become so impulsive due to this girl, would lose his rationality. His love was completely respectful and treasured the individuality of the girl. This was different from many men he had encountered. Qin Yi retracted his frivolous smile and sincerely remarked, I kind of like you. I have no interest in men, and also I have someone I like. Yi Chun's voice was firm. He knew that wealthy people were not particular about gender, but he didn't expect that Qin Yi was like that too. Had he really pressed so close to him just now? Yi Chun shook his neck, suddenly feeling a bit nauseous. What do you want me to help you with? Yi Chun redirected the topic. I won't tell you now, but I won't make you do anything against public morals or personal principles. I said it, I just want to ask you for help, and you have the right to refuse. This young master was actually giving him the right to refuse, while also respecting his principles. Was he still Qin Yi? Yi Chun looked at him with surprise, feeling a bit curious. Since you don't need her back, then I'll help you get her away from Mo Fei. You know Mo Fei plays even harder than I did before, and it's hard to guarantee that your Ah-ing won't suffer any harm there. You are no different from the others. How can I trust you? Yi Chun's expression darkened and he clenched his fists again. I was ignorant before and wanted to change and be a good father. It's that simple. Besides, I still need your help. Qin Yi sighed and smiled at him. Yi Chun was stunned. You have a child. Qin Yi lowered his head, making it hard to see his expression in him. Chen Tongxue. Qin Yi shook his head, not speaking. Yi Chun was taken aback, his face darkening again, his throat filled with anger as he enunciated each word. Young Master Qin, you are really quite the playboy. Because Qin Yi and his group acted flamboyantly at school, describing them as reckless would not be an exaggeration. Even if they broke school rules, the student council dared not say a word, and the teachers only gave them verbal warnings. They were truly the figures of the school. The most sensational incident half a month ago was that the school's flower Qin Yi actually agreed to Qin Yi's pursuit and became his girlfriend, which made all the single men in the school both resentful and afraid to complain. Many who pursued the flower began to steer clear of her, fearing that the devil Qin Yi would think they were harassing his. However, now, just half a month later, this guy actually told him that he had a child behind Chunwan's back. Sigh. He should have known the wickedness of this group. Yi Chun quickened his steps, no longer glancing at Qin Yi, resolutely giving him a cold shoulder. Qin Yi wore a helpless smile, as if he had expected this all along, silently following behind him. During their conversation, the banquet had already reached its conclusion. In the banquet hall filled with toasts and laughter, ladies were elegantly dressed while the gentlemen were attired in suits. Young General Ji is young and promising. He truly is a perfect match with Miss Su. Uncle, will you flatter me? General Ji, I must take my leave now. General Ji, I will also take my leave. General Ji, no need to see me off. Ji Zixing sent off several elders and guests, then casually glanced towards another part of the banquet hall. A tall beauty dressed in exquisite attire was chatting cheerfully with another equally stunning beauty. Indeed, this banquet was his engagement party with the second daughter of the Su family. It was initially planned to be held at the Ji family's villa, but Su Yixue said she didn't want to be extravagant, so they chose a hotel that was even smaller than the villa. The parents of both sides had a little to drink, and then left, thinking to give the young people more space to avoid being too restrained. It also conveniently allowed him not to have to deliberately get close to the daughter of the Su family. Watching Luo Shui drain one glass of red wine after another, Su Yixue frowned with concern. A Shui drinking like this will get you drunk. Though the alcohol content wasn't high, downing several glasses on an empty stomach was still unwise. A bewitching flush spread at the corners of the woman's eyes, her long, narrow phoenix eyes holding a dreamy, yet lucid intoxication. Luo Shu's crimson lips parted slightly as she murmured softly, if I don't get drunk, how else would someone get their chance? A Shui. Before she could say more, Luo Shui interrupted. Yixue, come, cheers to your engagement. Then, ignoring Su Yixue, she tilted her head back and drank. The bright red liquid trickled down her snow-white skin, accentuating the alluring, seductive curve of her swan-like neck. Su Yixue's expression was complex. She knew that once this woman set her mind on something, no amount of persuasion could change it. She glared at Luo Shui with a hint of anger and whispered in grievance, "If others said that, fine, but you know the truth. Why do you have to mock me? Isn't my situation bad enough already?" Sui didn't like Ji Zixing at all and had no desire to be a tool for family marriage alliances. But her grandfather's word was as heavy as Mount Tai. Even his most beloved granddaughter couldn't defy it. Knowing that Ji Zixing didn't like her either, she felt a sense of relief. A loveless marriage was merely a business transaction, each living their own life. Just like a Shui, when the time came, they would naturally part ways. But she never expected that Ji Zixing's true affection lay with Luo Shui, and that Luo Shui, to fend off his pursuit, would actually consider pretending to be with Qin Yi for real. Have you really thought this through? Why not give Ji Zixing a chance? Sui couldn't understand. Ji Zixing was the heir of the Ji family, one of the top aristocratic families in Modu, second only to the Qin and Su families. He had returned from Cambridge, had an impeccable character, and was clean living. Under the arrangement of old Mr. Ji, he became the CEO of the Ji Group at a young age, far superior to Qin Yi, who lazed around at the International Diplomatic University as a playboy. She couldn't grasp why Luo Shui wouldn't try to accept Ji Zixing. Once Luo Shui divorced, she could also divorce Ji Zixing, and then Luo Shui and Ji Zixing could naturally be together. Luo Shui cast a cold, clear glance at the handsome man surrounded by admirers like stars around the moon, shook her head, and curled her lips into a faint, bitter smile. He and I are not the same kind. That man in his decision-making was just like his grandfather. Arrogant and self-willed, stopping at nothing to achieve his goals, even if it meant sacrificing others' interests. They feared nothing. Falsehood and hypocrisy were their thickest masks, and Luo Shui despised such people the most. A faint commotion came from the entrance. Luo Shui looked up, and under the layers of lights seemed to see two vibrant youths, one ahead of the other, inadvertently stepping into a masquerade ball of hypocrites. The boy in front had his hair dampened by rain, looking slightly disheveled and haggard, yet his delicate face bore a stubborn defiance along with barely suppressed anger and sorrow. The boy behind was fair and refined, with a pure aura and exquisite features. His mere presence in the banquet hall added an extraordinary charm to the place. That boy had a pair of naturally flirtatious yet clear eyes, peach blossom eyes that seemed capable of purifying all worldly filth. He looked around curiously, his gaze searching for someone across the now dwindling crowd. Someone recognized the boy who had just been dismissed. "Why are you here again? You're a student, shouldn't you be studying? What's the point of disturbing the order?" Those people had witnessed his altercation with Mo Fei. As they were leaving and met Yi Chun returning, they couldn't resist putting on the air of superiors lecturing him. Yi Chun clenched his fists, gritting his teeth. Suddenly a hand wrapped around his, and a slightly cynical young voice sounded beside him. "He's my classmate. So what can I bring him in? And who are you?" The man recognized Qin Yi's face, and his expression changed. "Qin, young Master Qin." Qin Yi swept his gaze across the hall, but didn't see the familiar figure of Mo Fei. Instead, his eyes froze upon a familiar, graceful silhouette, though he quickly recovered. His voice turned cold. "Where's Mo Fei?" The hotel manager rushed over, respectfully greeting this playboy, and leaning in to say, "Young Master Qin, young Master, Mo has checked into a room in our hotel." "What did you say?" Yi Chun finally lost his composure, his eyes red, as he demanded, "What's going on here?" A gentle, cultured voice drifted over, and a handsome man in an impeccably tailored suit approached from a distance. Qin Yi squinted, recognizing him, and spoke with a hostile tone. "Ji Zixing, why are you here?" Ji Zixing couldn't help but chuckle softly. "Young Master Qin, this is my engagement banquet. Why wouldn't I be here?" "Engagement banquet?" Qin Yi's eyes widened as he looked inside, and saw a beautiful woman in a matching gown, recognizing her as Su Erkshu, the second daughter of the Su family. "Although young Master Qin arrived a bit late, it's almost time for students to have supper. There's still food at the banquet, and it's cold outside. If you don't mind, you can eat a little to warm your stomach before leaving." Ji Zixing smiled warmly, like an elder brother gently coaxing a child. If it were his former self, he would have gratefully accepted. But Qin Yi caught the subtext in those words. This man deliberately emphasized his identity as a student, clearly mocking him as nothing but a brat. Most importantly, Luo Shui was right here, and Ji Zixing knew that Qin Yi had married Luo Shui. Yet he didn't mention her at all. Was it because he knew their marriage was a sham, or did he simply not want Qin Yi to see Luo Shui? Qin Yi gave him a meaningful look and refused outright. "No need. I'm here to pick someone up. I'm not interested in your banquet." Then he turned to the hotel manager, Manager Wang. "Take him to find Mo Fei. Tell him I sent you." In Modu, the prince party was centered around the four great playboys Qin Yi, Mo Fei, Qi Lang, and Wen Renyue. The rest were wealthy young men from lesser families who followed them. Among them, Qin Yi of the Qin family was the leader. Even though Mo Fei had specifically ordered not to be disturbed, Manager Wang dared not defy Qin Yi's command. "Yes, yes." Manager Wang nodded repeatedly and led Yi Chun downstairs. The Qin and Ji families were rivals. Add to that the fact that Qin Yi had been constantly compared unfavorably to Ji Zixing, the heir of the Ji family, since childhood, and he harbored a deep-seated disgust for Ji Zixing. Although Ji Zixing appeared gentle and refined, the type of business elite nurtured by aristocratic families, Qin Yi couldn't shake the feeling that the way he looked at him was strange and unsettling. So he didn't bother with pleasantries and put on a cold face. He walked around him and headed inside. The moment Qin Yi turned, the man's gaze lowered, trailed his back with a viciousness that flickered before vanishing as he resumed his engaging manner with the crowd. Qin Yi fixed his eyes on that figure and slowly walked toward her. The two women standing by the round table near the window were both stunning beauties with exquisite figures, narrow waists, and long legs. But one exuded a gentle allure like lake water under the spring sun, nurturing all life. The other radiated a cold elegance like the snowy peak of a high mountain, like a glacier that had frozen. Her strikingly beautiful features were enough to make hearts race, while her enigmatic phoenix eyes, with an inherent authority and an overwhelming aura, made knees weaken. She was a prey that made every man madly infatuated, yet also made them tremble in fear. The lipstick on her lips seemed stained with thick, dangerous blood, and the hint of tipsy flush on her brows made her already breathtaking beauty even more enchanting. Qin Yi walked steadily toward her. In his vision, everyone else seemed to blur into obscurity, leaving only the beautiful woman before him, dangerous yet irresistibly drawing him closer. Step by step, he closed the distance. She cast a fleeting glance at him, and Qin Yi couldn't help but hold. In that glance, he seemed to detect 3 parts of bone-chilling coldness, 3 parts of soul-stirring seduction, and 4 parts of the playful, frenzied look of a beast locking onto its inescapable prey. Though alarm bells rang in his heart, Qin Yi felt as if he couldn't hear anything anymore. He vaguely saw her crimson lips close enough to touch part to release a fragrant breath, her tone seductive. "Hey, you're here. I feel a bit unwell." With that, her slender, delicate arm draped lightly over his shoulder, and her fragrant head rested languidly against his stiff chest. Qin Yi felt as if time had stopped, the world fallen silent. In his heart, something was breaking through the ground. Soft fragrance enveloped him, and Qin Yi was momentarily dazed, unable to ponder the strange feeling within as his mind was drawn by her words of discomfort. Suddenly, a force tightened around Qin Yi's waist. His delicate face twitched as he turned the name he had just uttered in his mouth. "Wife. I've come to take you home." The woman leaned motionless against him, as if truly intoxicated, while the softness around her waist slipped through her fingers. Qin Yi exhaled, bending slightly, lifting her leg effortlessly in a princess carry. As he met the gaze of the woman beside him, he politely nodded his head, and then walked straight towards the door carrying. Qin Yi had never met the second young lady of the Su family, so he did not recognize the woman before him, whose appearance was even comparable to Luo Shui's. Assuming she was a friend of Luo Shui, he merely nodded politely. Su Ishui couldn't help but feel a bit dazed. Was this cleanly dressed youth really the domineering and unruly playboy from her memories? People on the road consciously made way for the young Master Qin, and upon seeing Luo Shui in his arms, they were unable to contain their shock. The crowd whispered among themselves. Wasn't it said that young Master Qin and Miss Luo had a strained relationship? Why do they seem so affectionate? That cold beauty actually allowed young Master Qin to approach her, unlike the rumors which suggested it was all for show. Many among them had attended the wedding of Qin Yi and Luo Shui, knowing that their union had begun without any feelings. At the wedding, young Master Qin had even worn a face of disgust, poking the ring onto the bowtie's finger without bowing, leaving Mr. and Mrs. Qin with stern expressions. It was truly a challenge for the MC to lighten the atmosphere. After the wedding, one joined the corporate world while the other returned to school to continue her free-spirited life, and for half a year they had not been seen together. Now young Master Qin was actually holding Miss Luo in his arms, which left them utterly astonished. The most shocked was Ji Zixing, who stood in the center of the hall. The woman he had admired for so long was unexpectedly in the embrace of that playboy. Ji Zixing trembled as he gripped the high-stemmed glass tightly, the bright red liquid swaying with veins bulging on the back of his pale hand, as if he might crush the glass. Yet the expression on his face simply lost a hint of its smile. Ji Zixing watched as Qin Yi carried the delicate Luo Shui past him. He swallowed hard, the light cast a shadow over his eyelashes, and his eyes burned with anger and resentment. The wine glass trembled in his grip, and then he raised it, drinking it down in one swift motion. Once they reached the elevator, Luo Shui finally spoke up. "Put me down." Her cold voice held a hint of intoxication, like a brilliant red plum blooming amidst a sea of ice and snow. The crisp fragrance of the plum lingered at his nose, more intoxicating than any perfume on the market. Qin Yi obediently set her feet gently on the ground, one hand still loosely encircling her slender waist, afraid she might collapse again. "Where's your bodyguard?" Qin Yi didn't know her well, but he recalled a tall girl who had always been by Luo Shui's side, appearing and disappearing mysteriously. I gave her a day off. What are you interested in my bodyguard? Luo Shui's cold voice carried a hint of playfulness, causing Qin Yi to bristle. No, I'm just curious. I can't believe you let me come to pick you up. Qin Yi's voice dropped, his gaze inadvertently catching the dazzling curves, and he forced himself to avert his eyes to calm his suddenly racing heart. Cursing inwardly, what the hell, it's not like I haven't had my fair share of experiences. Why am I so curious about someone else? It's just that she has grown a lot. Oh, pervert. Qin Yi's mind screamed, giving himself a sharp slap. I've prepared a new contract. Let's sign it in your room tonight. If you have any objections, we can discuss it after reading it. Qin Yi slightly widened his eyes, looking at the now composed Luo Shui. Based on her actions tonight, he pondered and tentatively asked, do you want to change our relationship in the public eye? Luo Shui glanced at Qin Yi lightly, the corners of her lips curving up slightly. You're not too stupid after Qin Yi. It was obvious that the two previously unrelated individuals suddenly behaved intimately at the banquet. This woman clearly wanted him to cooperate in portraying a loving couple. Why? Qin Yi couldn't help but ask. After all, this woman had shown nothing but disdain for the original owner. How had she suddenly changed her mind? Next month is the 70th birthday banquet of old Madame Su. Before that, I need you to change your image a bit. Luo Shui said, suddenly reaching out to pinch his chin, applying a bit of force, forcing Qin Yi to lean closer to her. 3 million, how about that? Her red lips were mere inches away, crystal clear and captivating. Qin Yi could even feel the warmth of her breath. His heart skipped a beat, and a faint blush rose to his fair face. 3 million was the largest sum he had ever received since being constrained by his living expenses. It was also an amount Qin Yi had never encountered before. He lowered his head, his pupils slightly dilated, excitement burning within them. What is that, too little? Seeing him silent, Luo Shui raised an eyebrow and added, how about 4 million? Qin Yi's eyes widened even further, and his breathing slowed significantly. So much money just to act in front of others. Not to mention acting, he could even warm her bed. While Qin Yi was still in a daze, Luo Shui's voice softened, seemingly feigning pity, her mature and alluring tone becoming deliberately delicate, making the listener feel irresistibly soft. Luo Shui sighed. It seems young Master Qin is quite wealthy and doesn't care to make this deal with me. Deal? Qin Yi's gaze was fiery as he firmly grasped her hand, slightly trembling the corners of his mouth, unable to suppress a smile. 4 million, it's a deal. Ha ha ha. It's just acting right. As long as I have hands, that's fine. Luo Shui. Somehow it seemed that Luo Shui could see a wildly wagging tail behind him. So much so that she, who usually disliked being touched by others, even forgot to pull her hand away. The two walked into the underground parking lot. Throughout the journey, Luo Shui still appeared tipsy, her slender body leaning against Qin Yi. Why did you drink so much today? Or was it always like this before? Qin Yi supported Luo Shui's smooth arm and couldn't help but ask quietly. At this distance, he could distinctly smell the rich scent of wine on her, mingled with another indescribable fragrance. Someone got engaged, so I'm just happy, that's all. Luo Shui chuckled lightly. Qin Yi raised his eyes, geez, zixing. Luo Shui responded airily, but Qin Yi frowned, not sure if he was angry or uncomfortable, saying, are you very close with him? Luo Shui nodded and then shook her head. Qin Yi felt as if ants were scratching inside him, his brows furrowing. So is it good or bad? Luo Shui glanced at Qin Yi with a hint of deeper meaning, remaining silent. Qin Yi grew more curious, sensing that this body seemed to have turned a bit green. Young master, madam. A deep male voice sounded ahead. Qin Yi looked up and recognized the person. It was Luo Shui's driver, Uncle Chun. Uncle Chun. Young master, you're taking madam home. I'll drive your car back for you. Qin Yi glanced at Luo Shui, who nodded. Though Qin Yi felt puzzled, he still took out his car keys and handed them to Uncle Chun. Uncle Chun bowed slightly and quietly went to the other side of the parking lot. Qin Yi felt somewhat speechless. So she did have a driver, she just wanted him to be her tool. Let's go, that one is. Luo Shui looked up, indicating a luxurious car gleaming with blue light not far ahead. It was a pricey Maserati. Qin Yi clicked his tongue, still shocked by the extravagance of the wealthy, but he had calmed down significantly compared to the first time he saw the family's underground parking lot. He helped Luo Shui into the passenger seat and went around to sit in the driver's seat. Starting the car, the beast-like roar erupted, echoing danger much like the person beside him. Qin Yi glanced at Luo Shui, who had already closed her eyes to rest, and pressed the accelerator to move the car. By the time Qin Yi and Luo Shui returned home, the night was already deep. The villa was brightly lit, resembling a day within, contrasting sharply with the dark outside world. In the living room, the little girl Yining spotted Luo Shui entering and joyfully ran over. Her short legs moved like a whirlwind, causing Qin Yi's heart to tense, fearing she might trip over her own feet. Mama. Luo Shui directly handed her handbag to Qin Yi. He casually took it. The woman bent down, catching Yining and lifting her up. Yining's naturally happy smile diminished upon seeing Qin Yi beside Luo Shui, her voice dropping significantly. Daddy. Oh. Qin Yi returned his father's smile with a casual response, but when he saw the woman's stunningly cold profile, he hesitated to extend his hand. He believed Luo Shui wouldn't allow him to interact with Yining in front of her. The last warning still lingered in his mind, fear not yet dissipated. Madam Young Master. Annie greeted them and brought out a pair of slippers for Luo Shui. As the exquisite jade-like ankle lifted from the black satin high heels, the fair foot, tinged with a hint of red and exuding maturity, passed right before Qin Yi's eyes, only to disappear into the light brown slippers. So beautiful. Every detail is breathtakingly beautiful. Qin Yi felt as if the women of his past 20 years had been wasted. It was the first time he witnessed how a woman's icy beauty could harmoniously blend with softness, silently expressing her allure. Mom, you've been drinking, and quite a lot too. Ying's petite nose wrinkled, her round eyes fixed on Luo Shui, her little brows forming a small mountain. Luo Shui had a habit of telling her bedtime stories every day. Ying was wise from a young age, retaining much common knowledge in her mind, including that excessive drinking was a waste of one's health. But her mother had wasted herself. This was the first time she had smelled such a strong scent of alcohol. Sorry. Luo Shui squatted down to look at Ying at eye level, her originally cold phoenix eyes becoming incredibly gentle. However, today's amount is within a healthy limit. I've calculated it. Ying reluctantly nodded. As long as it's not harmful to your health, then I forgive you, Mom. The little girl broke into a radiant smile. Luo Shui smiled, her brows softening as she patted Ying's little head and stood up. She looked towards Annie. Annie stepped forward and handed her a document. You taking Ying upstairs to wash up? I need to talk to Qin Yi about something. Sure, madam. Ying followed behind Annie, glancing back at Qin Yi, who was trailing behind Luo Shui. Qin Yi raised an eyebrow at her, pulling the corners of his mouth up, rolling his eyes slightly, and making an ugly yet funny face. Ying giggled and quickly hopped to catch up with Annie, who was still holding her hand. Luo Shui seemed to sense something, her deep-set, beautiful eyes glancing back. Qin Yi accidentally met Luo Shui's ambiguous gaze, instantly retracting his playful smile, obediently following behind Luo Shui, his dark bright eyes revealing a steadfast determination. Upon reaching Qin Yi's room, the two sat facing each other on the sofa in the bedroom. Qin Yi picked up the agreement Luo Shui had placed on the table and began to read it line by line. After a cursory glance, it mostly outlined the obligations he should fulfill as Luo Shui's husband. For example, he must pick up and drop off Ying at least 3 times a week for kindergarten, attend various social galas, as required by Luo Shui, and most importantly, he could no longer bring his previous romantic entanglements to light, and he must return home to live within a month. Upon reading the last point, Qin Yi widened his eyes at Luo Shui. She actually wanted him to share a room with her. What's wrong? Do you have a problem? Seeing Qin Yi's surprised expression, Luo Shui raised an eyebrow, showing no sign of surprise. No, are we really going to live together? Qin Yi still found it hard to believe. Didn't she despise the former self so much? Why was she now encouraging close relations, and even sharing a room? Isn't this woman afraid of his primal instincts? Although the current Qin Yi would never act that way, he doubted that Luo Shui was unaware of his former self's nature. As if knowing what he was thinking, Luo Shui elegantly crossed her long legs, lazily leaning back on the comfortable sofa, and casually said, sharing a room doesn't mean sharing a bed. If you can't control yourself, I wouldn't mind accompanying you to the hospital for a while. A threat, a blatant threat. Qin Yi's mouth twitched as he quietly withdrew his forward-leaning body. Since the woman wasn't afraid of sharing a room, it was clear the room was definitely equipped with anti-wolf weapons. Perhaps there was even a pair of scissors hidden under the pillow, ready to snip him if he attempted anything inappropriate. Thinking of this, Qin Yi instinctively shivered. Ahem. He covered his mouth to cough lightly, shifting the subject. So when do we move in? Achi will be coming to stay for a while the day after tomorrow. She is my cousin, you haven't met her. They'll send you her contact information, and you can remember to pick her up at the airport. You can move in before that. With the alcohol taking effect, her slender willow brows slightly furrowed, her delicate jade-like hand gently brushing her forehead. She closed her eyes, trying to give herself a moment to recover. Achi. Qin Yi silently repeated the name, committing it to memory, nodding. All right, I understand. Qin Yi quickly finished reading, signed his name, and seeing Luo Shui drunkenly lying on the sofa, he couldn't help but ask, are you okay? Should I call Annie to make you some honey water? Luo Shui lazily hummed in response, her beautiful face tinged with a faint blush extraordinarily alluring. Qin Yi suddenly thought of the term drunken beauty. The breathtaking beauty tinged with the haze of alcohol leaned languidly against the sofa, her slender body swaying like a willow in the wind, her seductive yet delicate lips curling into a smile, as if inviting him to lean in and listen to her unspoken whispers. Qin Yi shook his head vigorously, trying to clear his mind. They'll go call Annie. He softly said hurriedly. His heart raced wildly, and the rhythm felt very off. Why? Stepping out of the bedroom, Qin Yi instinctively touched his flat chest, a trace of bewilderment still in his expression. In the bedroom, the once quiet space occupied solely by Luo Shui suddenly echoed with another clear female voice. The prodigal son returns. Is he serious? You're actually indifferent to such a situation. This crisp voice accompanied by a gentle breeze. The wind swept through the curtains, revealing a high ponytail girl sitting carelessly on the windowsill, her expression one of surprise. The girl held a crystal-clear lollipop, one leg bent, the other long leg dangling outside the windowsill. Luo Shui remained with her eyes closed, merely shifting to a more comfortable position against the sofa, her voice faint yet profoundly meaningful. Perhaps a life-and-death crisis can truly change a person. Qin Yi's transformation was significant, especially regarding his personality and habits. She even contemplated the possibility of a substitute. However, that face and that body she had observed closely were indeed Qin Yi. The notion of a soul swap seemed too absurd. Since he claimed to want her return, she would grant him his wish, bringing that man under her watchful eye, patiently waiting for him to reveal his true self. In the living room, Qin Yi was completely unaware that someone was sitting behind the curtain, hearing all of his and Luo Shui's conversations. The hall felt somewhat empty. Annie was still upstairs taking care of Ying's hair. Qin Yi went to the kitchen by himself, rummaging through the cabinets until he found honey. He dissolved it in hot water, then took chopsticks to stir it continuously, letting it cool down to avoid being too hot. Taking advantage of the solitude, he called out to the system. Master, is there anything you need assistance with? Your personal panel has been opened. Character Qin Yi. Gender male. Age 23. Health points 20. Note: estimated overall lifespan 2040, set as the normal average reference value of 102. Stamina 10, reference value 50. Charm 30, reference value 50. Talent 10, reference value 20. Destiny value 0.8. The destiny value indicates the estimated acceptance level of a living entity by this world. Below 10 means rejection by the world's will. The lower the value, the greater the rejection, and the estimated lifespan decreases accordingly. The system warns that with a destiny value of 0, the living entity will be suppressed by the world's will, and normal reference value is 40. Star value 2600. Qin Yi recalled that he had yet to redeem anything in the shop. Considering the frail body of the former self who had difficulty even holding Luo Shui in a princess carry, he decided to increase his stamina. Qin Yi, how many stars do I need to redeem attribute points? Its star value. The system's voice suddenly protested like an energetic little girl. Qin Yi chuckled. It's all the same, it's all the same. The sweet flower reminds the master that 1,000 star values can be exchanged for 1 attribute point. What? 1,000? Qin Yi nearly spat out his soda. He had worked hard to make 2 desserts in a day on no 1 dessert and 1 drink, and he had only earned 2,600. How could it cost 1,000 for just 1 attribute point? This was too much. The system feigned innocence. Master, you saw that when you first opened the shop attributes. Of course, back then who knew star values were so hard to come by? Qin Yi lowered his head and thought, unconsciously slowing down the stirring motion in his hands. So that meant he could only increase his stamina by a maximum of 2 points while ordinary people had 50. What was the difference between him and a severely ill patient? Master, stamina is directly linked to health. Sweet Flower suggests you go for a health checkup at the hospital using modern medical technology to alleviate your chronic illnesses. Sweet Flower's voice suddenly piped up. Qin Yi wondered, does this body have any chronic illnesses? Kidney deficiency. Qin Yi, is there any item that can rapidly boost stamina? The system's voice chimed lightly, yes indeed. Sweet Flower recommends Tiger's Vigorous Trimmer, available for 100 starlight points. This is a single-use item effective for 1 full day, doubling your base stamina. Note, the higher your original stamina, the more diminished the relative effect. Sweet Flower estimates that with your current stamina level, Tiger's Vigorous Trimmer will yield approximately a 6-fold enhancement. Qin Yi rested his chin on his elegantly defined jawline, lost in thought. On 8 duration, stamina doubled. Keeping it on hand to escape sudden danger seems prudent. A 6-fold increase already far surpasses ordinary human capacity, more than sufficient to handle common thugs. Yet it's strictly single use. What a pity. With his current resources, he could afford only 2 such items, leaving nothing left for other essentials. Suddenly, a text message alert chimed from his pocket. Qin Yi pulled out his phone and opened the notification. ICBC RMB 5000000 credited to your account now. 2346 at 1843 on April 26th. Available balance RMB 5022123. 29. Qin Yi's grip tightened involuntarily, his pupils dilated. What a... He blinked, rapidly counted the digits, and gasped aloud, it's truly 5 million. Recalling the former self's entanglement with that civilian school beauty, Qin Yi opened WeChat and typed, your bank account number please. I'll transfer it immediately. Meanwhile, Zhang Yoxin, working part-time at a restaurant, felt her phone vibrate but couldn't pause to check it. Here's your Italian ramen. Your order is complete. Enjoy your meal. Thank you, the customer replied. Zhang Yoxin informed her supervisor, then slipped into the restroom to check the message, the one specially configured to alert her whenever Qin Yi contacted her. This man had upended her entire life. He was also the very target her despicable father had forced her to pursue, a man she knew would never reach out without urgent cause. After all, she was merely one among his many ex-girlfriends. As expected, Qin Yi had finally decided to. Zhang Yoxin's eyelashes trembled faintly, moisture welled in her eyes. She sent him her account number, then slumped weakly against the restroom stall door as if every ounce of strength had drained from her body. Her chapped lips whispered softly, "Mother, your illness, there's hope now. Once surgery is done, we'll move to another city, start fresh, live quietly, vanish completely, so he can never find us again, never disturb us. I'll sever all ties with that wastrel, obey your wishes, and forever distance myself from the wealthy, choosing instead a simple, honest life." Moments later, her phone chimed again. The staggering sum of 2 million glinted back at her from her damp, reddened eyes. That pair of delicate doe-like eyes seemed to trigger some hidden switch. Tears spilled forth uncontrollably. Her slender frame slid slowly down the door, her fragile spine trembling like a reed battered by storm winds. Zhang Yoxin wept, then unexpectedly laughed. Wiping away her tears, she stepped before the mirror and splashed cold water on her face. Her refined, lovely features bore only faint traces of redness around the eyes. Nothing else betrayed her inner turmoil. She exhaled deeply and stepped out of the empty restroom. After finishing this shift, she could go straight to the hospital. Having completed the transfer, Qin Yi saw Zhang Yoxin's reply, and the weight in his chest finally lifted. "Thank you. Goodbye forever. Should you ever need anything, don't hesitate to contact me." After all, his predecessor had left her pregnant and forced her to undergo an abortion. Now inheriting this body, he bore the solemn duty to shoulder what responsibility remained. Yet the moment Qin Yi hit send, a glaring exclamation mark flashed across the screen. He froze. Had she blocked him instantly? So thoroughly repulsed by him. Qin Yi shook his head helplessly, set down the phone, and summoned the system. "Flower, I'd like to redeem Tiger's Vigorous Tremor. Item: Tiger's Vigorous Tremor, successfully redeemed. It has been placed in your system inventory, ready for immediate use. Current Starlight points, 1600. Qin Yi asked, "Is there also a skill to enhance financial literacy?" "Indeed, Master. The innate talent, Comprehensive Financial Mastery, grants rapid acquisition, retention, and comprehension of systemic financial knowledge for 5000 Starlight points." Qin Yi, huh? What a... The system's mechanical voice remained unfailingly courteous. "Sweet Flower confirms 50 points exactly." Qin Yi fell silent, then sighed inwardly. "Fine. I'll bake sweets every day this month. Surely I'll amass 5000. Besides, Luo Shui had mentioned her cousin would be staying over for a while, meaning one more discerning palate for his pastries, and thus more Starlight points earned. At this thought, Qin Yi grinned and stirred faster, whisking with renewed energy. When he returned to the bedroom, bearing honey water at the perfect temperature, the spacious lounge area was already deserted. A partition wall separated the lounge from the inner sleeping area, so Qin Yi failed to notice the small mound now piled atop his bed. Luo Shui, drowsy from wine, had wandered upstairs, instinctively sought out Qin Yi's bed, pulled back the covers, and slipped beneath, planning to nap first, then brush her teeth and wash her face. By now she'd entirely forgotten she wasn't in her own room. She must have gone upstairs to sleep. Qin Yi murmured, glancing at the honey water in his hand. He smiled wryly and set it on the coffee table. Recalling that Luo Shui always headed straight upstairs, he gave it little further thought. Qin Yi shrugged off his coat and walked directly past the partition into the inner bathroom, intending to wash his face, brush his teeth, and retire for the night. He'd spent the entire afternoon listening to lectures filled with utterly alien concepts. His brain cells exhausted, his head pounding. By 7 or 8 o'clock, it felt as though raw, unassimilable knowledge had been violently injected into his mind, swelling painfully, triggering neural tremors and vertigo. Utterly bewildering. Clearly he was no natural scholar, neither before nor after his transmigration. Not long after Qin Yi finished washing, switched off the lights, and crossed the moonlit room toward his bed, reaching out to settle onto the innermost spot. Something struck his calf, sharp, searing pain buckling his leg. He collapsed hard onto the floor. Ow! His buttocks hit the ground with a jarring thud. Bone-deep agony made him cry out. Ugh! What was that? So painful. Cradling his calf, Qin Yi braced himself against the wall, half crouching. His sharp brows quivered, his expression twisted in anguish. Yet when he glanced back, moonlight still streamed brightly through the window. A gentle breeze slipped through the gap, stirring the curtains. Everything appeared precisely as it had upon entering. HSS. Could he possibly have developed osteoporosis? Or was his leg simply spasming on its own? Qin Yi began questioning his very existence. Gradually adjusting to the silvery glow, Qin Yi suddenly noticed a soft bulge beneath his white duvet, the stark contrast between pristine fabric and the cascade of long dark hair spilling forth. Holy, holy, holy! Ghost! Instinctively Qin Yi recoiled, then his injured calf gave way again. He tumbled sideways, tripping over his own feet, crashing to the floor in a clatter of limbs and chaos. Was it his imagination, or had someone just laughed outside the window? Yet nothing stirred beyond the glass, not even a shadow on the curtain. His conviction deepened. This was haunted. He'd never watched horror films. He feared ghosts above all else. And now his composure shattered utterly. Trembling Qin Yi scrambled backward into the corner behind the nightstand. His sculpted, handsome features contorted in terror, tears welling in his eyes, pitiful and raw. Then her voice. That familiar velvety, commanding tone cut through the panic. Too loud. Disturbed from deep slumber by the commotion, Luo Shui frowned faintly and murmured in irritation. Qin Yi turned his stiff neck, mechanically like a wind-up doll, glancing backward. That voice came from a person, right? It had to be human. Shaking, Qin Yi rose from the floor and edged toward the headboard, left hand groping along the wall until he found the light switch. Click. The bedroom flooded with light, revealing everything clearly. No ghost, just someone who'd brazenly usurped his bed. Qin Yi bit his lip. Those bewitching peach blossom eyes glistened with unshed tears, as if waking from a nightmare, his rigid spine finally slackening in relief. Now certain it was human, not spectral, he dove under the covers like a refugee seeking sanctuary, clutching the warm source tightly. In his startled state, he forgot he was a grown man. Left the light blazing, wrapped his arms around her slender forearm, just as he used to hug his best friend while sleeping. His nose pressed against Luo Shui's shoulder, knees drawn up, he curled himself into a childlike posture, seeking comfort, surrendering to sleep. A small stone lay silently on the carpet beside the bed. The cleaning lady visited each morning. Qin saw no reason to retrieve it. Like a lithe wildcat, she landed noiselessly on the outdoor air conditioner unit the instant Qin Yi turned, her movements silent, effortless. A sugar-free lollipop crunched pleasantly between her teeth, her high stylish ponytail swayed gently in the breeze. That racket inside, utterly unlike anything he would normally make. It was hilarious. Qin couldn't suppress a laugh. Her mirth only heightened his panic, like a perfectly executed prank. Moonlight danced in her eyes, overflowing with unrestrained amusement. When silence finally settled, she peered through the narrow gap in the curtains, and her gaze fell upon that flawless porcelain fair face. Her expression shifted, strange, almost tender, tinged with quiet resignation. Bang! When Luo Shui awoke, she was startled by the figure blocking her view, instinctively using her hands and feet to push away. This action directly woke the other person up. Who was it? Who had ambushed him? Qin Yi braced himself up, covering his head with his hands as he opened his eyes wide to look around. It wasn't a deserted island overgrown with bushes, nor was it the plain and ordinary room of her. It was a beautifully decorated, spacious bedroom, the kind that only appeared in idle dramas, shining brightly with golden hues. Qin Yi finally became fully aware once again that he had indeed crossed over. He was no longer poor, nor was he a pharmacy student exhausting his brain to earn various course credits. He was now a rich second-generation heir, and a debauched one with a wife and daughter. Qin Yi looked at the stunning woman in bed, her gaze filled with both shame and anger, and his excited mind suddenly went blank, unable to discern whether it was embarrassment or panic. In short, he completely lost the thought of pursuing why she had pushed him off the bed. Looking at her icy expression, he trembled slightly, raising his hand awkwardly to greet Luo Shui with a nervous smile. Good morning. Luo Shui tugged at the corner of her mouth, her stunning face displaying a cold smile as she fixed her gaze on Qin Yi, the meaning unspoken. The icy female CEO exuded such strong killing intent that Qin Yi instinctively shivered, hastily getting up from the floor and escaping into the bathroom, slamming the door shut. Once he saw the handsome face in the mirror, he suddenly realized, wait, this is clearly my bedroom. Qin Yi couldn't help but lower his head to cover his face. After he quickly disappeared from her sight, Luo Shui relaxed her expression, returning to her usual calm indifference. However, she, who was usually fond of cleanliness, was still wearing the same dress from yesterday, and her delicate brows involuntarily furrowed slightly. Her mouth felt parched. She hadn't even washed her face or brushed her teeth yesterday, nor had she removed her makeup. Luo Shui's expression was as cold as ice. The aunt in the living room had already prepared breakfast and placed it on the table, milk, bread, fruits, and fried eggs, providing a balanced diet. Since Qin had never gotten up for breakfast in the villa, Luo Shui had long instructed the aunt to skip making breakfast for him. Today's meal was still just for her, and Yin, one big and one small. Luo Shui went upstairs to freshen up, while Yin was brought to the dining table by Annie to have breakfast. The girl's small hand held a spoon, drinking porridge, while the other hand grabbed the egg that Annie had peeled at just the right temperature, neither cold nor hot, taking bites. With her exquisite doll-like face puffed up with food, it seemed as if two adorable dumplings were hanging on her cheeks. Her clear bright eyes curiously gazed at the closed door of Qin Yi's room, and Yi couldn't help but chew on the egg and ask Annie, Sister Annie, did Mommy really sleep in Daddy's room last night? She still found it hard to believe. Usually Mommy, who always disliked Daddy's presence, actually stayed in Daddy's. She heard from a child in preschool that when Daddy and Mommy don't take them and sleep in the same room, it's because they're having another baby. But Mommy had said before that she would only have one child, and that she wouldn't sleep in the same room as Daddy. What exactly happened last night? Annie was puzzled about their relationship as well, but as an outsider she couldn't intervene in their matters. Annie nodded, then shook her head, her straight ponytail swaying gently. Madam might have slept in the young master's room. Annie blinked, speaking ambiguously. Annie. A cold voice came from the hallway. Madam. Annie turned around, responding with the same respect as usual. Today you will take Yi to school. Luo Shui had her long black hair cascading down, dressed in a smart and fashionable women's suit, revealing her beautiful long legs, her cold brows showcasing the demeanor of an icy female powerhouse. Annie nodded, yes madam. Sitting on the chair, Yi waved her small hand at Luo Shui, her clear eyes. Mommy. Luo Shui's cold face broke into a smile as her slender fair hand gently touched the girl's chubby cheek. Mommy is going to work first. Isn't Mommy having breakfast? No, I'm leaving. As Luo Shui's sleeve was pulled by the girl, a piece of toast appeared before her eyes. No, you'll get hungry, you have to take a bite. Luo Shui smiled helplessly. All right. Tucking her fallen hair behind her ear, Luo Shui bit down on a piece of bread, soft and crispy, chewed and swallowed, then patted Yi's fluffy head before heading to the door. Having graduated from graduate school to take over the company, and having served as a high-ranking executive twice, she was always assertive and decisive. Only Yi was her softest weakness. Moreover, as the only granddaughter of the Qin family, receiving all the love and appreciation from everyone in the family except Qin Yi, Luo Shui didn't worry too much about Yi's safety. When Qin Yi finished getting ready and walked out of his room, Luo Shui had already left for the company. Yi was still having breakfast. Dressed simply in a long-sleeved white t-shirt and casual pants, wearing a pair of slippers, he rubbed his eyes and walked into the living room. At the long dining table, there was still an untouched portion next to Yi. Qin Yi thought it was prepared for him, so he walked over, sat down, and picked up the knife and fork. He even smiled and greeted the silent Yi. Good morning, darling. The sight of her fair chubby cheeks puffed up with food was simply adorable. Qin Yi couldn't help but scream in his heart. Yi has finished eating. The girl's crisp voice echoed as the clatter of knife and fork followed. She jumped down from the stool like she was avoiding a fierce tiger and scampered over to Annie to sign her hand. The 3-year-old girl was still shorter than Annie's legs. Annie slightly bent down to hold Yi's hand, looking at Qin Yi. Young master, please enjoy your meal. I will take the little miss to school now. Qin Yi. Just here to scare the child, I suppose. Go ahead. With that, Qin Yi replied weakly. As the door closed, the villa fell silent, the spacious and bright living room only filled with the occasional clinking of cutlery and chewing sounds. Qin Yi ate breakfast while checking messages on his phone. His long, slender fingers slid over the screen, opening a message. Young Master Qin, there will be an event at Yi in a couple of days, a role-playing event. I have inquired about the new girls, they are all clean. Qin Yi's former lackey knew he enjoyed women, so he gathered beautiful girls for his entertainment to earn a tip from the young master. Disgusting. No, I'm not interested. Blocked. 9. Young Master Qin, it's been 3 days, how's your health? People really miss you. It was a well-endowed model who had slept with the original body, the resources were all obtained by the original body for her. With such great conditions, can't she work harder to get her own shoots? Life is long, why take shortcuts? Qin Yi recalled the model's decent figure and face, couldn't help but scoff, swiping his finger to block her. Mo Fei. Almost got castrated, are you feeling better? Why didn't you come over yourself? That grasshopper is so annoying you, I think I'll just throw him in the river next time. This was the message Mo Fei sent him after waking up this morning. Shanghai had its own wealthy elite circle, and at the top of the circle were the so-called princelings, the 4 notorious rascals, Qin Yi, Mo Fei, Wen Rinyue, and Shi Lang. The 4 had known each other since childhood. They all knew what kind of characters they were at heart. Yesterday he had the hotel manager take Yi Chun to find someone, but he didn't know what happened. However, he was certain that the two didn't form a good relationship. As for throwing someone in the river, Qin Yi was absolutely capable of doing that. After all, the original body had a penchant for bullying various honest and poor boys. Cough, cough. Qin Yi accidentally choked on his food, paused for a moment, and picked up his phone to type. What are you throwing? This was originally your fault. You can't just steal someone's girlfriend and expect them not to want her back. After sending the message, a question mark appeared on the other end shortly after. Before Qin Yi could react, Mo Fei's WeChat call suddenly came in. He pressed the answer button. A slightly magnetic young voice came from the phone. Qin Yi. It seemed uncertain on the other end whether it was really Qin Yi himself who had sent the message. What's up? Qin Yi pressed the speakerphone, placed the phone on the table, used his fork to pick up a piece of cut egg, and popped it into his mouth, then found it too dry, and took a sip of milk. I really can't believe those words came out of your mouth. Mo Fei pushed up his seemingly abstinent rectangular glasses, confirming that it was indeed Qin Yi on the line, and not some innocent girl. Why? You used to be the type who preferred to find girls with boyfriends. Puffed. Qin Yi choked on his food and spat it out. He had almost forgotten that the original body was a strong pervert who had a preference for married women. Although that had been a reckless affair back in high school, he often stole other people's girlfriends, even in college. Qin Yi wiped the corner of his mouth with a napkin and dryly said, "That was then, this is now. I have a wife and child now. Didn't you say before that a wife and a girlfriend aren't the same thing? What does having a wife have to do with finding a girlfriend?" Qin Yi. I never said that. I absolutely did not say that. That was not what I said. The law-abiding model citizen Qin Yi silently shouted in his heart. That woman was taken away by Yichen yesterday. Don't worry, I won't be interested in her anymore. Mo Fei, who preferred mutual consent in relationships, hated the most his entanglements, as they wasted his time for rock and cosplay. Yes, that's right. The wealthy second young master of the Mo family, despite his gentle and quiet appearance, had a penchant for anime and rock music. What Qin Yi found even more incomprehensible was that this guy had also engaged in quite a bit of the original body's debauchery, yet managed to rank within the top 20 in school. It was simply absurd. It was as if heaven was feeding him. In comparison, Qin Yi and the other two were at the bottom of their class, which suited their playboy personas quite well. But I really don't like that grasshopper Yichun. He shouldn't expect to make the top 10 this semester. The man on the other end spoke through clenched teeth. So that's how a scholar bullies people, by suppressing their rankings, huh? Qin Yi twitched his lips. Whatever, as long as no one gets hurt. What are those two up to? He was referring to Qi Lang and Wen Renyue, the two of the four notorious rascals who were particularly outrageous. They loved to chase quirky little stars and internet celebrities enjoying various extreme sports, having given up on inheriting their family businesses. They could do as they pleased without regard for their reputation. As for Mo Fei, due to his family's political background, he was much more discreet, serving as the strategist among their princeling group. You don't know? Mo Fei sounded a bit surprised. Qin Yi asked in confusion, should I know? Next week, there will be international diplomatic delegation members coming to the city for a meeting. Your reckless driving incident has had quite a public impact. Although Uncle Qin has helped smooth over some of the effects, those two have also felt the family's confinement, and like you cannot come out to cause trouble for the time being. Mo Fei didn't say it, but his elder brother had informed him that the higher-ups were taking this diplomatic meeting very seriously. If successful, there would be a maritime exhibition to increase international cooperation. This concerned the interests of the families invited from both Shanghai and the capital, and they absolutely could not allow any mischief to occur at this time. So this was the real reason why Qin's father had confined him for a month. Qin Yi realized, but upon hearing the latter part, he twitched his mouth. No, is that how you caused trouble? Not too far off. Did you see Su Yishui yesterday? What did you think? Mo Fei asked out of the blue. Qin Yi was a bit confused. Su Yishui. He recalled what happened last night. He had been too focused on finding Luo Shui, and had encountered Ji Zixing, the heir of the Ji family, whom the original body utterly despised, but he didn't seem to have seen Su Yishui. Last night was the engagement banquet of Ji Zixing and Su Yishui. Ji Zixing invited you, but as I expected, you didn't come. After all, you two have never gotten along, but I didn't expect you to go pick up Luo Shui. Mo Fei's words jogged his memory. The woman standing next to Luo Shui, dressed in a white gown adorned with diamonds, seemed to be Su Yishui. Yeah, I just want to pick up my wife. A light sound came from the other end of the phone. Tisk. Qin Yi's forehead broke into a cold sweat. What? It's nothing new. I just thought you had changed targets. Although it's a bit difficult, it fits your taste. You could also get back at Ji Zixing, killing two birds with one stone. Haha, but a prodigal son returning is quite interesting. After saying a few thoughtful words, Mo Fei hung up the phone, leaving Qin Yi to silently contemplate. A few seconds later, Qin Yi angrily slammed his phone on the table, cursing. Damn it. I'm clearly a pure love supporter. After scrolling through his phone for a while, and clearing out some of the original bogus messy contacts, Qin Yi remembered what Luo Shui had said to her last night. He found Luo Shui's number and sent him a message. Shui, take me to the airport tomorrow night to pick someone up. The phone vibrated and Luo Shui replied with a message. Young master, the master said you must stay home for a full month. Qin Yi raised an eyebrow. His bodyguard and driver was indeed a spy sent by Qin's father. He continued to send messages. Luo Shui's cousin is coming to stay at our house for a while. Luo Shui. All right, young master will take you to the airport tomorrow night. Qin Yi. All right. This damn double standard. But it's fine if the house has internet, a bed, and a computer. He can manage to stay for a month. You know, in his previous life, he loved to stay home playing games and reading novels, able to go a week without stepping out. The only time he went out was to pick up a package. Oh yes. The clothes in the original Bodis wardrobe haven't been sorted out yet, and he needs to buy some cosmetics and cosplay outfits for the next convention with Mo Fei. Qin Yi seemed to have thought of something, a lewd smile creeping across his handsome face. Hey there, beautiful lady, would you like a glass of vodka? Nothing compliments you better than the fiery allure of vodka. A thick Massachusetts accent echoed beside Ji. A pink-haired man in a floral shirt and cargo pants blocked her path, holding a drink in his hand. Ji smiled faintly, her stunning and enchanting appearance making the pink-haired man's eyes light up and his mouth water. With black pupils and red lips, the woman had delicate, three-dimensional features. A slight arch of her brows and eyes brought an inherent charm. Her long golden hair cascaded in waves, naturally falling over her shoulders. Beneath her fair and beautiful swan neck, half of a delicate collarbone peeked out. The stylish white shirt, designed with a hint of courtly flair, yet exuding sensual elegance, was made of smooth fabric that accentuated the woman's exquisite figure. She paired it with black trousers and matching high-heeled leather boots, making her already tall stature soar above the pink-haired man by a head due to the 10-centimeter heels. He raised his head slightly, feeling increasingly restless in his heart. What a captivating beauty! He had noticed her the moment she entered the bar and had immediately felt his heart stir. He leaned in closer, offering her the drink. Miss. The colorful sights within the bar caused the man's hair to shimmer between shades of pink, red, and purple, dazzling to the eye. Ji beckoned him closer with a finger, her eyes twinkling with seduction. The pink-haired man grinned widely, raising his hand ready to embrace her. One drink followed by a night of passion was a common occurrence here. Just as he was about to wrap his arms around the beautiful, glowing Asian blonde, the vodka in his hand was snatched away and splashed all over his face in an instant, followed by a dizzying whirl. Ji seized the man's arm and executed a skilled shoulder throw. As he lay on the ground seeing stars, she elegantly strode further inside. Upon seeing Ji, the atmosphere in the box grew even more lively. Chi, over here. Chi, this time your name suits you perfectly. Sorry, I'll take a shot as punishment. Ji grabbed a drink that was already poured on the table, without caring whose it was or whether it had been touched, and downed it in one go. The absence of vodka's burning sensation was replaced by the refreshing aroma of fruit wine made in China. There were many beers on the table which were popular in China. Clap, clap, clap. As the glass hit the table, a crisp and dense applause filled the box. So cool, Chi. What do you think? To celebrate your return, we bought a ton of Chinese liquor. Thank you, my dear Leah, and everyone. Ji opened her arms and embraced a dark-skinned, yet very pretty girl, spinning her around twice before setting her down. Chi, you look so handsome today. I'm going to call you my husband. What? Isn't he my husband? Huh? Ji indulgently allowed them to hug her one by one. She was a junior at a national university in America, wearing the standard school uniform, like her classmates, to avoid unnecessary trouble. Now dressed like this, the girl who had read too many novels affectionately called her husband, clinging to her arm. This was simply her dream come true. After thinking about not seeing her for 3 months, the girl sadly sipped her drink. Their university summer vacation lasted 3 months, and Ji just happened to have business back home. Thus a few close friends through this party. The bolder ones even ordered the bar's male companions singing and drinking, having a joyfully endless time. In the end, Ji personally saw each of them home. Qin Yi, under the tireless influence of Chun Wan-yin, studied for another day. To reward himself, he went to the kitchen and made desserts according to the menu in the system. The young master Qin Yin gave a positive review. Congratulations to the master for earning 1,000-star points. Diner Chun Wan-yin gave a positive review. Congratulations to the master for earning 800-star points. Diner Annie gave a positive review. Congratulations to the master for earning 500-star points. Diner Luo Shui gave a positive review. Congratulations to the master for earning 500-star points. Gave a positive review. Congratulations to the master for earning 300-star points. Congratulations. 300-star points. This day, after finishing studying, Qin Yi specially invited Chun Wan-yin to stay and taste the desserts he made. Just then, Annie returned with Yin. The little girl, upon seeing Chun Wan-yin, jumped onto her lap, as if she had seen her own sister. Chun Wan-yin felt her heart soften and agreed. Originally, she planned to leave as soon as she finished. Qin Yi just happened to be able to make desserts with a few people. One small cake and a mixed drink were brought out from the kitchen. Qin Yi even prepared portions for the household staff, with a small cake for each person, not overly sweet, yet delightfully soft and fragrant. The young master, who had been a spoiled brat for 10 years, could actually make desserts. Just take whatever flavor you want, they're all on the table. Thank you, young master. Luo Shui looked at the small cakes on the table, hesitating between strawberry and chocolate flavors, and finally chose the strawberry one. The other young servants followed suit. Some cautiously tasted a bite, afraid of being choked by dark cuisine, but unexpectedly this cake, that looked good, tasted quite amazing. Wow, it's delicious. Really? Yeah, the taste is really good. Thank you, young master. As the system's notification chimes continued, Qin Yi's smile grew brighter. Eat slowly. If you want more in the future, just come to me, and I'll make it for you. Qin Yi lifted his chin confidently. A clear electronic sound echoed in his mind, tinged with a bit of pride. Produced by the system quality guaranteed. As hired housekeeping staff for Luo Shui, they were amazed by young Master Qin's skills, but dared not casually ask him for desserts. The face of the spoiled young master could change as quickly as the weather in June, who knew if next time, he would disdainfully scold them, saying they were not worthy of eating what he made. Hee hee. Young master, you're so kind. Next time you want to make desserts, I'll definitely come to ask for some. Most of them were just trying to keep the young master in a good mood, politely promising to come next time to avoid him getting unhappy and making them work. When Luo Shui returned, everyone orderly returned to their tasks. Unlike the distance they kept from Qin Yi, they showed great respect for Luo Shui. Young master. Butler Qin greeted Qin Yi dressed in a well-tailored suit, exuding elegance and kindness. Luo Shui walked past Qin Yi with a commanding presence, crossing the small garden to enter the villa. Qin Yi nodded, rubbing his chin as he approached Butler Qin. Hey Qin uncle. Qin Yi called out to the butler who was about to leave. The butler stopped, maintaining a kind smile as he looked at Qin Yi. Young master, what's the matter? Does Luo Shui go straight home every time after work? Qin Yi asked curiously. In his memory, it was hard to find Luo Shui's presence at various high society banquets, and those people did not look down on Luo Shui for not attending the frequent social events held by the wealthy. On the contrary, their admiration for Luo Shui only seemed to grow. Basically, yes. Except for invitations from the latter's friends. If the young lady is present, the lady usually goes straight home after work. The butler nodded, his mature and reliable gaze lighting up. Did the young master finally have thoughts about the lady? Oh, Qin Yi nodded thoughtfully. Indeed, Luo Shui was not only a wealthy and beautiful workaholic, but also a responsible mother. To be honest, if it weren't for the original self's complete devotion to this woman, who was also deeply repulsed by him, Qin, he would genuinely want to become good friends with Luo Shui. Young master, if you're really bored at home, you can ask the lady to take you and Yi out for a stroll. The butler suddenly. Qin's father had never made demands of Luo Shui. He always obliged her requests, treating her as if she were his own daughter, while treating Qin Yi as if he were picked up from outside. After marrying, he directly left Qin Yi to Luo Shui, letting her provide for him as long as he didn't starve. The original self, accustomed to spending extravagantly, found it hard to adjust from hundreds of thousands a month to just 50,000 running out before the month was halfway through, often having to beg friends for money, thus naturally resenting Luo Shui. Qin's father wanted Qin Yi to stay home for a month to recuperate and reflect, forbidding him from going out unless Luo Shui agreed. He was worried that the child might explode with frustration, so he couldn't help but suggest. Although he could already guess Qin Yi's darkened expression as he scolded loudly. Why would I go find that woman? Old Qin, are you out of your mind? However, unexpectedly, Qin Yi just paused for a moment and nodded. Yeah, okay, but she probably won't have much time. After all, that group of international diplomatic missions was coming, and their company would have a lot of work to do. After saying that, Qin Yi sighed again. And it's not boring at home either. There are exam revisions and classes to attend. It's quite enriching. He seemed like an ordinary student, deeply tormented by studies, yet unable to escape. Qin Yi gave a Qin uncle, you don't understand look, shook his head, and walked back into the house. The butler stood there in a daze, watching Qin Yi walk back step by step until he vanished at the doorway. That calm and warm smile of the young man seemed like a dream come true. After a long time in a daze, the light in the butler's eyes grew even brighter, glistening slightly with tears. He moved his lips, murmuring, young master, you've grown up. So he really did listen to the chairman's words, and began to step. Butler Qin's eyes brimmed with tears. When Qin Yi entered the room, he suddenly remembered that his ex-girlfriend and current tutor was also present, feeling a tightness in his chest, unsure if Luo Shui would get into a fight with Qin Yi. She wore a sleek, chic, and luxuriously fashionable suit. Every gesture exuded an air of authority. With graceful poise, she walked toward her. Qin Yi rose from the stool, nodding slightly in greeting. She was pure and exquisite, standing tall and graceful, possessing a gentle style distinct from Luo Shui's. Hello, I'm Qin Yi's academic tutor, Qin Yi. Luo Shui nodded, and when her gaze fell upon the girl beside Qin Yi, her indifferent expression softened slightly. Yi waved at her. Mom's sister Qin is helping me with my homework. Luo Shui curled her lips and slowly approached. What, dissatisfied with my teaching? Calling her sister Qin so intimately on only the second day. Mom is too busy, I don't want to disturb you. Am I too busy? Luo Shui cast a meaningful glance at Yi. As if her thoughts were seen through, Yi immediately shrank her neck and gave an embarrassed smile. In truth, her mother's aura was too imposing. Every time she did homework beside her, she felt a bit uneasy. Qin Yi stared dazedly at Luo Shui, who had a slight smile on her lips. That smile was as if an entire iceberg had melted into surging spring water, breathtakingly stunning. Hello, I'm Luo Shui, Yin's mother. Luo Shui nodded to Qin Yi, giving a brief self-introduction. Her voice was cool and captivating, exuding the charm of a mature woman. Hello, Miss Luo. Chen Wanyin looked at Luo Shui's cold and stunningly beautiful face, feeling her own heartbeat quicken slightly. Then her heart filled with indignation at that scumbag Qin Yi. The beautiful woman before her appeared to be around 26 or 27, with a child already 3 years old. Qin Yi was only 22 this year, meaning he was 18 back then. Shen Juanyin's mouth twitched at the thought. That bastard already knowing how to bully people at such a young age. Most importantly, with such a beautiful wife and such an adorable child, he still had an extramarital, and he had been secretly dating her for nearly a month. Recalling the countless girls that playboy Qin Yi had cheated on in school, more than one hand could count. While angry, Chen Wanyin couldn't help feeling sorry for Luo Shui's marriage. A wealthy and beautiful woman deserved a better marriage. Miss Qin, you are a schoolmate, aren't you? Luo Shui's lips carried a faint smile, and when her cool eyes looked at her there was no imagined aloofness. Luo Shui told Yi to continue her homework while she walked toward the sofa, sat down naturally, and with a gentle gaze invited Chen Wanyin to join her for a chat. This young girl was quite to her liking. Chen Wanyin nodded. Yes, but we're in the same department, different classes. Qin Yi, with his heart in his throat, quickly walked into the living room. Seeing the two sitting on the sofa chatting and laughing, he was stunned. How to put it? Two beautiful women who had never spoken kindly to Qin Yi, but were close to him, sat side by side, having never met before. Simply incredible. Yi, who was doing her homework, saw Qin Yi come in. Her big sparkling eyes blinked, and she wasn't as afraid of him as before. Dad, Yi called softly in a sweet voice. Qin Yi snapped back to reality, a smile spreading across his face as he nodded to Yi. The exquisite porcelain doll called him Dad with such obedient loveliness that his heart turned soft and mushy. Who could resist that? The two on the sofa noticed Qin Yi and Uncle Zhao entering. They had pretty much finished. Chen Wanyin stood up to bid farewell to Luo Shui. Sister, I'll head back now. Feel free to contact me if you need anything. Uncle Zhao, please escort Xiaoyin. The butler nodded respectfully. Yes, madam. Chen Wanyin kept her smile. Thank you, sister. Luo Shui's thin lips curved with a smile as she nodded to her like a sister. The butler extended a white-gloved hand to guide the way. This way, Miss Chen. Chen Wanyin nodded and followed the butler to take the indoor elevator down to the garage. During the whole time, she completely ignored Qin Yi. Finally experiencing the feeling of being treated like air after so many years, Qin Yi looked at Chen Juanyin's retreating figure without a backward glance and gave a helpless smile. Since there was no conflict between the two, he had nothing to worry about. Qin Yi turned back to the table, ruffled Yin's fluffy head, then gathered his books and returned to his room. Don't forget your task tonight. Just as he was about to enter the room, Luo Shui's cool voice suddenly rang out in the living room. Qin Yi stopped, glanced sideways at her, and said helplessly, "Pick up someone from the airport, right? Don't worry, I haven't forgotten." Why was she so completely different with him compared to others? Was he that repulsive to her? Oh, right. He was a notorious scumbag, so never mind. But even though it was true, it still stung. Qin Yi turned around and rubbed his forehead in exasperation. Luo Shui went upstairs and changed into a light sportswear outfit. When Qin Yi came out, he saw her putting on sneakers at the shoe cabinet. Are you going for some leisure sports? Qin Yi blinked in confusion. Without looking up, Luo Shui said calmly, "A business partner I arranged to meet wants to play golf." Going to have. Luo Shui finished putting on her shoes and looked at Qin Yi, who was wearing home pajamas, slippers dangling, reeking of a loser vibe. She couldn't help but frown. You're wearing that. Qin Yi scratched his head, his eyes clear. What's wrong? It's so comfortable. With deep-set eyes and a high nose, his strikingly handsome face wore an innocent expression, collar askew, red hair disheveled and hanging messily. If the Qin Yi before had given Luo Shui a feeling of wickedness and malice, the Qin Yi in front of her now seemed foolish, dorky, and adorably silly. She felt a strong urge to ruffle his hair. Yi at the dining table secretly watched the two with curiosity. Luo Shui took a breath, walked up to Qin Yi, straightened his pajama collar, and leaned in close. A pleasant, crisp fragrance lingered at the tip of his nose. Qin Yi couldn't help but inhale, feeling as if he were lying in a sea of flowers surrounded by a light, yet rich, unknown floral scent. Ah, such a fragrant and soft girl. Luo Shui whispered softly in his ear, "If a Qi complains to me later, watch out. Your living expenses for this month might vanish." This was using the gentlest tone to utter the cruelest words in the world. Qin Yi raised an eyebrow, mechanically turning his head to meet her eyes, the smile on his lips stiffening. "How well, cousin, Qi should be around my age, probably a gentle and polite girl. She probably won't mind. He'll change right away." Luo Shui's eyes turned slightly cold. In a dazed Qin Yi seemed to see bundles of his living expenses flying away. Moly moly. He was still a student. How could he have no money? "Rich sister, you can't do this." Qin Yi's expression turned serious, his tone shifting as he spoke firmly and earnestly. Luo Shui no longer held back, reaching out to tousle Qin Yi's messy red hair like ruffling thick grass. And his already disheveled hairstyle became even more like a bird's nest. "Good boy. Luo Shui curled her lips, her peach blossom eyes rippling with a trace of a smile. Originally Qin Yi intended for Luo Shui to take him to pick someone up. However, upon seeing the cars in the garage, the thought of test driving one emerged in his mind. Thinking that it would be good to drive more and familiarize himself with the driving skills of this body, and given that he was still not accustomed to the high-profile life with bodyguards, Qin Yi decided to let Luo Shui stay at home and drove out on his own. However, Qin Yi was unaware that every time he went out on his own, Luo Shui would secretly follow in a car to ensure his safety. Although on the surface it seemed like Qin's father had given up on this spoiled young master, Luo Shui knew that he cared more about his child's safety than anyone else. After the last car accident, Qin's father seemed to have taken no notice, but in reality, he had contacted Luo Shui, who was undergoing training in the military, spending a fortune to request him to protect Qin Yi's safety. The BMW, which was usually known for its speed, was now obediently cruising at 50 miles per hour amidst the traffic, stopping just 3 seconds before the red light. Luo Shui looked at the luxury car, which seemed to be driven cautiously like a novice driver, and couldn't help but chuckle. Is this the after effect of the accident? Well, it's good that he learned his lesson. Luo Shui followed behind the BMW, his professional instincts catching a glimpse in the rearview mirror, sharply noticing something unusual. A discreet black sedan had been following them for 2 intersections. He wondered what their intentions were. A killer? Or a stalker? The road to the airport was busy with traffic, and Luo Shui determined that no matter who the other party was, they couldn't act easily, so he remained vigilant and observant. Should the other party make a move, he would act immediately. Oh my, there are so many people on the airport road, help me. Qin Yi gripped the steering while tightly suppressing the urge to slam the accelerator. After all, the original host was a reckless, car-loving young master who wouldn't patiently wait for a red light that still had 3 seconds to go. Does the host need to purchase low-level motor vehicle driving skills? Originally priced at 1,000, now only 1,000, a great deal. The system suddenly chimed in, tempting him. Qin Yi couldn't help but scoff. This is the same, oh, what's so great about this deal? He exclaimed in frustration. Suddenly a sports car zipped past him, startling Qin Yi into slamming on the brake. Once he regained his composure, he was filled with rage and shouted a curse. Damn, are they in such a hurry to reincarnate? Oh no, he certainly didn't want to experience that again. The system sweetly commented, Master, you have grasped the essence of the original host. Qin Yi twitched his mouth, hesitating. When he encountered another red light at the intersection, he finally yielded. Qin Yi covered his face. System, I want to exchange for low-level driving skills. The tone of the system suddenly became cheerful. All right. Successfully exchanged for low-level driving skills, deducting 1,000 star values, remaining star values 600. Wish you a pleasant life. Qin Yi. He couldn't help but suspect that this broken system was just trying to boost its sales performance. Suddenly it felt like a faint current coursed through his entire body. The world before him became transparent, the vehicles around him, and the road information seamlessly integrated in his mind. The accelerator seemed to have surrendered under his foot, and he could control the speed at will. Qin Yi curiously pressed the accelerator slightly. As he moved forward, he felt the wind rushing past. No longer tense, he held the steering wheel naturally relaxed. At this moment, his heartbeat surged with exhilaration. Qin Yi's eyes widened, his brows raised, experiencing the miraculous sensation of unity between man and machine. As another car tried to cut him off, Qin Yi pressed down on the accelerator, swerving slightly at the maximum speed limit, forcing the approaching car to retreat hurriedly, then seamlessly gliding into the airport parking lot. Once parked, Qin Yi could still feel the excited pounding of his heart. That was almost a close call, wasn't it? My goodness, I actually made it through. Am I the car god of Choming Mountain? Qin Yi stared blankly at the steering wheel before him, grinning foolishly. Master, isn't low-level driving skill very useful? The system sweetly popped up. Tracking the effectiveness of the product is also a built-in operational procedure of the system, known as post-sale interviews. Qin Yi cleared his throat, unable to suppress the grin on his face. Well, it's alright, indeed, quite useful. It's actually comparable to the original host's racing skills. In his memories, the original host often skipped class to race on winding mountain roads with his friends, always placing in the top ranks. Even more impressive was that he had participated in international racing competitions and secured 4th place. Although back then it was mainly for the allure of the curvaceous car models, the original host's driving skills were indeed noteworthy. Qin Yi couldn't help but wonder if his lack of inherited driving skills from the original host was purely due to his timidity from not daring to drive fast after just obtaining his driver's license in his past life, affecting this body. Suddenly Qin Yi thought of an issue. He was currently using this body, and since he had the memories contained within this body, logically speaking, he should also possess the skills that this body had. It was just a matter of needing more practice to adapt. In other words, even without purchasing low-level driving skills, as long as he drove for a couple more days, the original skills would return. So why should he spend 1,000 points on this driving school redo? Qin Yi couldn't help but suspect that this broken system was trying to trick him. Sweet Flower hadn't expected Qin Yi to discover the issue, so quickly a virtual sweat bead dripped down from its head as it quietly shrank away in the corner, not saying a word. Not feeling the system's response in his mind, Qin Yi thought to himself, indeed this broken system must have been trying to trick him. Sweet Flower, come out. Qin Yi's expression darkened as he silently called for the system. Having no place left to hide, the system designed to respond to any inquiry reluctantly spoke up. Master Qin Yi, do you know that this body originally had driving skills? Sweet Flower, yes. So is there a difference between these low-level driving skills and the original skills? Sweet Flower obediently replied, there is no difference, and the skills possessed by the host's body have greater potential than this product. In other words, buying this item was less effective than familiarizing himself with the original driving skills. Qin Yi was furious. Then why did you have me painstakingly accumulate star values to exchange for something unnecessary? Sweet Flower shrank its neck, speaking in a humble tone, Master, the programmer designed me to provide timely suggestions when you need assistance the most, but the final decision to adopt them is still yours. You were troubled by driving skills which triggered the system's function, so the system provided you with the most direct suggestion. Qin Yi facepalmed, can't you provide the optimal suggestion based on various factors? This clearly wastes points. No way, I want to file a complaint. Sweet Flower, upon hearing the complaint, immediately broke. No, Master. Once you input a complaint command, the system will enter an update mode, and all data will be wiped. I still want to see more of the scenery from the old world Luo. Moreover, the advanced intelligent program designed to integrate multiple factors and propose the optimal plan was not installed in this system. Sweet Flower's primary role is to assist the host in pursuing a better living experience. The system's voice sounded somewhat wronged. Brother-in-law, where are you? I can't see you. A charming female voice came through the phone, making it easy to imagine that its owner was surely a young, pretty, and lively girl. Qin Yi smiled. As he looked up, he inadvertently caught sight of a blonde woman who was also on the phone looking for someone. He was suddenly startled, his eyes widening as he asked uncertainly, Xiao Qi, are you the one with dyed blonde hair and sunglasses? Yes, I just came out of Gaiety. Qin Yi. He froze, his smile twitching the corners of his eyes. I am in front of you, the one with the red hair. The blonde girl in the distance was dressed too freely and rebelliously. It made him hardly believe that Luo Shui's cousin could be like this. Her weak golden hair was curled in waves and draped over her shoulders with a pink single shoulder bag slung across. A black choker, a fitted crop top, audacious wide-leg pants with a half-dangling belt, and a large tier revealing dazzlingly fair and shapely long legs, lazy dad shoes on her feet. Lugging a suitcase, she walked gracefully from the airport entrance. In the original Bodis memory, this was distinctly a dark gothic Y2K rebellious teenage outfit full of personality. And as far as he knew, Luo Shui's cousin, like her voice suggested, should have been a sweet, obedient, adorable girl with excellent academic performance. But now the filter in Qin Yi's heart shattered with a crack. The voice on the phone sounded surprised. Ah, brother-in-law, you dyed your hair too. Good taste. I even wanted to get my cousin to dye hers yellow, but she said it was too much trouble and didn't want to. Sigh, the heart of a romantic girl gently broken. That was indeed something Luo Shui would say. In the original Bodis memory, if not for the birth of her daughter adding color to her world, she could have lived monotonously for work all along. Although he deeply admired that it was precisely because Luo Shui was so pure and dedicated to work that the Luo Corporation was revived and his father valued her enough to make her the CEO of the Qin Group. Sometimes Qin Yi felt that living like this would be exhausting for her. Life shouldn't be just about work. Qin Yi paused to gather his thoughts and said, actually black looks nice too. Ji was astonished at this. Ever since she had added this legendary, unruly playboy Qin Yi, whose scandalous rumors were everywhere, as a contact, she had been wondering if this was really the same Qin Yi. He typed calmly and politely, which was very comfortable to read. And Qin Yi's voice in her ear was magnetic and gentle, warm, yet maintaining a proper distance. She couldn't help but wonder, was that arrogant, domineering young Master Qin of the past still the same person as this one now? Or had he simply hidden his true nature and learned to disguise himself? TSK. No matter if you're a wolf in sheep's clothing, it won't affect my plan. Ji Kai's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly. Her tone laced with a hint of coquettishness. She curled her lips and said sarcastically, brother-in-law, you're so devoted to my sister. My sister is so lucky. Qin Yi could clearly tell she was being sarcastic. He twitched the corner of his mouth and was about to say something when he heard her voice rise, mixed with the sounds of reality reaching his ears. Brother-in-law, over here. Ji waved at him. Qin Yi put down his phone and smiled helplessly as he waited for her to come over. Ji took off her sunglasses, let go of her suitcase, and opened her arms to hug Qin Yi. A greeting from the free country. But now he was male. Was this appropriate? Before the soul transference, Qin Yi wasn't used to close physical contact. Even with close friends, she only hugged them when excited. Normally brushing shoulders while walking was the most she did. To have a face-to-face hug right away left this body no time to react. When he came to, he felt as if he was buried in a rich, warm fragrance. Different from Luo Shui's light, yet intoxicating scent, Ji Kai's fragrance was as overwhelming and passionate as her outfit, bold and captivating. Ji Qi stood on tiptoe, almost wrapping her arms around his head, pressing him against her fair and delicate shoulder. Her red lips by his ear curled slightly, releasing a warm breath. "Brother-in-law, you're so handsome. I'm a little tempted. What should I do?" Bang! The warm breath brushed against his ear, becoming scorching hot. Cough, cough. Qin Yi couldn't help but blush as he lightly coughed and pushed Ji Qi back a step. "Well, let's take a stroll first. They'll help you with your luggage." Qin Yi took Ji Kai's white suitcase and walked. Ji Qi stood dazedly in place after being pushed away. She had deliberately sprayed an enticing perfume and dressed provocatively, which should have aligned perfectly with this playboy's tastes. How could he just push her away like that? Moreover, what was up with that blushing, pure-hearted boy just now? This was really Qin Yi. She began to doubt her life. It seemed that things were suddenly getting interesting. Qin Yi opened the trunk to put the suitcase inside, but the moment he lifted it, the weight felt like it was loaded with 1,000 pounds, nearly throwing his back out. Damn! Bang! Qin Yi stumbled, and the suitcase fell to the ground with a thud. He raised his hand to look at the red mark on his palm, then glanced at the 24-inch suitcase in front of him, his face filled with disbelief. What on earth is in here? Did it contain a planet? Ji Qi came back to her senses, saw the scene, and chuckled, but then her expression shifted to one of concern as she ran over. "Brother-in-law, are you okay? Does it hurt?" Ji Qi worriedly touched Qin Yi's wrist, noticing the red mark, and gasping lightly. "Oh no, you have a mark now." The cool, smooth sensation radiated from her touch on his wrist. Qin Yi shook his head and withdrew his hand, smiling as he said, "It's fine." It just suddenly felt a bit heavy. "Brother-in-law, can you manage? Or should I take over?" Her bright, beautiful eyes sparkled, looking particularly. How could he let a girl who looked even skinnier than him carry something so heavy? The innate male chauvinism from this body suddenly flared up. Qin Yi resolutely refused. "No need. I can do it." After all, he was a man. He couldn't let himself lose face. Gritting his teeth, he lifted the suitcase again. The pristine white suitcase trembled, hovering about 10 centimeters off the ground, but didn't move much further. Qin Yi grimaced, summoning all his strength as if he were running an 800-meter race, his neck turning red. Just as the suitcase rose another centimeter, he felt a sudden pain in his lower back, causing it to drop back to the ground with a thud. Qin Yi supported himself with his hands on his hips, staring blankly at the suitcase on the ground, not saying a word. "What on earth is in here?" Qin Yi finally asked. It couldn't just be cosmetics, right? She had mentioned before in college about her roommate's suitcase, but this was easily 10 times heavier than he expected. Ji Qi tilted her head, revealing a cute, yet devilishly charming smile, and apologetically said, "There are a pair of 60-pound dumbbells inside. I'm sorry, brother-in-law. I have a fitness hobby, and the rest is just some personal clothing and cosmetics." 60-pound dumbbells. Qin weak as a breeze. Thanks for the invite. I'm already being honest." Ji Qi looked at Qin Yi, who was still in shock with his mouth agape, and couldn't help but chuckle inside. Yes, she did it on purpose. It was just a small lesson for this playboy who couldn't stay loyal to his wife. But she couldn't exhaust him all at once, otherwise it would be hard to explain to a Shui. "Brother-in-law, thank you." Ji Qi smiled and easily lifted the suitcase that Qin Yi struggled with, placing it into the trunk. The BMW sank slightly as the suitcase was loaded. After Qin Yi got into the car, his waist still throbbed with pain. He felt like crying inside. However, with Luo Shui's cousin beside him, he couldn't cry, though he could only press his lips together and obediently drive to the mall. Ji Qi directly sat in the back seat. Who knows how many messy women had sat in the passenger seat. She didn't want to touch that spot. "Brother-in-law, does your waist still hurt?" Ji Qi smiled, resting her elbow on her knee, leaning her beautiful face forward. "A little, but it's okay." Qin Yi didn't investigate why Ji Qi sat in the back. He glanced at the rearview mirror and casually asked, "What major did you study abroad, Qi?" Since he had already agreed to play the role of a loving husband and doting father with Luo Shui, Qin Yi naturally embraced the identity of a brother-in-law, asking with a hint of elder concern. Out of Qin Yi's sight, Ji Qi tugged at her lips, a trace of coldness flickering in her eyes. She fiddled with the ends of her golden hair, her tone somewhat casual. "I'm majoring in fashion design. I came here this time to intern and visit my sister and little niece." Ji Kai's voice carried a youthful charm, softer and warmer than Luo Shui's cool, mature tone. The slightly raised end of her words held an alluring quality, unknowingly captivating those around her. However, only those familiar with Ji Qi knew that the lighter her words seemed, the deeper her thoughts ran. Qin Yi instinctively glanced at the rearview mirror. Caught off guard, he met Ji Kai's beautiful eyes, momentarily stunned before withdrawing his gaze, feeling a bit guilty as he spoke. "Yin is at home. You'll see her when you get back. As for your sister, she just went out for a social event. Oh, I guess she will be. Is your sister very busy with work?" Qin Yi nodded, a touch of admiration flashing in his eyes. After all, managing such a large company is no small feat. In that case, he'll come over tonight to give you a massage, brother-in-law, since you hurt your waist helping me move the suitcase. Don't worry, my massage skills are professional. No, that's too much. It's fine, brother-in-law. Just let me. Ji-Chi leaned between the two seats, puffing out her fair cheeks, as she acted adorably. Qin Yi felt his soft spot being poked. After hesitating, he still agreed. Okay. The car arrived at the underground parking lot of the mall. Qin Yi got out. Fortunately, his back wasn't too serious. It felt fine now. Ji-Chi opened the door, got out, and walked over to Qin Yi, who was absent-mindedly rubbing his waist. She reached out and gently massaged his side, her hand inadvertently brushing against his palm. Qin Yi spun around like a startled deer and took a step back. Ji-Chi couldn't help but laugh, teasing, "Hee, brother-in-law, are you sensitive?" Seeing it was Ji-Chi, he smiled awkwardly. Internally, he couldn't help but scoff at himself. He was just taking his sister-in-law out shopping. Why was there such a heavy atmosphere? Moreover, speaking of which, Luo Shui's cousin was a bit too familiar, which made him uncomfortable. Hee, I'm sorry, I'm just not used to it. Ji-Chi stepped closer, her gaze flirtatiously smiling at Qin Yi, meaningfully saying, "Brother-in-law, are you really that easily shy? You are quite different from the rumors." Qin Yi shook his head and turned his gaze away. Rumors are usually not to be taken seriously. Ji-Chi was determined to expose the playboy's hypocritical mask, so naturally, she could not truly believe Qin Yi's nonsense. Ji-Chi smiled and nodded, saying thoughtfully, "That's true. It is indeed superficial to understand a person only through hearsay. In that case, during this month at my sister's place, let me get to know my brother-in-law thoroughly." Ji-Chi stepped forward and naturally wrapped her arm around Qin Yi's shoulder. She would make him fall in love with her, then dump him abruptly. As if she had found something amusing, the smile on Ji-Kai's face was even more dazzling than her golden shining curls. Qin Yi. Before he could react, his arm was already encircled. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation. Qin Yi tried to pull away, but failed, so he had no choice but to lead her into the mall elevator. He treated it as going shopping with a friend before his rebirth. On the way to the elevator, Ji-Chi asked him, "Hey, brother-in-law, you haven't commented on my outfit today." Qin Yi looked over at her voice. As if to show off her coolness, Ji-Chi flicked her hair away from her chest, openly squared her shoulders, and raised her chin, allowing Qin Yi to appraise her. She was half a head shorter than Qin Yi. When she straightened her back, the loose black and white t-shirt hung naturally, with the collar casting a hollow shadow. In his memory, she was already considered flat-chested, yet her gently rising chest perfectly matched this rebellious attire, making her exude youthful vitality. Qin Yi secretly sighed. Indeed, a flat chest made the best clothes hanger. The most eye-catching was the leather choker around her swan-like neck, a tight collar. It was a mix of half leather and half chain, with a silver-black cross pendant resting at the center of her beautiful collarbone, exuding a strong sense of design. Looking up, he accidentally met the girl's eyes with dark eyeshadow. Those crescent-shaped eyes were so alluring that this uninhibited personality, combined with an alluring yet dangerous aura, was utterly different from Luo Shui's cool, noble, and distant demeanor. Qin Yi had to admit that the girl before him was like a wicked fairy that had stepped out of an anime. She boldly tempted you to come closer, yet she herself retained not a hint of vulgarity. It matches perfectly, very cool. Qin Yi nodded with appreciation in his clear eyes. Oh. Ji-Chi narrowed her eyes, leaned closer to Qin Yi, and smiled. "So, brother-in-law, do you like it?" Another breath of hot air brushed his ear. Qin Yi turned his head back to avoid it. "Ahem, it's good. As long as you like it. As for me, I prefer your sister's style." Right, he was now playing the role of a reformed prodigal brother-in-law who should be devoted to his wife. However, watching Ji-Chi getting even more audaciously close, Qin Yi couldn't help but feel embarrassed. This is abnormal, right? She keeps calling him brother-in-law, yet why is she getting closer? If Luo Shui saw this, would she think he seduced her cousin and then come after him with scissors? After all, it was just a contract performance. Qin Yi thought, trying to pull his arm back, but failing, and said with a forced smile, "Also, aren't we a bit too close?" Ji-Kai's slender arms tightly held his arm, and since he was only wearing a short-sleeved shirt, his bare arm could clearly feel that softness. Moreover, they had just met, and this body was male. The warm sensation transmitted from his arm awakened the instinctive memories etched into this body. It made him involuntarily recall all sorts of strange things this body had done to girls before. Qin Yi's heartbeat suddenly accelerated uncontrollably. "It's just holding an arm, how is that too close? It's not like we kissed." "Kisse." Hearing that word, Qin Yi's mind involuntarily flashed the image of Luo Shui drunk in his arms that night, her soft lips red. Oh, what was he thinking? Boom. Qin Yi's ears turned red in an instant, and he dared not look at Ji-Chi. Ji-Chi glanced at his red earlobes with slight surprise. She couldn't believe that this young Master Qin could really be so innocent. Truly, what a good disguise. If she hadn't inquired beforehand, she might have been fooled. Young Master Qin acted arrogantly without any regard for consequences, stealing papers, toying with women, forcing abortions, bullying classmates, racing and killing people. These were well known in the circle. It was only because of young Master Qin's powerful background that he had never been caught. Ji didn't believe a car accident could reform such a beast, as she wanted to see how long he could keep up the act. "Oh, brother-in-law, I'm a girl, and I don't mind, why do you?" Seeing that Ji wouldn't let go Qin, he had to let her hold his arm as they got on the elevator. Forget it, he would treat it as shopping with a younger sister. A sister-in-law counted as half a sister. It was perfectly normal for a sister to hold his arm. With that thought, Qin Yi's awkwardness instantly vanished. He walked much more relaxed. He started shopping with Ji from the first floor. In the evening, the basement floor of the mall was still crowded. The shouting of supermarket promoters, the loud childish voices of children, and the wafting aroma from a rice noodle shop nearby. Perhaps because the two were dressed too fashionably, passers-by kept glancing at them. They whispered in amazement. "This girl is dressed too. What's that? Her perfectly good pants have a big hole, her belt looks like a big iron chain. I don't get it. Oh my god, she's a goth girl. So daring, and such a beautiful girl, while her boyfriend is also really handsome. Damn, so hot." This was the first time Qin Yi had shopped with a girl who got such a high rate of second glances. On the surface he was calm and composed, but inside he was a bit embarrassed. When they reached a women's clothing store, Qin Yi had a thought, and said with bright eyes to Ji, "Women's clothing store, want to take a look?" "Sure." Ji nodded, a hint of amusement curling at her lips. Entering the store, the sales clerk greeted them with a smile, praised Ji-Kai's dark-style outfit, and began recommending their women's clothing. This store carried not only casual style, but also functional style clothing. According to Ji-Kai's makeup today, Qin Yi pondered and picked out a few pieces for her. They were all dark-toned. He didn't expect Ji to be so cooperative and try them on in the fitting room. Each time she came out, Qin Yi felt like he was watching a fashion show. A black and white off-shoulder blouse, a thin jacket casually draped over her arm, high-waisted pants that length. The girl with a look that was 3 parts seductive and 3 parts disdainful paired with her tall model-like figure struck a few rebellious poses, leaving Qin Yi completely stunned. While Ji was trying on another outfit, Qin Yi spotted a languidly sexy black slip dress with a slit in the display window at the corner. Instantly, Luo Shui's cool, stunning face appeared in his mind. If this dress were worn on Luo Shui, it would surely look beautiful. Seeing Qin Yi's gaze fixed on the black dress on the mannequin, the sales clerk's eyes lit up and seized the moment to introduce it. "Sir, you have excellent taste. This nightgown is a work by the famous fashion designer Laura. It is made of the most skin-friendly silk fabric, so wearing it to sleep feels like wearing nothing, extremely comfortable. If you choose this to give to your girlfriend as a nightgown, she will surely love it." Although she was trying hard to sell, her warm and gentle tone made it sound natural. "It's not for a girlfriend, it's for off." The clerk blinked and quickly recovered. "So it's for your wife. You and your wife are truly a perfect match." Obviously, the clerk had mistaken him and Ji for a couple. Qin Yi shook his head and smiled. "No, that's my wife's younger sister. I'm just taking her shopping. Anyway, how much is this?" "Oh, haha, sir, this one is 80,000. They'll wrap it up for you." "How much?" 80,000. Such a small piece of cloth costs 80,000. Truly an unfamiliar number. "Okay, thank you." Ji put on his clothes and saw that the sofa was empty. A lazy smile faded from his lips. Upon hearing a sound from around the corner, Ji-Kai's eyes glimmered, and he lightened his steps as he circled around from behind. So she is picking clothes for her sister. The shop assistant opened the display case to pack the clothes while Qin Yi stood in front of the window watching as the assistant carefully picked up and folded the garments. Ji smiled and quietly approached Qin Yi's side, speaking softly. "Brother-in-law, aren't you paying attention? Since you're accompanying me shopping, could you focus on me alone?" The sudden voice startled Qin Yi, who hurriedly turned around. Upon seeing Ji he breathed a sigh of relief, but when he noticed her resentful expression, he couldn't help but chuckle. "I came here to accompany you, but I think this one looks quite nice, so I want to buy it." "For whom?" Qin Yi replied seriously. "For myself." Ji successfully amused him, giving his shoulder a playful pat and turning around to show him what he had picked. The simple black letters outlined a beautiful curve, boldly exposing a sexy fair waist, while the lower half featured loose wide-leg pants, giving off a very chic and spirited vibe. Qin Yi nodded in appreciation and satisfaction. "Looks good." Ji glanced at him and said, "You've already said those 2 words 5 times. Ha ha ha." Qin Yi chuckled and changed his wording, "Truly beautiful." It wasn't mere flattery, he just had a limited vocabulary and could only think of that much praise. "Tsk." Ji rolled her eyes at him, but said nothing more. Leisurely she glanced at a few more items, asking the assistant to package them up to be sent home together later. As they passed by a dessert shop, Qin Yi's eyes suddenly lit up, thinking he should go in to try something, and he asked Ji if she wanted to buy something to eat. Ji shook her head, showing no interest. "No, I'm not a child anymore. Desserts are so high in calories, and they make me feel sick. Oh, I don't like them. How could anyone dislike desserts, the cutest thing in the world?" Qin Yi stared at her in disbelief, slowly placing a hand on his chest, feeling as if his heart was shattered into pieces. Qin Yi was dragged by Ji to browse a jewelry store and a cosmetic shop. The young girl occasionally held up items to Qin Yi's face. Qin Yi smiled and nodded, though his gaze lacked vitality, resembling a child who had their dreams crushed, trailing behind Ji. When Ji looked over, he could still muster some smiles in response, albeit the smile was a bit forced compared to before. Qin Yi's eyes were a particularly beautiful peach blossom shape. In the specialty store, Ji felt inspired and picked up an eyeshadow palette to apply eyeshadow on Qin. Ji had expected Qin Yi to refuse, but he naturally sat down, looking at himself in the mirror. Not only did he skillfully apply the eyeshadow with his pinky, but he also took the brush to sweep across a bit himself. This looks much more natural. After finishing, Qin Yi placed the eyeshadow brush back on the table. Ji felt a strange curiosity and asked, "Brother-in-law, have you ever worn makeup before?" Qin Yi's heart skipped a beat, realizing he almost slipped up. The original body had never worn makeup, it was just naturally handsome. Haha, I did wear makeup for events before. Of course that was a lie. A rich young master was only interested in women. Is that so? Alright. Ji clapped her hands, smiling, as she held Qin Yi's cheeks to face the mirror. His well-defined and handsome features appeared even deeper and more captivating with the eyeshadow, and his high nose bridge and heroic eyebrows were accentuated by Ji Kai's subtle makeup. The original body already had a great foundation, and with just a bit of makeup he resembled a handsome youth straight out of an anime. A few shop assistants stood not far behind the two, whispering in astonishment, with some even taking photos of Qin Yi. After trying on some makeup, Ji didn't buy any cosmetics, but still energetically pulled Qin Yi to explore various stores. Not knowing how long they had been shopping, Qin Yi felt his legs starting to ache, yet Ji Kai's cheerful demeanor showed no signs of change. Qin Yi couldn't help but gasp. A strong warrior of the Dozong, so terrifying. When it was time to leave, Qin Yi went to the restroom, and upon returning, he saw Ji with something hidden behind her back. "What's that?" Qin Yi asked curiously. Ji smiled as she brought the small bag to Qin Yi's face, and upon seeing the words on it, his eyes instantly lit up. "Oh my gosh, cakes for me, yes, shop." Qin Yi took the small bag, leaned in to smell the cake's aroma, and couldn't help but let out a satisfied sigh. Ji turned around, hands in her pockets, golden hair cascading down as she casually smiled. Someone's eyes are glued to that little cake. If you hadn't bought anything, wouldn't that be too pitiful? Qin Yi. In a moment of excitement, he took a giant step forward and lifted Ji up, spinning around twice. Oh no! Ji was suddenly lifted off the ground, letting out a startled gasp, and instinctively wrapping her arms around Qin Yi's shoulders. Those starry peach blossom eyes were too dazzling, and Qin Yi couldn't help but cheer. Xiaoqi, you're just too wonderful. Though she despised desserts, she bought him a sweet little cake, and Qin Yi felt as if he was floating on cloud nine. Ji was tightly embraced by Qin Yi, and in her sight was his incredibly radiant and joyful smile. At that moment, time seemed to slow down, and she could almost clearly see herself reflected in the depths of his. As the excitement wore off, Qin Yi looked at Ji, who was in his arms and hadn't spoken. He suddenly realized something and quickly set her down. The noisy sounds of the mall became clear again. Qin Yi paused and said to Ji, "Well, if there's nothing else to buy, shall we head home?" Ji lowered her eyes and softly agreed, her voice crisp like a stream on a mountain. On the way to the elevator lobby, Qin Yi followed Ji, watching her slender silhouette, his thoughts becoming complex. In a moment of impulse, he forgot that this body was male. Did lifting her up like that offend her? However, she didn't seem angry. For the first time, Qin Yi felt that his 22 years of experience as a girl were insufficient to understand the thoughts of the person before him. He had originally thought about getting a haircut and dyeing his hair back to black, but after what just happened, he lost the desire for a haircut. He drove straight home. By the time they reached the villa, night had completely fallen. The stars twinkled faintly, and the bright moon shone. The evening breeze carried a slight chill against the skin. Qin Yi held the small cake in one hand and pulled the suitcase Ji had brought down with the other, walking into the brightly lit villa. When Zhao the butler saw them, he immediately approached. "Hello, Miss Ji." "Uncle Zhao." Luo Shui had told Ji that if there was anything, she could just find Zhao. "Young master, let me take care of it." "No need, I'll do it. I'm afraid of breaking your old back." Qin Yi shook his head. Zhao smiled calmly, taking the suitcase from Qin Yi's hand effortlessly. "Young master, that's really not necessary." Qin Yi paused for a moment, watching as the black and white-haired Zhao effortlessly pulled the suitcase inside, even lifting it slightly when going up the stairs without any sign of tiring. Qin Yi's mind suddenly became a mix of emotions. His phone rang and Ji picked it up, seeing a message that left her expression complicated. "Half an hour ago. Sister, he wanted to see me change clothes, but I refused. I tried on quite a few outfits. Unexpectedly, this guy actually had decent taste, at least it was more reliable than his character. Oh, and he bought you an outfit. Xiaoqi, human nature cannot withstand temptation. For now at least, he is still your brother-in-law. I don't want a brother-in-law like that. Sister, divorce him, take Yin and let's live in Jiangxing together." After Ji-Chi sent that message, there was no further reply from him. Until just now she had sent a new message. When I come back, let's have a good talk. Tonight, Qin will sleep with you. What about you? Are you sleeping with him? Ji-Chi glanced at Qin Yi, and when he looked over she quickly turned her gaze. At this moment Qin Yi seemed to sense that Ji-Chi was upset. Are you hungry? Do you want to have some supper? He asked. Ji-Chi shook her head. The dinner on the plane wasn't filling, and I don't eat supper. Upon entering the villa, she saw the little girl in a nightgown beside Annie, and Ji-Kai's smile was more tender than ever. Qin. She squatted down with open arms watching for Qin's reaction. The porcelain doll hesitated for a moment upon seeing her, then her round eyes brightened, and she ran towards Ji-Chi, arms wide open, squealing. Auntie. The girl's crisp voice echoed loudly in the spacious villa. The soft little ball of flesh leaped into his arms, and Ji-Chi smiled as he held her tightly, and stood up, while the little one flailed her tiny feet joyfully. Auntie Annie, Qin misses you so much. Ha ha, Annie misses you too. Oh dear Qin, you've gained weight again, you've been eating a lot lately. Ji-Chi bounced the little one in his arms, eliciting a fit of giggles from Qin. Every time Ji-Chi visited Luo Shui, he would take Qin out for fun and delicious treats. However, Luo Shui did not have as much time to spend with Qin, thus Yin's fondness for her aunt was second only to her mother. Seeing such a happy and joyful sight for the first time, Qin Yi could no longer suppress the jealousy on his face. He also wanted to lift his precious one high for kisses and hugs, but unfortunately the little darling was too afraid of him. Oh, this damned original body. How could it treat a cute child like this? Recalling the cold violence the original body inflicted on Qin Yi couldn't help but want to smack. Qin laughed for a moment before calming down, then saw Qin Yi behind Ji-Chi, and called out sweetly with her clear round eyes, Daddy. Qin Yi's heart melted. Hey good baby. At least his precious one didn't run away upon seeing him. Qin Yi couldn't help but shed tears of gratitude. Where's your mother? Is she not back yet? Qin Yi asked as he placed a small cake on the coffee table. Qin nodded and replied in a crisp voice. Mama isn't home, yet I couldn't get through to her on the phone. Qin Yi nodded. She must still be busy. Ji-Chi bounced the little person in her arms again, redirecting her attention. Qin clung to her neck, curiously playing with the cross around her neck, tugging at it with her chubby little hands. Annie, what's this? You look so strangely dressed today, all in black. In black? Where's it black? Ji-Chi pretended to be angry and bounced her again, her delicate high nose rubbing against the girl's soft little nose. Ha ha ha. This made Qin squint her eyes and laugh uncontrollably. Ji-Chi carried Qin chatting and laughing as they reached the living room sofa. Butler Zhao brought a suitcase to the second-floor guest room, and after coming down stood behind the sofa watching Ji-Chi and Qin play with a smile in his eyes. Qin Yi opened the small cake's packaging, revealing a soft and sweet raspberry chocolate pie cake. Wanna eat? Your auntie bought it for you. Ji-Chi shot him a glance. You really have the nerve to take the cake I bought for you to give to Qin. Qin Yi smiled and scooped a bite with a spoon, offering it to Ji-Chi. Then you take the first bite. Ji-Chi glanced at the cake, and then at Qin Yi, not moving, a hint of coolness flickering in her smile. She had just said that she didn't like sweet food. Did this person not remember at all? Qin shifted in Ji-Kai's arms and chimed in, Annie, eat some. After eating, Qin wants some too. Ji-Chi smiled and patted Yin's head before opening her mouth to eat the small spoonful of cake that Qin Yi. As soon as it entered her mouth, the rich, smooth chocolate and cream melded with the soft cake, while the blueberries burst with sweet and sour juice in her mouth. Overall, the flavor was still excessively sweet. Qin Yi froze, holding the spoon. Was it his illusion? Why did the attitude of his sister-in-law towards him seem to have taken a sudden downturn after returning home? It's not bad. Ji-Chi said, her expression unchanged after tasting it, but when she looked at Qin, her smile became more genuine. Qin Yi knew that Ji-Chi really didn't like desserts. It seemed there was no way to earn any favor points with Ji-Chi. Qin Yi felt a tinge of regret and turned to scoop another bite for Qin. After a few bites, Ji-Chi leaned down to look at Qin and gently asked, Is it tasty? It's good, but Daddy's is even better. Qin smacked her lips and said cheerfully. Hearing this, Qin Yi was overjoyed and smiled as he patted Yin's head. Ji-Chi was a bit surprised and glanced at Qin Yi. Brother-in-law can actually make desserts. Qin vigorously nodded. Daddy's desserts are the best I've ever had. Is that so? Unfortunately, she had no interest in desserts, and the person she liked was equally uninterested in sweets. Eat a little less, but if you eat too much you might get cavities. Qin Yi replied. Don't worry, I'll control the amount. He fed Qin a couple more bites, leaving the rest for himself. Qin Yi finished half and had a bit less than half remaining. He asked Annie, but Annie didn't want any, so Qin Yi asked her to put the small cake in the refrigerator. Ji-Chi was playing with Qin in the living room when Qin Yi subconsciously returned to his room to use the bathroom. He froze the moment he opened the door. What the hell? Where did his things go? The clean and tidy room had reverted to its original state, as if it had never been touched. Not a single book remained on the desk, and even the half-glossy poster of the female racing star by the bed had vanished without a trace. "I left Annie, can you help me tidy up my things?" Qin Yi suddenly remembered that he had asked Annie to help him put some things in Luo Shui's room before leaving. However, he hadn't expected everything to be gone. Qin Yi thought it was just a pretense. Since Ji Kai's room was arranged on the second floor, there was no need to clear out everything in his room. When Ji Qi left, he could still move back in. But now there was actually nothing left. Oh right, his package. Last night Qin Yi had ordered a bunch of clothes and cosmetics online, but he didn't know if they had been received. Qin Yi closed the door behind him and calmly turned to go upstairs under Ji Kai's puzzled gaze. This was his second time going to the second floor of this villa. After being thrown outside on the first day of their marriage when he tried to commit a crime, he hadn't been back to the second floor since. The decoration on the second floor was luxuriously retro with unique artistic style. Expensive vases and renowned paintings adorned the walls, and every corner was cushioned to prevent children from bumping into them. The floor was covered with a layer of precious Persian carpet. At the entrance of the stairs was a spacious living room and tea room. Walking further down the corridor, there was one master bedroom and two guest rooms. One of the guest rooms had been connected to Luo Shui's master bedroom, creating a children's room. Another guest room had been cleaned by the aunt, so Ji Qi could move in directly. Upon entering the master bedroom, Ji Qi felt the air was fresh and invigorating, with a faint, pleasant fragrance that made one feel relaxed. The lights were voice-controlled. The moment the door opened, the crystal chandelier and wall lamps in the master bedroom lit up, making the space extremely bright and transparent. Turning around, there was a cloakroom that included Luo Shui's makeup vanity. The floor was covered with a light-colored short-pile carpet. The light shone through the 2-meter-wide floor-to-ceiling mirror and the large makeup mirror, illuminating the cloakroom brilliantly. At a glance, there were expensive shoes, bags, clothes, and accessories neatly organized. Behind the transparent cabinet, Qin Yi saw neatly hung and stacked men's clothing. The clothes were separated for both of them. Qin Yi walked into the space where the men's clothing was hung. In the closet, there were many casual outfits as well as formal suits and vests. As for his old ripped jeans and tattered graphic tees, they were nowhere to be found. Qin Yi felt embarrassed. Sure enough, the fashion sense of the original body is unacceptable. Considering that Qin Yi was still in college, Luo Shui had prepared a style that was suitable for students. There were also formal outfits suitable for attending banquets. The sizes were just right, and Qin Yi's packages were piled on a storage cabinet. Fortunately, they haven't been opened. This is the cosplay outfit I ordered, and if discovered it would be too embarrassing. That's right. What Qin Yi impulsively bought last night were a bunch of cosplay outfits of his favorite anime characters along with several wigs. Because the store was a local shop. Moreover, since the address was filled out as one of the top wealthy districts in Magic City, the store prioritized Qin Yi's order the moment it was placed. He placed his order in the evening, and by the next evening the goods were delivered to Qin Yi's home. Received personally by Butler Zhao. The package containing the wigs had not been opened, yet neatly stacked in a corner beside the pants piled high. The packaging of the express delivery bags was also neatly stacked beside them. Among the cosplay outfits there were also two female character outfits. Perhaps it was because he was now a man, but ordering men's clothing felt exciting and natural, while ordering women's clothing made him feel strangely stealthy. Since he would be staying home for a while, Qin Yi planned to find a cosplay convention to attend as soon as next month, and he intended to drag the native Mofe along. As for these, Qin Yi thought for a moment and decided to unpack and store them. He retrieved a pair of scissors from the storage cabinet and cut open the wig delivery boxes one by one. After some effort, Qin Yi wiped the thin sweat from his forehead and arranged the head forms with colorful wigs of various styles in an orderly row on the display shelf. The head forms were painted with faces of a tight-lipped man, and under the stylist's arranged hairstyles they had a certain charm. In the wardrobe section, Qin Yi cleared a compartment and hung up the cosplay costumes he had bought. There was the complete set for the Spy Family trio, as well as Aaron's Survey Corps uniform and, Asuka's uniform. Though it was hard to admit, this character was indeed very cool and appealing. Just as he finished tidying up, he heard Ji Qi and Yin's voices from the doorway. Qin Yi came out holding a pile of open delivery boxes and plastic bags. "Young master, let me take that," and was about to take them, but Qin Yi shook his head, shifted his knee to hold the items, and sidestepped her. No need, it's light as a feather." Yin watched Qin Yi carrying a pile of cardboard boxes and plastic, curious, and asked him, "Dad, what is this?" "Just the trash from my deliveries. They'll go throw it away, and then come play with you." "Dad, there's an elevator over there." They had just come up from the elevator. Qin Yi didn't look back. "They'll take the stairs for exercise." Damn, he had actually forgotten that the villa had an elevator. This extra trip was unnecessary. If he went back now, it would reveal his unfamiliarity with the second floor, so Qin Yi simply went downstairs to throw the trash away. Behind the backyard garden, there was a storage room and a trash pavilion. Qin Yi placed the cardboard in the storage room and tossed the plastic bags into the trash bin. This area was cleaned daily by dedicated staff, very tidy with no obvious smell. A few steps down the corridor was the entrance to the garden. The French-style garden design fully expressed the romance and healing nature of the garden. The self-watering system sprayed mist over the lawn, making the air very fresh. In May, Modu was in full bloom with all kinds of flowers. Stepping into the garden surrounded by greenery, hydrangeas in the bushes bloomed in clusters, while the buds of lisianthus behind them were also about to open. In terms of fragrance, the gardenia was the most intense. A row of gardenias, pure white and golden yellow, swayed gently in the breeze like shallow waves. Not far away were clusters of delphiniums, a riot of colors. A cobblestone path extended from the flower bed to the lawn, with a leisure pavilion in the corner and a swing decorated with roses, beautiful and romantic, like a scene from a fairy tale. It would be even more perfect if there were a mistress in a flowing dress. The gardener was trimming branches, and upon seeing Qin, he greeted him respectfully. "Good day, young master." Qin Yi nodded his hand, brushing the petals of a beautifully blooming bellflower, and he praised beautiful. The gardener smiled and said, "They are at their most splendid now. The bellflower in your hand, for instance, has a bloom period of 715 days. In a few days they will be gone." The bellflower, just like a wind chime, had light purple flower cups wrapping golden stamens. They gently touched Qin Yi's well-defined fingers, smooth and soft. Qin Yi played with a petal and asked curiously, "What is the flower language of the bellflower again?" Too absorbed in his observation, Qin Yi didn't notice that the gardener, to avoid disturbing his flower appreciation, had already walked away to trim other plants. When he no longer heard voices, Qin Yi looked up and saw the gardener was already some distance away. He smiled unconcerned. Just then Luo Shui walked in from the garden entrance. The Ice Queen, who commanded awe in the eyes of her subordinates, had shed all her intimidating authority as she entered the garden. "What are you doing?" Her cool, mature voice carried no emotion. She stared expressionlessly at Qin Yi's fingers toying with her expensive bellflowers. Qin Yi froze decisively, stopped touching the flowers, and turned around. He saw Luo Shui's cold, beautiful face not far away and unconsciously held his breath. The breeze stirred her waist-length straight black hair, and his heartstrings were subtly stirred as well. Her three-dimensional delicate features gave an unreal sense of being carved, her skin flawless like white jade. Her deep, cold eyes quietly fixed on Qin Yi, capable of freezing a person, yet irresistibly drawing them in like moths to a flame. She wore a simple white suit, her long hair flowing over her shoulders. Her tall, perfect figure naturally carried the aloofness of an ice lotus. Because she was truly the most beautiful and stunning person he had ever seen, the one who touched his heart the most, Qin Yi was delighted to see her. But due to Luo Shui's icy aura and the guilt from the original Buddhist misdeeds behind her back, Qin Yi both wanted to see her and was somewhat afraid to face her. Just looking at the flowers. "The flowers are blooming." Qin Yi stammered, meeting Luo Shui's cold gaze. He looked dazed and silly. Luo Shui chuckled inwardly, stepping forward with noble elegance. Her high heels clicked crisply on the granite slabs. In just a few steps, she reached Qin Yi, who stood motionless staring at her. She turned sideways to him, facing the bellflowers, letting the breeze tousle her long hair. "Did you have fun with Xiaoqi?" Qin Yi thought Luo Shui had come to the garden after arriving home and happened to ask him. In fact, Luo Shui had directly asked Steward Zhao about Qin Yi's location and came specifically to find him. Qin Yi nodded. "It was fine. I bought her some clothes, visited a cosmetics store, and she even used me as a test for makeup. Oh, Xiaoqi also bought me cake, but I just found out she doesn't like sweets either, just like you. I guess I should have asked you in it." Qin Yi scratched his head as he spoke, giving a sheepish smile. Then lowering his voice, he slowly said, "I bought you a nightgown. Would you?" Qin Yi looked at Luo Shui, who had turned to face him, and his voice unconsciously trailed off, as if he could already anticipate her answer. Indeed, the original body had a terrible personality. Why would she accept anything he gave? But to Qin Yi's surprise, Luo Shui actually said, "Okay." She stood very close to him. He could almost see every delicate, beautiful eyelash on her slightly upturned phoenix eyes, her exquisite straight nose, her glossy red lips. His gaze unconsciously fell on her lips again, and a bizarre thought suddenly emerged in his mind. Would her lips taste sweet if kissed? For the first time, his soul, which had been single all his life, trembled. Qin Yi felt he couldn't react at all, only to have his shallow mind effortlessly captivated by the supremely beautiful person before him. "Hey!" Luo Shui suddenly called him, that her cold eyes shimmering with watery light. Unbeknownst to him, her face was now only inches away from his. He could clearly see the soft glow of the fine hairs on her face. Qin Yi felt as if he wasn't moving, yet his mouth responded on its own. His entire body seemed pinned, unable to react, as Luo Shui's cool hand caressed his neck, setting off countless nerve cells beneath his skin. Luo Shui glanced at Qin Yi's completely dazed, almond-shaped eyes, slightly tilted her head, and without any effort pressed her moist red lips against his slightly dry ones. Boom. Qin Yi's mind completely shut down. They kissed. Hey Qin Yi, look over there, there's a couple kissing. Qin Yi glanced at the pair of lovers locked in a kiss in the shadowy corner under the trees, her cheeks warming as she averted her gaze. She said matter-of-factly in broad daylight, it's an eyesore. Ha ha. What an old-fashioned thought you have. They're just smooching, and you make it sound like they should be arrested, ha ha. Xiao Yi, when are you going to find a partner? I heard kissing is sweet. You should find someone and experience it. Her roommate, who had a boyfriend, laughed and nudged her shoulder. Qin Yi dodged with distaste and refused. Oh no, I'm not looking. Isn't it just swapping saliva? Sticky and gross. You'll know once you try it. Is there anyone you have a crush on? You could give it a try? No. There are so many eligible heartthrobs on campus. It's easy for a girl to pursue a guy. Aren't you going to make an effort? Besides, wouldn't it be a huge regret to go through college without a romance? Really am not interested in those greasy campus idols. Oh, then could it be that you like girls? No way. I just don't have feelings for anyone yet. Ha ha, but whenever you do fall for someone and start dating, you'll understand how nice kissing can be. Well see. Qin Yi was in a daze, staring at the world that had blurred before his eyes. The faint fragrance in his breath and the soft touch on his lips made his heart skip a beat. The gardener had almost finished trimming. He thought he'd go back to check on the flowers the young master had admired to see if they'd been ruined, only to witness a scene he'd never seen since entering the villa. OMG, the lady was actually kissing the young master. Weren't they supposed to be strangers? Wasn't the young master terrified of the lady? Wasn't it said that the lady despised the young master? The gardener was completely stunned. After a moment of mental reboot, he snapped out of it and hurried back to the staff annex behind the garden. In an instant, gossip exploded in the little annex. The balcony on the second floor was fully enclosed, yet the entire one-way French window offered a clear view of everything happening in the garden. Seeing Ji-Chi staring intently downward, Yin, who was playing with a bouncy ball behind her, curiously came over. She pressed close to the balcony and looked down, her little hand losing grip on the ball. With a soft thud, it fell to the floor. Daddy is kissing Mommy. Yin seemed to have discovered something novel, pressing her little hands against the one-way glass, her clear and round eyes wide open. Ji-Chi stood expressionless by the window and asked softly, Yin, do you like Mommy or Daddy? Yin watched the kissing pair and replied in a clear voice, Yin likes both, likes Mommy and likes Daddy. But in the past, Daddy didn't like her, so Yin had to hide her fondness for him. Yet when she saw other kids in preschool being picked up by their fathers laughing radiantly as they perched on their father's shoulders, all Yin could feel was envy. Back then, her father even showed an impatient expression whenever he saw her, which made her sad. Now Daddy has changed it. Daddy likes her now, so Yin doesn't have to hide her affection anymore. Yin also wanted a father who could lift her high and give her piggyback rides. Is that so? Ji-Chi lowered her brows, her gaze fixed downward, deep and somber, making it impossible to guess her thoughts. Only the slight furrow of her brow revealed the woman's displeased mood. The couple embracing in the garden had now parted their lips. The youth's fair cheeks were flushed crimson, now his eyes misty with moisture, his mind still clearly dazed. The sensation of that first kiss, triggered by muscle memory, was too marvelous. But undeniable, his college roommate hadn't lied to him. Saliva really could become sweet. At first it was a bit hard to breathe, but then some instinctive switch in his body seemed to turn on, and Qin Yi quietly learned to regulate his breath, holding Luo Shui close and kissing her without knowing north from south. After an unknown length of time, an unexpected change caused Luo Shui to gently push him away. Qin Yi snapped out of his daze, realizing the change in his own body. His fair cheeks flared bright red, and he stammered, unable to form words. I'm sorry. Sorry. Oh, why did it react on its own? Would Luo Shui think he was a pervert? Qin Yi wished he could dig a hole right there and bury himself, sealing it with ice. He felt he was burning up abnormally. Luo Shui leaned on Qin Yi, breathing unsteadily, her jade-like face flushed with a delicate, enticing pink. A captivating charm Qin Yi had never seen before. Her shimmering, watery eyes gave Qin Yi a light, casual glance without anger, and after a slight pause, she said, your technique needs some retraining. Her cool voice carried an alluring low timbre, the final syllable drifting away like a floating cloud, yet echoing lingeringly in Qin Yi's ears. Qin Yi. He knew every word individually, but together they made no sense. What technique? Kissing? Retraining? Was she dissatisfied with his skill? Or had she realized he wasn't the real him? Thinking of the last possibility, Qin Yi's heart began to race nervously. The system Sweet Flower suddenly popped up with a reminder, its familiar electronic voice echoing in his mind. Master, it will be another 50 years before brain electronic information system technology is developed in this world. Exposing your identity might cause a chain of uncontrollable cause and effect. So until you have full self-protection, it's best to keep a low profile. Qin Yi, I understand. With the system's reminder, Qin Yi's thoughts calmed down. If Luo Shui had already recognized that he wasn't the original, yet didn't expose him, it most likely meant that who inhabited this body was irrelevant to her. What Luo Shui truly needed was a tool who could play the part of a perfect married life. As for who occupied the body, it didn't matter. Once something uncontrollable happened, this woman would probably take corresponding actions too. Qin Yi never underestimated others, but at this moment he couldn't help but marvel that the woman before him seemed even more unfathomable than he had imagined. Luo Shui had been utterly disgusted by the original Qin Yi. When she married him, Qin Yi had glimpsed from the original's memories the shadow of his father and grandfather behind that marriage. Thinking of Luo Shui's current position as president of the Qin Corporation, Qin Yi had to suspect that she had struck some deal with Qin's father to reach where she was now. Is your goal the Qin family? Qin Yi lowered his lashes, his slender brows trembling slightly, the restless heat inside him gradually cooling. His hands were still wrapped around Luo Shui's waist, supple, boneless, gracefully curved, fitting perfectly in his grasp. Qin Yi leaned and closed his youthful voice, carrying magnetism as it fell softly by her ear. I still have much to learn. Please guide me, Shui. Luo Shui curled her lips, a smile rippling in her eyes, clearly pleased with this Qin Yi. She raised her hand and ruffled the man's hair, chuckling, good boy. Although he knew he was probably just a pawn being used, he absolutely couldn't resist. Qin Yi closed his eyes in self-abandonment, burying his face in the delicate fair curve of Luo Shui's shoulder and neck, letting out a soft sigh as he let her stroke his hair. His fingers ran through the soft, distinct strands, the tips tickling his palm as they passed. Luo Shui cast a subtle glance toward the second floor, then lowered her eyes. In her line of sight, Qin Yi's reddened ear rim came into view. Her heart stirred slightly. Qin Yi and Luo Shui returned to the villa where Qi had already been playing with Yin for a while. Children expend energy quickly and require more sleep. When Luo Shui went upstairs to check on Yin, the girl had already yawned and moved to sit by Luo Shui's side. Qi stood behind Yin, gazing at the person he had long missed. Like a year ago, she had only gained just the right amount of softness, her demeanor becoming even more mature and alluring. Mama, I'm sleepy. Yin opened her arms as she approached Luo Shui. Luo Shui crouched down and picked up Yin, patting her back. Then she lightly pressed her fingertip against the back of her neck, realizing it was warm and damp from playing. Let Annie give you a bath, and tonight you can sleep with your aunt, okay? But what about Mama? Yin rubbed her eyes, and naturally she will sleep with your father. Yin recalled this. Mama had told her before that when her aunt was around, Mama would sleep with Papa, because she wanted her aunt to know that Mama and Papa had a good relationship and not to worry too much. Yin also wanted her parents to have a good relationship, so she readily agreed. Good. Mama and Papa can sleep well together. The porcelain doll felt a bit less sleepy and happily raised her hand to cheer. Good girl. Luo Shui patted Yin's head, handed her over to Annie, and looked up at Qi, who had been watching her for a long time. Seeing her rebellious outfit, she couldn't help but smile and said, Xiao Qi, long time no see. Is this the new trendy style? Luo Shui didn't understand these things, but didn't find the outfit unattractive. On the contrary, due to Ji Kai's beautiful features and the exquisite clean makeup, the outfit highlighted the girl's carefree personality even more. Annie took Yin into the master bedroom to take a bath, leaving Qi and Luo Shui in the spacious second-floor living room. Qi shrugged with a hint of self-deprecation and chuckled, Y2K, or just a little hoodlum style. It looks quite nice. Luo Shui stepped in front of Qi, caressing the cross pendant hanging under her neck, her red lips slightly curling. A little cool girl, like you must have charmed quite a few young men and women outside. I'm not interested in those people, I just want to charm. Ji Kai's words were interrupted by Qin Yi's loud call, causing her affectionate smile to freeze. Downstairs, Qin Yi took out a small cake and coaxed Luo Shui to take a bite. Then Luo Shui went upstairs while Qin Yi finished the rest. Wasting food is shameful. Qin Yi cleaned the plate satisfied, and after licking the spoon, he tossed the packaging and spoon into the kitchen trash bin. As he went upstairs to wash up and sleep, he happened to encounter butler Zhao bringing in a delivery. Young master, here's madam's delivery, could you take it? There's also a package for you here. Qin Yi's eyes lit up as he took the two packages. Seeing that his aunt's wig had arrived, he couldn't help but feel overjoyed. Great, thanks, Uncle Zhao. Wow, awesome. He wanted to try it tonight. Shinny's clothes had already been unpacked and placed in the wardrobe. All that was missing was a wig, and now that was complete, he could hardly contain his excitement for a fitting. Qin Yi dashed upstairs and saw Luo Shui in the living room, so he said to her, Wife, do you want me to help you unpack your delivery? It just so happens that mine arrived too, we can open them together. Sure, go ahead. Luo Shui replied casually. After all, it was just a massage device, but why was this guy? What good things did he buy? Watching him dash into the room like a child, Luo Shui couldn't help but twitch her eye. Ji Kai's expression, however, looked less than natural. Regarding this scoundrel who had taken her beloved and betrayed her, Qi initially planned to lure him into revealing his true nature before exposing him, but this thought shattered completely upon seeing them kiss. Confusion and anger consumed her reason. Qi darkened her expression, grasped Luo Shui's slender wrist, and led her into the guest room. Although Luo Shui was somewhat surprised, she did not refuse allowing Ji Qi to take her into the room. Just right, she also had some things to confess to her. Ji Qi closed the door, turned around to meet her gaze, and clenched her fists. She got straight to the point. "Sister, do you love him?" Ji Qi took a deep breath and asked her in a serious tone. "I don't love him." Ji Qi was taken aback. She didn't expect such a clear-cut answer. "Then why?" Xiao Qi. Luo Shui called her softly with a hint of tenderness. That voice tugged at her heartstrings, yet the tone that followed was low. "I need him." Ji Qi didn't understand. "Why? Is it because of the Qin family's reputation, or?" Ji Qi paused here. Even though she was reluctant to accept it, it was still a point she had to acknowledge. Luo Shui spoke on her behalf. "Qin Yi needs a father. Growing up without parents is incomplete. Qin Yi is Qin Yi's father, and the Qin family provides excellent material conditions for her life. There's nothing wrong with me marrying him. As you can see, whether in career or life, I am quite satisfied with my current." Ji Qi naturally refused to give up. "But he is fickle and unfaithful, just a good-for-nothing playboy. How much fatherly love can he bring to Qin Yi? Moreover, with such an heir in the Qin family, it won't be long before it inevitably falls apart in his hands. What will happen to you and Qin Yi then? Sister, divorce him and come with me, okay? Just the two of us together can also give Qin Yi a loving family." Ji Qi stepped closer, reaching for Luo Shu's hands, speaking earnestly. Luo Shu's expression turned cold as she withdrew her hands. With her hands now empty, Ji Qi felt a void in her heart. "Xiao Qi, do not hold on to those unrealistic thoughts. We are impossible." The cold voice pierced Ji Kai's heart like a shard of ice, causing her eyes to redden. "Why is it impossible? Since you don't love him, why marry him? Why can't you love me?" The cousin who once played alongside her had grown up, and her feelings hadn't faded. Luo Shui naturally felt happy. But this sentiment had unknowingly transformed into something it shouldn't have. Luo Shui didn't want her to be sad, but she had to extinguish this thought. All her remaining emotions had been devoted to Qin Yi, and all her energy had been spent investigating that matter. She would not fall in love with anyone again, nor was she worthy of entrusting everything to someone. Luo Shui suddenly smiled. "Not to mention, if I like women, can two mothers really protect Qin Yi as she grows up? Xiao Qi, you are Uncle Ji's only daughter, just like Qin Yi, the sole heiress of the Ji family. How could Uncle Ji possibly agree to you living with a divorced woman with a child?" Ji Qi fell silent. Although her father only had her as a daughter, he had many siblings, and the family dynamics were complicated. If Luo Shui were to return now, it would inevitably stir up trouble. "Most importantly, if I leave with you, can I still have this kind of life?" As the president of the Qin group, entering prestigious venues was as easy as walking, and her influence was renowned throughout the city. Even though she was already married to Qin Yi, suitors still lined up endlessly for her attention. Meanwhile, the Ji family's influence was limited to Jiang City, and the complex relationships in the aristocracy were not like the Qin family, which had fewer members, allowing them to concentrate all their affection on Qin Yi. In reality, she truly lacked the capability to provide Luo Shui with everything she desired. Seeing Ji Qi remain silent, Luo Shui patted her shoulder and left with a parting remark. "Study hard, come back to work, and you will meet someone you like, someone suitable for marriage naturally." After all, she was still at a young and impulsive age, focusing solely on her feelings for Luo Shui, without considering more. Once the room quieted down, Ji Qi lay back on the bed, staring at the ceiling in a daze. As time passed, her mind wandered for a while, and she seemed to finally understand what Luo Shui wanted. A hint of self-deprecation appeared at the corner of Ji Kai's mouth. "Sister, so you wanted those things." Nan Kuyu lay leisurely on the branch of a ginkgo tree, 3 stories high, swinging her crossed legs and counting the stars in the sky. The villa area, a place of tranquility amidst the noise, is situated in an open and flat area. The sound of cars is not jarring, and occasionally the chirping of birds that have made their homes among the artificial woods fills the air with a sweet melody. At night the stars twinkle, and the moonlight is bright. A gentle breeze caresses her skin. For ordinary people, the midnight wind feels somewhat cold, but for her it is just right, comfortable and pleasant. At the villa's entrance, a black car drove in. Nan Kuyu glanced lazily, recognized it was someone from her side, and returned her gaze to the stars. She wore black, blending into the shadows of the tree, her single ponytail swaying gently in the wind, resting on her outstretched arm. One hand pointed aimlessly at the stars, murmuring a few names. "This one is 11, this one is Xiao Mo, this one is Xiao Lang. Today is another peaceful day." As one of the heirs to an ancient martial arts family, the 28-year-old Nan Kuyu had undertaken more than just bodyguard tasks like this one. 3 years of being an overseas mercenary, 2 years in a special operations battalion, 1 year as a military undercover agent, and 1 year as an operative had long accustomed her to death and danger. After each companion's death, she would name a star in the sky after them, as if this way they would always accompany. She accepted bodyguard tasks primarily for 2 reasons. First, because this sister was very beautiful, and second, because she was low on money while Nan Kuyu had plenty. A year ago, she signed a 2-year contract with Luo Shui. At that time, Luo Shui's father, the chairman of the Luo Group, died during a business trip abroad, the cause being suicide. Following closely was the sad suicide of her mother, who took her own life in mourning. At that time, Qin Yi was only 2 years old, just accepted into the family by Luo Shui's parents. The happiness that should have belonged to them was thoroughly shattered at that moment. Not long after, Luo Shui inherited the Luo family. It was also during this time that Luo Shui became the target of significant attention. Experiencing 3 to 4 assassination attempts within a month was not unusual, yet every assassin that came was easily dealt with by her. Half of the international criminals housed in the Magic City prison owed their capture to her. Until half a year ago, when Luo Shui married Qin Yi, the assassination attempts noticeably decreased. The Qin family, being the foremost family in the Magic City, possessed tremendous economic power and political military background. Old Master Qin, as a veteran general from the founding era, had considerable influence over the central decisions. Although there were some lapses in protecting Luo Shui and Qin Yi, Old Master Qin placed great emphasis on the safety of his only great-granddaughter, ensuring her protection was tightly secured. Just from what she had detected, there were already 5 visible threats, all with notable strength, clearly having been through the battlefield. Among them 2 were twins, and if they joined forces, she might not easily overcome them. As for those protecting her in the shadows, she could only vaguely perceive their presence, sensing they were from an ancient martial arts faction. However, due to her personality, she wouldn't make a move unless someone approached her, and thus she hadn't seen this person for over half a year. Donghu Bay is where Luo Shui and her mother live, and Old Master Qin specifically sent someone to guard this place, so the presence of that same faction is naturally here. At night, Qin would hang comfortably on the branch, gazing at the moon, counting stars, and sometimes birds would land on her. Occasionally she would bring them food, and the birds gradually became her companions. The muffled grunt of the man who got out of the car caught Qin's attention. She couldn't help but glance down again. The well-dressed, rugged-looking man had a slightly ferocious expression, gritting his teeth, and clutching his arm, a faint scent of blood wafting through the air. In the dim light, she could see that the wound on the man's arm had been roughly treated with fabric soaked in blood. The amount of blood suggests a bullet had grazed his arm, not penetrating the bone, so he wouldn't die. This was the conclusion drawn by the experienced Qin. What shocked Qin was that the first thing this person did after getting out of the car was not to rush inside to tend to his wounds, but to lean against the car, clutching his injury to catch his breath. Then, using his uninjured hand, he retrieved a somewhat squished banana stained with blood from the car and began to eat it after peeling it with his teeth. What? Qin widened her eyes and sat up. Sensing the unusual movement of the branch, Luo Shui quickly drew out a powerful flashlight, with his good hand aiming it at the tall treetops. His gaze was sharp as an eagle, and he shouted, "Who?" With her eyes closed, Qin smirked, flicked the lock with her fingertip, and leaned back, sliding down from the 3-story high treetop, with a gentle breeze and the sound of ropes rubbing. From Luo Shui's perspective, he saw a graceful figure gliding down from high above, backlit by the bright moon, her ponytail flowing light as the wind. Her movements were agile, yet elegant, like a raccoon under the cover of night. As Luo Shui recognized her face, he turned off his flashlight, sighed in relief, and continued eating his banana, finishing it in just a couple of bites. "Is the banana good?" Qin asked with a smile as she approached. "It's good," Luo Shui mumbled, taking a few steps with the banana peel before tossing it into the trash can in the courtyard, then heading towards the house where they were staying. He needed to tend to his wound. Although the auxiliary villa was not large, covering 200 square meters, it was exquisite and fully equipped. It had a gym, training room, swimming pool, garage, and medical room. The medical room was equipped with emergency equipment and various external healing medicines, and everyone here had some level of medical knowledge, so if they suffered injuries that were not suitable for conventional hospital treatment, they would usually be resolved here. Whoosh! A sudden sound of wind cutting through the air came from behind him. Instinctively, he turned his head to dodge, and his uninjured hand grasped the woman's arm, turning to shoulder her away. The lightning-fast counterattack was enough to send the unprepared attacker into a perfect shoulder throw. However, Qin's swift movements exceeded his expectations. One hand clamped down on his shoulder, while the other, with a claw-like grip, lashed toward his face, moving so fast that he could hear the wind slicing through the air. Luo Shui fell back, employing instinctual combat skills to engage in a tussle with her. Qin was merely testing him, so her movements were completely unforgiving, forcing Luo Shui to exert all his strength to cope. Jabs, hooks, elbow strikes, grapples, wrist twists, throws back, kicks, leg sweeps, low kicks. As they exchanged blows, his already injured body gradually struggled to keep up with the reaction speed. After taking a few more hits, just as her silent leather boot was about to kick Luo Shui's temple, they both stopped moving. Staring at each other in a stalemate, Luo Shui finally spoke. "Isn't this boring?" The scent of blood in the air grew stronger. Qin raised an eyebrow, and relaxed. Luo Shui lost his balance and fell to the ground instinctively, using his injured arm as support, instantly causing a sharp pain that made him gasp. TSK. The well-dressed man appeared disheveled and awkward at this moment, his hair a mess covered in sweat and wounds, looking rather pathetic. Nanku couldn't hold back and burst into laughter. What on earth is wrong with this woman? Even on the battlefield, Luo Shui had never felt this embarrassed before. It was the first time he had an urge to let the world end. He shot her a glare resignedly, turned away, stumbled slightly, and defiantly headed into the villa without looking back. Nanku took out a lollipop from her pocket, unwrapped it, popped it into her mouth, and followed behind Luo Shui, saying, "Hey, let me help you with your wounds." "No need." Luo Shui firmly rejected her, his tone carrying a hint of impatience. Why was this woman so strong? Not only were her martial arts moves strange, but her speed and strength also far surpassed those of ordinary people. This is not scientific. No, he needed to ask the old man about this. The ancient martial arts forces that have been passed down to this day are extremely rare. Due to their small numbers and precious heritage, ancient martial arts families remain hidden in the world, seldom known. Even Luo Shui, a retired soldier king, had never encountered such beings. Thus, facing Nanku, although he seemed to be evenly matched with her during their fight, she had not even used her full. The probing just now was merely a whim. Yet she learned that this person's skills were passable. Even while injured, he could withstand 30% of her strength. Acting as a thug for that playboy was a waste of talent. Nanku slowed her leisurely steps, chewing on a lollipop as she watched Luo Shui's retreating figure, a playful smile flickering in her eyes. Feeling drowsy, Nanku stretched her arms upward, felt a bit of sweat, and casually pulled out a set of keys to drive out. She arrived at a women-only bar. A short-haired T spotted her eyes lighting up and respectfully stepped forward to greet her. "Sister Mu, the boss is drinking with guests. Shall I go call her for you?" Some men had once stormed into the bar, causing trouble, disturbing Nanku, who was playing a game in the corner. In just a few breaths, she single-handedly took them all down, stunning everyone in the bar. Afterwards, she naturally got to know the bar owner, Jiang Rao. "No need to go upstairs to rest," she contended. Upstairs there was a lounge designated for Jiang Rao's rest. After they became acquainted, Jiang Rao let Nanku use it as well. The room was comfortable and soundproof, perfect for a good rest. "All right, Sister Mu, will go inform the boss." Villa bedroom. Qin Yi closed the fitting room door and took out his aunt's black and white catsuit. The cosplay outfit cost 500 yuan, crafted with exquisite silky material. The patterns and tassel decorations were perfectly matched. "This is nice." Qin Yi reached out to feel the texture of the tight leather pants, showing a satisfied smile, then took out his phone to shoot some detail shots. Then he set his phone aside, stripped off his clothes down to his briefs, and slid the leather pants on. Qin Yi had bought the largest size. After donning the slender long legs, he reached down to touch his own legs, and then posed with his knees turned inward. If not for the thin upper body, one would truly think they belonged to a long-legged beauty. Holy crap! Qin Yi marveled at his own legs in the full-length mirror, then continued putting on the rest of the top. As the garment rustled, the red tassels swayed. In no time, Qin Yi had the whole set on, then carefully picked up the wig and put it on. Soon the mirror reflected a slender beauty with long legs, broad shoulders, and a narrow waist. Qin Yi's handsome, angular face softened under the wig, and his clear, bright peach blossom eyes added a touch of allure. Qin Yi glanced left and right, even wiggling his butt coquettishly, as if he had just taken over this body, exploring it from head to toe with novelty. While the skin is so fair, the shoulders are actually straight, the waist is so slim, the hands are nice, oh a pert butt. "Oh bro, why are you a man though?" Qin Yi sighed, touching from his neck to shoulders to waist, and but his smile turning increasingly lecherous. "Ho ho. Something feels off. Alright, fake boobs, fake boobs." As if remembering something, Qin Yi touched his flat chest, pursed his lips, and with a determined look stripped off the clothes again and fussed about for a while. After 5 or 6 minutes, the full outfit was finally complete. Qin Yi struck several poses in front of the full-length mirror and took a few full-body photos with his phone covering his face. Looking at the photos, Qin Yi couldn't help but marvel how this original body was a perfect 1 in a million. Tall with excellent proportions, deep-set eyes, high nose bridge, and waist-length hair. With the fake chest on, her curvaceous figure resembled a cool and elegant older sister. The long legs were straight and graceful, as if straight out of an anime. Qin Yi set his phone aside, picked up the spear, and twirled it playfully. Then with a swift move, he held the spear horizontally behind his back, raised 2 fingers vertically in front, straightened his back, lifted his chin, slightly narrowed his eyes, and murmured mysteriously, "My name is Qin Yi, destined with solitary misfortune." His voice was deep and emotional, but the magnetic masculine tone made the cool sister costume seem jarringly disjointed. Suddenly, as if noticing something, Qin Yi's pupils trembled, and he froze at the sight of Luo Shui beside the cabinet in the mirror. "Qin Yi. When did she come? How long had she been watching?" Luo Shui's lips curved into a smile as she took in Qin Yi's graceful cosplay, a playful glint in her eyes. "No. That's not the point. The point is... Ah. Qin Yi finally reacted, screaming as if a bomb had gone off, flailing his limbs chaotically while retreating backward until one hand braced against the mirror behind him to keep from falling. You. How come you made no sound? Qin Yi twisted his lower body, awkwardly smiling sheepishly, his face blushing as if about to drip. She wasn't going to think him a pervert, was she? Qin Yi's face burned and his heart raced, nearly crying. Seeing Qin Yi like this, Luo Shui couldn't help but think of the phrase, beautiful enough to feast on. Long white hair cascaded over his shoulders, creating an ethereal aura. The design of half-Taoist robe and half-tight pants accentuated his alluring curves. Luo Shui realized for the first time that this person had such a side. Not bad, she said, her cool voice inexplicably carrying a hint of warmth and amusement, stirring his heartstrings. Is this cosplay? Although she had been immersed in the workplace and not much exposed to such things, Luo Shui knew a little about one of the popular hobbies among young people. She hadn't expected this person to enjoy this too. Qin Yi blinked, no longer as flustered as before. Yes. A character from a game. The crucial trial of whether he would ascend to the above-ground party or fall into the underground party was happening now. With that thought, Qin Yi's eyes suddenly became unprecedentedly resolute. He straightened up, met Luo Shui's gaze with bright eyes, and declared firmly, "This is a cross-dimensional passion, a legitimate super dream experience. Really am not a pervert." Luo Shui suddenly smiled like melting snow and spring breeze. "I won't interfere with this. Just know you're..." Hearing this, Qin Yi's face lit up with joy. "Nice." Rising to the above ground. Suddenly, Luo Shui gracefully walked up to Qin Yi and lifted the tip of his wig, stirring his wildly beating heart. "Do you remember the terms in the contract?" From this angle, Qin Yi only needed to lower his head slightly to once again kiss those lips he had lingered on before. Of course I remember. Roughly. The wording was too long for him to memorize. It's fine, she definitely won't ask about it. Article 26. Luo Shui looked at him, amusement in her eyes. Qin Yi. No way she actually asked. He was thinking. Qin Yi blinked, his clear eyes carrying a hint of adorable confusion. Because one eye was hidden behind his bangs. Seeing Qin Yi's dazed single eye, Luo Shui inexplicably found him, as if knowing he had forgotten. Luo Shui said in her clear voice, "If I have a need, you must cooperate with me in any matter as long as it does not violate laws, regulations, or public order and good customs." Qin Yi remembered, right, there was such a clause. But normally Luo Shui couldn't stand him. Why would she ever? So Qin Yi had skimmed over that clause and didn't give it much thought, knowing it would basically never be used. But now, a bad premonition suddenly flashed through Qin Yi's mind. "Ahaha, wife, whatever you need, I'll surely do it for you." Since he had already agreed, there was no way out. Qin Yi never expected that what she needed from him would be this. After and helped Yining bathe, she carried Yining to Ji Qi. In the guest room, Ji Qi cuddled Yining in his arms while watching children's cartoons, with her occasionally answering her endless whys, the atmosphere peaceful and warm. The spacious master bedroom, however, was filled with a sense of intimacy. Steam lingered, lights were hazy, and the air still held the faint jasmine scent from the hostess bath. Water from the shower head splashed onto the tiled floor, with tiny droplets bouncing back onto Qin Yi's calves. A thin layer of warm water pooled on the tiles, creating gentle ripples as he stepped barefoot onto it. Mist and steam blended, ripples mixed with pattering water droplets spreading softly. As chaotic as Qin Yi's thoughts at that moment. "Am a girl. Am not a girl. Am a man. I can't. Qin Yi clutched his hair in frustration, letting the water cascade over his face and down his body. "Tonight, I need you to satisfy your wife's needs. It's neither illegal nor against public morals, right?" Her light, moving voice seemed to still linger softly in his ears, mingling with the pattering water to drown him. Qin Yi washed until his fingers pruned, but still couldn't think of a reason to refuse. So he simply washed himself clean from head to toe. By the time Qin Yi finished showering, blow-drying, and putting on his pajamas, nearly an hour had passed. Luo Shui watched the tall, big man dawdle out of the bathroom, his entire body flushed pink from the steam. She wasn't sure whether she was more speechless or amused. He wasn't sure whether this body was rejecting him. Under the steam's warmth, everything felt profoundly ill-fitting. Stay calm. At least he's handsome. Even if morally flawed, his advantages are undeniable. Such situations will only multiply. What if they dissect me? Qin Xiaoyi, you must overcome yourself. Yet after half an hour of mental preparation in the bathroom, Qin Yi's regained composure shattered entirely the moment he laid eyes on Luo Shui, reclining seductively on the bed in a crimson satin slip, her allure irresistible. This was unbearable. She had never been in love, had never even imagined lying with another woman. How was she supposed to do this properly? In that instant, Qin Yi's soul self shrank into the system space, crouching silently in the corner, knees drawn tight, tears falling soundlessly. A soft blue data sprite, Dian Hua, circled gently around him. Master, would you like educational literature on intimate relations? Through sobs, Qin Yi shook his head and let out a hiccup laced with tears. Wah, no, I already have memories. I don't lack such knowledge. Then why are you crying, Master? The system was genuinely perplexed. If memory supplied experience, why hesitate? You wouldn't understand. Intimacy is most meaningful only with someone you truly love. Then, Master, you don't love Luo Shui? Well, not exactly. Who wouldn't adore a beautiful, wealthy elder sister? Yet Qin Yi knew his affection for Luo Shui fell far short of the yearning that would make him eagerly anticipate their union. His feelings were shallow, tinged with guilt and self-redemption warped by the original body's memories. Luo Shui deserved deeper, purer devotion. Master, it's time to go out. Escaping solves nothing. This line, left by the system's designer, hung quietly in the space. Yes, I know. He would never hide forever. Only for now he lacked the words, the posture, the certainty. He'd fled inward simply to vent the storm of chaotic impulses. Once spent, reality reasserted itself, the blurred world sharpening once more. The light glowed warmly amber. The room was immaculately tidy. Walls softly upholstered in muted beige. A child's rocking horse nestled discreetly in one corner. Luo Shui lay on the outer side of the bed, the side nearest the bathroom. Only carpet covered the floor, no sleeping mat laid out. Come up. Her voice, cool crystalline, emerged from full crimson lips. Book cradled in hand, she cast him a sidelong glance from beneath elegant phoenix eyes, a faint smile playing at her lips, like an empress summoning a favored consort to her chamber. Qin Yi was the sort who honored commitments. He clenched his fists, pressed his lips into a thin line, lowered his lashes, resolute as a general marching toward battle, bearing quiet courage and unflinching resolve. He stepped forward, yet as he reached the edge of the bed his bravado deflated like a pricked balloon. Timidly, he veered sideways, hunching low as he crawled up from the footboard, stealthy, almost furtive. Luo Shui. The bed, a sumptuous 2-meter-wide expanse, still held ample empty space on it. Once atop the bed, Qin Yi sank into the plush, yielding bedding, hands folded over his abdomen, staring upward at the ceiling, breathing shallowly, taut with nervous anticipation. Somewhere unbidden, the shadow of your smile began to play, the saxophone's velvety romantic melody unfurling through the room like silk. In a formal restaurant or a castle ballroom, it would be the perfect soundtrack to an elegant, intoxicating rendezvous. Here beneath amber light in a bedroom, it lent the air an intoxicating, blush-inducing tension, so vivid it could stir the appetite. Qin Yi jolted upright, eyes wide with disbelief, staring at Luo Shui, who, having just activated the music, withdrew her arm as though completing a trivial gesture. Wait, why did you suddenly start the music? Doesn't it set the mood? Luo Shui placed her book upon the nightstand, tapped the playback interface lightly, and the rich, immersive tones of a premium Bluetooth speaker enveloped the entire bedroom. Young Master Qin, uncomfortable. Her voice remained cool, yet carried the subtle resonance of early spring breeze, clear enough to awaken the senses, yet warm enough to draw one deep into its spell. Why had she called him that so suddenly? Right. Of course the original body would feel utterly at ease in such moments. Qin Yi offered a wry, practiced smile. No, it's just, I was worried you might be nervous. But whose nerves truly was he trying to soothe? Luo Shui suppressed a quiet smile, watching the flush bloom across Qin Yi's refined fair cheeks, spreading even to the delicate shell of his ears. As the sole legitimate heir of the Qin family, Qin Yi had been raised amid opulence, every desire instantly fulfilled. His upbringing yielded porcelain skin, sharp features, and an aura both dashing and enigmatic, irresistible to countless young women. Thus, when flustered, the rush of blood painted his translucent complexion rose pink in an instant. Is that so? Luo Shui saw through his pretense, but said nothing. Ah, enough. Just get on with it. This endless hesitation was agony. Qin Yi winked at her, braced a hand beside her shoulder, and in one fluid motion flipped himself atop her. At this breathless proximity, every detail of Luo Shui's beauty emerged with startling clarity. Qin Yi instinctively held his breath, throat tightening. The fragile courage he'd mustered, already brittle, crumbled completely the moment his gaze met hers, deep, luminous, arresting. Before he could gather himself, her fingers, resting lightly on his nape, pressed down, gentle but unyielding. Wife. I can't. His voice trembled, thin, uneven, laced with plaintive helplessness. His mind dissolved into chaos, thoughts scattering like startled birds. Luo Shui sighed softly, lips pursed. Fool. On the phone screen, a ballet dancer balanced effortlessly on the ball of one foot, her leg taut and sculpted neck arched with regal grace, elegant as a living masterpiece. The small figure in her arms had already drifted into sleep. Ji-Chi carefully settled. Yin rose from the bed and opened the door. She still longed to say something more. Ji-Chi approached Luo Shui's door and pressed the wireless intercom button. A chime rang. Qin Yi froze mid-motion, skin glistening with fine sweat. A slender rosy arm emerged from beneath the covers, reaching smoothly for the bedside intercom panel. A soft hiss escaped him. Then leaning close to Luo Shui's ear he whispered, pleading for her to relax. Luo Shui gave a quiet knowing hum, then lifted a hand pinching Qin Yi's ear between thumb and forefinger. He winced, then defiantly shifted slightly, just enough to unsettle her balance. After a pause Luo Shui finally spoke, her voice lower than usual, husky and tender, vibrating with quiet sensuality, striking Qin Yi like a physical current. Ji Qi, hearing Luo Shui's voice, distinctly different from her daytime tone, assumed she'd merely been roused from sleep. Her voice thus softened, smoky, magnetic. Sister, still awake? Qin Yi's lips brushed the delicate hollow of Luo Shui's collarbone. She arched her swan-like neck, eyelids tightly shut. Her pale lashes dusted with rose, transforming the icy elegance of her beauty into something dangerously alluring. Asleep. Whatever it is, let's speak tomorrow. Luo Shui ended the call, whether deliberately or unconsciously. In the final second a soft breathy sigh escaped her, unmistakably unrestrained. Ji Qi stood frozen before the closed door, her heart as if torn from her chest, smashed violently onto the floor, shattering into jagged fragments. Why? Tears spilled unchecked. Numb, hollow-eyed, she stumbled back to her room, slid down the wall to sit on the floor, arms wrapped tightly around herself, shoulders trembling silently. I'm sorry, Shao Qi, it's not worth it. Luo Shui had done it on purpose. A quiet sigh escaped her. Then, feeling the mounting intensity against her, she furrowed her delicate brows and gently pushed Qin Yi away. Are you a child? Qin Yi lifted himself slightly, then wrapped his arms around Luo Shui's slender waist, offering an embarrassed, boyish grin. In that moment he understood, truly, why the original body had pursued such intimacy so fervently. It was exquisite, though admittedly rather taxing on the lower back. After the car accident, following several days of recuperation, Qin Yi's personal physician, Dr. Zhao, conducted a thorough examination. Aside from a slight deficiency in kidney qi, all other aspects had returned to a very healthy state. No matter how unbelievable it was, the changes that had occurred deep within him clearly indicated to her that Qin Yi was no longer the Qin Yi of the past. This was both a risk and an opportunity. After marrying Qin Yi through a deal with her father's friend Qin Zhihai, she became the newly appointed president of the Qin Corporation, which no one except Qin Zhihai had high hopes for. How could such a large Qin family let an outsider take the helm? Old Qin is aging. Is Qin Zong also getting old? What use is she other than being a decorative vase? Misunderstanding, skepticism, and contempt were the prevalent sentiments, with only a few uncles who had been close to her father expressing a mix of relief and regret. What a pity. If President Luo were still here, his daughter could occupy this position. Old Luo would have been so. Afterward, Luo Shui diligently learned beside Qin's father, and through her own efforts completed several impressive projects, effectively silencing those who had looked down on her. However, the idle gossip about her securing her position through marriage still lingered. She simply chose not to care, nor did she find it necessary to address it. Her goal had always been singular: to uncover the truth behind her father's death, and to see Yin grow up healthy and happy. After inheriting the Luo Corporation, Luo Shui immediately set out to investigate the cause of her father's death, but found nothing. She sensed that invisible forces were obstructing her from discovering the truth. Her father's death was not straightforward. How could a man who hoped for a better future for his daughter and anticipated his grandchild's growth simply commit suicide and leave everything behind? Was it coercion, or was he killed by international assassins? She needed to get to the bottom of it. The international cruise ship was filled with diverse people and passed through multiple countries, making individual investigations quite unrealistic. Thus, Luo Shui began her investigation, with the companies collaborating with the Luo Corporation. However, all information related to her father's death was conspicuously absent, as if it had been deliberately erased. Unaware of which interests she had touched upon, Luo Shui received an anonymous warning letter. It was at that time that Yin was kidnapped and left on a dilapidated ship. Fortunately, nothing happened, otherwise she truly couldn't guarantee what she would do. From then on, she realized that without sufficient power, the truth behind her father's death would undoubtedly remain undiscovered, and worse, yet it could implicate Yin. Luo Shui found Nan Kuyue, a girl introduced by Uncle Su from the mysterious Shangwan family. With remarkable skills and proficient in various weapons, both cold and hot, and having honed her abilities on the battlefield, the role of a bodyguard was a piece of cake for her. Yet it wasn't enough. Luo Shui needed a stable backing. Qin Yi's father, Qin Zhihai, had been her father's business partner during his lifetime, and was also Yin's grandfather. The Qin family was the foremost aristocracy in Magic City, being the third most prominent family in China. Marrying Qin Yi was naturally a calculated move. She was no longer the innocent and carefree young lady from the Luo family when her parents were alive. She needed the Qin family's influence, and so did Yin, who required their protection. Luo Shui looked at the sleeping Qin Yi beside her, unconsciously raising her hand to caress his cheek, her fingers feeling warm and slightly smooth. Uncertain of what dream he was having, he smiled foolishly in his sleep, rubbing his mouth against the pillow. Luo Shui smiled softly, her eyes reflecting a tenderness she herself had not realized. She whispered, "Are you a little angel that sprang up from somewhere?" Clearly inheriting his memories, she knew she possessed the capital to act recklessly, yet she chose to sever those ties, repay his debts, and obediently remained at home. Was it because having arrived at this point she felt the need to bear the responsibilities that came with it? After clearly noticing Qin Yi's changes, Luo Shui had someone secretly investigate the things Qin Yi did after being discharged from the hospital, visiting the parents of the girl who died in the car accident, and settling the man's messy romantic debts. Initially thinking that the girl named Zhang Yoxin was merely an ordinary romantic partner of his, after discovering the 2 million in transactions, Luo Shui had someone investigate further, only to find out that the girl was a victim forced by him. The 2 million that Zhang Yoxin needed was entirely for her mother's medical treatment. Luo Shui secretly gave her an additional 1 million as compensation, completely settling that relationship on Qin Yi's behalf. At the same time, she solidified her own thoughts. The matriarch of the Su family, old Madame Su, placed great importance on family harmony and marital love. To get close to old Madame Su and obtain some information regarding the laboratories that the late head of the Su family had cooperated with the Luo family, Luo Shui needed Qin Yi's cooperation to gain old Madame Su's favor. The person before her was as clean and pure as a spirit untouched by the mundane world. And she was the villain, deceiving this clean and pure spirit into falling into the mundane world. For the only legitimate son of the Qin family, who attracted numerous gazes as the lofty prince of Magic City, should not be so pure. As the morning sun brightened when Qin Yi opened his eyes, his blurred vision gradually focused on the unfamiliar yet luxurious crystal chandelier. He blinked and memories of yesterday surged in his mind. Yesterday he had slept with Luo Shui. He had been so nervous at the time that he couldn't even. The most important thing was, it seemed he had fallen asleep in less than 20 minutes. What a total deviation from the novels. This was what a shameful loss of face. I know it was the faces of countless boys. Whoa. Qin Yi covered his eyes with one hand, his mind in a chaotic state. Glancing at the empty pillow beside him, Qin Yi grabbed the blanket and buried himself within it, curling up like, whoa, how embarrassing. I must have been disliked. This is the end. I don't even know if she has arrived. If I merely enjoyed myself and fell asleep, wouldn't that be too unfair to her? Why is this pathetic body so weak? I can't face anyone. The caterpillar rolled around freely on the large bed. Annie walked in and saw this scene, her eyes twitching slightly. She said, "Young master, it's time to get up. Miss Chun is already downstairs." The caterpillar froze on the bed. After 3 seconds, it slowly revealed a blushing face. "I know I'll be down shortly. What about Ji-Chi?" Annie replied, "Miss Ji took the little miss out shopping." Nanny. He hadn't taken little Enine out yet. How could she get her way so easily as soon as she arrived? Qin Yi felt a twinge of jealousy towards Ji-Chi. However, thinking about having to study later, he lamented and lay back on the bed with his arms spread wide. Fine. Once this month ends, he would definitely take Enine out for some fun. After getting up, washing up, and dressing, Qin Yi made his way downstairs, spotting Chinwan Yin in a shirt and plaid skirt, with long hair cascading down. "You came a bit early today, classmate Chun." Qin Yi greeted her with a smile. "Have you had breakfast?" "If not, I've already had breakfast. It's not that early anymore." Qin classmate should reflect on why he woke up so late this time. Qin Yi glanced at the clock in the living room, only to realize it was already 9 o'clock. However, to reflect on the reason, Qin Yi's cheeks flushed. He cleared his throat and changed the subject. "I accidentally overslept last night." "Ahem, where's the test paper? I should start with the questions right." Chunwan Yi nodded, handing him the printed paper while she began reviewing the theoretical book she needed to memorize. She had no idea where Ji-Chi had taken Yinin to play. They had been gone all day. By the time they returned, Qin Yi had already completed his study tasks for the day and put away his books back in the upstairs bedroom. Qin Yi's desk had been moved to Luo Shui's study. In the evenings, Luo Shui would handle work in the study while Qin Yi would not study at night. Though he claimed he didn't want to disturb his wife's income, in truth, he suffered from a condition where, except during tutoring sessions, any encounter with professional coursework in his free time would leave him dizzy, nauseous, and utterly averse to learning. Chun Juanin, having been denied and left with evening homework, said flatly, "If you don't want to do the assignment, just say so." "How could I? I love studying too, but studying doesn't love me. It thinks I don't meet its standards, so it rejects me." Qin Yi clutched his chest, his voice filled with anguish. He looked as though learning had broken his heart 1,000 times. Chun Juanin laughed, rolling her eyes at him. "Who believes your nonsense? All right, I have things at school tomorrow, so I won't come. He'll be back the day after. You'd better spend some time reading." Chun Juanin tucked a stray strand of hair behind her ear, stood up, and began gathering her books and laptop. After her words, she casually added, Oh, by the way, Sister Luo cares a lot about your study progress. He'll be in touch with her from time to time. A threat. Bare-faced threat. Wait, Sister Luo. When did she become her sister? And they keep in touch. Suddenly realizing Qin Yi looked up wide-eyed at Qin Yi. Wait, when did you two become friends? Did they get so close behind his back? Do you live by the sea, Master Qin? You sure like to meddle. Qin Yi raised an eyebrow, shot him a playful glance, and set him off. Luo Shui had arranged a dedicated driver for Qin Yi and Xiao Li from the Household Security Department. The understated black Mercedes pulled over at the entrance of the neighborhood. Thanks. Take care, Miss Chun. Xiao Li waited until Qin Yi had walked a few steps before slowly driving away. Qin Yi strolled along the sidewalk, a single shoulder bag slung across her. The May breeze was warm, and the roses planted along the wall bloomed luxuriantly, attracting bees and butterflies to dance among the branches, a faint floral fragrance lingering in the air. A few children chasing each other ran ahead. Qin Yi stepped aside to let them pass. One boy tripped and fell to the ground with a grunt, silently getting back up. He looked sadly at the crushed rose. The pain of falling didn't upset him, but the damaged flower broke his heart. Qin Yi smiled, plucked a blooming rose from beside her, and stepped forward to offer it to the boy. Take this. The boy's eyes lit up at the beautiful pale pink rose. Seeing it from a pretty older sister, he pursed his lips, of blush creeping onto his face as he took the flower. His young voice rang out clearly. Yes, thank you, sister. Xiaohu, a friend, called from a distance. The boy waved and ran off. Coming, why are you carrying a flower? For Axian. Haha, she's up ahead. Hey, slow down. Qin Yi withdrew her gaze with a smile, a trace of nostalgia in her eyes. Once her childhood had been just as pure, joyful, and carefree. But now there were more realistic expectations weighing on her. The playmates of her youth had all drifted away. At the entrance to the neighborhood stood a middle-aged woman in a black and white floral dress, her long hair loosely pinned up. Seeing her, Qin Yi frowned slightly, then composed herself and walked over. Mom, what are you doing here? Sun Min grabbed Qin Yi's wrist firmly, her gaze sharp. Qin Yi, all these years how have I raised you? How have your father and grandfather taught you? Have you forgotten everything? Mom. Qin Yi winced from the grip and tried to pull away but couldn't free herself. I told you to study hard and make something of yourself, but instead you latch on to someone rich. And of all people, that bad boy Qin Yi from the most unruly Qin family in Shanghai. Tell me, how can you stoop so low? Before Qin Yi could say a word, her mother launched into a furious tirade, leaving her both aggrieved and angry. Mom, don't make excuses. I saw you getting out of that car. Recently, Sun Min had been hearing gossip in the neighborhood that her daughter was being kept by a rich man, shuttled home daily by luxury cars. At first she dismissed it with a scoff. They were a family of scholars, having moved here for work and her daughter's schooling. The Qin family upheld strict traditions, and she trusted her daughter wouldn't do such a thing. But recently her daughter hadn't been coming home after class as usual. She went to the school to ask around and found out that her daughter was involved with that notorious hedonistic prince, and according to classmates he had won her over by throwing money at her. Furious, she wished she could grab that brat and thrash him with a ruler regardless of the Qin family's influence. Her blind, money-grubbing daughter also needed a good lesson. Mom, I was tutoring him, and he gave me a ride home. It's not what you think. Qin Yi finally wrenched free from her mother's grip. Nonsense. You're only a senior. Would someone looking for a PhD come to you? Excuses. Sun Min dropped her usual gentle demeanor, hands on her hips, unleashing a cold stream of reprimands. Qin Yi was choked off. She was no match for her mother's sharp tongue, her face flushed red, her chest heaving with unspoken words. With a resentful huff, she shook her hand and headed straight home. In the security room, the guard watched the commotion outside while cracking sunflower seeds. Tiska, good college student, and she becomes someone's mistress. How do you know she's a mistress? Haven't you seen the car dropping her off every day? A Mercedes S63, a luxury ride. So riding in a luxury car makes her a mistress. You're judging that girl too lightly. Oh yeah, you know so much. Then why are you working as a security guard here? Ridiculous. Qin Yi cleaned up his phone contacts, deleting all the women his predecessor had kept through money and physical relationships, those numbered entries. He kept only the family, normal friends and classmates and former instructors and teachers. He kept only the original Bodis relatives, his relatively normal schoolmates and friends, and the instructors and teachers who had once taught him. A set of Shen's fitting photos was casually posted by Qin Yi on Little Red Book. Within a day it garnered 6,000 likes and 2,800 saves. Qin Yi noticed several new private messages. Some asked about the clothes, but more asked, bro, are you available? Are you a bottom? Book a hotel, let's get to know each other deeply. Bro, wanna do cosplay together? Qin, he hadn't switched accounts, so the two casual photos his predecessor had posted, an unobtrusive daily snapshot of a young man, were still there, clearly showing a half-body shot of a young man. His predecessor barely used Little Red Book, posting only one half-body shot, and one seaside view. So when the fitting photos were posted, netizens immediately got excited upon discovering that the Shinha cosplayer with the exquisite figure and ethereal curves was actually a man. Note: Shinha cosplay costume, try-on cosplay, Genshin, Shinha male, OC apologies, gender apologies, OS apologies, breathing apologies, carbon-based life apologies, no editing apologies, prop apologies, trial apologies, no reply apologies, fat otaku apologies, Genshin apologies, all apologies. Apologies. Divorced with 8 kids, oh ho. A man. It's actually a man. He ran 62, such thick armor. I love femboys. Finger heart. Dio, holy crap, such a good figure, little Andy, and the poses are amazing. I'm about to drool. Drool tears of excitement. Yichi commented on Dijo Master Yu. Shichibu Shin fan, so beautiful. Men go crazy, women lose their periods. This femboy is the nemesis of depression, the alarm clock for the comatose. He wears the outfit that expresses the village bachelor's longing and unrequited love for the widow. Conclusion: Slade. Taishui commented on Shichibu Shin fan, I can't help but shout awesome. Shichibu Shin fan replied to Taishui shy finger heart. Chuyungu, everyone's talking about the master's slim waist. Let me educate you, this type of waist is called a child waist, meaning it's as slim as a child's waist. Without timely treatment, it will get even thinner and compress the heart. A renowned foreign doctor once said, how far must a child waist go to enter your heart? Dogteeth Smirk Imperial Nest commented on Chuyungu 6, oh, I actually read it all seriously. Milubu fan Neo, I don't understand the second dimension. I find your obsession with virtual characters incomprehensible. You should distinguish reality from fiction. They may be pretty, but they aren't real. My life is fulfilling. Tomorrow is my wedding with little Andy. Everyone is welcome. Waving glow sticks, Dogteeth Smirk. Muzi Master is so beautiful and accurate. ID like a personalized signature. Finger heart Daving. I want to challenge my weak spot. Did Song Meisha Hawaii? I was about to praise the master for being such a beautiful, mature woman. Then I checked the profile and went, ha 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 ha. Qin Yi collapsed on the sofa, clutching his phone, tears of laughter streaming. Had never seen his comment section so lively. When Ji-Chi brought In back from playing, he found Qin Yi sprawled on the sofa, laughing maniacally, acting crazy. Psycho. Ji-Chi twitched his mouth, casting a weird look at Qin Yi, then pulled the bewildered In around him, and hearing the noise, Qin Yi turned over, and without noticing rolled onto the floor with a dull thud. Duh. Mitt. He bit back the curse. Qin Yi rubbed his backside with a pained expression as he got up from the sofa. Seeing that it was Ji-Chi returning with In, he endured the sting and smiled, waving at them. Xiao-Chi, In, you're back. Where did you go to play? Ji-Chi was holding 2 bags, apparently clothes for In, and behind them a toy box containing a remote-controlled toy plane she had bought for her. Seeing this, Qin Yi felt a pang of shame. This body was Yin's father, yet he had never taken her to an amusement park, shopping, or bought her anything. After transmigrating into this body, he was often careless and oblivious, consumed only by the primal desire for wealth and the subsequent idleness. He had forgotten that as a father he should embrace the duty of doting on his daughter. Ji-Chi sneered at Qin Yi, gently shaking Yin's little hand, and said softly, of course I took In to have fun, eat delicious food, and buy pretty clothes. Unlike some people who can't even be bothered to accompany their own daughter. Her tone turned sarcastic toward the end. In sensed her aunt's aversion to her father. Her clear, bright eyes blinked as she looked at Ji-Chi, then at Qin Yi, who was smiling at them from the back of the sofa. She squeezed Ji-Kai's hand. Auntie, Daddy does play with me at home. Oh. Ji-Chi raised an eyebrow. Didn't In say that Daddy never took you to the amusement park, the zoo, or the mall? He didn't, but Daddy plays with me at home. Yin's childish voice was as crisp as a clean thumb piano, salvaging what little face Qin Yi had left. What was that? Ji-Chi twitched her lips, but didn't speak. Qin Yi felt like crying tears of joy. With a daughter like this, what more could a man ask for? Yet in just one day his sister-in-law's attitude toward him had changed drastically. Why? What had he done to offend her? There was no trace of her in his original Buddhist memories, let alone any conflict between them. Qin Yi pondered for a moment, then suddenly remembered something. He fixed his burning gaze on Ji-Chi. Xiao-Chi. Ji-Chi was about to take In upstairs when she heard Qin Yi's call and stopped, turning back with a composed look. I remember. What? Ji-Chi was puzzled, wondering what he was up to now. Qin Yi followed, walked over to In, patted her head, then leaned close to Ji-Chi and whispered, are you mad because you thought I forgot my promise to you? As he leaned in, she slightly recoiled, her brow furrowed instinctively. She had been suppressing her disgust for Qin Yi, using his attention to make Luo Shui, his wife, loathe him even more, thus hastening their divorce. But now, knowing Luo Shui's intentions, that she needed this marriage and couldn't abandon it yet, she had given up on manipulating Qin Yi. Her disgust for Qin Yi was no longer restrained. However, that didn't mean she had stopped loving Luo Shui. More than her own love, she feared Luo Shui's resentment and hatred. The current Luo Shui was calm and formidable, so different from her childhood self. Yet one thing remained unchanged. No matter what form she took, she deeply attracted her. A flood of thoughts rushed through her mind in an instant. Hearing Qin Yi's words, she cast him a puzzled glance. Moi. When had she ever asked Qin Yi for something? What was it? She couldn't recall. Qin Yi couldn't believe anyone had a worse memory than him. He got straight to the point. What? The massage. Remember, yesterday you agreed I'd give you a massage. All that. She had completely forgotten because Qin Yi was too insignificant in her heart. But a free tool shouldn't go to waste. Since he offered it himself, she couldn't be blamed. Ji Kai's mind turned swiftly. Her beautiful almond-shaped eyes sparkled, her red lips curved, and her voice softened. Sure now, Qin Yi thought for a moment and nodded. Now works. The porcelain doll with big sparkling eyes watched the two of them curiously. Qin Yi smiled and crouched down. Seeing that the little girl no longer showed timid expressions, he cautiously reached out to wrap his arms around her waist. The moment his arms encircled her, her chubby little arms instinctively reached for his neck. A distinct milky scent unique to children wafted over him. Soft and warm, it felt like a fluffy cloud of white cotton filling his chest. As he lifted Qin, he felt so full of emotion he could cry. This was the first time he had successfully picked her up. In the past, Qin would either hide from him or remain silent. Now she was willing to get close to him. Qin Yi held Qin, grinning so wide his molars showed, yet he was as gentle as if he were cradling the world's most precious and fragile treasure. Qin Yi called softly. The girl was a little nervous in his arms. She responded with a low hum. Her beautiful eyes inheriting Qin Yi's peach blossom shape flickered. Her adorable chubby little hands gripped his collar tightly. Oh, I'm dead. Pink bubbles burst in Qin Yi's heart, and he couldn't help but peck Yin's fair cheek. Qin blinked, then buried her flushed face in the crook of Qin Yi's neck. Daddy didn't smell bad anymore. She didn't dislike it. Qin Yi was tall, standing 1.80 meters. From his height, Qin enjoyed a new perspective. She clutched his collar curiously, observing how everything below suddenly looked tiny. Her small body bobbed gently as Qin Yi climbed the stairs, but it wasn't uncomfortable. His firm, broad chest gave her a sense of security, as if her father could shield her from everything. She liked her daddy now. Qin Yi carried Qin to the living room on the second floor and set her down. Noticing the wide, soft sofa, he suggested Ji Qi lie down there. Here. Ji Qi glanced at Qin, who was playing with building blocks on the carpet, and gave him a skeptical look. Yes, Qin nodded. Wait here. He'll get the massager from the room. Fine. Ji Qi sat on the sofa hesitating as she watched the little one crawling on the floor. It was already awkward enough for a brother-in-law to massage his sister-in-law, and in front of his niece no less. Plus her sister would be home soon. While Ji Qi was deep in thought, Qin Yi came back with a massager. Ji Qi was taken aback by the black backpack-like object. What's that? Qin Yi held it up and shook it, introducing it with great enthusiasm. This is the latest full-back massage device developed by the tech company under the Qin Group, newly launched limited edition. It's incredibly effective. Ji Qi. How come he sounded like he was reading an advertisement? She twitched her lips, stood up, and forced a smile. So you're not doing it yourself. Using a gadget like this, doesn't that lack sincerity? Qin Yi shook his head seriously. I'm using it because I want to give you a proper massage. I've tried it, it's really good. It adjusts temperature according to body heat, thoroughly needs the acupoints on your back. An hour of it relieves all shoulder and back pain, leaving you feeling refreshed. Plus it expels dampness. It's way better than my amateur hands. Qin Yi's eyes sparkled as he passionately recommended it. She didn't know why, but she actually believed his nonsense. Put on the massage backpack and lay face down on the sofa. She turned on the switch. Ji Qi felt her entire back slowly warming, then countless tiny hands kneading and pushing her skin with varying pressures, easing the fatigue from the long journey. It really was comfortable. Before she knew it, Ji Qi closed her eyes and fell asleep. Qin Yi and Qin sat on the carpet with soft cushions, stacking building blocks. One block each, they built a little castle. This is the princess' tall castle. Outside the castle, roses bloom. Qin murmured softly as she placed a block. Qin Yi handed her a block, crossed his long legs, and sat beside her, gently continuing the story. The princess will marry the prince in the castle full of roses. No. Qin shook her head, her voice clear and firm. The princess will inherit the throne in the castle full of roses and lead her people to build a more romantic kingdom. What? The princess is inheriting the throne. How is it different from the fairy tales he used to hear? So domineering. Qin Yi smiled, slightly curious, to lean closer. Qin Bao, why does the princess inherit the throne instead of marrying the prince? Why must she marry the prince? Qin looked at Qin Yi in confusion. Qin Yi said seriously, marrying the prince allows one to enjoy his favor, become a queen, and gain a life of wealth and glory. Qin shook her head like a little adult, her childish voice articulating her critique of his parasitic mom. Mom said that the things you want must be earned through your own efforts. Moreover, becoming a queen does not guarantee a lifetime of riches. The queen's fate has already been revealed at the beginning of the story. Only by inheriting the throne and leading the people to build the nation can one achieve true happiness beloved by the people. The beginning of the story, the Queen's Fate. Yes, Qin Yi said, picking up a block and placing it at the highest point of the castle, the princess mother who died young after being neglected, and her stepmother, who became a witch out of jealousy. Is that not the Queen's fate? At that moment, Qin Yi suddenly realized why the fairy tale she had read only ended with the prince and princess wedding. Before marriage, the princess' life was full of possibilities, yet she chose to cling to the only prince in a parasitic manner, giving up all other beauties, which is why it seemed romantic. But after marriage, there is no princess, only a queen, and the subsequent fate was also written at the beginning of the story, such as the early death of Snow White's mother and Cinderella's short-lived mother. Qin Yi pondered for a while, suddenly enlightened, shocked by the answer that pierced through the superficiality to confront the darkness. At the same time, he was amazed that 4-year-old Qin Yi could remember her mother's teachings, grasp profound insights from fairy tales that elude most people, and articulate them so clearly. Qin Yi could imagine that the grown-up Qin Yi would be remarkable. Wow, he whispered, reaching out to scoop up the startled Qin Yi into his arms, ruffling her fluffy little head. "Bao, you're amazing. From now on, the sky is the limit for you, and Daddy will be your most steadfast follower." Qin Yi held up Qin Yi by her arms, his smile radiant, his voice slightly amplified with excitement. However, the person on the sofa merely shifted slightly and continued to sleep. Luo Shui returned home, changed into her house slippers, and went upstairs, seeing her daughter and Qin Yi happily playing with blocks. She walked over, about to ask Qin Yi where Ji Qi had gone, when she caught sight of someone on the sofa soundly asleep with a massage bag on their back. "Luo Shui." Qin Yi saw her mother cupping her little hands in front of her mouth like a trumpet and called out softly, "Mom, Mom." Luo Shui's beautiful face bloomed with a gentle, serene smile as she walked over. Kneeling down, Qin Yi, who was beside her, laughed and opened her little arms to hug Luo Shui, but heard her gently ask, "Have you completed today's study plan?" The angel's smile has turned into the devil's whisper. "Daddy is good, Mommy is bad." Qin Yi turned her little legs and buried herself into Qin Yi's arms like a little ostrich. Qin Yi hugged Qin Yi, and his previously composed expression faltered at the ambiguous glance he exchanged with Luo Shui. As a small flame of excitement ignited within him, his fair cheeks flushed, and he quickly averted his gaze. Experiencing for the first time the greatest happiness of being a boy, he still hadn't recovered. To Luo Shui, he appeared as nothing less than a blushing innocent. Luo Shui's gaze was complex. Could this guy really be a naive little boy? Wouldn't that be a crime? Yet the truth was even more outrageous than her speculation. Inside Qin Yi's body resided an innocent college girl who had never even been in a first love. With a complicated heart, Luo Shui, as she rose, casually reached out to pat Qin Yi's head. "Call Ji Qi and tidy up. We'll go out for dinner later." Since this person had already changed their core, they seemed to be a cute and manageable little fellow. Moreover, her cousin returned to the country, and she had yet to host a welcoming dinner for her. Luo Shui decided to take this person and little Qin Yi out for a nice meal tonight. Staying cooped up at home, this person must be feeling stifled. Sure enough, as soon as Luo Shui finished speaking, Qin Yi's eyes lit up. "All right." Luo Shui walked into the bedroom's dressing room and saw a white wig supported by a floor stand next to the makeup table. Her hand paused on the suit button. The silver white wig was made of ordinary high-temperature silk, reflecting faint light under the bright lights, with a style already set by artificial means. Up close, one could clearly smell a strong scent of hair gel. How old is this guy and still likes role-playing? Luo Shui curiously picked it up. The feel of it was light and distinct against her fingertips, yet, because of the shiny ponytail, it felt surprisingly substantial in her palms. Not knowing what impulse surged from within, Luo Shui put on the wig and looked in the mirror. In an instant, she felt a touch of unfamiliarity. The long black hair was covered by the silver wig, revealing distinct black edges, but against Luo Shui's exquisitely beautiful features, it did not look unappealing, rather it added an ethereal, surreal quality. Luo Shui pressed her lips together, placed it back in its position, and saw a few short wigs on the cabinet staring at them for a while. Qin Yi woke Ji Qi and decided to change into a new outfit. He was wearing pajamas. Since they were going out for dinner together, he should at least change into something slightly more formal. However, after waiting in the bedroom for a while, and even using the restroom, seeing that Luo Shui still hadn't come out, he gently knocked on the dressing room door. "Darling, are you ready?" The dressing room was silent for a moment, and after a while a pleasant, mature woman's voice came from inside. "Come in." Qin Yi opened the door and was momentarily stunned by Luo Shui, who had changed into her outfit. She wore a mint green satin shirt tucked into black high-waisted wide-leg pants, removing the cold and rigid demeanor of formal, while adding a touch of leisure and casualness. The collar of the shirt was unbuttoned at 2 buttons, revealing a hint of enticing scenery. A silver diamond necklace hung beneath her delicate collarbone, making her skin appear as white as jade, while her long black hair lazily fell over her shoulders adorned with stylish tassel earrings. Her figure was curvaceous and exceptionally tall, flawless and beyond critique. The most beautiful were her deep, cold eyes shaped like phoenixes, slightly upturned at the corners, conveying an air of indifference and superiority, yet also carrying an enchanting allure that made one want to fly into the flames. Qin Yi was momentarily mesmerized until Luo Shui approached him, at which point he snapped back to reality. Luo Shui shut the dressing room door with his hand, and with a click the lock fell into place. Qin Yi leaned against the door, watching as Luo Shui drew closer, her beauty striking him. His heart raced. He lost himself as she leaned close, the cool scent of jasmine and her warm breath brushing his ear as she, "After waking up, if you speak of your favorite hobbies, does it seem a bit too?" See. Her tone was calm, yet it stirred up a storm in Qin Yi's heart. Bang! Qin Yi's heart jolted, freezing against the door, his pupils dilating, breath caught in his throat. Had she revealed her identity? Should I tell her? No. Clearly I still know nothing about her. If I tell her everything now, isn't that too risky? Qin Yi gritted his teeth, looking at her with a mix of regret and calmness, forcing a bitter smile. It's because I faced death that I feel my former self was too much of a scoundrel. I want to turn over a new leaf, to be a good person, a qualified father, a qualified husband. If he were to grade his acting, she could only give him a 6. Luo Shui's full red lips curled slightly, her slender and deep phoenix eyes carrying a hint of a smile. Is that so? Of course. I swear. Qin Yi despised such scum the most. There was no way he would follow the example of his former self. If he were lying, he would end up stuck with this woman for life. With a resolute expression, Qin Yi propped himself up on the door handle, his limbs splayed upward, making a solemn vow. Luo Shui paused, then smiled. She usually remained expressionless and taciturn, and even her smiles carried an aloofness that kept others at a distance. Now, as she let her smile bloom freely, it was as if ice and snow had thawed, and a warm sun had suddenly broken through. Qin Yi had seen many celebrities before, both the original her and the former self, who had deep interactions with numerous beautiful acquaintances. But never had he encountered someone like this woman, who perfectly balanced dignity and allure, whose mere glance could freeze people, yet still irresistibly draw them like moths to a flame. All right, change your clothes. After that, we'll go out for dinner. As Luo Shui rose, she casually pinched Qin Yi's firm, yet supple cheek. Snapping out of his daze, Qin Yi opened the door to make way for Luo Shui. He inadvertently caught sight of a faint red mark behind Luo Shui's ear, and his heart skipped a beat, a small flame rekindling within him. Last night, while restraining the instinct of this body to burn recklessly, he had involuntarily left some traces on her. Conflicting thoughts of possession, ravishment, and marking intertwined with tenderness, exploration, care, and confusion tearing at him. In the haze, it was Luo Shui's guidance that alleviated his torment, allowing him to immerse himself fully in the sinking she had longed for. She said that a prodigal's return came at a price. As the sole legitimate son of the Qin family, he was never lacking in external attention. Even if he didn't care, such attention could sometimes be trivial, sometimes as light as a breeze, but at other times it could transform into a lethal arrow. The more he disregarded those things, the more that arrow would pierce his throat from the shadows. Qin Yi didn't understand what Luo Shui meant by those words, but he knew that from the moment he agreed to the transaction with her, the performance had already begun. He could no longer be Qin Yi of the past, nor could he revert to the former Qin Yi. He could only steadfastly play his role. Just as Luo Shui was about to step out of the room, Qin Yi suddenly strode forward with his long legs and firmly grasped her arm. Luo Shui's clear, cold eyes remained unchanged as she looked back at him. Qin Yi stared into her eyes for a moment. Then his mind steadied, and with a slight exertion of strength, he pulled her slender waist into his arms and kissed her. And Luo Shui did not resist. On a tree branch outside the window, Qin Yi was leisurely chewing a lollipop. She happened to glance into the room, and that single look nearly made her choke. The candy almost knocked her teeth out. TSK. She didn't push him away. Qin Yi began to doubt her own existence. Was this transaction really just a transaction? Given the tight security in the villa, even a fly would have its lineage scrutinized for 3 generations. Qin Yi had instead spent the night in the temporary dwelling gifted by her fan sister. She had no idea that the two had done everything that should and shouldn't be done the night before. Luo Shui was actually quite satisfied with Qin Yi's initiative. As an adult, she frankly admitted that she had certain needs. Since taking over as CEO of the Qin Corporation in place of Father Qin, she had twice been caught off guard by people setting her up. Fortunately, she made it to the hospital in time, both times for treatment. But while the medication suppressed the effects, it also caused damage to her body. Coupled with the fact that she hadn't had any since becoming pregnant, her endocrine system had gradually become imbalanced. The doctor's advice was for Luo Shui to regulate her hormone imbalance through a healthy sex life. However, facing a spoiled brat like Qin, it was already an extreme test of patience to look at him expressionlessly within a 5-step distance, how could she possibly engage in a sexual relationship with him? And seeking someone else had never crossed Luo Shui's mind. Not only was she still in a marital relationship with Qin Yi, but considering Yi and her respect for Father Qin and Elder Qin, she could never do such a thing. Fortunately, it wasn't an unbearable condition, so she had endured it until now. Not until Qin Yi after his car accident became an entirely different person. With his clear pristine gaze, his timid and tearful, yet brave and persistent nature, did he strike a chord in her heart that had been untouched for a long time. This kind of palpitation absent for years made her instinctively want to hold it tightly in her palm. This feeling was different from the admiration she had felt for her senior back in her campus days. It was like encountering a well-behaved, clever kitten at the corner on the way to class, wanting to reach out and pet it, watch it wag its tail, roll over, and then possess it so that its cuteness could be seen only by herself. This peculiar thought was suppressed deep in her heart. More than that, she needed Qin Yi to play the role of her husband rigorously. To get close to old Madame Su, she needed Qin Yi. But if those people saw the eldest son of the Qin family in such a pure, innocent, naive, and restrained state, they would inevitably harbor suspicions and concerns, causing unnecessary trouble, a loss far outweighing the gain. And this month would be enough for her to train him. Qin Yi released his lips. Glistening threads fell. Luo Shui's lipstick was smeared, yet she remained breathtakingly beautiful. I'm going to change clothes. Qin Yi didn't dare to meet her eyes. He left this sentence and turned to flee back to the dressing room. After closing the door, he leaned against it, breathing slightly heavily. If Qin Yi had glanced back, he would have noticed that the woman's usually cold and seductive phoenix eyes were once again tinged with a bewitching red, just like last night. Luo Shui opened her clear, sparkling eyes that seemed to hold a pool of warm spring water. The red at the corners of her eyes resembled autumn maple leaves that had fallen and brushed against her eyelids, leaving the most vibrant hue upon her lower eyelids. She gazed at the closed dressing room door, fell silent for a moment, then after 7 or 8 seconds of calming her rippling heart, she walked out the door. As the second young master of the Mo family, one of the 4 great young masters of the Magic City, Mo Fei sat listlessly on a leather office chair, playing King of Glory. His hobbies were anime and rock music. Since he had no classes in the second semester of his senior year, and the school required either a thesis or an internship certificate to graduate, Mo Fei simply spent $500,000 to establish his own anime company and start a business. As an absentee boss, he outlined a general direction for the company's operations and then handed everything over to a professional manager. He took a leisurely position watching the internet celebrities hired by the company shoot videos or short dramas. When bored, he retreated to his private office to play games, prioritizing ease and freedom. Ambush in the grass, ambush in the enemy's blue area over there. What are you ambushing here? Mo Fei glanced at the mid-lane Xiao Qiao and said with disdain. Even though he was a grown man, he still loved playing bush-wielding heroes like Xiao Qiao Ji and Enchila. Truly, that was just like him. Damn, what if I get caught ambushing there? Wenren, you deliberately left the minion wave uncleared, waiting for the enemy mid laner to come back from supporting the bottom lane. However, unexpectedly, Shishir emerged from the tower. Wenren, does this Shishir even know how to play? Wenren directly went up to swing her fan, but Shishir's position was too far back, so she didn't hit her. He simply cleared the minion wave first. Mo Fei was playing Derengia. After barely surviving a gank from 4 enemies with a sliver of health and dodging the enemy mage and jungler, he saw that the opponents had left and pressed the retreat signal. They went up. Wait, let me clear this minion wave. Wenren, you still couldn't bear to let go of this wave. His staff of souls hadn't even been built yet. Mo Fei was truly fed up with this idiot. Classic case of valuing minions over life. He ignored him and directly recalled. Sure enough, within a few seconds, a bunch of enemies suddenly appeared in the mid lane, and Xiao Qiao was taken down by Yun Yin's flashy spear play. The enemy top laner Ma Chao also rotated quickly, his epic skin effects crackling with lightning speed, merging with the others' ultimates in a blur. 5 opponents stunned Wenren completely. He was dead in an instant, not even able to press flash. Just then the jungler Yao with a handsome and imposing figure rushed over on a flying sword, sparks and lightning trailing behind him. Wenren thought the guy was going to fight 1 against 5 for revenge, and he got excited. He saw Yao step onto the flowing light flying sword, his clothes fluttering, carrying an unwavering and fierce momentum, charging gracefully toward the formidable enemies. With lightning-fast hand speed, he executed a 2-stage displacement. Just as the enemy Ma Chao, Wang Zhaoju, and duo Lia Ma Ku and Yuning were about to surround him completely with their colorful skill effects, Yao flashed golden light, raised his hand to wield his sword gracefully, and in the blink of an eye he consumed the health pack and turned to flee. The displacement speed of his retreat was so fast that the enemies couldn't even touch his clothes. However, in less than a second, the mid-lane tower fell. Wenren. There was a moment of silence in the voice chat, followed by an ear-splitting roar that made Mo Fei move his phone away. Fuck. Why the hell are they all coming for me? Am I some kind of Tang monk's flesh? Damn it. And what the hell is this stupid jungler doing? Coming neither early nor late, only showing up after I'm dead, and not even fighting the enemy, just snatching the health pack, and running away. Mo Fei's mouth twitched. He lowered the volume button, and ignored Wenrinyu's furious voice messages. After clearing the minion wave, he went to steal the jungler's camps, efficiently farming gold. When the whole game is in a losing streak, the situation always becomes restless and tense. Especially for Wenrinyu. By the time the enemies pushed down to the high ground, he was already 211. Bro, please stop feeding. Yao couldn't help but speak on the mic. His voice was a very magnetic low baritone, helpless, yet carrying a reassuring warmth. Wenrinyu fell silent instantly. He only then realized that he had been on all chat. Apart from Mo Fei and Yao, the others had already muted him. But seriously, that voice was really nice. Naturally more pleasant than Qin Yi's deliberately lowered voice. Speaking of which, he wondered what Qin Yi was up to. Had his dad locked him at home, not even allowing him to use his phone? He had messaged him to play games, but got no response. Wenrinyu had graduated last year, being 1 year older than Qin Yi and the others. But after all, he was pampered at home, raised like a little tyrant under the protection of his older brother. A truly idle, bullying, and fiercely playful libertine. He was cut from the same cloth as the original Qin Yi. Because the Qin family's influence was even stronger than the Wenrin family, Wenrinyu had recognized Qin Yi. Recently, he had his eye on a girl who liked playing King of Glory. He wanted to bring his brothers along to practice his skills, and then play with her to help her rank up. Among the 4 brothers, he only managed to get Mo Fei. Qi Lang was probably at the bar. That guy spent every day in bars. As for Qin Yi, he had no idea what was going on at home. He had initially thought King of Glory was just an ordinary esports game, never expecting it to be this difficult. Wenrinyu was very proud, and refused to admit he was bad. He laughed twice, and said, "What can I do if the enemies are too good at ganking? Cheating. They must be cheating." Mo Fei took down the enemy jungler, returned to base with low health, and upon hearing his words let out a dismissive snort. "If you're bad, practice more. If you want to impress a girl, just hire a booster directly. You do the flirting, and he handles the ranking. Much easier." How is that the same? The real goal is to let the girl see how awesome I am. However, after dying 2 more times, Wenrinyu asked in a slightly sincere tone directed at Yao, who was 9,211, if he took commissions at 100 yuan per game. Because he had fed so much, the enemy Ma Chaos gold income soared directly. Yao had been split pushing all game, and even when ganked he could still take down one and escape with amazing skill. So Wenrinyu simply asked Yao directly. To his surprise, Yao immediately agreed. "Bro, I've got to call you my brother. Let's add each other later, and he'll directly send you 1000. Just play on my account to carry the girl for me. Don't use the mic, okay?" Yao got it covered. Awesome. Mo Fei. 6-inch. The game was turned around from a losing position thanks to Yao's desperate split pushing and tower taking, along with Mo Fei's clutch-based defense. After the game, Mo Fei went offline because his professional manager came to see him. Although the company's daily operations were handled by the manager, Mo Fei had fully funded the company. He also paid attention to iPrelate filming projects from time to time. So when it came to filming projects that involved IPs he cared about, his professional manager would give him a special report. If Mo Fei had any objections regarding the talent selection, he would make the final decision himself. In his own words, he hated it most when people who hadn't even watched the anime or manga would cosplay based solely on a random pretty face to leech off the popularity, or would completely mismatch the style and ruin the character with messy, inappropriate pairing. The filming projects the company handled were also focused on authenticity and fidelity to the source material. Although the company had only been established for a short time, because Mo Fei had a deep political background and connections, he could get the people and resources he wanted with just a word. Thus, the company grew exceptionally fast after its founding. Mr. Mo, regarding the filming project for the Liu God of Cooking competition scheduled for next month, we originally had 32 roles. 31 have been confirmed, and only 1 role for Shun. He remains unassigned. Mo Fei took the project document, resting his forehead on his hand as he browsed expressionlessly. In the office filled with figurines and posters, Mo Fei wore sportswear and sneakers, his long legs lazily crossed on the desk. A man in a suit with his hair neatly parted in a 3:7 ratio stood respectfully beside him. The room was so quiet that the ticking of the clock on the wall was clearly audible. The clock had a black and white split teddy bear base. The black half of the bear's eye had a red scar, and the corner of its mouth was sinisterly upturned, giving it an overall cute yet fierce look. In front of the floor-to-ceiling window stood an adult-sized Hatsune Miku figurine, exquisitely crafted with rich colors, clearly indicating it was priceless. In fact, this was a globally unique limited edition custom-ordered by Mo Fei from a specialized craftsman. After reviewing the selected talent in the proposal, Mo Fei said to his professional manager Zhang, "Yao changed the cosplayer for the Ye Miko role. Green Rabbit's portrayal of the Shrine Maiden is too pure and proper. Find someone more alluring, but not overly so. Too seductive is no good either. It should be just right. Naturally charming with a hint of coquettish intent revealed inadvertently in gestures. You know what I mean. As he spoke, Mo Fei gestured with his fingers and added, later go and thoroughly study her character profile. I really like this role. Not only must the talent be appropriate, but the screen time must also be generous. Zhang Yao, well-versed in dealing with the boss, nodded knowingly. I understand, Mr. Mo. As for Shun, you may leave for now. He'll think it over and give you my answer tomorrow. All right, Mr. Mo. He'll take my leave. Feel free to call me if you need anything. Glancing at the sketches on the desk, Zhang Yao smiled meaningfully, not disturbing Mo Fei as he worked on the maiden's holy light drawing and walked out of the office. Mo Fei looked at the half-finished maiden drawing on his desk, his eyes flickering. Then he took out his phone and started browsing a certain social platform. His method of finding talent had always been simple and direct. He would spot someone online, have his assistant look into them, and if suitable, directly approach them for a collaboration. No one rejected him because his payment was always very generous. After each collaboration, these individuals became even more eager for future partnerships with his company, or they would recommend other bloggers they approved of to Mo Fei's function company. The only trouble was that finding someone who caught his eye was not easy. Besides, he was already familiar with many bloggers. When selecting talent, he also had to consider who would better meet his filming standards. He scrolled through some videos tagged with Qin Yi. Mo Fei couldn't help but frown. Tisk, which immortal poses so provocatively. The photo retouching is too obvious, no good. The filter is too thick, the makeup details aren't clear. Ha, obviously afed. Nice figure, but that look in the eyes. Oh ho, perfect for the shrine maiden role, just the right amount of allure. Let me send this to Zhang Yao. As Mo Fei scrolled and mumbled, he eventually gave up and swiped over to the food section. As a celestial disciple training in the mortal world, Shun Yi's character was inherently cold and ethereal, detached from worldly affairs. Once she recognized her true feelings, she would face them honestly. She was a very pure person. Such a person gives off an impression of purity, coldness, and otherworldliness. Yet Mo Fei simply couldn't find anyone who stirred his heart, until he randomly tapped on his followed list and scrolled to a video featuring a Qin Yi with a phone covering her face. Mo Fei glanced at the profile picture, pulled his legs back, and sat up straight. Staring at the image, he was lost in thought for a long time. After a few seconds, he finally let out a soft breath. That's Qin Yi. From the perspective of someone who has been using Mo Fei's photo editing skills for years, this person's photo shows no signs of Photoshop. This person naturally has broad shoulders and a narrow waist with a curvy figure that accentuates their long neck and right-angled shoulders, perfectly supporting the draping fabric on their shoulders. Mo Fei couldn't help but exclaim in awe. Hiss. No way. Mo Fei gasped, stood up, pacing back and forth, while looking at the phone, resting his chin in deep thought. Mo Fei recalled Qin Yi's handsome and refined features as excitement gradually lit up his eyes. Why not just invite him to give it a try? At this moment, Qin Yi was out with Luo Shui and others heading to Yunlai Lu for a prearranged meal. He was dressed in a dark casual outfit, and due to his previous unrestrained lifestyle and the ongoing recovery from his post-accident condition, his slim and tall figure appeared somewhat frail. As for why the system did not help him restore his body, Qin Yi could probably guess that this week's system had expended a lot of energy during the process of breaking through the wormhole and installing itself onto him. Therefore, it could only provide post-operative anti-inflammatory and pain relief, accelerating recovery, but could not directly cure all his ailments at once. Sweet flower, hee master, you guessed it right. Qin Yi smirked. I would prefer if you just ruthlessly restored this body to perfection instead of complimenting my ability to guess your little thoughts. Sweet flower master, I'm sorry, but the system's energy needs to be charged with the star value collected by the master. It is not infinite. Qin Yi, you used my points to recharge yourself? He barely had any star value to begin with, and this guy wanted to recharge themselves. The system was somewhat speechless. How could this master be so clever one moment and foolish the next? Sweet flower kindly reminded master, your dessert satisfaction earns star value and also generates emotional energy, which is what the system relies on to recharge. Qin Yi. Luo Shui drove steadily. The ergonomically designed leather seats were just the right firmness, making it very comfortable. Qin Yi adjusted his seat back a bit to stretch his legs, naturally gazing at the passing roadside scenery for a while before drowsiness crept in. He hadn't napped at noon, and as soon as he sat in the car, his sleepiness intensified, so he simply tilted his head toward Luo Shui, closing his eyes to rest for a while. Niagara Falls, the largest waterfall in the world, standing on the viewing platform, the white mist looks like a rolling water dragon, immense and breathtaking. If a person accidentally fell off, it would be like an ant falling in the desert, completely invisible. Wow. In the backseat, Ji-Chi was showing Ying some scenic spots from her study abroad trip. Ying sat beside Ji-Chi with wide, sparkling eyes, occasionally gasping in astonishment. Could we take a big skateboard and surf down from there? It would definitely go far. Ha ha, little Ying is so fierce. When you grow a bit more, Aunt will take you surfing. Yage. Luo Shui listened to the cheerful banter behind her, her red lips slightly curved, wearing a Bluetooth headset that played light and pleasant music. She glanced at Qin Yi in the rearview mirror. He was asleep with his eyes closed, looking completely harmless, and the domineering kiss he had given before leaving felt like a fleeting moment, entirely unlike someone capable of such. Had he really been pushed to his limits? Luo Shui stole a glance, then withdrew her gaze with a hint of untraceable amusement in her eyes. Yinlai Lu is situated in a secluded alley of the commercial street, with surrounding buildings exuding an ancient aura that is not shabby, but rather a low-key luxury cultivated over time. Yinlai Lu itself was transformed from an old mansion located here. Due to its advocacy of traditional culture, it regularly invites professional masters from the opera world to perform, combined with exquisite and delicious dishes and a classic grand decor style, making it popular among the wealthy. Luo Shui thought the food here was good, the atmosphere pleasant, and since Ji Qi had mentioned wanting to return home to watch a show, she directly booked this place to welcome her. After parking the car, they followed the staff into the courtyard. Miss Luo, the position of room 1 you reserved is ready. Is this your brother? He looks a bit familiar. The waiter narrowed his eyes slightly upon seeing the tall and slender Qin Yi beside Luo Shui. He dressed in leisure wear that didn't reveal any brand, trying to recall where he had seen him before. He followed Luo Shui, closely restraining his curiosity, merely glancing at the antique buildings and green plants adorning the front yard. Seeing the waiter approaching, Qin Yi lightly coughed, cleared his throat, his eyes bright and clear. "I'm the husband." With that, Qin Yi smiled lightly and naturally took Luo Shui's hand. Meanwhile, Ying was held in Ji Kai's arms, following behind the two, looking harmonious, as if they were a family of 4. At the moment Qin Yi's lips curled up, the waiter finally remembered where he had seen this person. A week ago at a brightly lit bar, he had encountered a rich young man while taking a break to drink. That young man, who had been in high spirits at that time, holding 2 beauties on either side, and proclaiming to pay for everyone present, was none other than the Qin Xiao, standing before him now. The waiter widened his eyes, glancing between Qin Yi and Luo Shui, and the girl and child behind her. His expression of surprise showed for just a moment before he cautiously retracted it. Wow, this Qin Xiao actually has a wife and children, and is still playing so wildly. Truly a young master of a wealthy family. The waiter sighed, guiding them into a clean and elegantly decorated room. The window seat was directly facing a half-floor high stage, and it was easy to see the guests below enjoying. After entering the room and taking their seats, a woman in a cheongsam walked in with a bright and gentle smile. She was followed by 2 waiters, each carrying a dish, skillfully and respectfully placing the food on the table. The woman in the cheongsam introduced the dishes clearly, then presented the cultural performance activities of the restaurant. In 2 minutes, 2 opera teachers will perform a piece called 18 Farewells, namely Teacher Wang from the Little Flower Theater and Teacher Chen from the Ueshio Grand Theater. I hope Miss Luo, young Master Chen, Miss Ji, and young Miss Qin will enjoy it. The woman smiled radiantly, her posture poised, her tone gentle, like a flowing stream, leaving a good impression. After the introduction, Qin Yi couldn't help but smile, saying, "Thank you for your hard work." The woman nodded to Qin Yi with a smile in her eyes, her gestures exuding an air of elegance. "Please." With that, she gracefully exited the room. While this really is a restaurant for the wealthy, even the waitstaff are elegant beauties. Qin Yi couldn't help but be mesmerized. "Daddy, your eyes are glued to that sister." Ying chirped. Qin Yi snapped back to reality, retracting his gaze with a flush on his face. Instinctively he defended, hiss. His calf suddenly hurt as Luo Shui kicked him gently with the toe of her high heel, causing his words to halt abruptly. "I just think her outfit is quite nice," merely appreciating the taste of this restaurant's owner. "Daddy's lying." "Ying Bao, how could you not believe me?" "Ooh, Daddy is sad." "Daddy don't cry, men shed sweat, not tears." Luo Shui watched the 2 of them bicker, childish, a mix of indulgent and helpless laughter in her eyes. Meanwhile, Ji Qi, not waiting for the show to begin, grabbed some chopsticks and started eating the delicious dishes in front of her, drooling with delight. After a couple of bites, she blissfully closed her eyes. What with the taste of mother? 2 minutes passed in the blink of an eye, and with the sound of gongs and drums from the stage, a musical accompaniment began. The melodious and lingering tune, as soon as it emerged, captured everyone's attention. After a short segment of singing, applause resonated from all around. Qin Yi clapped with light and joyful applause, matching the excitement and elation sparkling in his eyes. Qin Yi had not listened to much opera before. This exceedingly melodious, deeply touching tune, like a clear spring flowing, or the cry of a jade phoenix, gracefully plucked at his heartstrings, making him especially anticipate the upcoming performance. "Is this you, opera? It sounds wonderful," Qin Yi exclaimed. After swallowing a mouthful of savory fish, Ji Qi glanced at Qin Yi, who was excitedly looking out the window, like an even more childish version of Yin, secretly rolled her eyes, then propped her chin on her slender hand, and asked with a smile, "Brother-in-law, haven't you gone to listen with sister?" Luo Shui's hobbies in her spare time included listening to opera. However, due to lack of time, she only went to the theater once or twice a month. Qin Yi admitted frankly, "No, I was busy playing with cars and games before. Tisk, it seems brother-in-law doesn't pay much attention to sister." Ha ha ha. Seeing Qin Yi pause for a moment, then reveal a bright and refreshing smile, Ji Qi felt a peculiar emotion flicker in her heart. This version of him was nothing like the malicious person the circle described. This version of him was clear, pure, like a brilliant and dazzling sun illuminating the entire room. Brother Liang. In between a few words, a light and lively clapper sounded. Two opera performers dressed elegantly walked from backstage to the front with pleasing singing voices. The male lead was handsome and suave, twirling a folding fan, walking with dignified steps, his sleeves dancing to reveal a romantic and elegant demeanor. The female lead had amorous eyebrows like water, eyes full of brightness, and the most tender and melodious singing voice. Due to the cross-dressing role in the play, her gestures carried more boldness and heroic spirit, yet when looking at her lover, the deep affection in her eyes behind the male lead was shy and hesitant to speak. Before the study door stands a plum tree, birds on the branches pair in glee, magpies chirp from every bough, bringing joy to you, Brother Liang. Truly a master-level performance, these few lines already displayed the opera's brilliance to the fullest. Listening to the performers on stage, Qin Yi picked up some dishes from the table and put them into his mouth. If he didn't eat quickly, Ji Qi would finish them all. He hadn't expected this girl to be such a foodie. Here the four of them ate and listened to the opera in harmony. In the second room, after the corridor turn, a window was half open, faintly revealing half of a man's low, handsome, and charming face. That car accident of his was really bizarre. A prodigal son returning. More dramatic than this opera. Ji Zihong didn't believe that the Qin family's playboy had truly changed. Peeking through the window at Luo Shui beside him, seeing a peaceful and gentle expression he had never seen before, the jealousy in Ji Zihong's heart almost incinerated his reason. She had never smiled at him like that. Since university, he had lost to that man, and now he was going to lose to this playboy. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. President Ji, a leopard can't change its spots. Who knows if that guy is just too weak recently to play anymore. Ruan Hong narrowed her seductive eyes. Her slender hand, with red nail polish, picked up a piece of abalone and placed it in the bowl in front of Ji Zihong, her voice as tender as water. A while ago, because she needed money, she had hooked that playboy Qin Yi. That guy who couldn't walk past a beautiful woman was easily tricked out of hundreds of thousands by her. Although he had his way with her body, for Ruan Hong, it was utterly irrelevant. She had always been clear about what mattered: men and money. After hooking this fool for a few days, she quickly got bored and naturally switched targets. In the circle of playboys, she had captivated them, leaving them dizzy and thriving. However, when she met this young master of the Ji family, elegant on the surface but tyrannical and sinister underneath, she completely fell into a trap. Ji Zihong downed a glass of wine and looked down at the woman nestled beside him, already 4 months pregnant, appearing both fragile and mature. He suddenly smiled. He reached out to pinch her chin with an arrogant superiority, squinting as he appraised her. "Wan Yang, how about I assign you a task?" Ji Zihong's position allowed him a clear view of Qin Yi and Luo Shui's situation. He leaned back on the dining sofa, took out a luxurious cigar with fingers adorned with a costly engagement ring, and lit it with a globally limited edition lighter. He took a puff accompanied by the melodious opera music, closed his eyes in enjoyment, and curled his lips into a cold sneer. Yunlai Tower served both Chinese and Western cuisine, each dish skillfully prepared to delicious perfection. On the table were 2 bottles of Royal Craft red wine. The red wine, paired with perfectly grilled well-done steak, was exceptionally delicious. Qin Yi unconsciously drank a few more glasses, and the tipsiness began to creep up his neck. He said to Luo Shui, "Honey, I need to go to the restroom." Luo Shui replied, "Go ahead." "Okay." Qin Yi gave a silly smile, unable to resist the impulse of joy, quickly pecked Luo Shui on the cheek, and got up to leave. Luo Shui paused slightly, then quickly relaxed naturally, her cool face showing no displeasure. Ji Qi noticed this, and instantly felt the food in her mouth lose its flavor. Outside the room, a waiter patrolled, and would immediately approach guests to ask what they needed, providing thorough and meticulous service, perfectly embodying the service motto that the customer is God and guests feel at home. "Young Master Qin, may I help you with anything?" It was the same male waiter as before. Qin Yi politely asked him, "Oh, hello. Could you tell me how to get to the restroom?" The waiter gestured. "Young Master Qin, go straight this way, it's at the very end." "Thank you." "You're welcome." Damn. Why has young Master Qin become so polite? He's nothing like the person I saw at the bar. Could it be because he has his wife and child here today, so he's restraining himself? But wasn't the rumor that young Master Qin hated his wife most? Recalling the image of Qin Yi affectionately holding Luo Shui, the waiter shook his head. "Forget it, I can't figure it out. My salary for this month is about to come. Save 3,000 from 8,000, then pay the rent. Oh, I can still buy a pair of shoes." Qin Yi walked to the end of the corridor. The melodious opera sounds gradually fading. On the way, a waiter with a handsome face and stylish uniform was carrying dishes, and as he approached, he nodded politely with a smile and greeted Qin Yi. Wow, even the waiters are this handsome, he thought, staring for an extra 2 seconds. The waiter stepped aside, waited for Qin Yi to pass before leaving with the dishes, his steps steady, not missing a single detail. Qin Yi couldn't help but admire that the owner of this restaurant not only had a deep love for traditional culture, but also set perfect standards and training for the waitstaff. Qin Yi, whose shell contained the soul of a female college student from an extremely ordinary family with mediocre abilities and a habit of just coasting through life, was experiencing such a luxurious restaurant for the first time. Combined with the alcohol, he felt a bit lightheaded. Restroom. Oh, women's restroom, it's here. The second floor of Yunlai Tower was a VIP area accessible only by advance reservation, with excellent views of the opera and extremely expensive. On the second floor, the lavishly decorated restroom had separate entrances for men and women. Qin Yi only noticed the women's entrance, completely forgetting his own identity. He walked in, naturally dazzled by the bright lights reflected from the mirrors, his eyes slightly drunk. The touch-up area was partitioned into small cubicles. On the counter under the mirror were popular and expensive cosmetics with cotton pads and tissues neatly arranged. Qin Yi glanced, widened his eyes, picked up the SKI on the counter, and couldn't help but exclaim, "Oh my, this boss is too lavish. So many all big brands, and they're for public use. Being pregnant means frequent bathroom trips." After finishing in the restroom, Wan Hong received a message from Ji Zihong. She put down her phone and went out to touch up her makeup. Unexpectedly, when she reached the touch-up area, she saw a man looking around at the counter. "Oh!" Wan Hong gasped softly, clearly audible in the quiet restroom. Could he be some pervert actually entering the women's restroom? Qin Yi turned at the sound and saw a mature, voluptuous woman with a slightly protruding belly looking at him warily. He blinked in confusion. "Qin Yi." Wan Hong's eyes widened in surprise. "You know me?" Qin Yi asked subconsciously. No way, how could he meet someone who knows him just while going to the restroom? Could this be another romantic entanglement of the original body? And she's pregnant. Wan Hong didn't know why this man suddenly came to the women's restroom, but thinking about the plan she was about to execute, she calmed down. Her eyes instantly became as tender as water. "After all, we shared some sweet moments. How could I forget, young Master Qin? I didn't expect that after all this time your hobbies have become so peculiar. Do you find the women's restroom has a unique flavor?" Wan Hong's eyes were seductive and alluring. She stepped closer and gently tapped her finger on Qin Yi's chest. Her crimson lips shone under the light, looking ready to drip water. "What's so peculiar about the women's restroom?" "Wait. Women's restroom." Qin Yi looked down, following her hand to his own flat chest. His pupils dilated, and all his drunkenness instantly evaporated. "Damn it. I am a man. Help. Was it really so unforgivable? Just a little too much to drink. How could I make such a foolish blunder?" Qin Yi nearly slapped himself across the face. "Ha ha ha, sorry, wrong room. And miss, you've probably mistaken me for someone else." Qin Yi instantly recoiled a step back, rattling off an explanation faster than a tongue twister, then spun on his heel to flee. If he ran fast enough, perhaps no one would ever know he'd been there at all. Yet what followed shattered all his expectations. Wan Hong snapped out of her daze and seized Qin Yi around the waist from behind. She gathered herself. Then with practiced ease summoned a heart-wrenching sob, her performance rivaling that of a seasoned actress. "Are you leaving me, and our child, again?" Her face pressed tightly against his back, her arms locked around his waist like iron bands. That single sentence froze Qin Yi utterly in place, stunned into silence. "What? Again? A child? Humph. Heaven, are you determined to break me entirely?" His nerves were fraying under wave after wave of unbearable shock. Before Qin Yi could utter a word, Wan Hong tightened her grip around his waist, her voice trembling with choke. "I know. You're the sole heir of the Qin family, doted upon since birth, free to have any woman you desire. Our brief fling meant nothing more than passing rank, so I don't dare hope you'll remember me. But please, don't erase me so completely, so carelessly." As she spoke, her voice broke repeatedly, stirring deep sorrow in anyone who heard. Yet Qin Yi's mind reeled. Mao Qingyu, Chun Juanin, Luo Zhang, Yoxin, the blind girl. Their faces surged through his thoughts like storm-tossed waves, while the woman's weeping echoed behind him, until even he felt tears welling up. "Damn spoiled scion. Why did you entangle yourself with so many women? I didn't come here to settle your debts." He had no time left to question whether her words held any truth. Let me go." Qin Yi struggled twice, but Wan Hong, swept up in her own theatrical fervor, clung to him with desperate, unyielding strength. "Qin Yi, I love you so deeply, I ache for you. These years I've lived alone, so lonely, so desolate. Do you miss me? Let's begin again. I know you've endured that woman for far too long. Divorce her. Be with me instead." Her pleading cries poured relentlessly into his ears. Then, Luo Shui's name surfaced and chaos dissolved beneath her face, sometimes cool, sometimes smiling, frame by frame replacing every other memory. Young Master Qin truly possesses remarkable talents. Who are you? Qin Yi, let's strike a new bargain. What I require of you is to take me. Fool. That night for the first time, he truly tasted the sensation of a kiss. He surrendered himself wholly, letting this body, no matter how thoroughly washed, sink deep into the crystalline waters softened by Luo Shui's presence. She resembled a grapevine battered by rain, ripe luscious clusters scattered helplessly across the ground, devoured entirely by his own dark desire. Every smile, every whisper, from their first breathtaking encounter to the reckless surrender that followed, was etched indelibly into his memory. Now as those memories surged forth unbidden, his heart gave a sudden violent lurch. Qin Yi pressed his lips together, and with one sharp, decisive motion wrenched himself free from Ruanhong's embrace. Enough! Ruanhong, caught off balance by the sudden release, stumbled backward and collapsed onto the floor. Instinctively she cradled her lower abdomen as she fell. Oh! Qin Yi whirled around and rushed forward, but too late she struck the tiled floor with a dull thud. Only then did footsteps echo down the corridor outside, the sound growing steadily louder. Their struggle had lasted neither too long nor too briefly, and no one had entered the women's restroom during that time. Whether by cruel coincidence or fate's cruel irony, the moment she fell, her involuntary shriek pierced the air, alerting the staff outside the corridor. How could this be? Wasn't he always the most indiscriminate of men? Why? He truly remembered. In the split second before impact, Ruanhong squeezed her eyes shut, her mind flashing with chaotic, fragmented thoughts. Then, searing pain exploded in her buttocks, radiating sharply into her lower abdomen. The first 4 months were critical for stabilizing the pregnancy. Ruanhong clenched her teeth, her face contorted in agony as she curled up on the floor. What happened? What's going on? 2 female staff members rushed into the restroom, instinctively calling out. One caught sight of Qin Yi and visibly recoiled in shock. This is the women's restroom. How did a man get in here? Qin Yi had no time to explain. He scrambled to lift Ruanhong from the floor. Hey! He didn't know her name, only cried out frantic and urgent. It hurts. Ruanhong clutched her belly, cold sweat breaking across her brow. As Qin Yi drew her into his arms, she instinctively gripped his shirt, clinging to him as if he were her only anchor. She's pregnant. A sharp-eyed staffer spotted the gentle swell beneath Ruanhong's hands and gasped, "Call 120 now." Blood. Qin Yi stared at the stark crimson pooling on the floor, his pupils contracting in shock. Qin Yi, no time. He scooped Ruanhong into his arms and bolted toward the elevator, racing straight to the underground garage to drive her to the hospital. The car keys jingled in his pocket. With race-car-level driving skill, he could shave precious seconds off the journey. Yet this body remained dangerously frail. After just a few steps, carrying her, sweat beaded on his brow and his breath grew ragged. Without hesitation, Qin Yi summoned the system. System, activate Tiger's Might Surge, now. System Master, are you certain you wish to expend your sole remaining artifact? Qin Yi screamed inwardly, of course. A life hangs in the balance. Sensing his intense emotional surge, the Sweet Flower system instantly deployed the artifact. Beep. Artifact, Tiger's Might Surge, successfully activated. Host stamina increased to 70, baseline 50, for 60 minutes. Countdown initiated. 59. 58. Please monitor artifact duration carefully. Remaining artifacts in inventory 0. As the synthetic voice chimed repeatedly, a tingling electric current surged from his brain outward, coursing through every fiber of his being. In an instant, Qin Yi felt weightless, as if borne aloft by the wind itself. Our child. It hurts. Save me, Qin Yi. Fear rose like a tidal wave, drowning her utterly, leaving the man before her as her only lifeline. She had miscarried several times before, her body long since unfit for conception. She'd resigned herself to never bearing a child, yet somehow impossibly she discovered she was pregnant. This child was a miracle sent from heaven. She vowed to carry it to term and raise it with unwavering love. Alas, its father proved merciless, utterly indifferent to his own offspring. She recalled the man gripping her chin, his gaze icy, cruel, calculating, chilling her to the bone. Go, find an opportunity. Approach him. Tempt him. He's impulsive, and you're breathtakingly beautiful. He won't resist. You're his former lover. Play the part, flirt, feign hardship, and pin the child squarely on him. Humph. At his tender age, he's bedded countless women. He'll never doubt your word. Ji Zixing sneered. But this child is yours. Seeing Ruanhong tremble with fear, Ji Zixing cupped her cheeks and smiled reassuringly. Don't worry. If you succeed in driving a wedge between him and Luo Shui, I'll bring you to Ningxing to rest and nurture your pregnancy. His fingers traced the lips that had known so many men, his voice low and ominous. Don't refuse lightly. After all, I hold quite a few of your secrets. Ji Zixing, you have no heart. Forgive me. Save me, Qin Yi. Was she begging for her child, or for herself? In her despair, even Wan Hong could no longer tell. Her lips, drained of color, whispered broken pleas. Fine beads of sweat glistened on her temples. Through the agony, she bit down hard on her lower lip, drawing vivid crimson blood. Garage, garage, elevator. I'm helping. Don't be afraid. Like those who rushed to aid an elderly stranger fallen on the street, he acted not from calculation, but from pure instinctive compassion, to preserve a life crumbling before his eyes. Amidst his urgency bloomed an undeniable tide of guilt and remorse. If only he'd stayed calm and spoken to her gently. If only his pull away hadn't been so forceful. Qin Yi clenched his molars, accelerating his pace, while simultaneously steadying his arms to cushion her from jolts. Sweat dripped from his ear, arcing through the air before striking the ground. Make way, make way. Staff members crossing his path, seeing his panic-stricken face and burden, hastily stepped aside. Clear the path ahead, quickly. A pregnant woman has fallen. We're rushing her to the hospital. Behind him, the two staffers shouted, but Qin Yi moved too swiftly, their voices fading rapidly into the distance. Sir, this way. Use the service elevator. Staff sprang into action, guiding him toward the emergency access route, while another raced to alert Manager Wentang. Qin Yi sprinted full speed to the elevator and hammered the call button, descending without pause. The commotion drew curious guests out of their rooms. Yet he moved too quickly. Only a faint afterimage flickered past, followed by several figures chasing the black blur, leaving bewildered onlookers behind. What's happening? Heard a pregnant woman fell. Her husband's rushing her to the hospital. How careless, letting his pregnant wife fall like that. Hey, isn't that Director Luo? She's dining here too. And brought her child. How rare. Mr. Zhou, don't you recognize that man who just ran past? Looks like Qin Yi, the son of Chairman Qin. Hey, isn't that Chairman Ji over there? Behind the crowd of onlookers, Ji Zixing watched Qin Yi dash past, his composed, unruffled expression veiling something darker, deeper. When Luo Shui emerged from the doorway, Ji Zixing softened the piercing intensity in his eyes, lifting his lips into a warm smile as he approached, voice clear and bright. Ah Shui. A few paces away, a middle-aged man with a rounded belly and a navy blue work shirt stepped forward eagerly. Zhang Jiaming, CEO of Huanhua Steel, a business partner of Ji Zixing's. Chairman Ji, what a surprise to see you here. Mr. Zhang, what a coincidence. Do you enjoy traditional opera too? Haha, yes indeed. As one ages, these melodies grow richer, more resonant. Zhang Jiaming laughed heartily, his grin revealing a dark leaf clinging to his teeth. Ugh, pigs raised in factory farms are cleaner than this man. Though repulsed inwardly, Ji Zixing maintained a courteous smile as he shook hands and exchanged pleasantries before excusing himself. Let's continue later. I must speak with Director Luo. Ha ha ha. Understood. Please go ahead. Ji Zixing offered a faint polite nod, then strode past Zhang Jianming with elegant, unhurried steps, toward Luo Shui, who stood holding little Yin Yin's hand while speaking with a staff member. Beside them stood a tall young woman with a single braid, lovely face though unfamiliar to Ji Zixing. His chiseled features glowed with radiant warmth, though after a fleeting glance at the young woman his gaze settled deep and tender upon Luo Shui as he drew near. Ah Shui, O Xiao Yin is here too. Ji Zixing smiled and walked a few steps closer to them. Seeing Luo Shu sighed, the adorable Yin in a little dress with her hair in braids and her clear crystal-like eyes wide open, Ji Zixing tilted his head and revealed a gentle, affectionate smile. Do you still remember me, Yin? Ji Zixing squatted down, holding Yin's small hand and gently stroking it. Yin politely called out, Uncle Ji. Her eyes are so beautiful, just like Luo Shu's. Her nose is delicate and slightly upturned, also like Luo Shu's. Her lips are soft pink, resembling Luo Shu's. Her skin is fair and tender like Luo Shu's. She should be the child of herself and Luo Shui, not that scoundrel. Hearing Yin call him with her crisp, soft voice, Ji Zixing felt his heart soften, as if filled with a pool of water. Ah! Ji Zixing squeezed Yin's small hand twice with satisfaction, and then released it, his gaze softening to the point of almost overflowing with affection. Luo Shui held Yin's hand, her tone cold. What are you doing here? Ji Zixing stood up straight and chuckled. Ha ha, Shui, that's quite a statement. This is originally a place for leisurely enjoying plays and meals. Why can't I appear here? As for Qin Xiao, I wonder what kind of romantic troubles he has gotten himself into, causing such a mess. He glanced helplessly at the shadow of someone rushing past, his tone subtly laced with mockery. No one knows that the owner of this establishment is actually one of his people. A man who lost a leg, whose wife died, and who has a daughter, has devoted his life to the obsession with opera. He was saved by Ji Zixing in an accident, and has since regarded him as his only support. Wan Hong is firmly under his control, so he is completely unconcerned that her relationship with him might be, as for the child, him merely an accidental product. If she wants to have her, let her do so. When the time comes, the child will be recognized as his concubine and integrated into the family, receiving specialized training, contributing her value to the Ji family, which is a privilege for that child. Regarding Su Yixue, their relationship is merely a loveless marriage. To play the role of the mature, composed, and elegant Mrs. Ji, Su Yixue would graciously accept this unexpected child. After all, he has simply made a mistake that all men in the world are bound to make. Originally, this was his plan after marrying Su Yixue, to gradually consume the Su family, strengthen the Ji family, ultimately annihilate the Qin family, obtain Luo Shui, and dominate the Magic City. However, Qin Yi's behavior after the accident completely exceeded his expectations. He cut off contact with those women and his shady friends. Among them, a minor internet celebrity and a model are part of the media company under Ji Zixing's secret control, and they are also his people. Getting close to Qin Yi and leading him to ruin is precisely his goal. Upon learning that Luo Shui would rather marry Qin Yi than accept his advances, Ji Zixing had already begun planning everything in the shadows. Now Qin Yi is actually severing all ties from his past, turning over a new leaf. What a joke. Since he grew up in indulgence as a spoiled rich kid enjoying the pleasures of life, he should sink into it completely. Ji Zixing's murderous intent arose when the banquet ended and Qin Yi came to pick up Luo Shui. He deliberately sent someone to test the security forces around Qin Yi. As he expected, he still had skilled protectors by his side. The Qin family is currently thriving, and Ji Zixing had to seek another opportunity to decide his next move. He usually disguised himself while handsome and talented, gentlemanly and noble, elegantly charming. His overseas doctoral studies made him shine with a dazzling glow upon returning home. The media praised him as the second youngest and most accomplished entrepreneur and philanthropist in the city, yet little do they know he secretly has countless lovers stained with blood. The law means nothing to him, merely a piece of paper. The first in the city is Luo Shui. Even though she is unmarried and pregnant with a child, her cold and stunning figure still captivates countless men in the Magic City. The two were once the most favored and suitable couple in the eyes of the public. However, Luo Shui publicly rejected Ji Zixing's pursuit and instead married the well-known playboy Qin Yi, which was an unspeakable regret for the public. As expected by the public, Qin Yi's unrestrained behavior after marriage gradually exposed the fact that their marital relationship was merely a formality. However, that incident seemed to awaken Qin Yi's conscience, causing him to stop stirring up trouble. In his only public appearance, Qin Yi showcased their intimacy, thoroughly disrupting Ji Zixing's careful plans for steady progress. He had directly inquired Luo Shui about Qin Yi, but after exchanging a few words in the office of the president of the Qin group, he was excused due to work being busy. She deliberately chose not to inform him, so he would seek opportunities himself. Their unexpected encounter at Yunlai Building was Ji Zixing's second meeting with Qin Yi. Whether or not it was heaven helping him, the lover he was with today was Wan Hong, who had entangled with Qin Yi. After seeing the warm and cheerful scene of Qin Yi and Luo Shui, Ji Zixing directly decided to abandon that child and use Wan Hong to entangle Qin Yi. If Qin Yi had not changed and continued to choose indulgence, he would spur him on to help him divorce Luo Shui. Even if they did not divorce, Luo Shui would live as if she had no husband, and then he would wait for the opportunity to annihilate the Qin family, becoming her only support. If Qin Yi truly had a change of heart, Wan Hong's entanglement would remind Luo Shui just how terrible of a playboy he had been. Having mingled with countless women, Qin Yi might very well produce an illegitimate child from somewhere. A marriage and the position of president of the Qin family obtained through the child being Qin Yi's is destined to be unstable. He wants her to know that only he, Ji Zixing, can be the one to protect her forever. Ji Zixing's lips, which had drawn many admirers with their attractive shape, curled into a pleasant arc, his meticulously styled hair shimmering under the lights, exuding an aura of confidence and elegance. "Hey, who are you?" Ji Qi squinted and raised an eyebrow, asking. He didn't know where this guy came from, calling so affectionately, not noticing that her cousin completely ignored him. Ji Zixing seemed to have just noticed, sincerely apologizing. "I'm so sorry, I was too focused on Yin and Shui. I am Ji Zixing, an old classmate of Shui, currently employed at my family's enterprise, holding a nonchalant position. May I ask how to address you, miss?" His seemingly polite and friendly demeanor, however, caused Ji Qi to feel uncomfortable upon seeing him. It must be because he is a man like Qin Yi. "Who is your sister? Don't randomly claim relatives." "Sister, let's just eat by ourselves and go home directly, don't mind that guy," Ji Qi said to Luo Shui. No one would expect that the person who had just been dining and enjoying the play with them would leave with a pregnant woman just after going to the restroom. That woman must be his mistress. He is so worried that he doesn't even care about them. If the child truly is his, if he still intends to bring that woman into the Qin family, she vowed that she would definitely take a kitchen knife and kill that guy who betrays her sister. Ji Qi clenched her fists, her gaze towards the corridor, revealing her anger. Luo Shui soothingly patted Ji Kai's arm, turning to Ji Zixing and saying, "Mr. Ji, please leave. It's inconvenient for outsiders to interfere with family matters." Ji Zixing respected Luo Shui greatly. He could watch her marry Qin, yet he was unusually insistent on the issue of how to address her. Shui, we are old classmates after all. Although you rejected my pursuit and married someone else, wouldn't it be too heartless if I can't even call you this? It would be too sad. As you wish. Thus his one-sided calling continued due to his thick skin. Luo Shui ignored him, and after speaking took Yin into the room. Ji Qi followed closely behind Luo Shui, blocking the incoming Ji Zixing outside the door, and shut it firmly. Bang! Ji Zixing looked at the tightly closed door, smiled slightly, turned to leave, his eyes carrying a hint of coldness. Shui, only you could make me face a closed door. The lighting in the underground garage was dimmer compared to the antique elegance and bright refinement of the restaurant. The white walls bore no decoration except for the signage. The floor was covered in the once popular epoxy coating, its light gray texture adding a certain aesthetic appeal, while the smooth surface reflected the garage's emptiness and tranquility. Inside the garage, a fleet of understated luxury cars stood parked, accentuating the restaurant's extraordinary sophistication. Opening the elevator and stepping through the automatic glass doors felt like transitioning from a lavish Chinese courtyard into the modern era. The sound of hurried footsteps suddenly erupted in the garage, accompanied by a woman's broken sobs and a man's anxious gasps echoing through the open space, stirring the once still air into a frantic flurry. The car. Over there. Spotting the vehicle Luo Shui had driven, Qin Yi rushed over. Just then Luo Shui appeared abruptly from the side. Young master. Upon seeing Luo Shui, Qin Yi's eyes lit up as if he had spotted a savior. Luo Shui. He ran toward Luo Shui, carrying the woman in his arms, while Luo Shui also ran toward him. Quick, the keys are in my pocket. Drive us to the hospital now. Qin Yi shifted his hold on Ruan Hong's legs, turning sideways to reveal his trouser pocket to Luo Shui. Luo Shui reacted swiftly, reaching into Qin Yi's pocket to retrieve the car keys, unlocking the doors with. Qin Yi settled the woman into the spacious and comfortable back seat, intending to release her and then get in beside her, but Ruan Hong clung tightly to the fabric of his shoulder, refusing to let go. Thus he had no choice but to hold her as he climbed into the car. Once they were settled, Luo Shui opened the driver's door, slid into the seat, and skillfully started the engine. He pressed down on the accelerator, and the car shot forward with increasing speed. Another vehicle was entering the underground garage. As Luo Shui started the engine, it parked not far from Qin Yi's car. As the roar of the motor faded into the distance, the noisy garage fell silent, once more returning to its original stillness. The black car lowered its window, revealing half of a man's face adorned with sunglasses. In his hand, a phone displayed a photo of Qin Yi holding a pregnant woman and a princess, carry his expression filled with concern. TSK. The car sped through the asphalt road like a streak of light, its thunderous roar drawing the attention of passersby. Damn, these rich folks really have a death wish driving that fast. It's been less than a week since that young Master Qin ran over a female college student. These spoiled brats are just despicable. Exactly, it's outrageous. Speeding through the city like this. What if they kill someone else? These people are way too reckless. Before long, after the black Mercedes had flashed by, several police motorcycles followed closely behind, their sirens blaring loudly. The white and green bikes whizzed past, their engines roaring fiercely like the anguished cries of beasts, and the road instantly became a lively scene. In the back seat of the Mercedes, Qin Yi could not ignore the scent of blood emanating from the woman. The blood beneath her had already soaked through Qin Yi's pants. Her face was alarmingly pale, her eyes closed as she lay against his shoulder and neck, whether unconscious from pain or exhausted from the ordeal. This was the first time Qin Yi had encountered such a situation. He could only hope to reach the hospital quickly. After getting into the car and driving out of the underground garage, he carefully withdrew the arm supporting Ruan Hong's legs, pulled out his phone, and called Luo Shui. 5 seconds later, the call was connected. Qin Yi spoke rapidly, his breath unsteady. Honey, I'm taking a pregnant woman to the hospital. He paused at a loss for how to explain the relationship between this woman and himself. The line fell silent save for Qin Yi's heavy breathing. Before the silence stretched too long, Luo Shui's clear, rational voice came through the phone like a stream melting from an iceberg, flowing gently into his ear. Saving a life is the priority. Whatever it is, we'll talk when you get back. Qin Yi was moved to tears. What a heavenly wife. Qin Yi's anxious heart was calmed by Luo Shui's unhurried, steady tone. Okay. With this reassurance, his chaotic thoughts gradually settled. Luo Shui responded softly and hung up. He lowered his phone, his gaze falling on the pale-faced woman, biting her lips, deep in thought. This woman claimed the child in her womb was his. Why hadn't she come forward before? Why only now, in such a coincidental encounter, did she suddenly want him to acknowledge the child? She said she would abandon him and the child. Qin Yi scoured his memory for the original owner's recollections and finally remembered who she was. Ruan Hong, a graduate of the International Diplomatic University, was his senior. She ran a cosmetics company that hadn't yet gone public. With her high emotional intelligence and enchanting charm, she navigated the circle of the wealthy, with ease a dazzling, yet dangerous social butterfly. A year ago she had a fleeting 3-day romance with the original owner during which he lavished her with riches. After those 3 days Wan Hong vanished from his sight. Moreover, since the original owner spent most of his time at school, and after Wan Hong there were other women with whom he shared passionate nights, his memory of her was indeed shallow. This woman was completely deceiving him. Was she counting on the original owner, a spoiled playboy, to be too foolish to remember her and too lazy to discern the truth? Unfortunately she was not him. Qin Yi's rugged brows furrowed, his deep gaze revealing a clarity and calmness never seen before. The siren sounded behind the car. Luo Shui habitually glanced at the rearview mirror, skillfully swerving the steering wheel to overtake the slow-moving minibus ahead. Another glance at the rearview mirror caught Qin Yi calmly looking down at the woman, his expression one Luo Shui had never seen before. His eyes were clear and serene like a mirror, making all secrets impossible to hide. Luo Shui had driven airplanes and cannons in the military and had navigated extreme off-road terrain in the mountains. His driving skills were extraordinary. In just 3 minutes, they arrived like a bolt of lightning at the entrance of the hospital's emergency department. Even Qin Yi, who had absorbed the original owners and the system's driving skills, couldn't help but feel a wave of dizziness threatening to make him vomit as he got out of the car. "Young master, you take her in. They'll report to the traffic police." "Okay, thanks for your hard work." Qin Yi carried the woman all the way to the emergency room, where a nurse was registering patients at the entrance. "Nurse, quick. She's pregnant and bleeding." The emergency room was filled with patients and healthy individuals alike. Green-clad nurses and doctors moved back and forth, a scene of bustling activity. The nurse at the entrance skillfully guided Qin Yi to place the woman on an emergency room bed, while a doctor on duty quickly approached to perform a diagnosis. Qin Yi stepped aside to make room for the doctor. The white curtain was drawn shut with a swift motion. Qin Yi stood outside the curtain, pacing anxiously. Other beds held patients with broken legs, some unconscious and hooked up to 4 drips. Anxiety, pain, numbness, hope, all merged into the normal state of the emergency room. The figures of green-clad nurses rushing back and forth became the most vivid sight in this cold, sterile landscape. Everyone was busy, no one paid attention to the newcomer Qin Yi, who despite his worry curiously observed everything in the emergency room. Behind the white curtain, the woman on the bed lay weakly with her eyes closed, her body curled up restlessly, occasionally letting out a pained whimper. The nurse adjusted her position to assist the doctor in a simple emergency examination. Vaginal bleeding, cervical dilation, possible threatened miscarriage. Quick, take her to the 4th floor ultrasound room for examination, then to gynecology for progesterone level testing. Yes. 2 nurses expertly released the fixed bolts of the mobile bed. The doctor lifted the white curtain and stepped out following the routine questioning. "Where's the patient's family?" Qin Yi turned around at the question. "How is she? Are you the husband? Tell me what happened to your wife. What caused the threatened miscarriage?" No. I'm her friend. Her husband is away on a business trip and couldn't make it back in time. She fell accidentally. "Doctor, how is she?" The doctor removed his blood-stained gloves, glanced at him, and revealed a helpless expression. "Her womb was already unstable, and now a threatened miscarriage has occurred. That blood on your pants is probably hers too. The bleeding is quite heavy. The situation isn't good. Be prepared for the worst. It's best to notify her husband." Qin Yi's eyes widened in disbelief as he watched the doctor sigh and turn away. "Excuse me, please make way." Qin Yi stepped aside and followed behind the nurses, pushing Wan Hong's bed out. After all the commotion, Wan Hong's child was still not saved. Qin Yi sat outside the ward, his mind in turmoil, his expression desolate, as he sent a message to Luo Shui. "Qin Yi, honey, I caused the loss of a life. Woo. Rainbows span 1,000 miles as flowers bloom. When blooms meet butterflies they pair. Through 1,000 generations they shall not part. Liang Shanbua and Zhu Yingtai." Yining stared blankly out the window. The play on the stage was nearing its close. Liang Shanbua and Zhu Yingtai turned into butterflies and soared together, and from that moment the world seemed free of constraint. Aunt said it was a beautiful tale of lovers united, yet why did the music afterward only make her feel more and more sorrowful? Father was gone too, no one knew where he had gone. Aunt said father could never be relied upon and had run off with another woman, but father said he was no longer the same as before. Inbao, do you believe that a person can have 2 souls in this world? The dark soul bows to darkness and temptation, reveling in sin and desire, abandoning reason. But the luminous soul refuses the torments of reality, clear-headed, independent, fearless, and brave, guarding itself, keeping sincerity, aspiring to the highest good. Such a soul is the hope of life. The harsh truth is that without steadfast faith, the scales that bear the bright soul will always tilt toward darkness. If not for that car crash, if not for that awakening in the face of life and death, my sinful soul would still be running wild. So Yining, your father is no longer the man he used to be. Do you believe in him? Qin Yi, making desserts in the kitchen, crouched down and said this to Enin after she tasted a small cake that was sweet without being cloying. Mother said the eyes do not lie, and her taste buds told her the flavor was completely different from before. She believed in father. Father would come back. A father and mother would always be together. Like Liang Shanhua and Zhu Yingtai, regardless of family gender or the distances between them. After Ji took Enin back to the room, he ate a little longer while Luo Shui went to find Wen Tang, the manager of Yunlai Tower. If Qin Yi had been there, he would have recognized Wen Tang as the graceful, gentle woman in a qipao he had seen before. Wen Tang pulled up the surveillance for Luo Shui. The footage showed Qin Yi disappearing around the corner toward the restroom. No one entered, and no one emerged from that corner until 3 minutes later, when Qin Yi suddenly ran out clutching a woman frantic. Miss Luo, the camera's view is limited, and we do not have the authority to investigate this woman's identity. If you truly want the whole story, I suggest you follow young Master Qin to the hospital and ask her in person. Wen Tang offered the suggestion earnestly. Because the accident happened in the women's restroom, where cameras cannot be installed, Wen Tang could only provide this stretch of corridor footage when Luo Shui requested an investigation. In that case, Miss Wen, please preserve this footage for me, so the police can use it in their subsequent investigation, Luo Shui said after a moment's thought. Keep this fragmentary footage. Wen Tang was puzzled, but nodded. Such a small thing required no further work. In any case, recordings of Ruan Hong and Ji Xiao were routinely cleared each day, leaving no trace. Luo Shui had her assistant bring the car and ushered Enin and Ji inside. She planned to take them home first, then go straight to the hospital. The atmosphere in the car was heavy today because Ji had teased Qin Yi too much, and little Enin had suddenly become unhappy. Her soft, pale cheeks puffed up like a little bun, and her pink lips visibly pouted in displeasure. Enin had never said she liked father, like the present father, before. She believed father would not seek another woman. Perhaps he had encountered something urgent that required his attention. So when Ji in front of little Enin mocked Qin Yi as being exactly like the rumors, and finally exposing his nature, Enin fell silent. She could not deny it. The man he had been before was a careless, unfaithful man. Ji tugged gently at Yinyan's soft, pillowy little hand. She did not pull away, but she did not clasp back as she once had to. Instead, she smiled brightly and leaned close to him. Ji leaned and gently pinched her dumpling-like cheek and spoke softly. Enin, it's okay. If your father does not love you, you have your mother and your aunt who cherish you and your grandparents who adore you. Don't be unhappy because of that scoundrel of a father. Enin puckered her lips, lowered her head, and whispered, Father does love me. She could not believe that this spoiled young master would rush off for no reason to save a pregnant woman who had nothing to do with him. Rolling his eyes inwardly, he still comforted his adorable niece aloud. All right, Daddy loves Enin too. Don't be sad. If Enin is unhappy, Annie will be unhappy as well. Auntie will accompany you home to play with the airplane, okay? She had tried the toy airplane Ji bought once and became instantly hooked, playing at it with fierce delight. Enin swung her dangling little leg in excitement, gripped Ji Kai's hand. In return, her eyes regaining their sparkle, no longer thinking about when Qin Yi might return. Okay. The change of subject worked effortlessly on the little one. Ji smiled, stroked Yinyan's head, crossed his legs, and put on a cartoon for her. Luo Shui sat in the passenger seat with her thoughts fixed on the message Qin Yi had sent to her phone. My love, I've caused a life to be lost. Sob sob. His puppy-like tone made her recall the call he had made not long after he left. His clear, youthful voice, earnest and clingy, stirred complex waves deep within her heart. As the car pulled into the villa, Luo Shui spoke to Ji in the back seat. Xiao Qi, take Enin inside. I need to go find your brother-in-law. Ji hadn't expected Luo Shui to still go to the hospital looking for that man. Did her sister care for that scumbag so much? Rage surged in Ji Kai's heart, but mindful of Enin's presence, she suppressed her temper and said, Sis, if he has anything to say, let him come explain himself. Why go see him? Xiao Qi. Luo Shui looked at her with a gaze both firm and calm, tinged with helplessness. Fine. She was only a sister after all. What right did she have to meddle in her affairs with that man? After a moment of silence, Ji turned around and led Enin out of the car. Her receding figure, walking without looking back, was caught by the wind in a stubborn posture. Luo Shui sighed, picked up her tablet to review documents, and said flatly, Let's go. The assistant nodded and started the car. The quiet cabin returned to its usual stillness. In the inpatient ward, a double room. One bed was empty. A man sat on the edge of the other, silently watching the woman lying in the adjacent bed with a drip hanging. The woman had just undergone uterine evacuation surgery, as if struck by a tremendous blow. All her former chattering liveliness was gone. She stared blankly at the ceiling. The doctor said she had miscarried in the late stages of pregnancy and had likely had previous abortions. Her uterus now suffered irreversible damage, rendering her unable to bear children. In other words, this accident had completely stripped Ruan Hong of her right to be a mother. Nothing is more heartbreaking than the death of hope. Seeing her like this, Qin Yi felt a profound regret for the first time. Why couldn't he have been calmer at that moment? Qin Yi was silent for a long time, then rasped, "I'm sorry. I shouldn't have pushed you." The system popped up unexpectedly, its crisp electronic voice ringing in his mind. "Master, it was ultimately an accident. No one could have foreseen it. You don't need to blame yourself so much." "Qin Yi, my emotions got the better of me. And I clearly saw she was pregnant, yet I used that much force. How is that an accident? It's all my fault. A perfectly healthy child is gone, and she can never be a mother again. Why am I always so reckless?" His eyes reddened, biting his lower lip, elbows on his knees, hands crossed over his nose, shoulders hunched to suppress the emotions threatening to burst forth. Hearing Qin Yi's low, hoarse apology, the dark, hollow emptiness in Ruan Hong's eyes gradually gathered a faint glimmer of light. A bitter smile curved at the corner of her mouth, rare indeed to hear an apology from Master Qin. Those weak words broke the dam of his emotions. Qin Yi abruptly stood up. "Sorry, I need to step out for a moment." Ruan Hong turned her head, her vision slightly blurred, and caught sight of Qin Yi's hurried exit. She did not miss the tremor in his voice just now. When she arrived at the hospital, she was semi-conscious, feeling as though the world had turned upside down, while she drowned helplessly in a tide of pain and despair. The surgery had been under general anesthesia, removing her pain. When she woke, she realized her hope had vanished along with the pain. All that remained was the same emptiness as the cold white ceiling that chilled her to the bone. She had heard what Qin Yi told the doctor. He had introduced her as his friend while her husband was away on business, unavailable. Husband? Ruan Hong turned her head toward the window. The sunset was beautiful. A clear teardrop rolled from the corner of her eye, wetting the pillow. Qin Yi closed the door, squatted against the wall like a child, buried his face in his arms, and sobbed silently. Without a firm will to study and achieve good grades, living mediocrity, always staying in her comfort zone, occasionally offering small help when possible, but lacking the skill to give others extraordinary expectations or surprises. Lazy, careless, not meticulous, often forgetful. Such a person should have died in that car crash. But fate gave her a second chance at life. She was grateful. Yet this chance was nothing like what she had imagined. Whoa, sweet flower, I'm so sad. Why did you give me this messy body? And I've even harmed someone's life. Whoa, can't I live in a simple person, or give me back my original body? I don't want to face those poor girls he's hurt anymore. Seeing the host cry, so heartbroken, the system was so anxious it was sweating. Master, don't cry, tears dry. If you had died in the accident, you would have missed so many beautiful futures. What a pity. Whoa, but a future of repaying another's debts is not the future I want. Master, no one asks you to pay for this body. There was no such instruction when the system was installed. You can live toward the future you yearn for. Is that so? Yes, Master. What kind of future do you want? Sweet flower asked curiously. The future I want. Qin Yi opened his eyes, blurred with tears, and let his hazy gaze fall on the floor, recalling the time spent with his parents. Hey, you girl, always holed up at home playing games, not even picking up the socks on the floor. How are you ever going to get married? Mom, I'm still young, why think so far ahead? Besides, does a daughter have to get married just because she's born? Tisk, if you don't want to marry, who will you rely on in the future? Of course I'll rely on myself. Yeah, right, you're the most unreliable. If I'm unreliable, I can still count on you. How long can we be here for you? We'll be retired and still have to support you. Oh, what a burden. Don't you feel sorry for your old dad and mom having to provide for us in our old age? Haha, I do feel sorry. In the future, I want to love someone worth loving, open a dessert shop, earn good money, and when you're old, he'll definitely take good care of you. Haha, then your dad and I will just wait to enjoy our retirement. But the future I wanted will never come as promised. Not long after visiting her parents, she learned that Mr. and Mrs. Qin had already moved away. She knew where their old home was, but she didn't know how to face them in this body. That was no longer her home. A teardrop fell from the corner of her eye, hitting the ground in an irregular splash. Unbeknownst to her, several droplets had already stained the floor near the tips of her shoes. Buzz! A vibration came from her trouser pocket. Qin Yi wiped away her tears, took out her phone, and saw the caller's name. Her tear-blurred eyes froze for a moment. In that day, something seemed to sprout from the depths of her heart. Qin Yi snapped back to reality, sniffled, and answered. Honey, where are you? I've reached the inpatient department. I'm at a which room on the 8th floor? A snot bubble popped, and Qin Yi sniffled again, stood up, glanced at the doorplate, and obediently replied, Room 26, Zone B, 8th floor. There was a brief silence on the other end of the line, then a voice as clear and stirring as fine wine came through. You've been crying. It was a statement, flat, as if merely pointing out a phenomenon with no discernible emotion beneath the tone. Qin Yi felt the shame of being caught in private sorrow. He wiped his eyes and denied it. No, I'm not crying. As he spoke, he couldn't help but sniffle again, the end of his words carrying a stubborn defiance and grievance. Luo Shui. This person, was he an idiot? After hanging up the phone, Qin Yi walked into the bathroom of the ward. His long slender fingers easily turned on the faucet, and the sound of water trickled down. Qin Yi cupped his hands to hold a pool of water, lowering his head to splash it on his face. The coolness of the water instantly alleviated some of the discomfort and sorrow he felt. Qin Yi wiped his face and rinsed it twice, washing away both tears and snot. After rinsing, he caught a glimpse of himself in the mirror and couldn't help but feel a bit dazed. In the mirror stood a young man, his short hair dyed a fiery red, now clumped and falling lightly at his brow due to the wetness. Beneath the red hair was a fair and handsome face, with sharp features resembling a beautiful youth who had stepped out from an anime, so stunning that it left one momentarily entranced. Having just shed tears, his clear eyes glistened with a wet redness reminiscent of a puppy begging for food, with the corners of his eyes tinged with a layer of seductive pink. In his days, there was a beauty that was hard to distinguish between masculine and feminine. Qin Yi recalled that during the original Bodis outing, a talent scout had approached asking if he wanted to debut as an idol. The original body had naturally scolded the clueless scout away, but it was also evident that the original had a very solid foundation. Originally, she did not want this body, but suddenly felt shallowly that it wasn't so bad. Standing alongside Luo Shui, it could be considered a decent match. Thinking of Luo Shui, Qin Yi's thoughts became even more complex. He did not wish to see the women who had been related to the original body. The lingering guilt, disgust, and torment would be painfully stirred with each encounter. If possible, he would prefer for them to never appear before him again, and for him to never appear before them. Let those memories deceitfully fade away with time. However, Luo Shui was different. He felt guilt towards her, yet also an indescribable sentiment. It was attachment, it was fear, and also infatuation. Suddenly, the image of her typically cold face, adorned with a captivating allure resting against his shoulder, flashed before him. Qin Yi's eyelashes fluttered, shaking his head to shake off some of the wetness from his hair tips, as well as the chaotic thoughts in his mind. Qin Yi stepped out of the bathroom and glanced at Ruan Hong, who was lying on the hospital bed and gazing out the window. His expression darkened before he walked out the door. When Qin Yi brought Ruan Hong into the hospital, someone recognized him. As the most notorious playboy of the Magic City, it was no surprise to see him with various women. What was surprising was that he was so concerned for a woman as to bring her into a rather ordinary public hospital. Yuzaheo, a minor rich second generation who usually loved to follow Qin Yi around for drinks, was here this time to accompany his sister for childbirth. Seeing Qin Yi unintentionally, he wanted to greet him, but noticed him squatting at the door of the ward, seemingly crying. This was simply unbelievable. Yuzaheo halted in his steps, not daring to disturb him. In the past, when someone jumped out to fool around in front of Qin Yi while he was upset, he would indiscriminately break the person's leg and toss them by the river. Since then, those around Qin Yi knew that it was best to stay far away when he was in a bad mood, otherwise they might bear the brunt of his anger. Thus, when Yuzaheo saw that the man was obviously heartbroken, he timidly stopped, while wondering who in the ward could make young Master Qin care so much that he would only dare to cry secretly. Someone in the room called for him, and he returned without paying attention, leaving the ward door open for ventilation. While chatting with his sister, Yuzaheo heard a series of low murmurs and sighs coming from the entrance. Curiously, he glanced towards the door and caught sight of the woman he could only dare to gaze at from a distance. Luo Zong. The sound of high heels striking the floor echoed, each step seeming to tread into the hearts of the onlookers. An elderly man walking in the corridor with his companion paused as a woman with a cold and stunning aura passed by. He remained entranced by her slender figure until his partner pinched his ear, bringing him back to reality. Yuzaheo hurriedly left his seat, quickly walking to the door, watching that figure gradually fade away while his ankles felt as if they were shackled with lead, unable to step forward to chase after her. It was at this moment that he saw Qin Yi waiting not far away at the door. Young Master Qin, Luo Zong, how can this be? How is this possible? Rumor had it that the Qin family's young master, the Prince of the Magic City, Qin Yi, was married to Luo Shui, the heiress of the Luo family, merely as a family alliance. Even with a child, their marriage was merely nominal. Yuzaheo clearly understood that this was not just a rumor. After drinking, when asked about Luo Shui, young Master Qin would show a face full of disgust and irritation. He knew he was constantly wishing to divorce her. However, his marriage with Luo Shui was not something Qin Yi could decide on his own, and naturally the matter of divorce was not one he could simply choose. For half a year the young master had been troubled by this. Until the day he was supposed to meet with Wen Shao, he got into a car accident that left someone dead, secluding himself at home, refusing visitors, and the rumors began to grow increasingly bizarre. Some said that after the young master of the Qin family killed someone, he received severe criticism from his father and decided to turn over a new leaf. Others claimed that a playboy would always be a playboy, merely pretending to be good for a while. A leopard cannot change its spots, and after a while Qin Yi would revert to being the unruly and unfettered prince. At this moment, Yuzaheo could no longer distinguish between the truth of the rumors and reality. Because he witnessed a scene he never imagined. Luo Shui walking with graceful and noble steps approached Qin Yi, reaching out to stroke his red hair. And Qin Yi, like a large dog, embraced her, burying his entire face into her shoulder and neck. Yuzaheo. This isn't a misunderstanding, right? Shoukaku hajime. You still want to hug me with all this sweat in your hair? That's disgusting. When he flung himself against her neck, the dampness from his hair left her neck feeling chilly, prompting Luo Shui to raise an eyebrow and say softly. The scent of Luo Shui was all around him, and Qin Yi felt an unprecedented sense of calm. It's not sweat, just water from washing my face earlier. You're being bad, slandering me. Qin Yi lifted his fair and handsome face, his peach blossom eyes glistening with moisture, the corners tinged with a hint of red, his lips slightly pursed. Luo Shui smiled subtly, a warm glimmer in her eyes, as she meaningfully replied, for someone who refuses to say anything naturally, one can only make assumptions based on what is apparent. Qin Yi looked into her eyes, steadying his heart, and released Luo Shui's slender waist, taking her hand and walking towards the window at the end of the corridor, not far from the room. Across a crosswalk from the hospital is a regular high school. From the window, one can clearly see students in blue and white uniforms playing football on the lawn, recklessly spreading their youth and joy. A crosswalk separates the youngsters into two different realms. The vibrant sounds of cheerfulness and the sighs and sobs within the hospital form two distinctly opposing worlds. Once upon a time, she too wore that ugly conservative uniform, running freely on the playground with classmates, chasing and being chased. Yet those days can never return. Qin Yi cast a gaze of envy and nostalgia at the lively scene on the playground, sighing subconsciously, students have it so easy. Luo Shui stood beside him, also looking out the window, her gaze resting on the students, and said, "What, aren't you a student now?" He replied, "Well, yes, I am a student, but it's completely different from middle or high school. University life lacks the purity of campus. It's not just about studying anymore." Luo Shui glanced at him thoughtful and said, "Oh, so you prefer the pure campus life?" Qin Yi nodded. Right, no need to worry about where to get various credits, nor to memorize a mountain of textbooks for ambiguous exam scope. Recalling all those pharmacy textbooks he had studied, Qin Yi's head ached again. Encouraging someone to study pharmacy. May heaven strike me down. Luo Shui said, "If that's the case, then when we get back, I'll have Xiaochan make you a high school-style study schedule. The content won't just be from your university courses, we'll also find a professional teacher to teach you the pastry, making you enjoy." Qin Yi's slightly reddened eyes widened as he looked at Luo Shui in disbelief. If he remembered correctly, high school schedules ran from 7 a.m. to 10 p.m. He did miss it, but he never intended to actually return to that high-pressure study life. When he heard that Luo Shui would hire a pastry teacher for him, Qin Yi felt both touched and excited. Qin Yi took Luo Shui's hand and swung it gently, looking at her with pitiful eyes and a coaxing tone. "Don't, honey, this is fine already. It's enough that Xiaochan comes almost daily to teach me. Making her write a schedule is too much trouble for her." He added, "But a pastry teacher is welcome." Luo Shui turned her eyes to look at him. The twilight rays passed through the hair hanging over his forehead, as if through a dense, loose mangrove forest, scattering into fragmented lattice-like shadows. His moist eyes carried the red traces of previous crying. His voice softened as he acted coy, almost irresistible to any woman. Luo Shui's cool eyes reflected Qin Yi's handsome face, a hint of playful smile, rippling, her red lips parting. "Just teasing you. Your studies will follow what your classmate Qin arranges. As for the pastry chef, she will arrive tomorrow and teach you until you master it." Qin Yi was stunned for a moment, then broke into a radiant, bright smile, with rosy lips and white teeth. In his excitement, he directly wrapped his arms around Luo Shui's slender waist, lifted her whole body, and spun her around twice. Luo Shui never experienced being lifted and spun like this before. The world before her eyes blurred with the spin, and his unbridled smile was even more dazzling than the glaring sun. Instinctively, Luo Shui grabbed his shoulder and let out a startled cry. After being set down, Qin Yi's hand still remained audaciously around her waist, his eyes clear as a mirror and filled with laughter, gazing down at her unwaveringly, his chest rising and falling with breath. Besides his breathing, Luo Shui seemed to hear her own unsteady heartbeat. "You?" She was about to scold him with a reproachful look, but Qin Yi gently interrupted her with a loving smile. His expression became serious as he said, "Honey, I like you, so I want to tell you something." Perhaps this matter was hard for him to articulate, so his smile faded, his demeanor one of earnestness she had never seen. Qin Yi lowered his lashes, organizing his words. Just as he was about to confess to Luo Shui, a soft, slender finger pressed against his lips. Qin Yi blinked, his clear peach blossom eyes carrying a hint of bewildered innocence. As if knowing what he wanted to say, Luo Shui pressed her index finger to his lips, looked into his eyes, and said, "Some things can wait until we get home. Let's deal with what's in front of us first." Right, he still didn't know what to do about Ruan Hong in the hospital room. Qin Yi nodded and softly told Luo Shui everything about Ruan Hong's situation, including the past romantic entanglement between his former self and her, confessing the truth with apology and candor. Before Ruan Hong's surgery, Qin Yi had the foresight to ask the doctor to test whether the child Ruan Hong was carrying. The doctor gave him a look akin to seeing a scumbag, but eventually took a blood sample from the aborted embryonic tissue of Ruan Hong and a strand of Qin Yi's hair for testing. The DNA comparison results would take a few days to come out. After hearing Qin Yi's extremely detailed account, Luo Shui pondered for a moment and understood it all. Then she cast a complicated glance at him with her cool eyes. Unable to resist, she raised her hand and flicked his forehead with a crisp snap. Don't! Qin Yi squinted his eyes in pain and let out a muffled groan. He obediently did not dodge, letting the flick land on his forehead, sparking a flash of nerve fibers. As the sound quieted, Qin Yi secretly opened one eye to cautiously look at her. Seeing that Luo Shui wasn't truly angry, he sighed in relief, naturally opened both clear, yet slightly foolish eyes, and gave a sheepish grin. Luo Shui was somewhat helpless, but felt no resentment. Let go, huh? Oh. Qin Yi paused, then realized his arm was still around her waist, and obediently released her. Luo Shui smoothed her hair and clothes, which had been slightly ruffled by Qin Yi's antics. Noticing a stray lock of hair falling by her temple, Qin Yi reached out to tuck it behind her ear. When his eyes met her beautiful ones, his heart fluttered again. He pursed his lips, and his eyes sparkled. His wife was so beautiful and truly as light as a feather, soft to hold. Fragrant. Luo Shui raised her fair wrist and helped straighten his collar, saying, "Leave Ruan Hong to me. Wait for me outside." Qin Yi nodded, okay. He was as docile as a golden retriever covered in soft fur. Luo Shui couldn't help but pat his head once more before turning to walk toward the ward. After her figure disappeared through the ward door, Qin Yi smiled absently, turned around, leaned his arms on the windowsill, and gazed at the students playing football on the playground. Because his previous self often drove sports cars and never liked studying, preferring to play around, his eyesight was at a distance of 300 to 400 meters in a straight line. He could clearly see the excited expressions of the. Some were regretful for failing to defend, others reluctantly followed the player with the ball while waving at distant teammates, making interception gestures. A bespectacled handsome boy zigzagged left and right, using his agile figure to avoid defenders, then kicked hard and scored a goal. His teammates erupted in enthusiastic cheers, and the girls watching from outside the lines let out excited, overlapping screams. The scene was bustling. Qin Yi couldn't help imagining what Luo Shui was like as a student. Was she a quiet, focused, aloof top student, or vibrant and youthful like the girls here? Have you heard? The girl from the Ruan family fell into misfortune. Her uncle couldn't hold back and harmed her, resulting in 3 years of imprisonment. Oh, it's not that her uncle acted impulsively. This little girl at the tender age of 13 or 14 already knows how to flirt with men. Who knows, she might turn into a vampiric enchantress in the future. Did you not hear her father say? It's just that the little girl is precocious and couldn't withstand loneliness, leading to her uncle's downfall. Why blame that little girl? Aren't you men at fault as well? Moreover, Ruan Dama is not a good person. He is a gambling addict who even drove his wife away without a moment's pause. It's pitiful that the girl comes from such a broken family, yet possesses such enchanting beauty. A village is nestled at the foot of a mountain. Due to the narrow and rugged roads into the village, it rarely interacts with the outside world. Everyone knows who has welcomed a child or which widow has taken a lover. Each household is well aware of its own affairs. Not long ago, Ruan Dama's brother Ruan Xiaomi was exposed for assaulting his daughter. It was an outsider who blew the whistle and reported it to the police, leading to Ruan Xiaomi's arrest. However, the rumors surrounding the young Ruan Hong never ceased. The village primarily sustains itself through hunting, foraging, and other means. It wasn't until a tourist scenic route was developed connecting the town to the village that the backward village gradually came into the public eye. On an ordinary night, piercing cries of pain from a girl echoed through the ancient, dilapidated house, accompanied by angry shouts and the sounds of whipping. Useless. A worthless thing. You've already been assaulted. If he forces you again, just go along and get some money back. What the hell? What use is this broken body of yours? Smack. Ah. The man cursed while striking with a donkey whip. The whip hit the girl, quickly drawing glaring red blood, leaving trails like stumbling thorns across her back. Before long, the girl could no longer cry out, her voice reduced to a hoarse whimper. With each fall of the whip, her body trembled, and soon she collapsed to the ground, occasionally twitching, her delicate nostrils covered in a layer of dusty gray, barely breathing, her lips devoid of color. Ruan Dama, despite his gambling habits, had terrible luck and had accumulated a mountain of debt outside the village. Every household in the village had lent him money, but since he couldn't repay them, the villagers refused to lend him any more. He scoured everywhere for work to pay off Ruan Dama's debts, but due to his repeated gambling, he fell deeper into the abyss of debt. Beatings and insults became a daily routine. Everyone pitied her, yet no one could save her. Until Ruan Dama drugged her, and personally delivered his daughter to the creditor's bed. The once compliant girl had already despaired and perished there. The one who survived was Ruan Hong, now valuing money above all else, unable to trust men anymore. Just as Ruan Hong was about to enter university, her father, who squandered money earned from selling their daughters, died in an accident, and Ruan Hong vanished from everyone's sight. Ruan Hong No. 29. Qilan Ali Wuliakan XX Town, Yinzhou City, while quite far from the Magic City. But with your qualifications, working as a barmaid seems beneath you. Have you considered trying marketing or public relations? I've never done it before, I don't know if I can. You can learn, trust me, you will do exceptionally well. With her naturally enchanting beauty and diligent social skills, Ruan Hong gradually rose from being a mere marketing publicist in an ordinary bar to becoming a renowned beauty in the underground scene of the Magic City. Many wealthy young masters had once courted her. In no time, she earned enough money to start her own cosmetics company, carving out a new path to attract the attention of the wealthy for even greater profits. After all, money is of utmost importance, so much so that a father would willingly sacrifice his own daughter. It's a miracle. Your womb was originally damaged and no longer suitable for pregnancy. This child is both a surprise and a risk, because this is that person's child. However, I have decided to keep this child, who has a 1 in 100 chance of coming into the world. But now there are no more surprises in her life. Is this retribution? Ruan Hong, let's talk. As the familiar cold voice resonated in the quiet hospital room, Ruan Hong's thoughts returned from gazing out the window. She turned to see the visitor, forcing a smile that revealed a hint of self-mockery. I never expected someone like me would be worthy of a visit from President Luo. Having mingled in the elite circles of the Magic City for some time, she naturally recognized Luo Shui, the successful young female entrepreneur often seen in the news. However, they lived in completely different worlds. Luo Shui was either at press conferences or in her company, rarely attending the various parties where the wealthy interacted, being an incredibly career-driven woman. Even after marrying Qin Yi, she maintained her independence and strong-willed rationality, holding the position of president of the Qin Corporation without any interference from Qin Yi. Although Ruan Hong admired her, she seldom had the chance to meet her. Likewise, she didn't believe that someone as noble and aloof as Luo Shui would care about a worthless woman like her who had risen through relationships with men. Luo Shui subtly furrowed her crescent-shaped brows and paused by Ruan Hong's bedside. In a calm and measured tone, she said, 5 years ago, Yinzhou City experienced a severe mudslide disaster. Several villages near the mountains were destroyed, and several towns were affected by the calamity. Within a day of the disaster, a foundation arrived with rescue personnel to assist the local authorities in the rescue operations, effectively becoming a part of Yinzhou City's post-disaster reconstruction efforts. In March 29th of 4 years ago, a Hope Primary School was established in XX Town, Yinzhou City, accompanied by a Hope Kindergarten. In August of the same year, Wuliakan rebuilt in XX Town introduced new flower planting techniques, leading to online and offline sales channels that helped the village overcome poverty. Ruan Hong's eyelashes fluttered. She turned her gaze away, her voice weak. Why is President Luo telling me this? I've been away from home for many years and haven't cared much about family matters. Why does she know so much? Does she really care enough to investigate someone like her? At a friend's birthday party, Luo Shui had coincidentally seen Ruan Hong. She wore a fiery red long dress, dazzling and captivating. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call her an enchanting fairy. Every smile and frown was full of charm, effortlessly mingling among men, looked down upon by her friends, yet unable to change her nature. Luo Shui hadn't paid her much mind, but her gossipy young assistant shared tragic details about Ruan Hong's past that they had learned from who knows where. It was even said that she had had a relationship with Qin Yi. When Luo Shui heard the name Qin Yi, she had commissioned an investigation into Ruan Hong's background. Luo Shui needed to secure her position as the executive president of the Qin Corporation, so she would not let Qin Yi act recklessly. Therefore, she occasionally investigated his private life to stabilize her plans, although sometimes she couldn't keep up due to company business. Upon reviewing the information, Luo Shui felt a twinge of pity. Having been harmed by her uncle during her teenage years, dropping out of high school, sent away by her gambling father to pay off debts. The document contained merely a few lines of black text. Over time, it became a casual mention, but it represented a living, bloody past. Yet this person who had received so little love had devoted her own love to the hometown of the neighbor who once fed her half a bun. Luo Shui's gaze fell on her flat abdomen, her cold, deep-set eyes shimmering with complex emotions. If it weren't for this accident, Husha might have been fortunate enough to see more beauty in this world. Ruan Hong instinctively touched her empty abdomen, biting her lip, tears streaking her eyes, becoming red. Unclear relationship with Ji Zixing. Luo Shui recalled that line from the data and gently reminded her, sometimes being too fixated on a single gamble isn't a good thing. A single gamble. Ji Zixing. Did she know? How could that be? That man prides himself on being cautious and meticulous. Ruanhong's eyes were coated with a thin mist of red as she looked at Luo Shui and smiled. Is President Luo some kind of riddle? Why can't I understand a word you say? Is that so? Luo Shui furrowed her brow slightly. If you don't understand, so be it. If you need anything, feel free to come to me. She respected her decision. Of course, if she needed help, she would do her utmost to assist her in one matter. This was compensation made on behalf. Luo Shui left her business card and exited the room. Ruanhong picked up the business card that Luo Shui had placed on the table. It was a concise card with a glossy black and gold finish lacking a photo or address, containing only a string of contact numbers. Like Luo Shui, it was straightforward yet mysterious. Ruanhong seemed to think of something, letting out a pale laugh. As her gaze fell upon the cold white ceiling shimmering with faint light, her smile faded into silent tears. As dusk approached, the afterglow of the sunset was about to fade away, gently scattering its last light across the world like crushed gold. In the comfortable business car, soft music played quietly. Luo Shui was browsing documents on her tablet, while Qin Yi sat beside her silent and staring out at the evening glow, lost in his thoughts. This was the first time Xia Yingqiu had seen Qin Shao get into Luo Zong's car. It would be a lie to say she wasn't. Usually Luo Shui never mentioned Qin Yi, and they had never seen Luo Shui and Qin Yi together except for the wedding photo that had been reported in the financial news. Recently, rumors had emerged from nowhere claiming that Luo Zong and the heir of the Qin family shared a harmonious and close relationship. Xia Yingqiu found it hard to believe. As the president's assistant, she had never heard Luo Shui mention anything about Qin Yi. Consistently, Luo Shui went to and from work alone, and even attended banquets with her close friend Su Zong, where Qin Yi's presence was never seen. How could this possibly indicate a harmonious relationship? The current rumors were utterly unreliable. Until tonight, when she received a call from Luo Shui asking her to go to the hospital to pick someone up. Xia Yingqiu did not expect it to be Qin Yi, the prince of the magical city known for his tabloid presence. To be fair, in terms of appearance, this prince was indeed handsome and well-proportioned, looking even better in person than in the photos taken by the entertainment media. No wonder he attracted romantic interests one after another. His slightly aggrieved expression and sullen demeanor were completely unlike what one would expect from a spoiled rich heir. For some reason, Xia Yingqiu felt a kind of pure and innocent quality about him, reminiscent of a sheltered student who had little exposure to the world. He was a bit like her silly cousin who often got lost in orientation. Damn, could this really be that spoiled play? Glancing into the rearview mirror, Xia Yingqiu, seasoned in the workplace, was shocked. The big dog was sulking by the window, radiating an aura of emo. Luo Shui glanced at him, shook her head helplessly, and said to Xia Yingqiu, who was driving, "Xia, pull over at the side of the road. Go buy a cup of mango pomelo sago, ice it, and make it 3 parts sweet. You can get something for yourself too. I'll reimburse you." "Okay, Luo Zong." As Xia Yingqiu parked the car and got out, the sound of the door closing seemed to awaken Qin Yi from his daze. What's wrong?" Qin Yi asked, confused, as his gaze fell on the empty driver's seat and the still scenery outside. Luo Shui rubbed her forehead. Is this person's reflex arc strolling along the equator? Sighing, Luo Shui set her tablet aside, turned, and gently kissed Qin Yi on the lips. "Pop, Qin Yi, what are you doing? How could you ambush me?" At that moment, Qin Yi was completely awake, his long eyelashes fluttering, his peach blossom eyes sparkling, blushing, and heart racing as he looked at Luo Shui. Luo Shui released him and sat back at a distance, her tone light and cheerful. "Are you back to your senses? You. Qin Yi seemed to finally react, leaning back slightly, looking at her in disbelief, instinctively touching his lips, as if he could still feel the warm, fragrant sensation. "What about me? Isn't Qin Tongshu's season in the field? Why are you so flustered?" With Luo Shui's teasing remark, the car was suddenly enveloped in silence, like a drop of ink had fallen. The man lowered his brows, his lips curling into a bitter smile, before he slowly spoke in a deep voice. "It's not me who is seasoned, it's this body." She had never been in a relationship and didn't know how to engage in intimacy, yet this body had ample experience. However, she often felt disgust towards this body and resisted the memories etched in its instincts, so when it came to her first time, she felt lost. Even when Luo Shui kissed her, she was easily shy. She liked Luo Shui, but would Luo Shui accept her like this? "Sweet Flower, Master, have you decided to—" "Qin Yi, I like her, so I don't want to deceive her." "Sweet Flower, the system unconditionally supports the Master's decision, but the Master cannot disclose the existence of the system to others unless the technological level of the world is sufficient to support the development of brain system technology." "Qin Yi, I understand." Actually, Qin Yi had seen Luo Shui before her soul had crossed over. At that time, she was the unreachable president of Luo Pharmaceutical, and due to a fortunate opportunity, the school had managed to invite Luo Shui to give a lecture. She had sat in the back row, watching from a distance as the person on stage delivered a confident and articulate speech. The coldly beautiful face drew most of the attention, and only those truly awake could comprehend the words spoken in that captivating yet chilly voice. Qin Yi certainly belonged to that majority. From the principal and senior students' introductions, Qin Yi learned that Luo Shui graduated from Huaqing University and pursued a doctoral degree at Washington University. However, due to the incident involving the former chairman of Luo's family, Luo Shui, as his daughter had to inherit the company before completing her doctorate, which she later pursued while working. Clearly, her background already surpassed that of ordinary people, yet she was so diligent and hardworking. As time passed, the only thing people could criticize her for was her unexpected pregnancy before marriage. Qin Yi had once been superficially amazed at why there were such beautiful people in the world who were also so clear-headed and independent. But she had never imagined that their lives like two parallel lines would intersect in such a way, and she had easily fallen for her. The silence in the car allowed the faint sound of their breathing to be heard. Qin Yi remained silent for a moment, not hearing Luo Shui's response, and her heart sank. Could it be that she couldn't accept his revelation of his true identity? Could it be that she viewed him merely as a transaction, without any spark of emotion? No way. The more Qin Yi thought about it, the colder her heart felt, and she couldn't help but look up at Luo Shui. But she found Luo Shui deep in thought, her head lowered, one hand resting on her knee, her fingertips rhythmically tapping. Clearly she was contemplating something. Perhaps more likely this person didn't care who the soul of this body was, if she only cared about the body itself and the value it brought. Qin Yi lowered her eyelids, pressed her lips together, leaned against the window, and ceased to disturb Luo Shui. Luo Shui pondered whether to let this person remain in his adorably naive state or to revert to his former roguish demeanor. In the end, she found even a glimpse of that roguishness disgusting, so she decided to spare both him and herself. Luo Shui withdrew her thoughts and looked up at Qin Yi, only to find that he had at some point turned to face the window again, lost in contemplation. Luo Shui was speechless. Such a sensitive little puppy. She had only been thinking for a moment. Xia Yingqiu opened the door carrying 2 bags of milk tea and sat in the driver's seat. She placed her own on the car's storage rack and handed Luo Shui's to her. "President Luo, your milk tea." Luo Shui glanced at Qin Yi. Her fair jade-like foot in high heels gently touched Qin Yi's calf. When he looked back with a puzzled, desolate expression, Luo Shui curled her lips helplessly and said, "It's for you." Qin Yi looked at the Yang Zhigan Lu milk tea Xia Yingqiu handed over, his eyes lighting up. He took it and casually thanked her. Xia Yingqiu shot Qin Yi a surprised glance. When their eyes met, she felt that his gaze was remarkably clear and pure. With a professional yet courteous tone, Xia Yingqiu said, "Young Master Qin, you should thank President Luo instead. Was it she who bought it for him?" Qin Yi held the cool milk tea in his hand, his gaze complex as he looked at Luo Shui. He parted his lips, but said nothing. When Luo Shui turned to look, he averted his eyes, a picture of awkwardness. The ride was silent. When the car arrived at the villa's entrance, a sports car was parked conspicuously across the wide gate. Qin Yi found the car vaguely familiar, but couldn't immediately recall its owner. Just then the sports car door opened, and a tall, handsome young man with ash-gray hair stepped out from the driver's seat. Qin Yi froze at the sight of him. Wasn't this Mo Fei, the second member of the original Boda's 4 rogue friends? Having received no reply to his message, Mo Fei had driven straight to Donghu Bay to see Qin Yi in person, also to check on how he was doing. But the butler Uncle Zhao said Qin Yi had gone out with Luo Shui and hadn't returned yet. So Mo Fei decided to wait in the car for a while. He played a couple of solo-ranked games in the car. About half an hour later, he finally saw them arriving. He immediately abandoned the game and got out. The sky was dim, and the villa's streetlights lined up like stars illuminating the neatly paved asphalt road. Mo Fei walked against the light, his ash-gray short hair glowing like moonlight, his handsome, deep-featured face exuding a touch of arrogance. The blue shirt paired with white trousers revealed the aristocratic aura he had cultivated since childhood, and his long, straight legs were the object of many young women's infatuation. But after merely 2 dignified steps, he broke into a jog, waving at the car at the same time, shouting, "Boss." His hair flew back, and his eager smile was so abundant that it nearly shattered the comic-like entrance scene he had just made. "He's here for you." Luo Shui glanced at the person, then lowered her head to look at her phone, saying to Qin Yi without lifting her gaze, "Oh." Qin Yi opened the car door and got out. The moment he closed it, Luo Shui's car started moving, bypassing them and driving into the villa. Qin Yi was speechless. He felt abandoned. But why was this guy coming to see him for no reason? From the original Boda's memories, whenever the 4 of them got together, they never did anything good. Either smoking, drinking, clubbing, racing, chasing girls, or plotting how to bully their current targets. In short, they never did anything serious. Qin Yi felt a headache coming on as he watched Mo Fei running closer. Before he could speak, Mo Fei grabbed his shoulders, his eyes blazing. "Boss, I've never asked you for anything in this life." Qin Yi was speechless. So, seeing Qin Yi completely bewildered, Mo Fei quickly fumbled in his pockets and pulled out his phone. An AFK warning. He swiped it away. Mo Fei quickly found an image saved in his album and held up the phone for Qin Yi to see. Shenhe seductively beautiful femboy. Qin Yi was stunned for 2 seconds, then his pupils dilated, and a sharp scream erupted inside his mind. You look at it fine. But downloading and saving it, what's that for? And saving it is one thing, but shoving it in my face, what's that supposed to mean? While Qin Yi was still in turmoil, Mo Fei excitedly gripped his shoulders again. His tone was earnest. Boss, I think you have great talent. Can you wear it once more, and let me see? I want to see it in real life. My Genshin Impact crew is just missing a Shenhe. Boss, I really think you've got the hips, the waist, the everything. As he spoke, Mo Fei grew more excited and started shaking Qin Yi by the shoulders. I can your sister? Let you see it in real life. You sick pervert. Qin Yi clenched his fists and finally couldn't hold back. He twisted Mo Fei's arm and threw him over his shoulder in a judo flip. Bam! Ow! A loud shrill cry echoed at the villa entrance. The security guards in the watchroom peeked curiously when they saw Qin Yi flip Mo Fei onto the ground. They gasped and covered their mouths. Holy crap, isn't that young Master Mo? Are they quarreling? Should we go mediate? Oh, don't be silly. When gods fight, mortals get caught in the crossfire. If you want to suffer, go ahead yourself. Haha, just kidding. The world spun. The sharp pain of his rear hitting the ground made the pampered second young master, Mo, writhe on the ground, clutching his buttocks and rolling twice. Qin Yi caught his breath, stood up, dusted off his hands, and spat out 2 words, no way. He strode into the villa. As he passed the security room, the uniformed guard stood at attention and called out respectfully, "Welcome home, young master." A bit cringy, wasn't it? Qin Yi gave a wry smile and nodded. Thanks for your hard work. After Qin Yi entered the villa, the 2 guards in the watchroom tactfully hurried over to help Mo Fei up. Young Master Mo, are you alright? Sorry, our young master might be in a bad mood. Though they had their tiffs, the 4 of them had always been close before. No one knew if they would make up in a few days. If they didn't help, the guards would be the ones to be remembered. Mo Fei shook his head and sucked in a breath as he stood up. TCH. That bastard really went for it. I only brought up cross-dressing. Shit, doesn't he know good things shouldn't be kept to oneself? A good leg should be shared with your bro. Mo Fei gritted his teeth, his eyes lingering resentfully on Qin Yi's retreating figure. Mo Fei leaned on the security guard's arm for a moment, waiting until the sting in his backside subsided. Unwilling to give up, he drew a sharp breath and shouted loudly after Qin Yi's retreating figure. Senior brother, I will never give up. If not today, then tomorrow. If not tomorrow, then the day after. He would return again and again until he persuaded Qin Yi to dress up as a cosplayer. What on earth is going on? This young master Mo really is tenacious. The guard couldn't help but wonder inwardly. After shouting, Mo Fei caught his breath twice, shrugged off the guard's support, and limped toward his sports car, one hand pressed firmly against his sore backside. Qin Yi, walking along the road, couldn't suppress a faint twitch at the corner of his mouth, just as a crisp electronic voice chimed inside his mind. Timer 0000. Timer ended. Prop exhausted. Qin Yi was momentarily stunned. Had an hour truly felt so long? You spent 5 minutes rushing to the rescue, 30 minutes on diagnosis and surgery, combined 10 minutes on postoperative counseling, 13 minutes driving back to the villa, and 2 minutes conversing with Mo Fei. Tian Hua cheerfully clarified his confusion. Given how much you accomplished in such a short span, it's perfectly natural that time seemed to slip away. Indeed, he'd been racing against death itself for that unborn child, scarcely registering the passage of time. Yet in the end, he hadn't made it in time. Master, don't grieve. Even with utmost effort, some moments simply cannot be seized. It's all right. Qin Yi exhaled slowly and smiled faintly. In the courtyard, hydrangeas bloomed in radiant profusion, their lush clusters meticulously tended by the gardener, their sweet fragrance permeating the air. A few butterflies drawn by the scent fluttered delicately over the blossoms, like tiny sprites dancing beneath dappled light. And Qin Yi's mood softened just a little. But master, this entire hour was spent not on battles, competitions, or showing off. Only on saving someone. Don't you feel the slightest regret? And wasn't this your very first and only prop? Tian Hua couldn't quite fathom it. In countless novels, it had scanned protagonists leapt at the chance to wield newly acquired props, stirring chaos, provoking rivals, and stunning everyone with triumphant reversals of fortune. Yet this current host, tragically earnest, disarmingly indifferent, quietly serene. Though none of these entanglements were of his own making, having inherited this body, he devoted himself wholeheartedly to making amends to those girls who had suffered deeply yet shrank from him in fear. Zhang Yoxin was the first, and certainly would not be the last. As for the arranged nominal marriage with Luo Shui, he accepted it with unflappable nonchalance, even perhaps falling for Luo Shui's unmistakably dominant nature. Could it be? Master is secretly a submissive. Tian Hua recoiled inwardly at its own revelation. Hearing the system's curious query, Qin Yi lowered his brows and fell silent for a moment. Beneath his feet nameless yet strikingly beautiful floor tiles glided past, like a quiet river. He walked a few paces then halted, gazing down at the ground, as if something there held his attention. Yet upon closer look his eyes remained unfocused, adrift in thought. Fragments of memory flickered across his mind, echoes of his past life. The neighborhood market close to home, old Zhao who ran the meat stall beamed with pride as he handed 2 eggs to every customer, boasting that his daughter had been admitted to Hucking University, sharing his joy far and wide, even offering a generous cut of meat to the homeless man leaning against the earthen wall. Qin Yi gently weighed the parcel of meat, now enriched with 2 extra eggs, in her hands and sincerely congratulated old Zhao, whose face crinkled into joyful folds deeper than the marbling on his finest cuts. Her favorite dessert shop launched a new treat, panda-shaped milk jellies, soft, springy, rich, with creamy sweetness. Savoring them while solving practice problems transformed even the sternest equations into gentle companions. On a blustery day, clothes hangers tumbled from the balcony. With damp, undried hair clinging to her temples, she gathered each garment and hung them carefully on the suspended drying rack indoors. Dinner was already simmering. Braised shiitake with bok choy, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, and delicate sui dandig drop soup, ready to greet her parents in just 7 or 8 minutes. Sometimes they worked late. She'd eat alone, then retreat to her room to watch anime or play games. In those stories, the hero soared as an invincible savior, crushing villains, rescuing the world, and falling tenderly in love with the heroine. It was thrilling. She loved it. She admired that hero's cheerful courage and calm rationality, but that didn't mean she disliked who she was. True, she was utterly ordinary, no arresting beauty to linger in memory, no academic distinction to set her apart. So unremarkable that in an anime, she'd be nothing more than an unnamed grayscale background figure unworthy of even a single line of ink. Her temperament, too, was unexceptional, overburdened by moral sensitivity, yet lacking either the resolve or capacity to intervene meaningfully, forever empathizing with things both profound and trivial. When a pregnant ewe was devoured by starving wolves, she pitied both the ewe and the wolf. When she accidentally crushed an ant beneath her foot, she'd pause, wondering would its colony register the loss, and offer even the faintest whisper of mourning. If apocalyptic hailstorms descended, plunging the world into frozen desolation, her first instinct would be to curl into her room, pull the quilt-tight switch on her laptop, and gaze at high-resolution portraits of Raiden Shogun and the Divine Child, offering quiet prayers tinged with fear in the face of mortality. Not striding forth fearless and resolute, guiding survivors to safety, or charging headlong into catastrophe, embracing certain death with noble courage. Timid, hesitant, content to drift. Her greatest wish, a life untouched by grave illness, family safe and sound, modest means, not destitute, not wealthy, of freedom from office drudgery, a small sunlit confectionery shop of her own, and endless glimpses of beloved anime or game characters living vivid, extraordinary lives, while her own remained gently, beautifully unchanged. That was Qin Yi, ordinary, yes, but also deeply holy herself. And she cherished precisely that. System. Not everyone yearns to become the exalted version of themselves others imagine. A grand imperial banquet may be rare and magnificent, but I prefer eating spicy crayfish under thick blankets, air conditioning humming softly, while watching anime. Isn't the purpose of a prop simply to use it when I choose, or let it gather dust when I don't? Where then lies the notion of regret? If you believe possessing a prop obligates me to flaunt power or conquer worlds, then seek out another host, one whose ambitions align with yours. The system paused, then replied in a clear, bright, electronic tone. Apologies, master. I understand now. From this moment forward, Tian Hua will serve you with renewed devotion and care. Qin Yi. A compact indoor playground, its doors and windows left slightly ajar to invite a breeze. Yi slid down the small slide, perked up her ears, and turned curiously toward the dim window. Annie, did you hear something? Ji-Chi, tossing Yin's bubble ball toward a miniature hoop, shrugged indifferently. Probably someone's puppy got loose. She swung her arm. Plop. The bubble ball bounced once off the rim and dropped to the floor, missing the basket entirely. Beneath the hoop, a small mound of bubble balls had already accumulated, all pilfered by Ji-Chi from the bubble pool. Light footsteps echoed from the stairwell. Spotting Luo Shui, Ji-Chi's eyes lit up, then dimmed just as quickly as she remembered Luo Shui's unwavering preoccupation with Qin Yi. She turned away silently. Yin chirped from the slides, "Exit, Mama." Luo Shui nodded, gently casting a warm glance at her daughter before turning to Ji-Chi. "Let Yin sleep in the children's room tonight. You'll have more space to yourself." "No need," Ji-Chi replied, shaking her head. Yin is such a good, sweet girl. I truly enjoy holding her while we sleep." Luo Shui raised no objection. After all, a few nights wouldn't hinder the cultivation of independence. She simply acquiesced. Indeed, she transitioned Yin to her own room at age 1. A nanny had handled daily care. Once Yi was weaned at over 2 years old, the nanny was no longer needed, and Luo Shui hired Annie instead. The child slept peacefully each night, only requesting bedtime stories, a habit she knew Qi indulged willingly. So Luo Shui felt no further concern. Luo Shui slipped off her coat and approached Qi, picking up a bubble ball from the floor. She tossed it lightly into the air, then sent it arcing toward a wall-mounted hoop, where it slipped effortlessly through the net, struck the wall with a clean ringing ping, and bounced back. A fleeting luminous smile graced Luo Shui's cool, breathtaking face, her voice like a clear mountain stream. Care to play? Let's see who scores more. The winner may make one request. Thud. The foam ball collided with the wall, causing a tremble in Qi's heart as well. She glanced sideways, and the scene before her resembled a cinematic transition, hazy and fleeting. An autumn breeze arose suddenly, the fragrance of osmanthus permeating the old-fashioned courtyard and jonching the sky like a golden wheat field surging with fiery red sunset clouds. Slap. The young woman opposite her was 4 years older, at the age of 21 or 22, youthful and radiant. Every smile and frown exuded an exquisite charm. She flashed a brilliant smile, her ponytail swirling in the wind as she agilely stepped forward, cupping her hands to catch the volleyball in midair. Achi! She called out with a bright laugh, reminding Qi to receive the ball. The golden afterglow from behind lit up strands of her hair. At that moment, a dizzying sensation swept over Qi, as if she had fallen into a cloud and the volleyball flew past her. Perhaps it was in that instant that she fell irretrievably in love with her cousin, 4 years her senior. Yet this feeling was an existence that defied everyone's wishes. One was a well-bred daughter of the Ji family in Jiangxing. The other was the cherished eldest daughter of the Luo family in Modu, upon whom Luo's parents had placed great expectations. They were cousins, and Luo's father was her uncle. How could such a feeling ever be accepted by the world? A lump stuck in her throat, yet Qi's expression remained unchanged. She forced a smile, her tone light and cheerful, as if she were back in her youth, freely playing with her cousin. Then aren't you doomed to lose? I've been exercising every day at school. Truth be told, it was I who was doomed to lose. Qi, though seemingly carefree, was accustomed to concealing her sensitive and humble heart. She too wanted to wait, but the person she wished to wait for had long taken away all her hope. Qi sighed inwardly, her thick lashes lowering, then lifting a self-assured smile on her face, as usual. Luo Shui tossed the ball as if determined to engage in this childish contest with her. How would you know without trying? 20 balls each. You go first. Fine. Qi didn't stand on ceremony. She scooped up a pile of foam balls from the pool and played. The little milk-white dumpling who had been playing with a scooter stopped and sat on a rocking horse nearby, her eyes sparkling as she watched the competition. Yin, you be the referee and count the balls that go in. Don't be partial to your mom and give me a lower count, okay? The little girl shook her head, her double ponytails bouncing lively, her childish laughter as clear as a bell. How could that be? Yin will be the fairest referee in the whole world. The little one raised her arms and spread her 5 fingers, vowing solemnly. Her eyes sparkled like stars, and her earnest expression was utterly adorable. Qi tilted her chin toward her and began pitching the balls. Yin counted beside her. 1, 2, 3, 4. 14, 15, 15. Pink and blue foam balls flew into the basket on the wall. Each thud against the wall merged with the rhythm of her own heartbeat, loud and rhythmic, until Luo Shui joined Yin in the counting. Like a pebble dropped into a still lake, ripples spreading uncontrollably. Qi's heart grew restless again. 16, 17, 18. 18. Auntie scored 18. Clap, 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 clap. The little milk dumpling cheered in a high-pitched voice, raising her arms and clapping excitedly. Qi shook her golden wavy hair and smiled, stepping aside to make way for Luo Shui. Her gaze fell upon the woman's chiseled, deep features, searching for traces of her former warmth. The rest was the cool aloofness that came from years immersed in work. The fragrance drifting past her nose was familiar. Qi tried to recall. She had smelled this perfume not long ago at an international fragrance exhibition, its price as lofty and daunting as ever. The perfume was called Snow Gleaming in Light, made with the traditional ancient methods of the Dragon Country. It carried a clarity mingled with the softness of jasmine, a serene coldness that beckoned, yet held one at bay. On this person it was exceptionally fitting. Yet she distinctly remembered that what she loved was the fresh, elegant fragrance of lily. Qi's gaze lingered on her for too long, so long that by the time Luo Shui finished throwing, she hadn't caught the number Yin announced. Yin applauded. Qi smiled and joined in, her focused gaze entirely fixed on that exquisite. No one knew how much bitterness and astringency were hidden beneath her radiant smile. I lose. Yin had just repeated that. 19 won more than hers. Qi accepted the outcome calmly. The loser had to grant the winner a request. But because it was her, no matter what she asked, Qi would do it. Yet she often wondered how wonderful it would be if the person she loved her back as much as she did. Of course, she thought her heart was already shattered enough, but the request Luo Shui whispered in her ear would grind what remained into even smaller pieces. Achi, what I want is for you to stop interfering in the matters between your brother-in-law and me, all right? This was the first close embrace Qi had shared with Luo Shui since returning to China. Yet she couldn't feel a trace of warmth. The May wind was supposed to be cool, but as it blew in through the window and touched her skin, why was it so biting cold? Stop interfering in the matters between your brother-in-law and me, all right? Who cares about your matters? If it weren't for that bastard marrying you, if it weren't for him treating you so badly, if I weren't so desperately in love with you. Qi didn't know how much strength she had used to keep the tears welling in her eyes from spilling over. She clenched her fists, gritted her teeth, and her anguished voice sounded as if she had been rolling helplessly in the mud. Sister, you are so cruel. How could she use such gentleness to utter the most heartbreaking words? A second later, Qi pushed away the person she loved most and returned to her room without looking back. On the way, she could no longer hold back her sorrow, letting tears blur her vision while biting her lip to stay silent. Luo Shui staggered slightly, pushed aside, letting Qi run into her room. Achi, don't hold any expectations for me. After Qi left, the atmosphere in the children's room became unusually quiet, making Yin feel a bit uncomfortable. Mama, what's wrong with Annie? Luo Shui approached and gently patted Yin's head. Mama asked Annie to go back and think things through. Oh, Yin nodded thoughtfully, her bright eyes shimmering with curiosity. Is it something very important? Yes, it's very important, important enough that you Yin are not suitable to know at this time. Luo Shui's voice was cold yet tinged with a different kind of gentleness, as she casually stroked the little one's neck, noticing that the smooth skin was somewhat sticky. It was clearly sweat from just playing with Qi. All right, tonight your sister Annie has taken a leave, so let Daddy take. Upon hearing that Daddy would give her a bath, Yin's expression changed. She crossed her arms around herself and shook her little head vigorously. Her small body was filled with rejection from top to bottom. No. That's how it is. Luo Shui made a decision that would not easily change. She turned around to grab her coat, planning to take a quick shower before handling some documents. Yin looked at Luo Shui's slender figure, gritted her teeth, jumped down from the wooden horse, and dashed forward with turbo speed, then leaped forward, clinging to Luo Shui's calf, like a pendant beginning to act spoiled. No, I want Mama to wash me. Luo Shui glanced down at the leg pendant. Her brows furrowed slightly, and her tone softened as she pronounced Yin's full name slowly. Qin Yi. Qin Yi walked upstairs and inadvertently saw his soft, adorable daughter clinging to Luo Shui's leg, while Luo Shui bore a serious expression devoid of any smile, her entire aura cold. It was unclear whether she was upset with the little one or just in a bad mood. However, with such a pitiful look, how could the little one have done anything wrong? Qin Yi walked over, bent down, and gently lifted the little one into his arms while asking what happened. What made your mama angry? Yin only then realized that it was Qin Yi holding her. Her clear, bright eyes stared blankly at him, and after 2 seconds, she suddenly exclaimed, "Ah, Daddy," and then covered her face with both hands. Qin Yi, what was this about? Qin Yi's puzzled gaze shifted to Luo Shui, who spoke naturally. After I finish my shower, you can take Yin for a bath, okay? Oh. Qin Yi nodded, suddenly realizing something was off, and widened his eyes at Luo Shui. He would take Yin for a bath. However, Luo Shui had already taken a few steps away, leaving Qin Yi and Yin staring at each other in surprise. Half an hour later, Luo Shui finished and went to the study. In the bathroom, Qin Yi squatted on the floor, finding it somewhat amusing to see Yin retreating a step while crossing her arms, watching him warily. Yin opened her big eyes and said seriously, "Daddy, boys and girls should not be too close. How about I wash myself instead?" Since Mama insisted on not washing her, she had no choice but to be self-reliant. The little one, barely reaching his knee, spoke to him with a serious face. Qin Yi suppressed his laughter, took a moment, and then said, "How come at such a young age you already know that boys and girls should not be too close?" Yin tilted her head to the side, showing a proud little expression. "Of course I've read many books. And for boys who touch girls, they are not good men." Qin Yi nodded in agreement. Indeed, boys who touch girls are not good men, but... He rested his chin on his hand, looking at Yin with his clear peach blossom eyes, smiling slowly. "I am Yin Bao's daddy. Regardless of whether they are boys or girls, in their father's eyes, they are all children, the purest, most beloved exist. What Yin Bao refers to as boys and girls should not be too close means that when a boy reaches marriageable age and a girl reaches marriageable age, there should be appropriate interaction and mutual respect between both parties." Seeing Yin seemingly lost in thought, Qin Yi chuckled and added, "Since Mama has entrusted you to Daddy for a bath, she must believe that Daddy can make Yin smell good, so." Qin Yi seized the moment when Yin was distracted and lifted her up. Yin was caught off guard and exclaimed, instinctively clutching Qin Yi's neck, her little feet clinging tightly to him like a koala. Yi should obediently let daddy wash her nicely. Woohoo! Qin Yi not only lifted Yi but also tickled her underarms, lifting her high. Yeah. At a height of 1.87 m, Yi was startled and exclaimed, feeling more exhilarated than sliding down a 1-meter high slide. This was her first time being lifted so high by daddy. A sensation she had never experienced before flooded her heart. Joy, excitement, a desire to scream, yet she felt no fear. Qin Yi held Yi in his arms and bounced her gently. Are you scared? Yi blinked at Qin Yi, suddenly bursting into a silver bell-like laughter, shaking her head. Not scared, it's fun. Fun. Then let's do it again. Qin Yi laughed and lifted Yi high once more, giving her a slight toss before catching her securely. The thrilling sensation of weightlessness made Yi close her eyes and exclaim, her heart racing. After being caught, a wave of safety and exhilaration washed over her. Woohoo, ha! Qin Yi held Yi and laughed, lifting her a few times before setting her down by the edge of the adult-sized bathtub. As soon as Qin Yi set Yi down, she raised her little hands and clung to his shoulder. Daddy, hug me. Qin Yi ruffled her fluffy little head, smiling indulgently, so clingy. Because Mama was busy, Daddy didn't like Yi, and Yi had always felt very lonely. The air when he let go took away the warmth of her father, and a wave of withdrawal washed over her, making her reluctant to let go. The girl tightly grasped his collar, leaning against his neck, biting her lip without saying a word. Qin Yi also did not deliberately let go. He quietly held the girl, gently patting her back with his hand. Once Qin Yi noticed that Yi had loosened her grip on his collar, he slowly released her. In the bathroom, there were inflatable toys for children, and Yi squatted down to play with a little duck, occasionally making quacking sounds. Qin Yi turned on the faucet and adjusted the water to the perfect temperature. Clear water flowed steadily into the bathtub, the temperature of the water from his hands transitioning from cool to warm, just right. Okay, come on, Yi, Bao, take off your clothes, it's bath time. After rinsing his hands under the water until they were warm enough, Qin Yi began to remove Yi's clothes. The heating in the bathroom was still on after Luo Shui finished, and the little one stood there completely naked without feeling cold. Since it was his first time bathing a little child, Qin Yi took more than 10 minutes longer than Yi usually did to finish. During that time, they playfully splashed water, and Qin Yi ended up soaking his upper body. The clean, chubby, and fragrant child emerged dressed in a princess-themed pink pajamas, her black hair wrapped in a towel, looking somewhat uncomfortable as she nestled in Qin Yi's arms. Daddy, it seems like water has gotten in here, it's bubbling and feels stuffy. Yi scratched her ear and said in a, really? I'm sorry, Daddy is washing Yi for the first time and overlooked it. Qin Yi glanced at Yi's ears, raised his empty hand, and gently rubbed behind her earlobe while speaking softly. It's okay, Daddy washes very comfortably. Yi closed her eyes, allowing Qin Yi to rub behind her ear, her little head gently swaying with his movements. The classmates in the preschool class said that fathers were always not as gentle and meticulous as mothers, but Yi felt that her current daddy was even gentler and more meticulous than their mothers. Like just now in the bathroom, when Daddy scrubbed her, he did it so carefully, as if washing a delicate piece of art, even more gently and patiently than Mama. She felt so comfortable that she was on the verge of falling asleep. Passing through the partition of the dressing room, Qin Yi stepped into Luo Shui's boudoir. He set Yi down on a chair, adjusted the hairdryer to a gentle flow, unwrapped her towel, and began to tousle and dry her soft, damp hair. Like a meticulous hairdresser, he attended to every strand, occasionally chatting with Yi about her preschool happening. Yao, who loves listening to music, is also the one who cherishes silence most. She's a year older than me, but her mother is very warm-hearted, fond of heavy but beautiful makeup, like a resplendent rose. Her mother, like my own, rarely comes to pick her up in person, yet when she does, everyone's gaze is involuntarily captivated. Qin Yi smiled, a hint of disbelief in his voice. That exaggerated. Is her mother a celebrity? I don't know. But if she were a celebrity, wouldn't she wear sunglasses and a mask when picking up Yao? Qin Yi nodded. Makes sense. He finished drying the left side, swiveled the chair, and moved to Yin's right rear to dry that side. And the naughtiest one in class is Xiaohu. He loves sneaking out during lessons and pulling girls' pigtails. After I stopped him once, he kept causing trouble in front of me, even telling others. Yin's voice trailed off, and her beautiful crystalline eyes dimmed slightly, stirring a sense of pity. Qin Yi looked at the little one in the mirror, smoothed her nearly dry hair, switched off the hairdryer, and set it aside. He turned the chair so Yi faced him directly, his warm, yet resolute gaze fixed unblinkingly on her desolate and bewildered eyes. Bao, tell Daddy, does Xiaohu often bully you? For some reason, Yi felt that the father before her was someone she could pour out all the grievances she had long kept hidden. The little girl stared steadily into Qin Yi's eyes, biting her lip. Her eyes, clearer than the world's purest lake, gradually reddened. Qin Yi's heart clenched painfully, and he reached out, pulling Yi into his arms. Indeed, he hadn't guessed wrong. Because of Luo Shui's independent upbringing and her hectic work schedule, the little one had grown accustomed to silently digesting her own emotions. And because she knew her father belonged to Moda's top-tier wealthy Qin family, though no one dared openly harm her, they would unbridledly utter hurtful words behind her back or in public. Qin Yi, you're just a child without a father. I heard from my aunt that her father married her mother only because she set him up. They got married because of her, and her father doesn't love her at all. Your mother only married into the Qin family for its power. Without the Qin family, your mother would be nothing. Your father is out having fun with other women, oh what are you? Those words echoed in her mind, and the little girl, stifled in Qin Yi's embrace, finally couldn't help but sob softly. Sob. Daddy, they said. Yi is a child without a father. And said. Mommy. Sniff. Mommy married Daddy for other reasons. Yi is so sad. Yi envies other kids whose parents are together. Wah. Yi cried through the words, sobbing so hard that bubbles of snot and tears flowed freely onto Qin Yi's shirt. The fragile choked sobs cut across Qin Yi's heart like a dull blade. The unceasing wetness on his chest made him tighten his embrace around Yi even more. At that moment, an unprecedented powerful desire arose within him, not forced nor out of pity, but to give this child a complete home. He loved this child. Qin Yi bit his lower lip, took a deep breath, and spoke with a solemnity and resolve he had never known before. Daddy loves your mommy. Yi will be the most beloved child of Daddy and Mommy. Even though he and Luo Shui were not in love. Sob. Daddy. Daddy swears. Yi listened to the steady, strong beat of Qin Yi's heart, clutching his collar, growing weary from crying. Children require more sleep than adults, and after such an emotional upheaval, Yin's drowsiness over. Just before falling asleep, she clearly heard her father's voice whispering in her ear. Daddy. The girl murmured, closed her eyes, and fell asleep in Qin Yi's arms, her small hands gripping his collar. Her beautiful eyelashes, still glistening with tears, trembled slightly. Qin Yi gently wiped the tears from her rosy eye corners, carefully cleaned the clear mucus from under her nose with his sleeve, and carefully supported her bottom, lifting her from the chair into a cradling hold. The little one stirred, pressing her cherubic face tightly against Qin Yi's chest, her delicate nostrils quivered. Qin Yi's gaze traveled from her quivering lashes to her small, slightly parted nose, then to her parted ruddy lips, marveling at how the little one's exquisite beauty perfectly inherited the superior features of him and Luo Shui. Recalling how people often said a child is one's entire world, Qin Yi no longer found it an exaggeration. Holding the little one felt truly like embracing a beautiful and hopeful world. Qin Yi rose and couldn't help planting a kiss on Yin's head, a fond smile curling uncontrollably at the corners of his mouth. At that very moment, Luo Shui, clad in a winered silk nightgown, opened the door and stepped in. Qin Yi raised his eyes, momentarily stunned. The delicate silk camisole perfectly accentuated the woman's curvaceous figure, the cinched waist highlighting her slender waist with the hem revealing her fair legs. Her long, fluffy, and straight hair casually draped over her shoulders, exuding a rare sense of careless languor. Due to just finishing an urgent work task, her cool and beautiful brows appeared somewhat fatigued. However, upon glancing at the little girl in Qin Yi's arms, the weariness in her eyes vanished completely. The girl's eyes were glistening with tears, her cheeks flushed, clearly having cried quite hard. Luo Shui furrowed her slender brows, her phoenix-like eyes gazing coldly at Qin Yi, her voice chillingly low. What did you do? If it were just a simple bath, she would feel shy or dislike it, but she definitely wouldn't cry like this. Before Qin Yi could explain, he felt her cold and imposing aura pressing down on him. Feeling somewhat wronged and stifled, he averted his gaze, maintaining a blank expression. Even his tone was flat. What could I dare to do? I was just trying to fulfill the responsibilities I had neglected while there was time. This statement seemed to imply that Luo Shui was busy with work and did not have time to accompany her daughter, thus failing in her duties as a mother. Luo Shui gave him a deep look and said, hand Yi to Achi. It seemed that Luo Shui had something to say to him. Qin Yi did not refuse and steadily passed by Luo Shui holding Yi. Luo Shui noticed the chubby little hand gripping Qin Yi's collar tightly, even more forcefully than when she held onto her toys while sleeping. She sighed softly, her cool eyes flashing with a hint of complex emotions. I hope it's not too late. Qin Yi gently knocked on Ji Kai's room door. After a moment, the door was opened. From Ji Qi was wearing a face mask and appeared to have slightly red eyes for some reason. Xiao Qi, what's wrong with your eyes? Qin Yi asked. I had a bit of an allergic reaction to a steam eye mask, but I've already used eye drops, so it's fine. Seemingly not wanting Qin Yi to inquire further about this matter, Ji Qi naturally reached out to hold Yi upon seeing her in his arms. Give her to me. Qin Yi bent down, allowing Yi to smoothly transition from his embrace to Ji Kai's. With her hands now empty, Yi let out a small whimper, her little hands reaching up aimlessly, her brows furrowing restlessly. Ji Qi took her little hands and placed them in her embrace, and as she held Yi, the little girl's closed eyes and brows relaxed once again. Qin Yi released his hands, unable to resist, gently stroking Yin's head, his gaze soft, as he quietly said to Ji, "Thank you, you've worked hard." Ji looked at him, with complex emotions cradling Yi while her hand reached for the doorknob. "Be good to her." With that, Ji closed the door. Qin Yi stood at the door for 3 seconds before softly uttering a phrase, unsure if it was directed at the person inside, or merely to himself. "I will." Qin Yi returned to the bedroom, where Luo Shui was sitting at the head of the bed, holding a book as usual. Today she wasn't wearing a face mask. Her long hair cascaded down her shoulders, her snow-white skin and cool, beautiful features were unadorned with makeup, revealing a subtly alluring charm in her gaze. Qin Yi glanced at her, then withdrew his gaze and entered the bathroom to wash up. Luo Shui turned a page in her book, and with his arrival her attention gradually drifted away from the pages. After an unknown amount of time, once Qin Yi finished his shower, dried his hair, and lay down on the other side of the bed, Luo Shui shut the book she had barely flipped through. Qin Yi lay half a pillow's distance away from Luo Shui. The phone was playing a video at a low volume, yet in the quiet bedroom it sounded particularly loud. Qin Yi watched the lively cosplayer in the video, a silly smile unconsciously spreading across his lips. He liked it. His finger swiped across the screen. Following that, a transformation video of the character Shun Zi began playing. 1 2 3 3 2 1. Little one, would you like to join me in reading light novels? The girl with pink fox ears wore a red and white shrine maiden outfit, smiling brightly and charmingly, leaving one with no heart to refuse. Qin Yi's eyes reflected Shun Zi's smile, and he could not help but show a captivated grin. He liked it, tipped coins, and saved it. Suddenly a soft voice came from his ear, low and mature, with a captivating magnetic quality. "So you like this kind of thing?" The warm breath brushed against his ear, becoming heated, as if a kiss had landed. Qin Yi jolted upright from the bed, covering his sensitive heated ear with his hand. His cheeks slightly flushed, his eyes wide open in confusion as he looked at Luo Shui. "What are you doing?" Luo Shui straightened up, crossing her arms, her gaze deep with meaning, a faint smile playing at the corners of her lips as she looked at him leisurely. Only then did Qin Yi notice that the strap of Luo Shui's camisole had quietly slipped down her shoulder. In the warm, soft light of the bedroom, the red was striking the white, astonishing, pure, yet seductive. Qin Yi inexplicably felt thirsty, his throat moving as he turned his gaze away. Remembering that he had already laid bare his heart to her this afternoon, yet she had not given any response. His frustration with her overshadowed his primitive desires. Qin Yi bit his lip, turning away from her and lying down to play with his phone. Luo Shui. Laughter from the phone occasionally rang out, but the person beside her had fallen silent, scrolling through funny videos with a noticeably distracted demeanor. Luo Shui sighed, her slender arm propped up on the bed as she reached for Qin Yi's phone, placing it on the bedside, pausing the video. Qin Yi curled his hand back to his chest, lying on his side with his legs tucked, closing his eyes, seemingly asleep, giving off a vibe of do not disturb. Luo Shui couldn't help but smile at his awkward sleeping posture. With her long hair falling down to obscure her vision, Luo Shui pushed her hair behind her and then sat up, her knees pressing against the bed as she flipped over her slender figure, completely lying on Qin Yi. At this point, Qin Yi could no longer pretend to be asleep. He had never imagined that Luo Shui would make such a move. The intoxicating fragrance mixed with her body heat enveloped him. After all, having just experienced the world, the youth could not compare to the seasoned original body. Qin Yi felt as if he had been burned, pulling his arm away from his chest. Qin Yi stared blankly at Luo Shui, who was leaning over him. Her soft long hair fell over his chest, and her breathtakingly beautiful face was mere inches away. At such a close distance, Qin Yi could even feel their breaths colliding, intertwining. "You are angry." Gently spoken, it was a statement of affirmation. In her beautiful eyes there was a charm rarely seen, and it took Qin Yi a great deal of effort to awaken from the depths of her enchanting gaze. Qin Yi closed his eyelids, feeling his heart thumping in his troubled chest. His unfocused gaze fell on the tips of her lowered hair as he spoke in a low tone. "Is our relationship merely a name without substance, a marriage alliance?" Luo Shui's hand resting on his arm tightened slightly, bringing a sharp, yet subtle pain as her nails pressed into his skin. Qin Yi instinctively looked up at Luo Shui, only to find her beautiful phoenix eyes filled with an unreadable expression, gazing intently into his eyes. Her red lips moved slightly. "Do you still think so?" Luo Shui threw the question back at Qin Yi. In her clear eyes they reflected each other. The air fell silent for a moment, with only their intertwined breaths, and Qin Yi's own heartbeat audible. They had already been through that. No, certainly not. The answer rose within Qin Yi, and he opened his lips, yet no words came out. Luo Shui reached out to caress Qin Yi's handsome face, examining it with unprecedented attention and patience. This face had once filled her with disdain, but now she was grateful for the soul that resided within it, which made her heart flutter. This person had thick eyebrows and very clear eyes, and she couldn't help but wonder what chaotic thoughts might be running through his mind, his brows slightly furrowed like a small hill. Looking closely, he gradually resembled the white puppy she had once glimpsed by the roadside. Luo Shui's heart stirred, and she couldn't help but gently lift Qin Yi's face, causing his cheeks to puff up like soft white buns. A smile couldn't be contained spilling from her eyes. Qin Xiaodog. Qin Yi blinked, a wave of shyness washing over him. He raised his hand to grasp the hand that Luo Shui was using to cradle his face, bringing it to his chest. Are you scolding me? Qin Yi himself didn't even realize how spoiled he sounded. Accompanied by those bright star-like peach blossom eyes, Luo Shui couldn't help but place a kiss on Qin Yi's lips. This was her third time initiating a kiss with him. Qin Yi felt that if he didn't retaliate soon, he would be completely consumed by this woman for the rest of his life. Qin Yi wrapped his arms around Luo Shui's soft waist, leaning in to kiss her back. Although Qin Yi had always struggled to grasp new knowledge points in school, he understood the principle of continuous practice and repetition. As long as he wanted to learn and kept practicing, he would eventually master the subject. Combining usable experiences with a sufficient and energetic curiosity, Qin Yi rarely embraced Luo Shui and fell asleep together, feeling content. Dawn broke. The morning light streamed through the gaps in the heavy curtains and fell perfectly on Qin Yi's face. He awoke from his dreams, instinctively looking down into his arms once his blurry vision became slightly clearer. His arm had gone numb from being used as a pillow all night, making it difficult to feel anything. Yet the person sleeping in his embrace filled him with a sense of satisfaction and happiness he had never experienced before. The person he liked was his wife. Upon realizing this fact, Qin Yi couldn't help but smile at the beauty. Just a few minutes later, Luo Shui gradually woke up, influenced by her biological clock. The first thing she saw was Qin Yi's silly smile, which made her pause for a moment. Then she reached out to pinch his face, a hint of affection curling her lips. Waking up so early. She knew he wouldn't get up if it wasn't before 8. Qin Yi blinked. It was a bit bright, so I woke up. Maybe the curtains weren't pulled tight yesterday. The window was one-way glass, so Luo Shui naturally wasn't worried about their situation being seen from outside. She nodded, getting out of bed and turning her head to see Qin Yi's arm resting on her neck, momentarily stunned. You? Qin Yi retracted his hand, and his numb arm felt like it had triggered an endless chain reaction, his nerve cells dancing wildly beneath his skin. Qin Yi pulled back his arm, inhaling sharply. Hiss. You must be an idiot. Luo Shui looked at him helplessly, helping him lift his hand to massage the acupoints. After a few moments of massage, the discomfort finally eased. Qin Yi relaxed his brows and smiled foolishly. I forgot. Did Mo Fei come to see you yesterday? Luo Shui asked casually. Him. Qin Yi's lips twitched as he recalled something, feeling a bit speechless. He wanted me to wear a woman's outfit for him to see, but I refused. Don't mind him, he's quite the pervert. He tries to lure teacher Ko-si to be his girlfriend every day, switching partners every few days, just as scummy as the original character, only in a different dimension. Qin Yi felt a sense of sorrow for how similar he was to him. Truly intolerable. Luo Shui glanced at him with her phoenix eyes. Is that so? It seems you have some talent in certain aspects. Ha ha ha, do I? Qin Yi laughed, scratching the back of his head with his other hand. Luo Shui massaged Qin Yi for 2 minutes, her slender fingers pressing and kneading on his arm. She lowered her head, the delicate lashes casting a faint glow. Her nose was straight and refined, her red lips tender, and her skin glowed like jade, radiating a healthy blush. The blanket lightly covered her chest, which was bare, while her long hair cascaded down, starkly black and white. She resembled a piece of exquisite glass, exuding a cold beauty intertwined with warmth and grace. Qin Yi couldn't help but lean in, gently pecking the corner of Luo Shui's lips. As he raised his gaze, he locked eyes with the shimmering depths of Luo Shui's eyes, captivated by the enchanting springtime emotions they held. Their gazes were glued, and the movement of his hand on her arm unknowingly came to a halt. Qin Yi's attention fell once more on her slightly parted red lips, which appeared luscious and inviting like cherries ripe for the picking in summer. The warm breath that escaped her lips seemed to transform into soft, delicate feathers, teasing the sensitive nerves within Qin Yi's heart. His throat tightened, and his gaze darkened in an instant. He slowly leaned closer, inching toward her. He thought to himself, if there was anything sweeter than the desserts crafted by a master confectioner, it would undoubtedly be the kiss of the one he loved. Luo Shui's hands once again wrapped around Qin Yi's neck. His skills had gradually improved. Time seemed to slip away until they finally parted. Luo Shui's eyes were misty, the corners tinged with red, her lips slightly swollen as she pulled Qin Yi closer, whispering sweetly, "Are you satisfied?" She laid her head on his shoulder, breathing softly, her breath grazing his skin and igniting a wave of sensuality. She pinched Qin Yi's earlobe, her voice so soft it was almost tangible. "Little dog." Qin Yi was already lost in her tenderness, oblivious to everything else. Perhaps this person would not easily disclose her feelings, but her body did not lie. She enjoyed, even relished his closeness. Qin Yi embraced her soft form, inhaling the crisp scent of her hair, soothing the tumultuous excitement and joy within. Satisfied, naturally satisfied, so much so that he felt he could sprout little wings and fly away. Wife, should we have more children? After holding Luo Shui for a moment, Qin Yi gently asked her in her ear, why do you ask this? I want to undergo sterilization. Luo Shui. For the first time she wondered if she had misheard, as she had actually heard the word sterilization. She lightly pushed Qin Yi's shoulder, creating some distance between them to allow their gazes to meet more clearly. Luo Shui couldn't help but widen her eyes slightly. Qin Yi took the opportunity to clarify, look, we already have Qin Yi now. If you don't want to have more children, I can take care of it right now, and we won't have to worry too much during this process. Moreover, compared to women's sterilization for men, places a smaller burden on the body and has better results. If you feel that one child is not enough and you want another, then we need to be disciplined in preparing for pregnancy. Like this time, we had 30 minutes, which is much better than yesterday, and I can improve a little each time to give you the perfect experience. After finishing, Qin Yi grinned at Luo Shui, revealing his white teeth, while his sharp canine teeth made him look like a playful little wolf. This guy spoke of such things as if he were discussing a pure and ordinary game, leaving Luo Shui both amused and exasperated. She stroked his head, feeling a ticklish sensation from the stray hairs beneath her fingers. You make a good point, Luo Shui said as she put on her sleep dress and got out of bed, her slender waist flashing by. However, it's still too early to consider this. You should be more concerned about your studies. Qin Yi looked at her in confusion. Why? Did he not have lessons with Chun Wan-in these past few days? Your little teacher Chun has signed an internship agreement with the company and joined Qin's funded Jin Yue as a risk control intern. Since your health is about back to normal, I've let the school retract the remaining half-month holiday, so you can go back early to make up for exams and start your internship sooner. In other words, you can return to school tomorrow, and Uncle Zhao will pick you up. Luo Shui glanced back at Qin Yi and added, then lightly walked into the bathroom. During this time, most others in their senior year were already in internships, while some had decided to stay at school to work on their papers. As far as he recalled, Mo Fei seemed to have mentioned starting a company for internships, perhaps even doing short videos and incubating internet celebrities. As for himself, since he still had 3 subjects to retake, he needed to finish those before he could start his internship. He still had to retake exams. Qin Yi pulled the blanket over his head, curling up as he rolled around on the bed. Whoa, retakes. Internships. What a nightmare. Qin Yi rolled around on the bed for a few laps, hearing the sound of water trickling in the bathroom. He pursed his lips, a different emotion flashing through his eyes. A few minutes later, Qin Yi, lying on his back, attempted to perform a fish leap, but he couldn't get up. Unwilling to accept this, he pushed against the bed, trying again, but still couldn't rise. Hiss. Why am I stuck to the bed? Isn't this how they do it in the videos? After questioning his life for a moment, he simply sat up casually, throwing on a sleep shirt before heading into the dressing room to change. Since today was the last day of his freedom at home, Qin Yi decided to do a cosplay at home. He had seen that the exquisite and spacious back garden of the villa was perfect for taking photos. As for the photographer, he thought he'd just get a gardener to take the pictures, offering extra pay for overtime. Qin Yi actually wanted to find a partner for a sea-themed cosplay, but Luo Shui seemed to have no time for it. When Qin Yi stepped out in the dusk cosplay outfit, Luo Shui was already at the makeup table doing her makeup. This outfit was over 200 yuan, bought online, and some parts looked awkward with faint wrinkles forming around the waist. Qin Yi held the tie, looking at his suit and trousers, feeling quite dissatisfied. It all felt somewhat cheap. Most importantly, the crotch. Luo Shui caught a glimpse of his troubled expression as he looked down in thought from the mirror, glanced at his very ordinary outfit that appeared somewhat stiff due to its bright color, applied some lipstick, and said, your waist-to-hip ratio is small, and this one-size suit visually shortens your height. The moment Qin Yi heard the word short, he felt an urge to retreat. The inner layer fits all right, but the suit is really hard to choose. They all look similar in the pictures. Qin Yi scratched his head, feeling troubled. Luo Shui had finished applying her makeup. Her already delicate and beautiful face, enhanced by a subtle layer of cosmetics, appeared even more coldly elegant and noble. She walked up to Qin Yi, raised her hand, and gently touched his collar. Her voice was as crisp as the faintly cold moonlight. When choosing a suit, it's best to have it custom tailored by a tailor according to your measurements. Polyester is the cheapest and most frivolous. If you need something formal, wool is better. Qin Yi's brows furrowed deeper as he listened. So it seemed the suit he was wearing was indeed cheap plastic. That wouldn't do. It was far too inelegant. No way, I have to return it. It's still within 7 days, and there's no shipping fee. He pedaled his bike to the bar. Save where you can, spend where you must. As he spoke, Qin Yi took off his suit jacket and even his trousers right in front of Luo Shui without any. Honey, do you know a suitable designer? I'd like a custom one. Luo Shui pulled out a business card from a drawer and handed it to him. On it were a string of characters he couldn't understand and a phone number. The old master only designs 1 set per month. If you need one, just call him. After giving Qin Yi the business card of a famous Italian fashion designer Luo Shui, picked up her understated yet exquisite luxury handbag and was about to leave the room. Qin Yi suddenly called out from behind, "Honey, could you cosplay with me?" Qin Yi stared at her unblinkingly with clear, bright, peach blossom eyes. He dangled the suit in his hand, as if there was an invisible tail wagging behind him. A trace of amusement flickered in Luo Shui's beautiful phoenix eyes. Her red lips parted slightly, and said, "Well, see." She wore a sharp suit with a pencil skirt that perfectly outlined her graceful figure. With a straight posture, she moved with elegant and noble steps. Her long hair, casually tidied, fell naturally onto her shoulders. Her fair legs were long and slender, and the sound of her high heels was crisp, the very image of a cool, domineering CEO. Qin Yi couldn't help imagining how stunning she would look dressed as the Thorn Princess. And then dressing the little one as Anya. Taking family photos would surely be blissful. Qin Yi chuckled foolishly and spaced out for a while. Coming back to his senses, he opened the cabinet that stored all his hanging cosplay costumes and fiddled with a few of them. Fortunately, Twilight's suit and the costumes for Ye and Anya were bought from different stores. Only Twilight's suit was a letdown, and the other two looked decent in both design and fabric. Qin Yi packed the suit into a bag, placed it by the door, and sent a message to Butler Zhao. He set a timer. The courier would come for the return in an hour. "Uncle Zhao, please put this package at the courier point downstairs. It's a return. The pickup code is 7768, and someone will come collect it in an hour. Received, young master." It was Friday, and the little one had to go to school. This time Ji was taking her to her preschool class, and then he would go for an interview at the company he had previously applied to. Qin Yi had originally offered to take her to the interview, but Ji flatly refused, saying he had his own plans, so Qin Yi didn't insist further. He placed the package by the door and went back to the bathroom to freshen up. After washing up, he returned to the dressing room and took out Shun He's costume to put on. His skin, unusually fair compared to ordinary men due to lack of sun exposure, glowed faintly under the light. His long fingers easily stretched open a hairnet and placed it over his head, then carefully tucked in the hair at his temples and behind his ears. In an instant, a bald dome appeared in the mirror. Qin Yi lined up the cosmetics he had bought online, pulled out his phone, and played a cosplay makeup tutorial. After a quick skim, he refreshed his memory and began with skincare, then makeup. An hour later, he finally finished his full makeup. Then he carefully put on the styled wig, and in an instant the person in the mirror was completely transformed. Ji had already taken in and driven a car from the underground garage and left the villa. The vast space lacked the lively sound of human voices. Now from the tall ginkgo and palm trees came the melodious chirping of birds. The garden was in full bloom with flowers, and butterflies swarmed in. At 10 in the morning, the gardener Xiao Zhang held his pest control kit, as usual, shaking the handle. Clear medicinal spray misted over the green leaves, petals, and bushes. This spray was specifically designed to eliminate plant pests like aphid, scale insects, red spiders, and borers, and had little effect on butterflies, bees, or humans. He had a single Bluetooth earbud in one ear playing cheerful music. While spraying, he occasionally hummed along with the light. After spraying, Xiao Zhang placed the kit in the garden storage shed and took out a small dustpan and tongs specially used for cleaning up fallen leaves and debris. As he walked to a corner where the rose wall was in full bloom, a few bees buzzed around in front of him, blocking his view. Xiao Zhang raised his hand to shoo them away. A slender, white-clad figure came into his sight. Xiao Zhang stared blankly at her, walking toward him with a smile, his entire body frozen. "Hey, I finally found you. Could you help me?" Before Qin Yi could finish, he heard the gardener shout in disbelief, "Holy shit," and then turn and run. He turned and ran. Qin Yi's outstretched hand hung in the air, and he too was stunned. "Tiantianua, do I look that scary?" Qin Yi asked the system, somewhat questioning his existence. "Not at all. Based on the database's calculation, according to current aesthetic standards, you have exceeded 92 of people's appearance." It wasn't that the system was lying. Qin Yi's features were naturally chiseled and deep, his skin fair and delicate with few flaws, except for two small pimples near his nose which had been perfectly covered with concealer. His clear, affectionate peach blossom eyes seemed to hold a spring of clear water. His brows were trimmed like willow leaves, and his eyeliner and eyeshadow were applied just right. His already androgynous features, enhanced by long lashes and blushed smoky eye corners, appeared even more enchanting and alluring. With long hair flowing over his shoulders and a demure walking posture full of maidenly reserve. If he changed his hair to plain black and put on a long dress, he believed very few would recognize that such a maiden was actually a man. Qin Yi was confident that his meticulously studied makeup skills were not that bad, and he had double-checked with the system after finishing. So he had some confidence in his current fully made-up appearance. Yet unexpectedly, the gardener had taken one look at him and run off, as if he were a ferocious beast. The system was also puzzled. Could the gardener actually think the host dressed like this was a monster transformed? That was too much. Oh well, do it yourself and have enough to eat. Qin Yi sighed. His high heels clicked crisply on the stone floor of the European-style pergola. He placed his phone on the table with his black-gloved hand and switched it to selfie mode. Then Qin Yi sat down on the garden chair and began to adjust his poses. Behind the pavilion, the roses bloomed brilliantly. The uniquely dressed beauty in the pavilion was both ethereal and commanding. Have you seen a monster? Xiaozhang, your eyes must be playing tricks on you. Didn't you know that after the founding of the nation, spirits are not allowed to become sentient? Really? White hair wearing strange tight clothing. Uncle Zhao, you'll know once you see it. When the two ran to a spot in the garden and found Qin Yi, the gardener quickly hid behind Uncle Zhao, while Uncle Zhao's eyes widened at the sight of the oddly dressed Qin Yi. At this moment, Qin Yi was resting his chin on his hand, sitting with his knees together in the flower pavilion, slightly furrowing his brows as he looked at the photos on his phone. Indeed, the angle he had taken was rather monotonous. Young master. A calm and deep middle-aged voice with a hint of uncertainty echoed from around the corner. Moi. Qin Yi raised his gaze, his eyes lighting up when he saw Uncle Zhao, and stood up to walk towards him. Uncle Zhao, great to see you. Oh, you're here too. Qin Yi noticed the gardener who had cautiously appeared behind Uncle Zhao looking at him with vigilance and curiosity and asked confused, what's going on with you two? Hearing that familiar voice, Uncle Zhao relaxed, glancing back at Xiaozhang, who was wide-eyed in disbelief, and helplessly said, I'm sorry, young master. Xiaozhang hasn't encountered role-playing before and thought an outsider had intruded, disturbing you. Uncle Zhao said, bowing politely to Qin Yi, while the gardener realized that the oddly dressed woman before him was actually Qin Yi. With 1,000 exclamations rushing through his mind, he hurriedly followed Uncle Zhao and deeply bowed. I'm sorry, young master. Xiaozhang's voice quivered slightly, feeling a bit anxious. What kind of new game is role-playing? No wonder city folks are so extravagant. Oh no, he had just run away when the young master called him. The young master must be unhappy. He had only been here for 2 months, surely he wouldn't be fired. Previously, there was a gardener who was forced to resign just because he accidentally bumped into that young master, and now he is struggling to raise kids back in his hometown in the mountains. This job is leisurely and pays well. He really doesn't want to be fired. Naturally, Qin Yi wouldn't mind, especially since it was his first time using this body to cross-dress as a woman. To be honest, he was a bit shy. Qin Yi smiled gently, giving the gardener a light pat. It's nothing, you can continue with your work. He turned to Uncle Zhao. Uncle Zhao, I need a photographer. Can you help me take some pictures? With a slightly spoiled tone combined with his ethereal and alluring appearance, Uncle Zhao's face flushed. Of course, Xiaozhang, you can go back to your work now. All right. The young master was surprisingly so kind, and the gardener hurriedly nodded and left. Uncle Zhao picked up the camera Qin Yi handed him and started taking pictures of Qin Yi. On a spring morning, the light was not blinding. Sunlight gently filtered through the thin clouds, softly casting over the garden. Vivid flowers bloomed in a riot of colors. The girl, the courtyard, and the blossoms together formed a splendid picture. Bright red roses bloomed profusely against the fence, bringing a touch of spring's warmth. A tall girl with flowing silver hair stood gracefully in the flower pavilion, her cool demeanor contrasting sharply with the brilliant red flower wall, yet it was not out of place. Qin Yi held a rose in his hand, his gaze tenderly resting on the flower as he leaned in, slightly inhaling its faint fragrance. Around him, bees and butterflies fluttered. As a gentle breeze blew by, a few petals danced in the air, lightly falling like snowflakes, beautiful and dreamlike. Ah, young master, this is good, this is good. Lean down a bit more, yes, yes. Uncle Zhao seemed to be photographing his daughter, trying various poses for Qin Yi, gradually getting into the rhythm. Qin Yi also slowly let himself go, merging into the character, gracefully walking in the garden, reaching out to touch the butterflies that flew by, his smile serene, while Uncle Zhao kept clicking the shutter. Meanwhile, on the other side, Mo Fei struggled hard and finally climbed over the fence of Qin Yi's back. Rip! The expensive designer pants were snagged on the patterned iron fence, exposing his smooth thigh. Young master, the assistant called out softly from outside the fence. Oh, don't worry about me. Just wait for me in the car. Mo Fei couldn't care less about that anymore, leaving a sentence behind as he dashed into the garden. Since the fence here was close to a patch of artificially planted lush purple bamboo forest, Mo Fei got many leaves stuck to him as he passed through. Even a few leaves were stuck in his silver short hair, and his clothes were disheveled with scratches from the leaves, making him look rather ragged. Fortunately, Qin Yi's family didn't have a dog, or otherwise it would have been even harder to sneak in. There was a stone step at the edge of the bush where he emerged from, but Mo Fei didn't see it and tripped over it. His hand crashed onto the cobblestone path, a fiery pain coursing through him, the pampered body of Mo Fei suffering its first serious blow. The pain from the scrape gradually faded, overshadowed by the determination in his heart. Wait for me, I will definitely rescue you from that woman's grasp. Mo Fei pondered for a while, feeling that Qin Yi's transformation was definitely due to that woman's presence. Including the shoulder throw he received, it must also be because of that woman. Perhaps his dear brother was forced to distance himself from them due to Luo Shui's coercion, and thus Qin Yi used the shoulder throw to indirectly tell him to come and save him. Shoulder throw. excessive guardianship decline. Qin Yi was calling for help. Mo Fei clenched his fist against the ground, his eyes resolute, overflowing with brotherly loyalty. Controlling his allowance was one thing, but controlling his freedom was intolerable. Good brother, wait for me. Ooh, I'm coming to save you. Mo Fei got up from the ground a bit unsteady and continued along the cobblestone path deeper into the garden. Flowers bloomed brilliantly on both sides, and for the first time, Mo Fei noticed that the back garden of their villa was unexpectedly romantic. Morning glories twined along the wall. The flower bed contained tulips, white peonies, daisies, lavender, and some flowers whose names he couldn't recall at the moment, but all were noble varieties well cared for, blooming profusely. With such abundant blooms, bees and butterflies were naturally abundant as well. In a moment of distraction, a bee flew into the tear in his pants instantly, causing Mo Fei's hair to stand on end, and he began hopping on his feet. Ow. Damn. In the surveillance room, the security guard stared at the monitor, deeply contemplative, as he watched Mo Fei step on his assistant to scale the wall. When he saw that even after falling, Mo Fei still got up and sneaked in, the guard actually felt a trace of admiration. A bee's wings brushed against his sensitive thigh, then darted about randomly, causing an irritating itch that was most uncomfortable. Mo Fei hastily unzipped his pants and pulled them down. Fortunately, the bee did not sting him and soon flew out. Mo Fei let out a sigh of relief, pulled up his trousers, gave them a shake, and fastened the zipper. This time, he deliberately walked right down the middle of the path, keeping an equal distance from the flower beds on either side. At the garden corner, near the villa gate, Mo Fei caught sight of a girl wielding a long spear in the courtyard. His heart jolted violently. In that instant, time itself seemed to freeze. The Qin Yi from the game had pierced through the virtual into reality, bathed in sunlight, as she moved her spear gracefully, her robes fluttering. Her eyes shimmered like brilliant stars, and the smile on her exquisite face was so dazzling it left one in a daze. At that moment, the world in Mo Fei's eyes shrank to only the person before him. An unprecedented impulse surged within him. Auntie! Mo Fei finally shouted, sprinting excitedly toward Qin Yi. Qin Yi was still immersed in practicing the spear movements, intending to shoot a short video, when the shout caught his attention. Yet what astonished him more was a familiar figure racing toward him with incredible speed. A shadow loomed, and the figure embraced him tightly. Auntie! My dear Auntie! That voice! It was that bastard Mo Fei. Damn! Qin Yi recognized him, shoved hard, and struggled a few times, but failed to budge him. This useless physique. Qin Yi's fair cheeks flushed red. Steward Zhao, who had been holding the camera, immediately set it aside, hurriedly separating the two. He feared that if they stayed together any longer, the delicate young master would suffocate. Qin Yi gasped for fresh air, stepped back 2 paces to create distance, crossed his arms protectively, and eyed the man warily. How did you get in? The familiar youthful voice emerged from those rosy lips, finally snapping Mo Fei back to reason. Mo Fei cast a tender gaze over the man before him, then said slowly, Can you not talk for a moment? Let me just look at you. In this life, I've never asked you for anything. Qin Yi. Goosebumps rose on his arms, he shuddered, and raised an eyebrow in bewilderment. After a moment of thought, Qin Yi calmed his tone, and said, Since you call me Auntie, can you at least show some respect to the character you love? Keep a proper and holy distance, got it? Mo Fei stepped forward, his voice full of affection, but my love for Auntie is just too hard to control. Ugh. Qin Yi was truly exasperated. He lifted his bangs straight up, revealing his unmedupe dark sparkling eyes to Mo Fei. Look clearly, I'm Qin Yi cosplaying as Qin Yi. I'm not cosplaying as Qin Yi just to play with you. Perfect. That eye without makeup or colored contacts instantly dazzled Mo Fei. Mo Fei let out a light cry of defeat, covered his eyes, and waved frantically at Qin Yi. Close it. Crap. Qin Yi smirked triumphantly. So how did you get in? Got something to discuss? Not one to cross legal or moral boundaries like a spoiled brat, Qin Yi withdrew his hand, let his bangs fall, and asked calmly. Of course I climbed over the wall. I even took a fall near your bamboo grove. You owe me compensation. Mo Fei extended his hand, pulled up his sleeve, and showed him the bloody scrapes on his forearm. Several glaring scratches marked the fair skin, but the bleeding was not severe. Compensation. Qin Yi gave a sarcastic laugh and rolled his eyes. Did I ask you to climb? And you dare ask for compensation? Huh. Uncle Zhao, show him out. Feeling a bit thirsty, Qin Yi turned to go inside for a drink of water, but Mo Fei stepped forward to block him. Come on, you've been cooped up at home for days. I just missed you, you know. And seriously, we've been buddies since childhood, but this is the first time I've seen you in cosplay. Back when I tried to get you into it, you weren't that keen. Among the 4 of us, I was the only one with this hobby. Now for some reason, you've suddenly fallen in love with cosplay, and you're so accurate. So can I invite you to join our army of 2-dimensional enthusiasts in chasing the dream of cosplay? Mo Fei spoke with sincerity, his eyes fixed unwaveringly on Qin Yi's. Mo Fei and Qin Yi had grown up in the same compound, both from families with deep backgrounds, so they knew a great deal about each other's information. Qin Yi only started to be spoiled and pampered after Qin Yi was injured, that is after he turned 7. Mo Fei, on the other hand, had an older brother groomed from childhood to be the family heir, so he was always allowed to learn or play based on his own interests. His fascination with the two-dimensional world began when Qin Yi and the others started developing crushes on the opposite sex and chasing girls at school, while he was captivated by the anime on TV. He dreamed of becoming a low-key, yet free superpowered warrior descending from the sky at a critical moment to save Earth, coolly resolving the crisis and leaving behind legend after legend. When he grew up and realized this could never come true, he turned to cosplay. Acting out and filming his favorite characters and their stories became his new dream. Qin Yi's love for cosplay didn't stem from any grand dream of saving the world. It was simply about bringing his beloved characters into this world as if they had truly been here. That was enough. This was one of his few hobbies. When Mo Fei suggested inviting him to join a cosplay group shoot, Qin Yi felt a flicker of interest. Enjoying something together with a group was naturally more fun than doing it alone. Seeing that Qin Yi was considering it, Mo Fei's eyes lit up. "And I know you must be really struggling under that tigress watch. Trust me, if you come to my place you'll feel a lot more relaxed." He was dead set on luring him away. Qin Yi shook his head amused. "Who's struggling? Don't talk about my wife like that. But he'll think about that shoot." "Wife? Did he hear that right?" Mo Fei's eyes widened in disbelief. "Luo Shui wife. Yeah, I was too wild before and didn't see how good she was. But now." Qin Yi smiled, and the tenderness in his eyes stunned Mo Fei even more. "Anyway, I've decided to live up to this identity, love her, love Yi. So if anyone comes looking for me with entertainment plans, just turn them down for me, thanks." Mo Fei reached out and touched Qin Yi's forehead. It was warm, not feverish, but the words coming out of his mouth were a complete reversal from before. Could a car accident really have such a huge impact? "Hey, no fever, I'm serious." Qin Yi slapped his hand away and strode straight into the house, leaving Mo Fei standing there staring thoughtfully at his tall, receding figure. Steward Zhao, standing beside Mo Fei, looked at Qin Yi entering the house, then at Mo Fei lost, and both had silver-white hair, one short, one long, and were about the same height. With Qin Yi wearing high heels, he was just a forehead taller than Mo Fei. Standing together, they made a harmonious picture. Steward Zhao pulled himself together, walked over to Mo Fei, and offered to guide him. "Young Master Mo, this way, please." "Daddy." Qin Yi walked into the living room, froze at the middle-aged man sitting on the sofa reading a book, and hesitated for 2 seconds before speaking. Since possessing this body, this was his first time meeting his host's father. As the chairman of the colossal Qin group, just 2 glances at Qin Yi, whose hair and suit were immaculately neat, allowed Qin Yi to sense his mysterious authority. Unlike Luo Shui, whose sharp edge and icy striking aura were daunting, Qin Yi gave him a first impression of calm composure and depth washed by the passage of time. Hearing the voice, Qin Yi turned around and saw the newcomer. The book in his hand nearly slipped. The sudden woman was tall, with long legs, white hair, and blue pupils, wearing a tight leather Taoist robe that was both ethereal and alluring, like a character from a fantasy film or game. Her features were delicate and very beautiful, with a fleeting sense of familiarity. But that wasn't the point. The point was, why would such a woman appear openly in Qin Yi and Luo Shui's wedding home? Could it be that brat? Qin Yi's expression suddenly changed as he thought of something, fury surging in his eyes, and he slammed the table and stood up. "Smack! Bastard! That brat dares to bring any kind of person into the house now." Qin Yi had no idea that the voice just now came from the mouth of the woman with this exaggerated look. He scanned the other parts of the room, seemingly looking for signs of Qin Yi. The hand that was hanging by his trouser seam had subconsciously moved to his belt. Oh well. Chairman Qin's roar fell like a dull thunderclap. Qin Yi felt sweat beading on his forehead. "Strange, why is my foot shaking on its own?" Before Qin Yi could stammer an explanation, a voice suddenly sounded from behind. "Uncle Qin is here." Mo Fei, with a well-behaved junior demeanor, waved at Qin Yi with a bright smile and greeted him. Mo Fei, that troublesome second son of the Mo family. Qin Yi's face darkened further. A strange woman in a costume who popped out of nowhere, 2 good-for-nothing brats. What good could the 3 of them possibly do together? Moreover, that bastard Qin Yi was still nowhere to be seen. "Where is Qin Yi?" Qin Yi asked him in a deep voice. "Isn't this him?" Mo Fei looked at the person standing in front of him in surprise, then innocently pointed his index finger at Qin Yi. Qin Yi hesitantly waved his hand a little to show his presence. Qin Yi. Silence. For a moment the air was dead silent. Qin Yi stared intently at the cross-dressing Qin Yi, meticulously searching for any trace of that brat in his memory. Unfortunately, Qin Yi's makeup was too perfect: eyebrows thin and white, the corners of his eyes a delicate red, blue-violet, pupils clear and spirited, lips pink and bright, skin milky white, a slender waist, sharp shoulders, and legs slightly knock-kneed. He truly couldn't believe that the girl before him could be his core son. "Dad, This time Qin Yi heard clearly, and the last shred of doubt completely vanished. A bastard son dressed as a woman, and Mo Fei with torn trouser legs, also a brat. It wasn't that he hadn't seen same-sex relationships in their circle. He even knew of several entrepreneurs who kept gay lovers in private. He had thought that his brats fooling around with girls was bad enough, but now he was actually into. And with this kind of role-playing game. Qin Zihi's mind raced, his face alternating between pale and flushed, his hands clenched into fists and trembling slightly. Fine. Just fine. This rebellious son has grown so bold he's about to fly. Zayap, seeing a black belt whip out, Qin Yi's face changed, and he bolted away. From memory, if Qin Yi got angry, he would cut his living expenses without a word. To the point of wielding a belt meant the old man was truly furious. After his marriage to Luo Shui, the old man seldom personally disciplined him. Because for this brat, Qin Zihi's disappointment far outweighed his expectations. Seeing Qin Yi dressed like that with Mo Fei, the thought arose in his mind, this bastard is no longer satisfied with women. With that thought, he was so enraged that he didn't say another word, and just started lashing out. You bastard, stop right there. Qin Yi cried out, and dodged behind Mo Fei. Holy shit. Mo Fei saw Uncle Qin charging with the belt, also got spooked, and turned to hide behind Qin. Qin Yi found an opening, and immediately turned to run. The accessories on him jingled as he moved, and the sound of high heels rushed in disarray. In the chaos, Mo Fei accidentally pulled off the red string from Qin Yi's waist. But the belt Qin Yi swung at them didn't pause at all, whistling through the air. He didn't care about red strings or shackles anymore. Dad, what are you doing? What am I doing? You're already married, and still playing this gay game. They'll beat you. What? Smack. Several lashes hit the air. Qin Yi glared at Qin Yi, who had run behind the dining table, slightly out of breath. Gay. Mo Fei and Qin Yi exchanged a glance. Suddenly his face flushed. Qin Yi hid behind the back of a dining chair, panting and laughing bitterly. Know who's gay? Then tell me, what are you trying to do dressed like this? Huh. The girls aren't enough for you to mess with. Now you're putting— Qin Yi chased Qin Yi around the sofa, twice, slightly out of breath, glaring at him. The genuine leather belt in his hand gleamed with a leathery shine under the bright indoor lighting. Of course not. Qin Yi seized the opportunity to explain himself, clarifying that this was a new hobby he had recently grown fond of, not some improper kinky game. He and Mo Fei were completely innocent. A minute later, Qin Yi retracted his belt, glanced at Mo Fei, who was nodding frantically, then looked at Qin Yi, his voice calming down. It better be. When you have your physical, you'll have Dr. Zhao pay special attention to your lower body. Qin Yi. Mo Fei couldn't help but laugh. When Qin Yi shot him a dark look, he quickly composed himself and said seriously, sorry, I suddenly remembered I have things to do. They'll head back now. Bye, Uncle Qin. Time to scram. With such a tense atmosphere, collateral damage was inevitable, so Mo Fei chose to slip away. After Mo Fei left, the living room fell silent. Only the sound of 2 heavy breaths could be heard. Qin Zihi's long-held authority was evident, and it did not diminish much even when facing his own son. Moreover, he had just unleashed such a fury, his brows still raised fiercely, and now breathing heavily, staring at Qin Yi, who was still standing behind the chair. It put considerable pressure on Qin Yi. Too harsh, this 7-strip wolf. To avoid further awkwardness, Qin Yi broke the silence first. Dad, why did you suddenly come without telling me? Qin Yi coldly snorted and put away his belt, his tone indifferent. If your phone is broken, go get a new one. You don't answer calls, you don't reply to WeChat. What, you want to go live in the jungle? Originally, he wanted to ask how he was doing at home, whether he was feeling better, but since he didn't reply to any messages and his calls went unanswered, Qin Yi had his assistant drive him to the villa. After all, most of his work had been delegated to Luo Shui during this period, so he had plenty of time. He didn't expect this brat to give him such a big surprise. Off. Qin Yi only then remembered that his phone was on Do Not Disturb mode. He hadn't checked his messages while taking photos. Huh. Forgot to check. He laughed nervously, then added, besides, I'm just fine at home, nothing serious happened. Or do you have something for me to do, Dad? Qin Yi found it hard to look at Qin Yi in this state. With this disguise, it was as if he had raised a daughter who suddenly became all delicate and coquettish. But he did have something to tell him. Sunlight bathed the campus in golden warmth, verdant tree-lined paths wound gracefully through the grounds. Students strolled in 2s and 3s, some yawning sleepily, others chatting animatedly, on their way to class. I accidentally fell asleep with my phone last night. How did your interview go? Ugh, it was brutal. This is Mudu after all. Among those interviewing online for the bank's accounting position, one was a graduate student from Huaqing University, another a returnee from Boston University, while I, a local undergraduate, shivered quietly in the corner. I'm dying laughing. I truly envy the rich second-generation kids. They never fret over internships and just play all day. Haha, I heard Mo Urshio launched a live stream influencer agency. Maybe we could dabble in that if things get desperate. Oh, sorry. No worries at all. Lu Zixiao shook her head with a gentle smile and continued walking toward class with Fu Zhiran. On a narrow campus path teeming with students and crisscrossed by passing vehicles, a fleeting shoulder brush was utterly inconsequential. Fu Zhiran smoothed the fabric of his own shoulder, then noticed the strap of Lu Zixiao's dress had loosened behind hers, and instinctively reached out to tighten it. College students still in the bloom of youth possessed an irresistible, almost gravitational fascination with gossip. The two girls who'd bumped into them paused a few steps away and glanced back, only to see Fu Zhiran widely hailed as the most handsome student at Jiaodong University, bending tenderly to adjust his roommate's clothing. They instantly huddled together, whispering in breathless excitement, I couldn't even catch her face, but she's Fu Zhiran's girlfriend? Oh my gosh, she smiled so softly. Fu Zhiran wore a stylish, effortlessly elegant mullet cut. His features were sharply defined and exquisitely proportioned, his skin luminously fair, his bearing both refined and athletic. As a varsity volleyball player admitted through sports recruitment, and unfailingly courteous, he occupied a singular, almost mythical tier among campus heartthrobs, beloved not only by men, but especially revered by women as their unofficial female school idol. Alas, he had already publicly declared he was in a relationship. While the entire female student body sighed in collective wistfulness, they swiftly pivoted to passionately shipping his pairing with Lu Zixiao. This dynamic was infinitely more satisfying than the veiled, ambiguously coded sisterly affection between lead actresses on television, where subtext lingered just shy of authenticity. Here both women were strikingly beautiful, embodying the captivating contrast of literature major and athlete. Their kisses were real and their chemistry undeniably deliciously genuine. Remember when Qin Yi harassed Lu Zixiao last time? Fu Zhiran threw him clean over his shoulder, humiliating Qin Yi spectacularly. Absolutely electrifying. Yes, the curve of his biceps smoother than a dolphin's sleek hydrodynamic form. Oh, hurry, we'll be late. The two girls, dressed in classic Japanese-style school uniforms, quickened their pace, just as a sudden clamor rose at the campus gate. A sleek jet-black luxury sedan drew up at the entrance, its commanding presence arresting the gaze of every passerby and student alike. While Qin Yi adjusted his earphones and shifted his bag, Uncle Zhao had already stepped out from the driver's seat and opened the rear door with quiet, impeccable courtesy. The chatter of students, the blaring announcements from street vendors beyond the gate, and the soft rustle of wind through leaves all surged simultaneously into Qin Yi's ears. It felt as though he hadn't set foot on campus in ages. In that instant of returning, time folded, strange yet deeply nostalgic, vividly new and tenderly familiar. Holy, Qin Yi! As the astonished cry rang out across the crowd, every glance turned toward him sharpened with layered complexity. He survived that car crash unscathed. How does heaven even think? It should have taken this calamity off the earth. Shoo, keep your voice down. His family holds absolute sway over Mudu. Some hurried past faster, avoiding him, as if he were a plague. Others remained indifferent, casting only a cursory glance before continuing on their way. Still others lit up with undisguised delight and rushed forward to fawn upon him. Young Master Qin. Young Master Qin, you're finally back. His young mastery has arrived. Make woohoo. A cluster of boys suddenly materialized around Qin Yi, their expressions theatrically exaggerated, their smiles obsequiously bright, as though greeting a walking vault of soft pink currency. Qin Yi observed them silently, recognizing each face, understanding dawning within him. Of course, these were the loyal, ever-obliging underclassmen who trailed the original Qin Yi like devoted shadows during his campus escapades. When whims struck, Qin Yi would whisk them off to lavish diversions. When tasks arose, his generous tips left no room for complaint. To them, Qin Yi truly was their god of wealth. The dormitory building sat near the main gate, making the route to the teaching complex passed directly through the entrance. Qiu Haoran, Ding Peng, and Wan Feng had just rolled out of bed and hastily freshened up before descending. Passing the gate, they caught sight of the black sedan, and though Qin Yi's hair color had changed, they recognized him instantly. Damn, it's young Master Qin. Our hedonistic, carefree days are just around the corner again. True to form, the three charged forward, shouting exuberantly and orchestrating a full-fledged royal welcome for Qin Yi. Many students, swayed by their fervor, instinctively detoured. Even the security guards dared not utter a word. Strangely, today Qin Yi did not greet them with his usual easy grin and backslapping camaraderie. Instead, he offered only a faint, detached nod, his long legs moving without pause as he strode purposefully toward the teaching building, backpack slung over one shoulder. Uncle Zhao closed the car door the moment Qin Yi stepped out, then drove off once he'd passed through the campus gate, just as he always had accustomed to driving straight onto campus grounds. In the past, Qin Yi would disembark mere steps from his classroom, effortless and convenient. But today, finding such conspicuous arrival unbearable, he instructed Uncle Zhao to stop precisely at the gate instead. Qiu Haoran, young Master Qin, have you been resting well these past days? Qin Yi unruffled, fine. Ding Peng, is your health much improved? Wan Feng, Any lingering aftereffects? We've been deeply worried about you, brother. None. Something was profoundly off, deeply unsettlingly wrong. Qiu Haoran exchanged glances with Ding Peng and Wan Feng, each pair of eyes wide with disbelief and bewilderment. Terse, minimalist, economical with words. This was young Master Qin. Qin Yi crossed paths with Fu Zhiran and Lu Zixiao, and instantly the group behind him fell into absolute silence. Time itself seemed to stutter, a single leaf drifted motionless in the air. Lu Zixiao unconsciously tightened her grip on her handbag. Fu Zhiran quickened his step, subtly shielding half her line of sight from Qin Yi. At the mere sight of him her pulse steadied. Within a few breaths the two groups passed, then parted. 7 or 8 paces later Fu Zhiran halted and turned glancing back at Qin Yi. After a few seconds she looked away and murmured almost to herself, strange, far too strange. What is it? Lu Zixiao gently took her hand and asked, voice low and tender. Qin Yi, if you dare lay even a finger on Zixiao, I will ensure you pay dearly. Fu Zhiran squeezed her hand tightly, then shook her head, her expression shifting from icy resolve back to serene warmth. It's all right, let's go. You promised to tutor me, remember. I refuse to sit on old Hong's cold bench again. Fu Zhiran laughed lightly, swinging Lu Zixiao's hand as a breeze lifted the soft fringe from her forehead, imbuing her with the unmistakable radiant vitality of youth. Old Hong taught Fu Zhiran's core subject, a middle-aged man balding at the crown, round-bellied, perpetually sipping tea and endlessly chattering. His exams were notoriously merciless, even grade curving offered no salvation. After Fu Zhiran failed, Old Hong spared no opportunity to scold him relentlessly. Who told you not to study your notes properly before the exam? No more volleyball for you. Not until these few days are over. Lu Zixiao shot her a mock-stern look and smiled. Sigh. Fu Zhiran exhaled helplessly. Meanwhile Qin Yi, already seated by the window in the back row, opened his well-worn textbook, meeting the stunned, incredulous stares of Qiu Haoran and the others. Strange, most peculiar. Are those actually characters written on that book? Oh dear, now it can't be sold secondhand at a premium. Has the sun risen in the west? Is young Master Qin finally studying seriously? Has he been brainwashed at home? Or perhaps poisoned with a curse? Snap. Ouch. Ding Peng winced, clapping a hand to his forehead. Qiu Haoran shot him a sharp glare. Mind your tongue. Do you even know who he is? After all, Qin Yi was the undisputed heir to the Qin group, a name whispered with both awe and trepidation. Should he truly take offense, retribution might come without warning. Ding Peng instinctively recoiled, muttering meekly, I was only joking. Wan Feng watched Qin Yi study intently, stroking his chin in quiet contemplation. Then, as if struck by sudden inspiration, his brows lifted and a sly smile curved his lips. Leaning in, he murmured low and mischievously to the two, Care to place a wager with me? Qiu Haoran cast him a sidelong glance. What now? Are you offering napkins? Puffed. Wan Feng froze mid-smile, though a muscle twitched at his temple. He was a compulsive gambler, addicted to wagers, ready to stake anything he possessed. Yet lately fortune had turned against him. He'd already lost an entire month's supply of tissues to Qiu Haoran and the others. 5 giant packs of facial tissue, his very lifeline utterly obliterated. Hey. Ding Peng raised a hand to halt Qiu Haoran, then turned to Wan Feng with a cocked eyebrow. Deal. But if you lose, you'll wear a maid's uniform and join us for billiards. That demand frankly bordered on the absurd. Wan Feng narrowed his eyes, clenched his teeth, and forced out each word with a brittle, smiling precision. Agreed. If I win, you'll cover my breakfast for an entire month. Anything goes. This time he was absolutely certain he would not lose. You know what? I can't even be bothered to. And now, it was Qiu Haoran who restrained the irate Ding Peng, patting his arm to calm him before turning resolutely to Wan Feng. Fine. What's the bet? Wan Feng stole another glance at Qin Yi's back, then leaned in, close voice dropping to a conspiratorial hush. I wager that Qin Yi will pass this makeup exam. Not just pass, but do so entirely on his own merit. Qiu Haoran and Ding Peng exchanged skeptical glances. Young Master Qin, after all, rarely stepped out of class without vanishing into nights of revelry and drunken indulgence. When had he ever spared a thought for textbooks? And if memory served, this was his 3rd attempt. At their university, failing a core course meant retaking it, but credit hours were significantly reduced to avoid disrupting other coursework. Students confident in their readiness could petition their professor directly for early examination and accelerate. Yet to prevent repetition and curb opportunism, every makeup exam drew freshly randomized questions from the master bank, no more than once per month. Naturally, Qin Yi, who'd already failed twice, had certainly considered bribing the professor. Alas, no amount of money or veiled threats moved the venerable professor, whose resolve remained unshaken, even in the face of the Qin family's colossal influence. Exhausted by the ordeal, the original occupant of this body had simply surrendered, opting for idle detachment. Inchio Haoran and Ding Peng, who knew Qin Yi well, found it utterly implausible that he'd now succeed through sheer academic effort. How do you know he won't hire a proxy? Ding Peng rubbed his stubbled jaw, voicing the doubt gnawing at him. Wan Feng tilted his chin downward, waved a dismissive hand. With theatrical gravity, his sunlit blonde hair gleaming like spun gold, the celestial mechanics remained veiled. By the end of class, in the crowded rear rows of the lecture hall, Inchio Haoran's and Ding Peng's gazes scarcely strayed from Qin Yi seated ahead. Reluctant as they were to believe it, Qin Yi truly did not glance at his phone. Not once. Except for a single restroom break during the 2-hour session. His pen danced across the page with the restless diligence of a high school scholar. Classmates who recognized him couldn't help but cast curious, incredulous glances his way. Qin Yi remained unperturbed, fully immersed in the professor's lecture, wholly absorbed in the knowledge unfolding across the pages before him. These specialized courses, once sources of sheer tedium and torment, now held unexpected resonance. His conversation with Qin Jihai had laid bare an undeniable truth. Every condition for change lay before him. If he refused to act, he might never seize control of his own destiny, never live freely, love boldly, or become the man he longed to be. Late that night, reflecting quietly, he discovered, to his quiet astonishment, that he could truly sink into this sea of previously indifferent knowledge. Glancing at the clock, he noted the hour drawing near to dismissal. The silver-haired professor, swifter than any student, snapped shut his teacup and gathered his materials. At the chime, a wave of exhilarated bustle swept the hall. A flood of students poured forth like rivulets converging, shoulders brushing, bodies pressed tight in seamless rhythmic motion. Emerging from the comprehensive teaching building, the crowd surged en masse toward the canteen as if choreographed. Starving. Finally free. Third floor just opened a new fried chicken joint. Girls, let's go. Hey. Are you awake yet? The professor called your name. I covered for you. Don't you owe me a title of righteous father? Hold on. I dropped my pen. Oh, gone, utterly vanished. My beloved pen, so few and precious. Qin Yi quickened his pace until he reached the open sunlit path. The stairwell, packed with dozens bursting forth simultaneously, offered no breathing room. A journey of minutes stretched politely, elongated by orderly queues of university students, delayed by 7 or 8 extra minutes. The sensation of chest-to-back compression was stifling. Air barely circulated. With his acute sense of smell, he could even detect the layered musk of perfume and sweat, a minor purgatory in its own right. Only outside did his chest expand, breath deepening in relief. Qin Yi exhaled, and in that same instant an arm hooked firmly around his own. A panting blonde-haired youth, Wan Feng, materialized beside him. Honestly, every class dismissal turns into a human tide. Can't this wretched campus build more exits? Ugh. Wan Feng was still griping, clutching his textbook, when Qin Yi without warning gripped his shoulders and smoothly pushed him aside. Young Master Qin. Wan Feng staggered a step, stunned. Qin Yi's bold dark brows flickered with the faintest crease of impatience, before Inchio Haoran's and Ding Peng's footsteps closed in light and quick, halting at his side. Young Master Qin, shall we head out together? Still dining off campus today? Inchio Haoran and Ding Peng fell in a step beside him, breath slightly ragged. Qin Yi glanced at them, expression cool and detached. Go ahead. I have matters to attend to. Young Master Qin. Without another word, he slung his backpack over one shoulder and strode away, unhurried yet decisive. Breeze lifted the hem of his coat, revealing a newfound crispness in his bearing, starkly divorced from his former languid nonchalance. Seconds later, Inchio Haoran blinked back to awareness and nudged Wan Feng, who still stared transfixed at Qin Yi's retreating figure. Come on, canteen. Off-campus feasts were costly, luxuries reserved for nobles. As commoners, they'd only ever tasted such richness by clinging to the coattails of the exalted young Master Qin. Now abandoned, they'd return to their humble fare. Ding Peng rubbed his stomach with a sigh. Unseen by them, Wan Feng's fingertips tapped idly, rhythmically against his own knuckles. Suddenly, a different light kindled in his bright eyes. He smiled faintly at Inchio Haoran. You two go ahead. I must verify something. And in an instant, he vanished. Let's go to XX Medical University. Yes, young master. Luo Shui smoothly turned the steering wheel and effortlessly slipped through the surging traffic. His long, elegant fingers tapped idly against his thigh. Qin Yi sat with eyes closed, lost in thought. Inchio Haoran and Ding Peng were the grassroots followers of his former self at university. Like his former self, they disliked studying, loved basketball, drinking, and chasing women. Wan Feng, too, was a carefree youth who shunned responsibility, yet he differed from them. He was obsessed with gambling, fortune-telling, and wine, a whimsical devotee of Taoist culture, a young mystic with an eccentric flair. When they went out together for fun, Wan Feng never groped the women. Instead, he delighted in challenging them to drinking games. Once drunk, he simply fell asleep. He claimed infant urine was exceedingly precious, and refused to lose his purity so soon. He also practiced an unorthodox style of Tai Chi, learned somewhere unknown, far surpassing what university instructors taught, effortlessly toppling 3 thugs at once. Such a man, had he avoided falling into Qin Yi's orbit of corruption, might well have forged a remarkable path of his own. Alas, it was a pity. In those earlier days, even feigning normalcy had disgusted him. Qin Yi lowered his gaze while brewing tea. His son's theatrical demeanor unsettled him deeply. Better not to look at all. You're already 24. Have you ever considered what you truly wish to do? Or will you remain forever hidden behind her shadow, recklessly surrendering your life upon a woman's lap? The her Qin Yi referred to was of course Luo Shui. To outsiders, Qin Yi was the sole heir to the Qin group. Yet to everyone's astonishment, Qin Yi appointed his son's new wife Luo Shui as the group's executive president, a sudden, unprecedented promotion. After earning the full confidence of the entire organization through her own merit, Luo Shui's husband, Qin Yi's biological son, found his position suddenly awkward and ambiguous. Qin Yi sat across from his father, eyes modestly downcast. Had his former self heard these words, even if spoken by his own father, he would have instantly tensed, bristling like a startled hedgehog unleashing a torrent of raw fury. The exalted crown prince despised nothing more than being lectured on how to live. Yet the body before him was no longer inhabited by that reckless, arrogant scion. This Qin Yi was reborn, radiant, luminous, and irrepressibly sunny. Qin Yi, the noble neo. Qin Yi lifted his head, lips curving gently upward. His clear, bright eyes, soft and serene, contrasted strikingly with his bold, defiant brows. Calm and unhurried, he said, "She has her dreams to pursue, and so do I. Luo Shui is thriving just as she is. I know my own limits. I won't inherit the Qin group. Whether it passes to Luo Shui or to Qin Yi, I simply wish to open my own small shop, save modestly, gather a few true friends, and live an ordinary, peaceful life. Tranquility, free of calamity or sorrow, is the greatest happiness this world offers." Qin Yi sipped his rare, exquisitely brewed tea and glanced at his son. He murmured softly, "Have you lost your mind? Rejecting a fortune worth billions, just to run a tiny shop in retirement?" Qin Yi smiled faintly. "With my talent for squandering wealth, even $1 trillion wouldn't last me long. Of course, modest savings meant merely 100 million, hardly extravagant." He chuckled softly. "Are you certain?" Qin Yi nodded confidently. Qin Yi nodded pensively. "It seems your reflection after the accident ran deep indeed. Very well. Learn to build from nothing. Some matters I shall no longer intervene in. I trust you possess the confidence to succeed entirely on your own, without relying on anyone." Oh, starting from scratch. Was this some legendary infernal trial mode straight out of myth? Qin Yi's smile froze. The chuckle vanished. "Wait, father, what about startup capital?" Qin Yi slapped his thigh and rose abruptly, cutting him off. "Your father earned your grandfather's approval and secured the family's resources, not through privilege but sheer grit and determination. I believe you can do the same." Qin Yi approached Qin Yi, hand raised to pat his shoulder, then paused, noticing the smooth, fair curve of exposed skin, and instead gently clapped his upper arm. As if recalling something, he added gravely, "Naturally, don't assume I'll clean up after any reckless folly you commit." Facing Qin Yi, the archetypal miser capitalist, Qin Yi had never truly received anything directly from him. His monthly allowance, and even the funds for his car, came solely from Liang Yan. From childhood onward, he'd received little genuine care from his father. Even gifts or money were always delivered through his mother. In memory, Qin Yi's presence signaled only stern lectures and reprimands. After every misstep, it was always his father who quietly resolved the fallout. Resentment, yet no desire to break free. That was his former self's complex bond with Qin Yi, his only child. Yet this outcome was entirely the consequence of that former self's own recklessness. No startup capital, no more cleanup. Qin Yi offered neither. Qin Yi had no choice but to accept. No argument possible. Well, at least he hadn't been disowned. Offering himself quiet reassurance, he exhaled slowly, his gaze hardening with resolve. "Very well. I will accomplish what I wish to do on my own. Young master, we've arrived." Qin Yi opened his eyes to see the familiar campus gate. Deep red marble bore the school's name, carved in bold dragon and tiger calligraphy. "Teachers," said the founding principal himself, pinned the characters later engraved by master artisans. The university bore the gentle weight of time, its buildings softened by decades of quiet passage. It was lunchtime, the plaza before the main gate nearly deserted. "Shall we drive in?" Uncle Zhao peered into the rearview mirror. Qin Yi withdrew his gaze and nodded. "Park inside, please." "Understood, young master." Though puzzled as to why Qin Yi had come to this unfamiliar campus, Zhao remained unfazed and steered the car forward. They circled past the open plaza parking opposite the athletic field. Instantly, youthful figures multiplied within his field of vision. Qin Yi stepped out and walked alone toward the main building, his chest tight with inexplicable tension. "Unbelievable. A fly in our food." and the chef refuses to admit it. Two girls stormed out of the cafeteria so incensed they failed to notice Qin Yi standing ahead, colliding lightly with his side. "Oh, so sorry. No harm done." As the girl looked up, her apologetic expression shifted to stunned surprise. Before her stood a young man with luminous peach blossom eyes, refined, yet dashing features, fair skin, and simple, effortless attire. His very presence radiating a pure orchid-like humility and grace. He felt utterly unlike any boy she'd ever met. Though it was their first encounter, Xiao Yuha's heartbeat fluttered wildly, unprecedented, unbidden. Qin Yi assured her it was fine, smiling warmly as he gestured aside to let them pass. Just as he turned toward the stairs, one girl stepped boldly into his path. "Hey, classmate, you're incredibly handsome. Can I add you on WeChat?" While Xiao Yuha stood frozen, her roommate Ning Shu seized the moment and stepped forward. Qin Yi blinked, then offered a shy sunlit smile, his handsome features glowing in the afternoon light. He began to decline, but she laughed, gently silencing him. "I'm Ning Shu, she's my roommate Xiao Yuha. We're third-year students in biopharmaceutical engineering. Might we be honored to make your acquaintance?" Her sincerity and radiant, unforced smile made refusal feel strangely impossible. "Ning Shu, Xiao Yuha." Qin Yi repeated the names inwardly, and instantly recalled, weren't they her classmates? Unlike high school, university classes rarely held fixed seats. Students rotated across courses, often mingling with peers from other majors. Once class ended, everyone scattered to their own pursuits. Over 3 years, she had formed close bonds almost exclusively with her roommate. Most classmates remained mere faces without names. The names were familiar, the faces vaguely so, but matching either name to a face, she couldn't manage more than a handful on one hand. Yet since they were classmates, Qin Yi relaxed instantly. "I'm Qin Yi, studying at the neighboring University of International Relations. I'm here to meet someone." She should still be upstairs having lunch. Her favorite spot was the second-floor Chinese fast food canteen, affordable, filling, and reliable. She ate there 5 days a week. Today was Tuesday, so she'd almost certainly be at her usual table on the second floor. Qin Yi glanced upward at the staircase, thoughtful. Ning Shu and Xiao Yuha exchanged a glance, astonished. Was the handsome guy already taken? Ning Shu voiced the question immediately. "Are you here to see your girlfriend?" Qin Yi shook his head. "No, not exactly. Just a friend. She studies here." He added, "WeChat's fine. I'll scan yours." He pulled out his phone and opened the QR scanner. He remembered both excelled academically and possessed natural mentors, skilled communicators. If they ever needed opportunities, he could recommend them to Luo Shui. Her family's biopharmaceutical enterprise, already the industry leader in Shanghai, was a coveted destination for interns. "Thank you, Qin classmate. We won't disturb you any longer. We'll let you find your friend." Qin Yi waved cheerfully as they walked away. Once they'd receded a short distance, he steadied his thoughts and ascended the stairs, now well beyond the cafeteria, strolling along the tree-lined path beside the sports field. Ning Shu nudged Xiao Yuha's shoulder, waving her newly added WeChat contact with a triumphant spring-like grin. "See, opportunity only comes to those who chase it. Hesitate, and the handsome guy slips right through your fingers." Xiao Yuha glimpsed Qin Yi's whimsical, cartoonish, happy Superman avatar and fell silent. Her earlier flutter dissolved like bubbles into thin air, leaving behind only a quiet, complicated ache. She turned her gaze away, voice suddenly subdued. "Internship begins next semester. Better focus now, study diligently for exams. Failing would complicate things considerably." Ning Shu. After a bout of persistent questioning from Ning Shu, Xiao Yuha finally voiced her thought. Ning Shu nearly tripped. "This actually works." The second floor was bustling with people. Qin Yi mingled at the back of the crowd, pacing back and forth while watching the slender figure eating. Qin Yi hesitated. How should he tell her? She had reincarnated. He was now a man in a woman's body. Would she believe? Amid his hesitation, someone patted his shoulder. Qin Yi turned around and saw a male student holding a bouquet of roses in front of him. "Bro will give you this bouquet. My confession failed, and it's a pity to throw away. I thought you might need it." With that, ignoring whether Qin Yi wanted it or not, he lifted Qin Yi's hand and placed the roses into it. The guy cast a knowing glance toward the inside, revealing a meaningful smile. He turned and left, exuding a carefree air of doing a good deed without leaving a name. "Hey." Qin Yi stood there stunned, holding the bright red roses, instantly becoming the center of attention. "I've seen you sneaking glances for a while." "Go ahead," another person said to Qin Yi. It was one of the boys sitting at the table in front of him who were having a meal. Qin Yi was handsome and clean-cut, drawing attention from passers-by. Not to mention the group of boys eating. Obviously, he was misunderstood. Qin Yi's face flushed, and the roses in his hand felt like a hot potato. "It's not what you think." "Still saying that? Bro, your face is red. How amusing. If you don't go now, that girl will finish eating and leave." The boy with a buzz cut laughed. This was the most exciting drama on a college campus, never lacking spectators and hecklers. "Bro, need me to record it for you?" No need." The more he explained, the more confused it became. Qin Yi simply turned and hurried into the cafeteria, as if fleeing. Oh my god, how could a college student bring rejected roses into the cafeteria? And aren't there not that many spectators in life? He had been peeking at his best friend, not a secret crush. Qin Yi with his long legs quickly arrived at Han Qingyu's table. Perhaps due to the emotional turmoil and the quick walk, Qin Yi's breath was still unsteady. Qingyue. Seeing her, his chest heaved, and he called out the name from memory in a daze. This best friend of hers was much prettier than herself. Her features were delicate skin, fair and smooth, long slender eyebrows, eyes like autumn water, and a small mole at the corner of her right eyebrow, adding an unusual charm to her pure temperament. Her slightly wavy hair was tied low behind her head, and the bangs falling over her forehead perfectly framed her slightly slender cheekbones. If not for her lack of interest in boys and her reserved nature, Han Qingyue would have long been hailed as the campus beauty or department beauty. Meeting again after so long at close quarters, the first thought that arose in her heart was, she had lost weight. Han Qingyue had noticed him earlier. The figure pacing at the entrance when it turned around revealed a face deeply etched in her memory. Hearing him call her that, Han Qingyu's beautiful eyes flickered with a dark light. Qin Yi was slightly taken aback when he saw the food on the table. This wasn't cafeteria food, it was braised chicken rice from the school gate. Had she brought takeout to eat here? Want to have some together? Han Qingyue noticed his gaze on the food, so she put on a friendly smile and asked with a gentle maidenly tone. Sure. Qin Yi hadn't eaten yet and was a bit hungry, so he nodded immediately. He completely failed to notice that her eyes with smiles that didn't reach them held a hint of gloom and eeriness. He placed the roses on the table, sat down opposite Han Qingyue, and picked up another pair of chopsticks. 2 sets of chopsticks. Did you invite someone else? Qin Yi asked curiously. Han Qingyue shook her head. No one. That person always liked to share her food, so she had gotten into the habit of ordering an extra pair of chopsticks. But now that person was no longer here. A mouthful of braised chicken went down. The savory and delicious taste made Qin Yi squint his eyes in satisfaction. Delicious. So delicious. This was the braised chicken rice she didn't get to eat before her death. Satisfied. Humph. Master Qin, is there something you want to tell me? Qin Yi put down his chopsticks, waited until he had swallowed everything, and nodded. Yes, but there are too many people here. It's not a good place to talk. Qin Yi was not surprised that she knew who he was. After the accident news had broadcast for a day, presumably Han Qingyue had seen the report that was later taken down. The small woods on campus were a sacred place for couples to meet secretly. It was sparsely populated at noon, and would only gain a unique atmosphere at night. However, Qin Yi invited Han Qingyue here because he wanted to pour out his heart. Further inside was a small lake about half a basketball court in size, surrounded by dense woods and low shrubs. A couple of mandarin ducks drifted on the lake with blue ripples spreading. On the edge of the grass, a few unknown wildflowers bloomed, attracting butterflies dancing gracefully. A gentle breeze swept by, bringing a natural scent of earth and lake grass. There's actually a place like this, Qin Yi marveled. He rarely came to the woods during his school days. Just now, catching a glimpse of water, he curiously followed the winding path and discovered this hidden scenery. And there are even mandarin ducks. Qin Yi turned around with a smile, only to see a long, slender, broken branch coming at his face with a whistling wind. Smack! The branch landed squarely on Qin Yi's face, stinging with pain. Ah! He cried out in pain and retreated, stepping into a dirt pit by the path, twisting his ankle and falling sideways onto the ground. Under his palms were sharp grass blades and softly thawed soil, an unpleasant sensation. Han Qingyue was still swinging the branch at him, crying and shouting as she swung. Give me back Xiaoyi, give me back Xiaoyi, you murderer. The tearing cries and curses made Qin Yi's heart ache. Qingyue, so you've been grieving for me all along. The braised chicken in the cafeteria, the thin cheekbones, the all-out beating, the reedied yelling. Qin Yi raised his arm to block the branch from hitting his face, inadvertently catching sight of Han Qingyu's wet red eyes. The branch landing on his body felt as if it were lashing his heart, filling him with both heartache and sorrow. Qin Yi struggled to get up from the ground. On his originally fair and delicate face, thin, dense red marks the size of a palm stretched from his temples to his jaw, with green grass blades stuck in his hair, making him exceptionally disheveled. Seeing her best friend grieving for her should bring joy and heartache. But the branch hitting him relentlessly was like an ancient torture whip, lashing almost to the point of death. For the first time, Qin Yi realized how strong her best friend really was. Qingyue, listen to me. He dodged a strike by bending down clumsily, but still some leaves grazed his ear. Another sharp, stinging pain. Needless to say, it must have drawn blood. Don't call me that. Han Qingyue shouted at him harshly, her eyes red. Scum degenerate, why didn't you die? Why? Han Qingyue clenched her teeth, swinging her arm, the bitter sorrow in her eyes mixed with a fierce, murderous intent. She was originally a gentle and indifferent person. The only friend she made at school was Qin Yi. But this bastard had taken her life away. The restored young Master Qin could continue his carefree, debauched life, but her Xiaoyi could never accompany her for a walk on the playground again. Seeing the shocking blood marks on Qin Yi's face and arms, a surge of satisfaction flashed through Han Qingyu. The branch was deliberately chosen along the way. Its leaves had sharp, serrated edges, and each time it landed on him, it left multiple bloody marks. Moreover, the branch itself was extremely tough and wouldn't break when swung. Qin Yi had no chance to speak as the branch kept falling on him. While dodging, he stepped on a stone and fell again, but the back of his head touched a cool, wet patch. Qin Yi turned his head and saw that he had fallen to the edge of the lake. In a daze, he glimpsed another branch descending with the sound of cutting through air. He stopped struggling and closed his eyes. If this could calm her down. However, a second later, the expected pain on his face did not arrive. He heard Han Qingyu let out a soft cry, and then a soft body suddenly fell onto him. The same stone that had tripped Qin Yi also tripped Han Qingyu. Fortunately, falling on Qin, it didn't hurt, and she didn't fall into the water as gracelessly as he had. Han Qingyu struggled to get up, but Qin Yi tightly wrapped his arms around her waist. How dare this bastard! Han Qingyu gritted her teeth, digging her nails into Qin Yi's arm to push herself up. Qin Yi gasped, "Qin Yi is not dead." Phew. He had finally said it. These words were like a bell tolling, and Han Qingyu stood frozen on the spot. "You? What did you say?" "Woo. It hurts so much, woo." In the simply decorated yet cozy apartment, a clear male voice sobbed with grievance. Han Qingyu, holding tweezers, picked up a cotton ball soaked in saline solution and carefully dabbed it on his back. Han Qingyu never imagined that such a thing as soul exchange and rebirth could exist in this world. "You? What are you saying? Qin Yi didn't die? The one who died was that wealthy playboy. Now this body belongs to Qin Yi." Qin Yi felt utterly terrible all over. He took a deep breath and forced himself to finish speaking through the pain. "What do you mean she's not dead? What do you mean this body is Qin Yi's? Could it be that they had swapped souls?" The answer that popped into her mind was too absurd. Han Qingyu would rather believe that this idiot was fooling her. What nonsense are you talking? Seeing that she still didn't believe him, Qin Yi simply looked straight into Han Qingyu's eyes and spoke clearly and deliberately. "Really? You also have a red mole on your left chest near your armpit." Slap. Ow. Han Qingyu instinctively slapped him, leaving another red mark on Qin Yi's face. After all, it was a private area, and a guy had just mentioned it. Han Qingyu's hand moved faster than her mind. It was only after she calmed down that she realized something was off. She had never had a boyfriend, never worn low-cut clothes. Since entering university, she had been renting an apartment across from the campus on her own. Only Qin Yi had seen her in her underwear. Therefore, no one but Qin Yi knew about that mole. Could this man really be Xiao Yi? But this was too fantastical. Han Qingyu stared blankly at the man beneath her. His disheveled short hair was wet with water, mud, and leaves clung to his forehead, nose, and cheeks, marks from branches that had lashed him. The long, narrow wounds were stark against his pale skin. Bright drops of blood oozed along the wounds like plum blossoms blooming in the snow. It lent the young man's handsome face a breathtaking, pitiable beauty of brokenness. Beneath his heroic sword-like brows were a pair of affectionate, beautiful peach blossom eyes, now moist and reddened, brimming with grievance. It was only at this moment that Han Qingyu realized that his eyes were as pure and clear as Xiao Yi's. "You? Are you really Xiao Yi?" Qin Yi nodded with grievance, his wet eyes reddening. "I didn't die." Han Qingyu bit her lip and stared at him fixedly. Second by second passed, and those beautiful black and white eyes gradually filled with tears, until her long, slender eyelashes could no longer bear the weight of the tears, and drop by drop they fell onto his collar. Han Qingyu could no longer remain calm. She buried herself in Qin Yi's arms and sobbed loudly. "Xiao Yi isn't dead. Xiao Yi is alive." She was so happy. So happy. The grief she had held back over the past few days poured out all at once. Feeling his warmth, Han Qingyu let her emotions run wild. Hearing his best friend sobbing uncontrollably in his arms, Qin Yi endured the pain and held Han Qingyu tightly. "Was that noise coming from over there just now? Are we really appropriate to go over? What if it's just a couple dating and messing around? You said what if it's school violence?" "I heard a girl crying. Besides, this slope is steep and overgrown with weeds. Hardly anyone comes here. Forget it, let's go take a look quickly just to make sure nothing bad happens." "Hey, there's someone over there." Several voices came from not far away. Qin Yi patted Han Qingyu. "Someone's coming. We should go back first." "All right, let's go back to my place." Han Qingyu sat up and wiped her tear-reddened eyes. When she looked up and saw Qin Yi's battered, miserable state covered in wounds, she couldn't help but shed a few more tears. She stood up and helped the struggling Qin Yi up, supporting him by her side. Fortunately, although Qin Yi was tall, he was thin and not very heavy, so she didn't find it too difficult to support him. Just then, a few people pushed through the grass and arrived at their spot. "Damn, dude, your face is all messed up." "Hey, don't say that." The tall guy elbowed the chubby guy with glasses, then looked at Qin Yi with concern. "Are you okay, man?" Their faces were unfamiliar, probably freshmen or sophomores. Han Qinghua spoke before Qin Yi could. Junior, could you help me support him? My little brother accidentally slipped and fell. Not her boyfriend. The few exchanged glances, instantly excited. So she's a senior. Don't worry, senior, leave it to us. They'll help send your brother to the school clinic. Qin Yi, who had been silent for a while, suddenly spoke. No need. I just have scratches. I can go to my sister's place and apply some medicine. The guy looked at his face and couldn't help saying, Dude, don't be tough. I think you're pretty badly hurt. Really, no need. He had just been discharged from the hospital a few days ago and really didn't want to smell disinfectant again. Han Qinghua, then just take him to my place. Thanks, juniors. Seeing Qin Yi's insistence, the guys gave. After helping Qin Yi to the entrance of Han Qingyu's apartment complex, since they had afternoon classes, they left. Before leaving to express his gratitude, Qin Yi gave each of them a red envelope with 600 yuan. They couldn't stop exclaiming, almost kneeling to thank him and calling him their benefactor. Supporting Qin Yi into the elevator, Han Qinghua couldn't help asking, Where did you get so much money? Qin Yi smiled, but because it tugged at his wounds, he couldn't help sucking in a light breath. He said slowly, It's from this body. Spending it on good deeds. However I use it, it's worth it. Besides, he killed me. I mean, he ran me over, made me unable to go home, and saddled me with all sorts of romantic debts. It's only right that I spend his money. Why are you so proud of it? Han Qinghua gave him a helpless look, then supported him, took out her keys, and opened the door to get inside. By the lake, Qin Yi hadn't felt too much pain, just discomfort, but after entering Han Qingyu's apartment, the pain on his skin suddenly bubbled up like boiling soup gurgling with bubbles. It hurts. My back. My face too. And my arms. My feet. Pain. Everywhere hurts. Qin Yi moaned miserably, leaning against Han Qinghua. A flicker of self-blame passed through Han Qingyu's eyes. She helped him sit up, her voice gentle. Sorry, Xiaoyi. Take off your clothes first. They'll get the disinfectant. It's okay. Qin Yi straightened up and gritted his teeth as he took off his shirt. Where the fabric stuck to his wounds, it tore away, leaving a searing, burning sensation across his body. But he knew he couldn't apply medicine with clothes on, so he clenched his teeth and pulled it off in one go. After taking it off, he collapsed weakly onto the bed. His wounds were mostly concentrated on his arms and back. His chest, thanks to instinctive protection, had no injury. Han Qinghua had initially felt a bit shy, but when she saw those shocking wounds, her eyelashes trembled, her eyes reddened, and again tears fell. I'll go get the medicine. Qin Yi was completely engulfed by the pain and didn't notice the tremor in her voice. He hummed an mm, and the room fell silent. Soon Han Qinghua came back with the medicine. Her slender pale hand with red marks held tweezers, picking up a cotton ball soaked in saline and carefully dabbed it on the deepest wound. Qin Yi's whole body shuddered, and then he let out a cry of pain. Ah! After yelling, he collapsed and whimpered softly like a pitiful big dog. It hurts. Han Qinghua felt both sympathy and amusement. Almost done. Bear with it. Woo-woo. These on your face might leave scars. It's fine. We have a family doctor. His medicine is very good. There's scar removal. All right. She carefully cleaned the dirt from the deep wounds, then applied iodine. For the shallow wounds, she dabbed them with alcohol swabs. After all that fuss, Qin Yi had fallen asleep, covered in fine sweat. After disinfecting her own wounds briefly, Han Qinghua took off Qin Yi's shoes and wiped the sweat from his. Then she lay down on her side next to him, facing his profile. Thinking of something, she curled her lips, a hint of satisfied joy rippling in her eyes. Fortunately, there were no afternoon classes. Drowsiness crept in, and Han Qinghua closed her eyes and fell asleep as well. A sharp hiss escaped his lips. Qin Yi was woken up by the pain from his wound when he subconsciously turned over. He winced, then saw Han Qinghua lying beside him. Sunlight streamed through the window, casting half the bed in a warm glow. The young girl, backlit, was basking in the sunlight, fast asleep, as if dreaming of something wonderful. Her brows were curved and the corners of her lips slightly lifted. Qin Yi couldn't help smiling, but the unpleasant sensation on his back made him feel a bit aggrieved. Damn it, how can you sleep so soundly? The more he thought about it, the more unfair it seemed, so he couldn't resist reaching out to pinch Han Qinghua's delicate. Seeing Han Qinghua frown, apparently about to wake up, Qin Yi withdrew his hand. When she continued sleeping soundly, he couldn't help but smile again. He had stayed at Han Qinghua's place several times before, so he walked into the bathroom with ease. When he saw himself in the mirror, his eyes widened in shock. One word: miserable. Utterly miserable. The scratches on his face looked like 7 or 8 long claw marks from a cat, the closest one just a centimeter from his eye. A little more to the side and his eyelid would have been hit. He hadn't expected his best friend to be so formidable in a fight, and all that force had been applied to him. Qin Yi felt like crying, but had no tears. Even though this body was not his own, and he wouldn't feel hurt wherever it was injured, the physical pain was real. Most importantly, how was he going to explain this to Luo Shui? As Qin Yi frowned in thought, a robotic voice rang out. Master, are you troubled by the scars? We have a scar removal cream that can perfectly restore your flawless skin in 3 hours. He almost forgot he had the system. Restore to original in 3 hours. What a good thing. Yes. Of course yes. With bright eyes Qin Yi asked the system, yes, yes, yes. How many starlight points? The system's crisp robotic voice drifted over only 500. You can't lose, you can't be fooled. Don't miss this opportunity. You sound like that peddler selling Luo Shui pills. Oh, my system products, how can they be compared to street stall placebos? Qin Yi seemed to see a little electronic elf puffing out its cheeks, crossing its arms, lifting its chin, and giving a disdainful hum. He couldn't help laughing and ended up buying the scar removal cream recommended by the system. Truly worthy of future technology. When he applied the milky white cream to his skin, the pain miraculously vanished, leaving only a cool sensation. But he had only 100 starlight points left, giving him a long-lost feeling of poverty and embarrassment. There were so many good things in the system, but now he couldn't buy any of them. Boo-hoo. When it came to the back of his neck, Qin Yi was troubled. It was fine on his face and hands, but he couldn't reach his back. Forget it, head. Let his wife help him apply it when he got back. Qin Yi checked the phone in his pocket. It was exactly 2 in the afternoon. He sent a WeChat message to Uncle Zhao. Uncle Zhao, please buy a black shirt for me and deliver it here to pick me up. Qin Yi sent his location, and soon a reply came back. Got it, young master. There were many unread messages. There was one from his original Bodis mother Liang Yan. Qin Yi opened it and scrolled through. First she complained that his father hadn't let him rest a few more days and sent him to school so soon. Then she transferred 100,000 yuan in pocket money to his card, saying to ask for more if it wasn't enough. Next she asked if he had any girl he liked, if so bring her home to meet the family. She said that since Luo Shui didn't know how to take care of him, he should get a new wife, though the child must be of the Qin family. Qin Yi, Mom, the one I love is Luo Shui, and only Luo Shui. Please don't worry unnecessarily. Besides, I'm an adult now. Oh, I can take care of myself, and also take care of Yining. It's fine as it is. Qin Yi quickly typed that, and sent it, afraid that his doting mother would start thinking about introducing him to blind dates after a divorce. Soon a reply came. Alright, if you like her then fine. But you'd better give me a big grandson, then let Luo Shui stay home to take care of the family and teach the children while you obediently inherit the Qin Corporation. Qin Yi frowned slightly. Mom, what arrow is this? Where is it written that a woman must stay home and raise children? She has the right to choose her own life. I don't care. If you want to be worthy of your surname, you must inherit the Qin Corporation. It's like a throne inheritance system, isn't it? What a feudal relic. Her strong tone left Qin Yi speechless. After a 3-second pause, he typed a few words and exited the interface. I refuse. Mo Fei had also sent him a few messages. Qin Yi opened them and saw an invitation for a role photo shoot. Bro, I have all the cosplay costumes here as well as a makeup room. You can come over and have a solo shoot. First indoors, then we'll go to the seaside. Bro, do you have class this afternoon? If not, just come over. Here's my company address. Class. Damn, he still had class this afternoon. Mo Fei's reminder made Qin Yi's heart leap. Originally, after finally being able to leave home, he wanted to see how his still-in-school best friend was doing. But instead, he ended up miserably taking a beating for that dead bastard. He had even forgotten about the afternoon class. Just then, Uncle Zhao called, saying he was at the door. So Qin Yi simply went to open the door shirtless. The butler Zhao was startled when he saw the wounds on Qin Yi's face. Young master, you're injured. Qin Yi shook his head. I fell by accident. It's nothing. Don't worry about it. Since there was no need to worry, butler Zhao didn't ask further. He handed the bag of clothes to Qin Yi. Young master, the clothes you requested. Thank you, Uncle Zhao. How much? He'll reimburse you via WeChat. 2,600. Uncle Zhao nodded slightly, not being polite with Qin Yi. Qin Yi's hand reaching into the bag paused. He felt as if he were holding a small bag of gold nuggets. He couldn't help sighing, what an extravagant life. Qin Yi put on the comfortable shirt, glanced back at the bedroom, then walked to the living room, picked up the notepad and pen on the coffee table, wrote down his number, and quickly left the house. Outside the door, butler Zhao gave a brief glance inside the house, then stood with his back to the door, waiting quietly. Let's go, Uncle Zhao. Qin Yi followed butler Zhao into the elevator, went straight down to the underground garage, and got into his family's luxury car, which was low-key, yet ostentatious. He took a mask from the storage compartment and put it on, hiding the naughty yet fully healed wounds on his face. For the rest of the class, Qin Yi did not remove the mask. After class, Zhou Haoran and the others tried to stop Qin Yi and invite him to play basketball, but they were silenced by the aloof gaze in Qin Yi's eyes, a stark contrast to his previous carefree demeanor. They could only watch helplessly as Qin Yi strode over and got into the luxury car that had driven into the campus. Ignoring the commotion outside the window, Qin Yi adjusted his sitting position, slightly crossed his long legs in a lazy manner, interlaced his fingers, and said to butler Zhao, pick up Yining. It's almost time for Yinyan's preschool to finish. Half of his face was hidden behind the mask, making his expression unreadable. His silk-fitted shirt shimmered with a flowing luster, adding an appropriate lively layer to his otherwise quiet and cold black ensemble. The all-black outfit made Qin Yi's fair skin from a life of luxury appear even paler and colder. In his every move there was no trace of his former carefree frivolity. Each gesture and word exuded an indescribable aura that didn't inspire fear, but made others think twice before acting recklessly. Yes, young master. Butler Zhao glanced at the sharp-featured Qin Yi in the rearview mirror, sighing to himself that he looked exactly like the head of the family in his youth. But that woman, could she be another mistress that the young master keeps outside? I don't believe you. You say your father loves you, but why has he never come to pick you up from school? Oh, your mom hasn't come many times either. But it's just as well. She's like an ice block. One look would freeze you to death. So scary. Sun Xiaohu sat backwards on his chair, his face full of fat, making all kinds of funny faces at the girl who was as delicate as a porcelain doll. You? Yin Yin's eyes reddened with anger. Seeing she was about to cry, Sun Xiaohu escalated his teasing by sticking out his tongue mockingly. Naya, I'm right, aren't I? Ha ha. Sun Xiaohu and his deskmate laughed rudely, but their smugness lasted only a few seconds before they were caught off guard by a book thrown at them. Ouch! The girl with a ponytail beside Yin threw a textbook at Sun Xiaohu's face and scolded in a clear voice, "Are you annoying, or what? How dare you throw that at me? You're asking for it." Sun Xiaohu furiously swung his fist at Chang Liao, but to his surprise Chang Liao easily dodged it, and with a countermove sent him spinning to the ground. Seeing this, Sun Xiaohu's lackey deskmate also attacked Chang Liao. Don't fight. Yin choked out trying to stop them, but Chang Liao shielded her behind her. Two other girls couldn't stand by and joined in, and a few boys tried to intervene, but after accidentally getting hit, they too ended up fighting. It became impossible to tell who was who. Tables shook, chairs fell over, books flew everywhere, and the children's shrill screams mingled together. For a moment the classroom was in utter chaos. Chen Xiaoxiao never expected that while she was just sneaking off to the restroom, those young masters and ladies would start brawling among themselves. Although there were always a few troublemakers in class that annoyed her, unlike ordinary kindergartens, many children here had been subtly influenced by their family's elite education and understood reason. Some even taught her that picking her nose was uncivilized. Apart from needing to pay extra attention to life and safety issues, like ensuring these precious young misters and misses didn't accidentally hurt themselves, there wasn't much else to worry about. But a group fight was something Chen Xiaoxiao had never imagined. Oh, for heaven's sake. How did it come to this? What were they even doing? When she heard the commotion and rushed to the door to see the classroom in utter chaos, she felt as if she was falling apart. However, relying on her high professional standards, Chen Xiaoxiao quickly composed herself. She leaned coldly against the doorframe and rapped her knuckles against it, producing a sharp knocking sound. Perhaps it was an instinct ingrained in children, the fear of the teacher. When they saw Chen Xiaoxiao standing at the door with a stern expression, the sharp-eyed little rascals hurriedly ceased their fighting and kindly shouted warnings to the chaotic center. "The teacher is here. Stop fighting." Whoosh. The matter eventually reached the institution's director. A middle-aged woman dressed elegantly skillfully questioned the children and finally understood the cause of the uproar. Since it was already dismissal time, Lin Hong admonished the other children and then asked Chen Xiaoxiao to escort them to the school gate where parents and drivers were waiting. Sun Xiaohu attacking others' parents maliciously and spreading false rumors is extremely incorrect and irrational. You need to apologize to classmate Qin Yi. Lin Hong said soberly to the chubby boy who was bruised and swollen. "No. What I said is true. I want to apologize." Sun Xiaohu glared at Chang Liao, who had turned to look at him, and shouted with full confidence. With resentment toward Chang Liao for beating him, he extended his chubby finger and pointed at her. "On the contrary, she hit me first. She should apologize to me and also pay compensation." Sun Xiao, who told you to bully a yin? Chang Liao waved her fist indignantly, causing Sun Xiaohu to instinctively, though she wasn't as tall as him during the fight, he couldn't even touch her clothes. He was being beaten the entire time, truly terrifying. It was as if she had cast some kind of sorcery. "You wait, my dad will deal with you. Then tell your dad to come." You. Seeing the two kids start arguing again, Lin Hong with a headache stopped them. Just then a couple walked in through the door. The man was pot-bellied, greasy-faced, adorned with a large gold watch and gold chain, dressed in a suit and leather shoes. The woman was clad from head to toe in designer brands, as if afraid others wouldn't notice their wealth and arrogance. When Sun Jua saw the injuries on Sun Xiaohu's face, his expression darkened. "Who hit my son?" The woman shrieked as she rushed forward to embrace her precious son, examining his wounds with concern. "Son, how did you get hurt like this? Does it hurt a lot?" "Dad, Mom, I was bullied, woo-woo." Sun Xiaohu immediately threw himself into his mother's arms, crying and tattling. "It was her who hit me, woo-woo." Sun Xiaohu wept bitterly, but when he secretly glanced at Chang Liao, his small eyes revealed a cunning and clear glint. "What? You hit my son?" Sun Zhuruwei frowned and took a step closer to Chang Liao. His large frame backlit cast a shadow over the two little girls, Chang Liao and Qin Yi. Lin Hong, fearing that the man might recklessly harm the children, hastily stood up and shielded the two girls. "Mr. Sun, please calm down. These two children didn't start this fight." Chen Xiaoxiao, who stood behind the Sun couple, also felt her heart leap into her throat. She also added softly, yes, yes, mister. Son, don't act impulsively. Oh, really, men like this who are ready to resort to violence at the slightest disagreement. Why do they even have children to harm society? Knowing well that being a kindergarten teacher was tough, yet choosing this path herself, she felt foolish. Now her boyfriend found her even less available than a soldier, so he gave up waiting and married someone else. In the end, she was left as the poor soul single again. Oh really? Let it all burn. Chen Xiaoxiao muttered inwardly, but her actions were swift. She smiled awkwardly and extended her arm to partially block Sun Zrui's advance, preventing him from striking the children. After all, with an adult's physique and strength, a blow could cause serious harm. Blocked by the two teachers, Sun Zrui regained some composure, but he didn't give up the intention to defend his son. He glared at the 4-year-old Chang Liao over Lin Hong and Chen Xiaoxiao. The oppressive aura of an adult swept over frightening Qin Yi, who was beside Chang Liao, into gripping her arm tightly. Chang Liao clenched her small fists, her delicate and childish face tensed with vigilance. Her eyes stared straight at him, showing not a trace of fear. This kid interesting. Also, she seemed vaguely familiar. Sun Zrui secretly examined her features, but couldn't recall where he had seen her. Just then, Chun Xiaoxiao's voice from behind snapped him back to reality. "Ah, mister. Chang, you've arrived. The child is here." Sun Zrui turned around, his pupils instinctively, because he saw the underground boxing king who had stunned everyone in the arena. Chang Jian, who was also the champion boxer of a world-class boxing match. The man wore a casual t-shirt and trousers. His build was slightly sturdier than an average person's, with stubble hair covering his eyebrows naturally falling down without styling. His appearance was ordinary, just a somewhat solid, yet extremely common man, except for a hint of indescribable danger lurking in his eyes. Yet apart from Sun Zrui, who had witnessed his match firsthand, no one would imagine that this plain and ordinary man was a world-class boxing champion. "Sorry, Leo's mother is working overtime tonight, so I'm here to pick her up. Mrs. Liao must work hard. It's fine." Chang Jian glimpsed the mother and son huddled together in the office. The chubby boy's face was bruised and swollen. The size of the marks clearly showed that his daughter had beaten him. He couldn't help but frown and look down at Chang Liao. "Did you do this?" "I." Before she could finish, Chang Jian's deep voice cut her off. "Did I teach you boxing for you to use it like this?" Chang Liao had only been angry at Sun Ziya's false accusations, but being looked at by her father with such anger and disappointment made her heart feel as if it had been brutally trampled, and her eyes instantly reddened. "I didn't." Another hot-tempered parent who doesn't bother to find out the reason. "Well, fine as usual." Lin Hong sighed and stepped in to mediate. "Mr. Changha, please calm down too. This is what happened." Rosy clouds spread beyond the sky, veiling the setting sun. The city's sunset glow with airplane contrails streaking across, like shooting stars, filled half the skyline of high-rise buildings. When approaching the pedestrian street and waiting for the traffic light, Qin Yi inadvertently noticed that the second shop near the corner was visibly less crowded than the others, almost empty. Upon closer inspection, it was a Malatang shop. Since it was near an elementary school and a residential area, the street hosted many food outlets, Thai cuisine, barbecue, hot pot, milk tea shops, and so on. The pedestrian flow was dense, and each shop was quite lively. It was also dinner time, so logically a Malatang shop shouldn't be deserted at this hour. Qin Yi was puzzled for only a moment before Butler Zhao continued driving. The shops outside the window receded, pedestrians blurred like shuttles. Qin Yi withdrew his gaze. Asking questions when uncertain was a traditional virtue of the Chinese nation. Qin Yi glanced at Butler Zhao in the driver's seat through the rearview mirror and directly inquired, "That Malatang shop we just passed, Uncle Zhao, do you recall it?" Butler Zhao, who drove this route daily to pick up Enin, naturally remembered the shop well. His voice was deep and calm, carrying the steady and reliable tone of a middle-aged man, and he said, "Young master, you may not know, but this shop was discovered a month ago to have been the site of a murder. The killer remains at large." "A murder case?" Qin Yi looked up in surprise. Had he switched from a daily routine channel to a criminal investigation channel? Suddenly recalling something, Qin Yi frowned and meticulously searched through the bogus memories, afraid that some forgotten incident might implicate him. He worried that although the original owner was unruly and domineering, he had never committed murder. The worst he had done was once, under the influence of alcohol, he severely injured someone and then had him dumped by the river, but that was years ago. He only remembered that the person seemed to be his former lackey Xiao Qi. Other details were lost, even the memory of that man's face had blurred. If they ever met again, he would apologize and compensate him. As long as it didn't disrupt his current life, that would be fine. Qin Yi thought. Putting aside some concerns, another doubt surfaced. Was it also a Malatang shop a month ago? "Yes, young master." The owner was determined to preserve his ancestral secret recipe and refused to change the business. According to the police report, human fingers were discovered in the shop's freezer. 2 days later, some severed limbs and a torso were found at the district garbage station. Once the news of the dismemberment came out, no one dared to eat there anymore. As Butler Zhao spoke, his tone carried a hint of regret, as if lamenting the killer's cruelty and the victim's tragic death. Qin Yi thought, wow, a dismemberment case. I'd better avoid going out at night. As everyone knows, killers who dismember either disappear into the crowd or strike their next target in the dead of night. The shop owner was stubbornly clinging to his ancestral secret recipe, which would be better used even if he moved the shop elsewhere rather than wasting time here. But he hadn't heard of any murder case in this area before. Qin Yi suddenly remembered that the original owner took no interest in such matters. Even if a criminal case occurred nearby, he would still enjoy himself as usual, being extravagant and carefree. He knew that no one in all of Modu dared to touch him, the sole descendant of the Qin family. Therefore, he had never paid any attention to murder cases. To be precise, although the original owner, a playboy, scorned killing, he never valued others' lives. And the only reason he didn't kill was that he feared his father would cause him trouble. Thinking this, Qin Yi shook his head. We've arrived, young master. The butler parked the car in the school parking lot. The crowd glanced at the low-key, yet luxurious black car, initially, finding nothing particularly noteworthy. Since the government abolished public kindergarten education, a myriad of private early education institutions have sprung up like mushrooms after rain. The privately operated Happy Cloud Early Education Center specifically provides preschool education services for wealthy children. In the parking lot, luxury cars abound, creating a dazzling array. Many passers-by would stop to admire this daily luxury car exhibition. Thus, when Qin Yi's car entered, it did not cause much of a stir, until the car door opened and a pair of long legs stepped out, revealing a stunningly handsome face that left everyone momentarily dazed, as if time around them had come to a standstill. Oh my, what a handsome guy. Wait, how did he get into that early education center? Oh, so young and already has a child, how could he? Wife, why does that person look a bit familiar? At the entrance of the school, the toy factory owner who was picking up their child and preparing to leave caught sight of Qin Yi and Butler Zhao passing by and instinctively turned to look again. However, his wife did not hear him. After retracting her infatuated gaze, she glanced at him and sighed. How could there be such a handsome guy? If I had known, I wouldn't have settled for you. What? How am I any worse than him? The man looked at his wife with grievance, a hint of indignation on his face. Their daughter in his arms turned around, smiled, and patted the man's slightly protruding belly, chirping, Daddy, don't cry. Although that handsome guy is very charming, he doesn't have your big belly. Yes, it's actually young Master Qin. He thought that since he hadn't appeared in the public eye for a while, few would remember. Unexpectedly, as he walked through the school gate, a middle-aged man, holding a little boy, approached him for a chat. Oh, young Master Qin, you're out of the hospital. This news was really well hidden. I wanted to visit you when I heard about your accident a while back. During that time, Qin Dong was also worried at the company. Alas, it's a pity. It's my fault for not finding the opportunity to send some supplements to young Master Qin. The man sighed, as if genuinely concerned about Qin Yi's condition. However, the insincere tone, dripping with flattery, was painfully obvious. Qin Yi had no idea who this person was. This self-proclaimed familiar demeanor was riddled with flaws. In his memory, such people would swarm to him whenever he appeared in his own company. He had not expected that after a long time away from his own company, there were still those who clung to him. In the past, Qin Yi might have found it inconsequential, even thinking this person was somewhat reasonable. However, now he felt that such sycophantic and hypocritical smiles polluted the air around him. I have things to attend to, don't block the way. His delicate peach blossom eyes shot a cold glance at the man, and with a slight shift of his long legs, he brushed past the obsequious man. The man before him seemed unfazed, his brilliant smile suddenly turning to shock. Hey! The man opened his mouth, feeling perplexed. Impossible, this can't be happening. I was so friendly and accommodating, how could young Master Qin just walk away without even looking at me? Not even willing to accept a gift. Tisk, he must be in a bad mood because he was forced to come pick up a child. Recalling the rumors about Qin Yi's disdain for Luo Shui and her daughter Do Qingyin, was not surprised by, Dad, who is that brother? Your colleague? His son curiously asked from the side. Do Qingyin smiled and shook his head. Haha, if you really recognized him as your brother, you'd be hitting the jackpot. He had worked hard for his entire youth, while that person could easily obtain everything just by being born. If it weren't for his fortunate connections with a few wealthy individuals, he wouldn't even be where he is now. He believed that the Qin family would eventually be handed over to Qin Yi, and that domineering woman was merely a passerby in the Qin family's history. The little boy tugged at his pants, wanting ice cream, and the man led him towards the nearby convenience store. Suddenly, a black car parked at the roadside lowered the driver's window. A chiseled, deep-faced foreign man appeared. Speaking fluent Chinese, his deep and familiar voice halted Do Qingyian's steps. Mr. Do, how have you been? My master wishes to meet with you again. Though it was an invitation, the man's tone carried a cold arrogance that left no room for refusal. Do Qingyian's face turned pale upon seeing this person, and he instinctively tightened his grip on the boy's hand. That woman had actually come to Huagua. After a moment of panic and hesitation, Do Qingyian quickly calmed down and got into his car with his son. The man was cautious and meticulous in his actions, yet his methods were no less decisive and domineering than Luo Shui's. To prevent news of his meeting with her from leaking out and causing unnecessary trouble, he did not drive his own car. "First take my son home," Qin Yi said. The foreign man in black exuded a gloomy and dangerous aura, causing the little boy to instinctively tighten his lips and cling to Qin Yi. The man glanced at the anxious child in the rearview mirror, curling his lip dismissively. "Sorry, my task is just to take you to meet my master." "You?" Qin Yi was speechless with anger. The man paid no attention to his dark expression and pressed the accelerator. The engine roared to life, and the ordinary black sedan swiftly vanished into the traffic. As the car approached the entrance, Lin Hong called Butler Zhao. The car's Bluetooth clearly transmitted her voice, which Qin Yi naturally heard distinctly. "Mr. Zhao, there was a conflict between Qin Yi and her classmates. Please come directly to the office on the 4th floor when you arrive." "Conflict?" Butler Zhao instinctively glanced at the rearview mirror and indeed saw Qin Yi frowning slightly. "Was there a physical altercation?" Without waiting for Butler Zhao's reply, Qin Yi spoke first in a deep voice. The slightly low, magnetic yet gentle voice of the young man in the phone caused Lin Hong to be momentarily taken aback. This was the first time Lin Hong heard a voice other than Luo Shui and Butler Zhao's. Young yet mature. Is he Yin's father? Lin Hong pondered in her heart, then snapped back to reality and continued, "Yes, there was a minor physical altercation, but it didn't cause any serious harm." "All right, I'll be there soon." The call ended. Qin Yi instinctively rubbed the knuckle of his other hand with his thumb. The frown on his brow did not ease. He knew that Yin was very well behaved due to the negative influence of his previous self on the child. She was even somewhat shy and introverted. If there truly was a conflict, it's likely that someone had bullied her. Damn, how could anyone dare to bully his adorable little Yin? Did he think he was dead? Qin Yi could not help but feel a blaze of anger rising within him. Once the car came to a stop, he got out with a cold expression. Qin Yi was already worried, and encountering a sycophant trying to please him only worsened his mood. He rushed into the elevator, walked down the corridor, and the noisy sounds from the office faintly seeped through the walls. Qin Yi raised his eyes to glance at the doorplate and reached for the door. The arguments inside immediately became clear. "Don't think I'll be afraid of you just because you know how to fight. Apologize to my son." "What's there to apologize for? He's just a chubby kid who bullied a girl and got you." Hey, Mr. Son, Mr. Chong, please calm down." Chen Xiaoxiao stood in between them, looking quite troubled. The two men glared at each other, neither willing to back down. Click, until the sound of the door opening echoed. A tall and slender figure entered from the office doorway. Everyone's gaze in the room instantly focused on Qin Yi. The figure approached against the light. His fair and handsome face under the bright lights looked like a meticulously crafted wax statue, his deep and emotive peach blossom eyes glimmering with a cold light. His long legs walked in unhurriedly. His every move exuded an elegance that ordinary people could hardly possess, as if a beautiful young man from an anime had stepped into reality. The halo surrounding his figure made his stunning appearance even more ethereal. For a moment the office fell silent, as if ink had been spilled, until a girl's excited and tearful cry of "Daddy" broke the spell, and everyone snapped back to their senses. Sun Zhuorong squinted his eyes, quickly recognizing him. The newcomer was actually the heir of the Qin group. Sun Zhuorong's eyes widened as he watched Qin Yi run towards Qin Yi in tears, while Qin Yi squatted down, tenderly embracing the girl. The scene of their deep father-daughter bond felt as if the sky would collapse. "Daddy, woo." When Yin saw Qin Yi enter, her sense of grievance overwhelmed her like a tide, and she could no longer control the tears in her bright eyes. Those two adults arguing were frightening, and they might even fight. That chubby uncle was bullying her good friend Yao Yao and slandering her. Clearly it was Sun Ziya's fault. He was the one who first slandered her for not having a father. Yin, feeling miserable, ran towards Qin Yi, her little legs carrying her forward. Like a little penguin who had been wronged, she pitifully flung herself into Qin Yi's open arms as he squatted. A small, soft bundle that could be hugged with one hand, her delicate sobs echoed in his chest, tightening Qin Yi. He spoke gently and caringly, patting her back soothingly. "Don't be afraid, Daddy is here." Qin Yi straightened up, lifting Yin by the bend of her legs. The scent of laundry detergent mixed with grass wafted from Qin Yi's collar, and his warm embrace gave her a profound sense of security. Yin wrapped one arm around Qin Yi's shoulder, using the other to wipe away her tears, her emotions gradually stabilizing. Qin Yi gently wiped the damp corners of her eyes with his fingertip, his gaze filled with tenderness. When he turned to look at Principal Lin Hong, his beautiful peach blossom eyes radiated a penetrating sharpness. Seeing Qin Yi's expression turn cold, Sun Zhuorong's heart sank, sensing trouble. He knew that this young master had always been indifferent towards Luo Shui and her daughter, and the young rascals had been spreading rumors about the young master's disdain for that child. Therefore, upon learning that his son had bullied Qin Yi, Sun Zhuorong did not worry too much. It was just a minor squabble among classmates, no one was seriously hurt. Over time, it would be forgotten. Even if Luo Shui found out, it would likely just end with an apology causing no significant upheaval. However, Qin Yi was different. As the heir of the Qin family, he was the tyrant of Magic City. If he became unhappy, who knows what crazy things this domineering rascal might do. No one told him that Qin Yi actually cared so much for his daughter. Qin Yi quickly understood the situation after Lin Hong's explanation. Sun Xiaohu had bullied Luo Yin, verbally taking advantage of Qin Yi's previous neglect of her, while Chang Liao had acted out of protection for her friend, taking the initiative against Sun Xiaohu. Since the commotion affected the whole class and had a bad impact, Lin Hong needed to specifically inform their parents. The other two men in the office had quieted down at some point, leaving only a woman fussing over Sun Xiaohu. Nonsense. My son is usually very well behaved. Oh, which of your eyes saw him bully your daughter? Xiang Hongna glared at Qin Yi, still unwilling to relent. Oh my, do you know who you are glaring at? Sun Zhurong's face turned pale as he pulled on his wife's hand to remind her, but the woman waved him off, refusing to listen to any persuasion. What do you mean by grabbing me? My son was bullied and has a swollen nose, and am I not allowed to seek justice? You hear me? I'm telling you, if you don't compensate 20,000 for my son's injuries, don't even think about leaving. Chang Jian coldly snorted his lowered aura, intimidating Xiang Hongna, causing her to instinctively take a step back. When she realized her nervousness, she became even more infuriated and sharply retorted, What? Did I say something wrong? Wasn't your daughter the one who hurt my son? And your son was also injured because of your daughter, so you need to compensate too. Xiang Hongna pointed at Qin Yi with her index finger. Qin Yi seemed to have heard something, amusing a slight smirk on his lips, but his eyes were icy. Slap. As soon as Xiang Hongna's sharp words fell, Sun Zhurong slammed his hand on the table, producing a loud sound. The children present shivered. Enough. Qin Yi felt the little one in his arms tremble, and he looked at Sun Zhurong with deep cold eyes, his heroic brows furrowing slightly. It was clear that young Master Qin was somewhat angry. After intimidating Xiang Hongna with his slap, Sun Zhurong turned to face Qin Yi, suddenly looking like a deflated balloon, becoming obedient and ingratiating. Sun Zhurong approached Qin Yi, flattering him. Young Master Qin, I didn't expect you to come. This is all a misunderstanding. Misunderstanding. Qin Yi softly repeated the two words, his cold gaze making Sun Zhurong feel a chill. In that moment, Sun Zhurong felt as if he was facing the icy beauty Xiao Luo. Sweat beaded on Sun Zhurong's forehead as he lowered his head and bowed. No, it's not a misunderstanding, but it was my son's fault. I will take full responsibility for the harm caused to the young lady. Before Qin Yi could respond, Chang Jian suddenly chuckled lightly, saying, Haha, there's nothing to say about being outmatched. Oh, let's go. Chang Jian held his daughter's hand with one hand and stuffed his other hand into his pocket, walking out from behind Qin Yi. Chang Liao looked up at Luo Yin, who was resting on Qin Yi's shoulder. The girl's eyes were red from crying, her delicate nose still sniffing, as she looked reluctantly at Chang Liao. Their eyes met, and Chang Liao bit her lip, tightened her grip on her dad's hand, and turned to leave. Yao Yao. Luo Yin whispered, watching her retreating figure, as if a sob escaped Qin Yi's ears. Qin Yi didn't hear, clearly thinking the child was just tired from crying. He patted Luo Yin's back, feeling too lazy to continue arguing with Sun Zhurong. He glanced at Sun Xiaohu beside Xiang Hongna before looking back at Sun Zhurong, his meaning clear. Sun Zhurong paused for a moment, quickly understanding. He grabbed Sun Xiaohu by the collar and brought him in front of Qin Yi, saying in a deep voice, Apologize. Dad. Sun Xiaohu struggled, but couldn't break free. After receiving a knock on the back of his head, he finally lowered his head, unwillingly murmuring, Sorry. Haven't you eaten? Sun Zhurong, feeling disappointed, knocked Sun Xiaohu on the back of the head once more. This time the boy's voice immediately became louder. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have spoken ill of your father, nor should I have spread rumors about you. Please forgive me. I will never do. Sun Xiaohu shouted loudly and deeply bowed to Qin Yi and Luo Yin. Although he usually loved to play and bully the soft and delicate Qin Yin, it was clear that Qin Luo Yin's father was not someone his father could mess with, so he had to apologize. Qin Yi looked down at the little one in his arms. Luo Yin's eyes were pink and moist, her gaze sparkling. Qin Yi gently asked her, Do you accept? Luo Yin nodded, burying her face back into Qin Yi's neck, feeling a bit tired this time. Qin Yi held her tightly and gave a slight nod to Lin Hong, then turned to butler Zhao, saying, Uncle Zhao, please handle the rest of the matter. Luo Yin had been in school for half a year. It was likely that her previous school days had not been easy. A mere verbal apology would certainly be too lenient for him. The man's voice was slightly cold, clearly unwilling to let the instigator off easily. Butler Zhao nodded in agreement. After all, Luo Yin was a treasure he had watched grow up. Those who bullied her, whether children or adults, must pay the appropriate price. In the end, Qin Yi didn't spare even a glance at Sun Zhurong. He walked out holding Luo Yin. His upright figure was distinctly different from before. In a daze, his view was blocked by a middle-aged man's straight silhouette. Do you know who that person is? Chang Jian gazed at the stream of traffic on the road as he asked his daughter. Her voice was crisp and concise. A faint sardonic twist tugged at Chang Jian's lips, and a trace of mockery flickered in his eyes as he added casually. Also the sole legitimate heir of the illustrious Qin family, the so-called crown prince of Modu. You know how deeply I despise people like them. From now on stay far away from that Qin. What was it? Yin. Chang Jian narrowed his eyes slightly, then pulled out his car keys and pressed the button. A Land Rover responded with a sharp resonant honk. Its low feral growl ran deeper than the man's own voice. Why, oi? Chang Leiyao furrowed her delicate brows, her expression clouded with confusion and quiet discontent. There's no need for so many whys. He would never tell her the truth, that such spoiled science corrupted the spirit of fair competition in the arena with their money-driven sham matches, indirectly causing his junior brother's death. That was why his loathing for them ran so deep. Chang Jian helped his daughter into the front passenger seat, then circled to the driver's side and started the engine with practiced ease. All the way Chang Leiyao kept her gaze lowered, her mood subdued. The bustling metropolis stretched before them, a vast intricate web of arterial roads. Streetlights bloomed like stars, neon flared to life. The sun sank low, its fading light staining the sky a bruised violet. As dusk settled, Qin Yi finally stepped through the front door, cradling Yin, who slept soundly in his arms. Annie had already returned home. Qin Yi spotted her just as she emerged from the kitchen. "Young master, you're back." She wore a neatly tailored maid's uniform, her hair tied back in a low ponytail, soft strands falling naturally across her forehead. Her serene, lovely face bore a tranquil, gentle smile, her spirits clearly lifted. Qin Yi's eyes lit up at the sight of Annie. He hurried forward, still holding Yin. "Quick, Annie, please carry her back to bed." His voice was hushed yet swift, careful not to disturb the sleeping child. His arms ached fiercely from carrying her all the way home. With practiced grace, Annie slid one hand beneath Yin's small bottom and gently patted her soft shoulders, smoothly lifting the child from Qin Yi's cautious embrace. The little girl's long, slender lashes were an exquisite inheritance from Luo Shui. How her fair cheeks glowed with healthy pink, and her plump, tender cheeks radiated innocent cherubic charm. Her tiny nose rose and fell softly with each steady breath. Her lips, like unripe cherries, parted ever so slightly, a delicate thread of saliva glistening in the quiet air. Once settled in Annie's arms, the child instinctively shifted, her tiny hand drifting to rest against Annie's chest as she nestled deeper into a more comfortable slumber. Qin Yi found it utterly endearing and smiled softly. Annie, catching both his quiet chuckle and the lingering glance he cast toward her chest, flushed faintly and turned away, ascending the stairs with Yin cradled securely. Qin Yi watched her climb the stairs for a few seconds, then his smile vanished. With a grimace of discomfort, he clenched his teeth and shook his arm, muscle fibers seeming to detonate in rapid, agonizing succession. HSS. He collapsed onto the sofa, rhythmically pounding his numb forearm. Seeing this, Butler Zhao placed Qin Yi's school bag on the coffee table and hurried over to knead the tense muscles of his upper arm. "Young master, is this pressure suitable?" As he massaged, Zhao asked. Qin Yi leaned back, eyebrows arched in evident relief, nodding repeatedly. "Yes, perfect. More than perfect. I had no idea Uncle Zhao possessed such skill." "It's my pleasure, young master," Zhao replied with a warm smile. But after only a few minutes, his phone chimed from his pocket. Qin Yi picked it up and frowned instinctively upon seeing the caller ID. Lao San. Among Modu's 4 prodigal sons ranked by age, Qi Lang was the eldest. Qin Yi the second, Mo Fei the fourth, so the notorious second son of the Wenren family. Wenren naturally held the title of third brother. Yet if true precedence were observed, Qin Yi, as the sole legitimate heir of Modu's foremost aristocratic house, the Qin family, was unquestionably the paramount crown prince among Modu's elite heirs. Qin Yi nearly dismissed the call outright, but chose not to appear unusually aloof, so he tapped the answer button. Instantly the line erupted with clinking glasses, raucous mixed chatter, and thunderous DJ beats. Qin Yi drew the phone slightly away from his ear. A drunken male voice boomed through the receiver. "Second brother, come drink, let's get roaring. The elder brother's here too. Oh, and guess what? Your long-pined after internet sensation is here as well. Took me quite some effort, to invite her." Wenren Yu's laughter was lewd and slurred, thick with intoxicated exhilaration. Internet sensation. Qin Yi knit his brows momentarily, unable to recall whom that referred to. "Xiaohan, my dear brother, you were clamoring to bed her just half a month ago. Hurry. Same place as always. We haven't gathered in ages. If you skip tonight, I'll show up at your doorstep tomorrow, guaranteed." Wenren Yu ended with a chuckling threat. He meant every word. As the second son of the Wenren family, there was scarcely a place he dared not enter. And Xiaohan, somehow present there, would surely suffer a tragic fate if left unattended. Recalling how those men treated women as mere playthings, Qin Yi's hand resting on his knee slowly curled into a tight, trembling fist. After a brief silence, his voice dropped low and resolute. "Fine. I'm on my way." Wenren Yu hung up and turned towards Xiaohan. Kneeling on the floor beside the coffee table, her wrists tightly bound, clad in a maid's uniform. His grin twisted with cruel amusement. Ha ha ha, yes, exactly like that. Those tear-filled eyes, that pitiful posture. Brother E will be utterly captivated. Consider yourself blessed to serve Brother E, even if only in fantasy. Ha ha ha. Xiaohan's skin was pale and delicate. Wenren Yu pinched her cheek for a moment, leaving behind vivid red marks. Ugh. Tears brimmed in her eyes as she glared at him, her refined gaze blazing with fury. Strands of hair wild across her forehead, her lips sealed shut with black duct tape, only fractured muffled whimpers escaping. She knelt helplessly, arms and wrists bound fast with coarse rope. Struggling upon waking, had left stark, angry welts on her fair arms. A taut, prominent vein stood out along her slender, elegant neck. Lured by her agent under false pretenses, told she'd be filming a costume test in maid attire, Xiaohan had unwittingly walked straight into the clutches of these reckless, untouchable heirs. Furious and terrified, she writhed desperately, yet the ropes held firm around her wrists. Each frantic movement sent her rabbit ear headband swaying wildly. To Wenren Yu, she was nothing but a fragile white rabbit fallen into a hunter's trap. Her struggles, however fierce, utterly futile. Heh. Amused, he reached out and flicked one of her floppy ears. Xiaohan jerked her head aside, snatching the ear free from his grasp. Her stubborn, defiant refusal to yield finally ignited his ire. As Wenren Yu raised his hand to strike, Qi Lang's languid voice cut through the haze, reclining amid a cluster of women utterly at ease. Third brother, delicate skin like hers won't withstand even a single blow. Wenren Yu snorted coldly. Fine. Let Brother E reprimand you himself later. He dropped his hand and sank back onto the sofa while the other heirs dutifully raised their glasses in toast. Come, come. Don't sulk, third brother. Women, after all, must be properly trained. Exactly. Like kittens, just clip their claws and they'll purr obediently. I hope Brother E leaves me a taste, or even just a sip, after he's done. Oh. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a sharp elbow jab silenced him. A hushed warning followed. You dare covet Brother Yi's woman. Qin Yi's interest in women arose purely from intuition, and he had even rekindled passion for former lovers after breakups. Yet should such a woman acquire a new partner in the interim, that man would find himself crushed, broken beyond endurance. Thus a saying circulated across Modu, none may approach, or even draw near, the beloveds of young Master Qin. Cui Yin raised his glass in salute to Wenren Yu, whose expression remained inscrutable. Bowing his head with nervous deference, he stammered. My apologies, third brother. I beg your pardon. My friend's from out of town. He doesn't yet understand young Master Qin's preferences. Allow me to drink 3 glasses in his stead. From the main sofa, Qi Lang swallowed a cherry fed to him by his lover, then half closed his eyes as he studied Cui Yin. Where from? Though phrased as a question, his tone carried the unmistakable weight of arrogant, non-negotiable command. Cui Yin stammered, Yichuan. Oh. Qi Lang's gaze drifted between the two men, shoulder to shoulder, visibly tense, and he lifted one eyebrow, intrigued. Cui Yin. Yichuan's culture was diverse and inclusive, embracing all manner of trends, and same-sex relationships between men or women were now widely accepted. Qi Lang had met many people and knew a few same-sex couples within his circle, so he quickly sensed that Cui Yin harbored unusual feelings for his friend. What intrigued him more, however, was that Cui Yin belonged to the local Cui family, a family that ran a printing factory. The man showed no interest in women, but was drawn to men. Yet the man from Yichuan was attracted to women as well. The lights in the private room flickered with the music, casting a dizzying effect. Laughter and chatter mingled with the crimson wine. The glass reflected Cui Yan's nervous, strained smile. The wine swirled, and Cui Yan's hand trembled slightly. After 5 seconds, the man's slightly hoarse, low voice finally sounded. A good place, I remember. There's an underground boxing ring over there. Quite interesting. Last year, a Yichuan boxing club had hosted an underground fighting match, inviting boxers from other countries with betting involved. A scheme that earned a hefty sum of money. The thrilling scenes of blood splattering made his blood boil and left a vivid memory. At this, Cui Yan's eyes lit up, and he quickly added, was that the wild match organized by the Black Tiger Club? It was said that the first place winner should have been Shi Yaozong, but then a professional boxer from another country suddenly appeared and killed the opponent with brutal techniques, causing many bettors to lose their money entirely. After speaking, Cui Yin let out a sigh of regret. He had also thrown in over 100,000, and it was all gone in an instant. Hearing Qi Lang suddenly burst into unrestrained laughter, Cui Yin was taken aback. Ha 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 ha. Qi Lang laughed as he picked up the glass of wine on the table, lightly tapping its base against Cui Yin's long-held cup. His dark eyes gleamed with both excitement and a sinister light. Jahan was a former Special Forces soldier turned boxer, so he naturally fought with killing techniques. If his opponent died, it only meant the opponent was too weak, needs more training. The previously somber atmosphere grew lively again with Qi Lang's laughter. A scantily clad seductive woman swayed her body to the rhythm of the music. A man excitedly reached out to stroke her pale thigh, and the already alluring dance became even more fervent. The spacious private room was filled with laughter from men and women. As Qin Yi walked in, the dazzling lights from the disco ball momentarily blinded him, and a cacophony of noise flooded his ears. His handsome, expressionless face curled into a somewhat devilish smile when his eyes met Qi Lang and Wenren Yue, who sat in the main seats. The profligates on the sofa spot saw him and called out excitedly one by one. Young Master Qin. Young Master Qin is here. Brother. Wenren Yu stood up from the group of women beaming and strode over to embrace him. The flesh on his face jiggled with his movements. As he opened his arms and lunged forward, Qin Yi ducked his head, easily slipping under Wenren Yu's arms, causing him to miss. Wenren Yu assumed it was a joke and laughed foolishly at his back as he watched him walk away. Qi Lang, seeing Qin Yi approach with his hands in his pockets, also released the woman in his arms and stood up with a smile. Yi, how's your body? Can you party now? Because the music was blaring, Qi Lang had to shout. Qi Lang's medium-length hair hung messily over his shoulders, and his designer jacket was worn carelessly. Though his features were sharp and handsome, his pallor clearly showed the frailty of a man who indulged excessively in pleasure. As he drew near, he brought with him the lingering scent of women's perfume mixed with the odor of cigarettes and alcohol. It wasn't just his scent, the whole room reeked of a decadent, debauched atmosphere that made Qin Yi uncomfortable. Qin Yi frowned. When Qi Lang smiled and approached the stench of smoke, alcohol, and sweat hitting his face, he stepped back half a pace. I'm taking her away. I suggest you don't go too far. He left those cold, terse words behind, leaving Qi Lang frozen in place, as if he had misheard. When he saw Qin Yi walking toward the woman who was tied up and kneeling by the coffee table, he finally snapped back to reality. He squinted and raised his hand as a signal. Quick-eyed henchman immediately turned off the high-tempo DJ track. The room fell silent. Brother Yi. Wenren Yu looked at his tall, straight back in confusion. Qi Lang raised an eyebrow as if unsure, and asked again, Yi, what did you just say? The profligates on the sofa exchanged bewildered glances, unable to figure out what was happening. Those familiar with Qi Lang knew that this tone meant he was in a bad mood. What's going on? Did you hear what young Master Qin said? Sounded like he was telling us not to go too far. But wasn't young Master Qin even more wild than us before? Shut up. When gods fight, why should we? Right. The Qin family and the Qi family were the first and second families of the magic capital, wielding immense power. The conflict between their young masters was naturally not something a bunch of idle rich parasites like them could intervene in. Thus they tacitly fell silent, daring not to speak. Qin Yi reached out to tear off the tape over Xiaohan's lips. Her wide reddened eyes stared at him like those of an injured kitten guarding its last territory, her whole body bristling with alertness and resentment. His slender fingers paused near the tape. Tearing it off directly would probably hurt a lot. Better to let her do it. After hesitating, Qin Yi chose to squat down, his hand passing under her knees while the other supported her back, lifting her into his arms. As soon as she touched his body, Xiaohan struggled and whimpered violently. He had no choice but to tighten his hold, pressing her firmly against his chest. Sorry, I'll take you out, Qin Yi whispered in her ear. The woman's struggling paused, and she allowed herself. Holding her, Qin Yi turned to meet Qi Lang's confused and darkened gaze. He said flatly, don't do this kind of thing again. It's against the law. Ignoring their shocked expressions, Qin Yi walked straight out the door with Xiaohan in his arms, leaving a group of profligates staring at each other in bewildered self-doubt. Against the law. Qi Lang repeated the two words under his breath, then suddenly laughed. A laugh tinged with irritation and choking emotion. Wenren Yu swallowed hard. Boss. Bang. Qi Lang hurled the glass to the ground, making the women shriek. Damn it. Did Qin Yi get hit by a car and lose his mind? On the way over, Qin Yi had initially planned to keep up the pretense of his original bogus, debauched playboy persona, so that those people would think he was still the same, avoiding unnecessary trouble. But the moment he opened the door, the pungent mix of perfume, smoke, and alcohol, the blinding colored lights, the unrestrained laughter, and the flagrantly debauched scene of men and women completely dissuaded him. Such decadence disgusted him. The woman in his arms struggled again, but this time her struggles were weak. Qin Yi set her down in the corridor and untied the rope binding her arms. Xiaohan felt her strength ebbing away and her body began to grow hot. Her legs couldn't support her, and soon she collapsed back into Qin Yi's arms. Her red, tear-filled eyes gradually grew dazed, reflecting a pitiful, tearful glimmer. Hey! Qin Yi unfastened the rope and steadied her quickly, realizing something was wrong. Her body was burning hot and her face was flushed. Steeling himself, Qin Yi tore the tape off her lips, leaving a visible red mark on her fair skin. Pain flickered in the woman's eyes. Are you all right? Qin Yi grabbed her arm anxiously and shook it. Xiaohan gave him a complicated look and said weakly, her voice hoarse, they gave me. What? Damn it. Those people were utterly lawless. They'll take you to the hospital. Qin Yi gritted his teeth, lifted Xiaohan again, and rushed her to the hospital in a hurry. At Su Yikshu's invitation, Luo Shui brought her cousin Ji Qi to Lanning Bar. The passionate and noisy music mingled with the clamor of voices pouring into the ears like a tide. Luo Shui's exquisitely beautiful face slightly furrowed her slender brows. Her innate aloof and elegant aura made people in the bar turn their heads. Heck, two super high-quality beauties just walked in. Wow, such a cool older sister. She looks cold, not my type, but that blonde girl is really nice. Good heavens, you're still being picky. Luo Shui's soft, straight black hair draped over her shoulders, her neat bangs revealing her fair, full forehead. Her phoenix eyes were cold and seductive, her red lips slightly pressed. Her indigo professional suit dress of a precious brand outlined her well-proportioned and graceful figure, her slender and long legs walking forward unhurriedly. The lofty and noble aura she exuded seemed to separate her from the noisy, blurry bar into two different worlds. She was a desirable object in every man's eyes, and also a presence that attracted many women. However, her cold gaze when it accidentally met theirs was like the winter wind of November or December, chilling the vulgar heat in their hearts, leaving nowhere to hide, dousing it from the start. This woman did not belong here, nor was she someone they could afford to provoke. In just a moment, after looking at Luo Shui for 2 seconds, those people clearly felt this self-aware thought rise in their minds. Compared to the cold and exceptionally beautiful Luo Shui, the blonde, radiant, and youthful Ji Qi beside her made men's hearts flutter even more. Beauty, can I get to know you? In no time, a young man with a careless demeanor, holding a wine glass, smiled and approached Ji Qi. The dandy who frequented the flower gardens all year round, like Ji Kai's type, bright, vivacious, and with lively personality. But Luo Shui was far too proud and cold, making people dare not harbor any thoughts of defilement. His infatuated gaze unconsciously shrank when it caught a glimpse of Luo Shui's indifferent eyes, but he was unwilling to show the fear in his heart, so he stiffly smiled and looked back at Ji Qi. Damn, who is this woman? Her aura is too strong. The young man hadn't even finished complaining in his mind when he was met with Ji Kai's contemptuous and disdainful smirk. Sorry, ugly refusal. Ji Qi raised a teasing eyebrow, her red lips lightly uttering a few words. Her tall, slender figure turned lightly, holding Luo Shui's arm as she walked inside, separating her from the various people in the booth area. Completely ignoring the embarrassed, angry, and unwilling young man behind her, Ji Qi skillfully exchanged a few words with the waiter who came to greet them and learned the location of the private room. Hello, this way please. Turn left inside, the third room is yours. Okay, got it. You go ahead, well fine. Sure, enjoy yourselves. Since it was evening with many people and lively, the waiter was busy saving steps wherever possible. He carried his tray of drinks as he cleared the way for them, letting them find their own way. Noticing Ji Kai's natural familiarity with the bar, the darkness in Luo Shui's eyes deepened a little. Could it be that Achi also often went to places like this abroad? Sister, do you find it too noisy? Ji Qi keenly sensed Luo Shui's unease, leaning close to her ear to ask with concern. Luo Shui shook her head, her expression returning to its usual calm. It's nothing. Oh. Although she said it was nothing, Ji Qi still paid more attention to Luo Shui's state. The DJ on stage was shaking his head, while mixing tracks, and the dance floor below was packed with men and women dancing, closely, very lively. Ji Qi habitually glanced over there, but suddenly through a gap in the crowd, she caught a glimpse of Qin Yi carrying someone and walking out in panic. Ji Kai's eyes widened, but the familiar figure was heavily obscured by the crowd. Feeling Ji Kai's suddenly slowed pace, Luo Shui looked up at her, her cold voice slightly raised due to the noisy beat of the music. What's wrong? Ji Qi withdrew her gaze and shook her head, her golden hair shining with dazzling and charming luster under the colorful lights. Nothing, I misread. That wooden block should be at home studying at this hour. It was impossible for him to appear here. Because recently Qin Yi had shown himself to be docile, studious, and homebound, completely opposite to the rumors. Ji Qi had gradually let down her guard and suspicion towards him. The fleeting figure just now was perhaps just a coincidence of similar appearance. Luo Shui followed her gaze and glanced at the dance floor. Her clear, cold eyes flickered when she saw young men and women kissing passionately, then she looked away. Images flashed in her mind like fleeting light. That year at a classmate's invitation, she first came to a place like this for a graduation party. It was also in such a dance floor with blurry lights, laughter, and voices rising and falling, crowded, noisy, and chaotic. She remembered herself walking out of the private room, drunk, weakly falling into the embrace of a passing stranger. Even though her heart was so resistant, the heat stirred by the drug devoured all her reason. And that bastard took her body while she was completely unable to resist. Afterwards, he left her with Yinin, who could not enjoy a normal, healthy family upbringing. Actually, when she learned she was pregnant, Luo Shui had intended to abort the child. She hadn't expected that despite taking the morning after pill, the child would still come. Later, the doctor told her that her constitution, with cold uterus, made it difficult to conceive a child. If she aborted this chance pregnancy, it would be very unlikely for her to have a child later. That year he gave up on her and went abroad, and she no longer had a reason to persist. After much thought, Luo Shui made up her mind and gave birth to this child. Yin Yan's arrival spared her from some suitor's harassment and also allowed her to focus more quietly on her drug development research. If her father hadn't died unexpectedly, she might still be a researcher quietly working in the lab. In a daze, she reached the private room. Luo Shui calmed down, her expression unchanged, and pressed the handle. When she opened the door, Su Yikshu's gentle, beautiful, singing voice drifted into her ears. Once I hoped so much to travel far across this world. Now I only wish I could return to the past. When I think of you, the moon has become full again. The melody was soothing and gentle, and Su Yikshu's voice, like a Jiangnan beauty, made the tune even more tender and affectionate, full of lingering meaning. When she saw Luo Shui walk in, Su Yikshu's eyes clearly lit up with more noticeable smiles. She stopped singing and greeted them. "Ah Shui and Shao Qi, right?" Su Yikshu's delicate, beautiful, oval face bloomed with a sweet and gentle smile, her pretty almond eyes sparkling like stars. Her slightly wavy long hair fell casually, and her off-shoulder dress with floral patterns added a touch of ethereal beauty, while also making her appear soft and charming. There were other people in the room, all girls, but for those 2 seconds, Ji Kai's attention involuntarily fell into her gentle, smiling brows and eyes. Long hair draped over shoulders, intelligent and gentle. Just these 2 points completely captivated Ji Qi, because her cousin used to be like that too. But since Luo Shui entered, the atmosphere in the room had noticeably dropped in warmth. The cold, noble Bowtai's expression was faint and chilly, like a high mountain snow lotus, naturally exuding a frostiness that made people hard to approach. Her deep phoenix eye seemed able to easily see through others' thoughts. Her indifferent gaze only gained more human warmth when it fell on Su Yixue. Before Luo Shui could speak, Su Yixue flicked her skirt and walked down, gliding quickly to Ji Qi, looking her up and down with slight excitement. This person was tall, with a simple black satin shirt unbuttoned at the top, 2 buttons revealing just the right amount of delicate collarbone. The shirt's hem was tucked into high-waisted, wide-leg pants, striking golden long wavy hair, casually draped over her shoulders. The light fell on her 3-dimensional, exquisite features, adding a hint of unrestrained calmness. This hair color is really nice, and the person too beautiful and handsome, totally a domineering older sister. Come with me, your sister has sold you to me. Su Yixue glanced at Luo Shui and said with a light smile, her soft hand taking Ji Kai's and leading her inside. Feeling the smooth softness in her palm, Ji Kai's eyes widened slightly, a little surprised. She had always liked women, so she often unconsciously kept physical distance from ordinary female friends. But this time, for some reason, she didn't even have the faint intention to struggle or feel awkward, letting Su Yixue hold her hand and walk forward. Perhaps because this person in front of her truly touched her feelings. Today was Su Yixue's birthday. She had specially invited her close friends to gather here, and had specifically asked to meet the cousin with outstanding designer talent that Luo Shui had mentioned earlier, who had just returned from abroad. So Luo Shui let her take Ji Qi away. The Su family's business mainly focused on real estate, advertising, and clothing. Su Yixue worked as a design director in the family company and was in need of talent in this area for a new project. Ji Qi had shown unique talent in clothing and graphic design, which perfectly matched Su Yixue's taste. Moreover, Ji Qi needed a summer internship upon returning, so Luo Shui generously recommended her. Luo Shui casually found a seat, put down her bag, and sat down. The person beside her, a young lady from a secondary family, proactively handed Luo Shui a poured glass of wine. Luo Shui thanked her. Her slender, beautiful fingers picked up the wine glass, gently swirled the red wine, brought it to her nose to smell, then raised her slender swan-like neck and slowly drank. This elegant, noble, unhurried scene of drinking wine left the people around her somewhat dazzled. Over there, Su Yixue pulled Ji Qi to sing and chat, while here a few people started playing drinking games. The atmosphere gradually loosened up again. Unlike before, this time, even Luo Shui joined the drinking game, which surprised everyone. It was well known that Luo Shui rarely participated in such entertainment gatherings. Even if she came, she would only have a few drinks with close acquaintances and then leave on her own, never joining their games. Today, Luo Shui unexpectedly took the initiative to join the drinking game, which was quite surprising. Whimper. As he carried her into the car, Qin Yi untied the tightly bound rope around her wrists. The moment she broke free, the woman wrapped an arm around Qin Yi's neck, nuzzling her head against his throat, as if craving his response. Her scorching breath collided with his skin, instantly harking him back to those blood-pumping moments with Luo. Whenever they were intimate, Luo Shui always insisted on turning off all the lights. In the pitch-black darkness, every other sense became more acute. In the intertwining breaths, the crisp jasmine fragrance was more intoxicating than the sweetest wine in the world. Beneath his fingertips was the soft, snowy white smoothness like suet jade, the protruding shoulder blades seemingly ready to dance. Every suppressed syllable from her ear revealed an extreme, restrained pleasure. When the lights came back on, those deep, cold, beautiful eyes turned even more icy and piercing than usual, sharp as thorns. Qin Yi couldn't help but shiver, snapping back to reality. In bed, his wife was soft and fragrant. Out of bed, she was overwhelmingly fierce. Recognizing the familiar yet unfamiliar Xiaohan in his arms, Qin Yi clumsily pried her slender arms from around his neck, placed them in front of her, and ordered Luo Shui, quick to the hospital. In ancient times, there was the Iron Lady rescuing from fire. Today, Qin Yi chivalrously saved a fallen young woman from dire straits. He was truly kind. The sports car roared to life, merged into traffic, and sped to the nearest hospital emergency center. Finding her heavy, Qin Yi had Luo Shui carry Xiaohan to see the doctor while he walked briskly behind, following the nurse's guidance to register. That day, he was lashed by his good friend, handled troubles at Yin's school, and had to rescue an unconscious, restless, uncontrollable young woman. Panting, Qin Yi decided to let Luo Shui bear the brunt of the remaining troubles. His outstanding looks earned him swift and enthusiastic service at the registration window. Within minutes, he received the form from the middle-aged nurse's burning gaze. "Is there anything else I can help you with?" the triage nurse asked Qin Yi with a smile, her voice tender from disuse, her sparkling eyes betraying her racing heart and shyness. "Oh, so handsome." Those peach blossom eyes were even more captivating than male idols. The nurse's gaze heated, and she stepped closer to Qin Yi. "No, thank you." The emergency nurse was quite enthusiastic. Qin Yi sighed, inwardly smiled at the young nurse, thanked her, and turned to walk toward the ward. The nurse sighed, gazing at his tall, retreating figure reluctantly. But the hall was busy, so she soon returned to her. "Hey, not the second floor, it's the third floor, third floor." "Oh, okay, you're too loud, young lady. I'm not deaf." Before Qin Yi could take 2 steps, the phone in his pocket rang. Checking the caller, his eyes lit up, a smile uncontrollably tugging at his lips, and he answered, "Hello, darling." Amidst the noisy background, the young man's clear voice carried a tender, loving warmth, the light, trailing tone revealing unconcealable joy. From mere words on paper to a pretense turned real. One deliberately seduced, the other willingly drowned. And standing before her with the answer, it was the fool's unguarded bright eyes. Luo Shui held the phone, her thoughts rippled, and she said nothing for a moment. He was purer, cleaner, and easier to deceive than she had imagined. She should be pleased. What she had to do had met the least resistance, and she had gained a shield and a tool. She had already achieved her goal in the Qin family. But she knew clearly that her heart was in turmoil. "Come home early." With a flicker of complex thoughts flashing in her eyes, Luo Shui said a few cold words and abruptly hung up. She placed the phone on the table, and amid the bewildered gazes of others, picked up the glass beside her and downed it in one go. Luo Shui had just lost a game, and at a girl's request had to call Qin Yi and make him say he loved her. Everyone knew that since Qin Yi's car accident, he had changed, no longer reckless. They all believed Luo Shui had, with her charm, completely conquered this playboy. The story of a reformed rake was cliché but entertaining, especially when the transformed protagonist was Shanghai's notorious prodigal son, making it even more novel. They wanted to stoke the fire a little and enjoy the show. The punishment was boring but simple. However, Luo Shui was no longer in the mood to continue playing with them. Luo Shui finished her wine and stood up, her voice crisp beneath red lips. "You all continue having fun with Shao Qi. I have things to do. I'm leaving first." Most of those present were close friends of Su Yixue, and Luo Shui was Su Yixue's intimate friend. Since the birthday party's host said nothing, no one tried to stop her. Shui, wait." Su Yixue called out to Luo Shui, picked a gift bag from a pile on the sofa, and a little princess dress for Yin. "Make sure to send me a picture after she changes into it." Su Yixue's beautiful face wore a tender smile. Perhaps from a few drinks her cheeks were faintly flushed. "Right, Sister Luo, when next time you're free, bring Yin Bao. We miss her so much." Zhao Mingyao, sitting nearby, waved her hand at Luo Shui and laughed brightly. "Sure." Luo Shui gave a slight smile, glanced back at Ji Qi, who stood to see her off, nodded, and turned to. After bringing the person to the hospital, he left the rest to the doctors, while Qin Yi took Luo Shui to the Malatang shop he had passed by yesterday. Some passers-by were curious why anyone would eat at that shop, considering someone had died in the courtyard above just recently. Weren't they afraid of ghosts? Ignoring the strange looks from pedestrians, Qin Yi strode into the shop full of enthusiasm as he curiously examined the decorations inside. 2 tall, imposing men walked into the shop, one after another, looking around without saying a word. If the leader's eyes hadn't been clear and lacking malice, the boss lady might have grabbed a cleaver from the kitchen. The murder fugitive hadn't been caught yet. The police said the most vicious criminals often returned to the crime scene to admire their work. Though the shop was important, they had to look after their own lives. The clueless owner didn't think much. Seeing customers for the first time in days, he wiped his hands with a cloth, walked over, and cheerfully asked, "Hey there, guests, something to eat?" Qin Yi glanced at the menu, picked a nearby table, and sat down. "Just bring your most classic." Coming, the owner's eyebrows rose, and he replied swiftly, then dashed to the kitchen, as if afraid Qin Yi might change his mind. "Qin Yi." He had a feeling he was about to be overcharged. It seems that since the two were the first customers in days, the owner personally joined by the boss wife to hustle in the kitchen, striving to serve them their house specialty quickly. While waiting, Qin Yi observed the layout of the shop closely. The 150 square meter shop was neither too big nor too small, with the kitchen and bathroom excluded, leaving the rest of the space for customers to dine. 3 rows of tables, neither crowded nor cramped, more than sufficient. If they were removed, they could place a refrigeration counter and set 2 display cabinets against the wall and front glass door. Yes, that sounds good. Qin Yi was calculating the layout of his own shop when Luo Shui leaned closer and whispered to him, "Young master, there's something off about this owner." The low voice gently drifted into his ears. He instinctively turned to look, but was reminded by Luo Shui, "Don't make it too obvious." Oh. Using the opportunity to survey the shop, Qin Yi slowly swept his gaze to the window. Through the window, he could see the owner skillfully chopping pig bones with a cleaver. The blade swung smoothly, glinting silver, the sound of chopping bones dull, yet resonant. The owner wore a black apron with rolled-up sleeves, and the muscles on his forearms were clearly visible. He chopped the bones with a calm demeanor, appearing both composed and effortless. When he was deboning, his hand speed was practiced and mature, his gaze focused and meticulous, resembling a seasoned master chef in the kitchen. Qin Yi found no signs of anything unusual. The kitchen looked quite clean, the boss wife cooked skillfully, and the master was careful with the meat. Wasn't everything quite normal? The boy's brows furrowed with a hint of confusion as Luo Shui leaned closer to his ear, lowering his voice. This owner is too adept at deboning. There are traces of nail marks from being pinched on the wrist near his hand, and his wife's nails aren't this long. Do you still remember the criminal cases in this area? Fingers found in a spicy hot pot restaurant. Police investigation indicates a 27-year-old missing woman's body in D Street dismemberment case. During his free time, Luo Shui often browsed local civil news to ensure the safety of his employer's outings. In his 7 years as a professional bodyguard, this habit helped him avoid many unnecessary risks for his employer. Qin Yi instinctively widened his eyes, no longer caring about how obvious it was, and stared intently at the owner's wrist, where he indeed spotted a faint red mark that was not very obvious. A deep, narrow blood scab marked the rough skin, resembling a scratch made by someone on fine sand. Moreover, it was clearly not the sharp mark of a cat scratch. At that moment, the boss wife passed by the window to grab some ginger and scallions, giving Qin Yi the chance to see clearly that her nails were trimmed round and clean. The dismemberment case. What the hell could it be that this owner is the murderer? If so, wouldn't he be stepping into a tiger's den? The thought sent shivers down his spine. Qin Yi shivered and immediately stood up. "Boss, no need to continue. I suddenly remembered I have something to do, so I'm leaving. Sorry to bother you." Qin Yi shouted towards the inside, turning to hastily leave. He took large strides, almost breaking into a run. Regardless of whether the owner was guilty or not, having discovered something amiss, the best strategy was to retreat. Who knows if that owner would add something inside? If both of them passed out after eating, wouldn't he be dismembered the next day without even seeing his wife and children? No way. Absolutely cannot take that risk. Chaotic thoughts filled his mind, and Qin Yi only relaxed after rushing back to the car. The car was infused with a jasmine fragrance reminiscent of Luo Shui, and as Qin Yi was enveloped in this scent, his heart gradually settled. Only then did he realize he had broken out in a thin, cold sweat. "Hey, young man, you need to pay for the food that was already made." Seeing the owner chase out with a knife, Qin Yi's heart sank again. He widened his eyes and frantically tapped on the back of Luo Shui's seat. "Hurry, drive fast. Home. Forget about paying, he hadn't even eaten." "All right, young master." Luo Shui steadily turned the steering wheel and quickly pressed the accelerator. A sudden thrust pushed Qin Yi back against the seat. After driving a few dozen meters, Qin Yi directly dialed the police, informing them of the owner's suspicious behavior. The rest was no longer his concern, as he trusted the police would investigate properly. The air quieted down, and a clear electronic voice popped into his mind. "Sweet flower host, you've suddenly be—" Qin Yi twitched his lips, feeling indignant. "Qin Yi, what timidness. This is called staying away from danger and cherishing life, understand? Qin Yi wouldn't send a suspicious and incompetent person to protect his son, so I trust Luo Shui's judgment. Even if that owner isn't the murderer, the marks on his wrist indicate he has harmed women. If not a daughter, then possibly an affair. I won't let a man who hits women profit from me." He had secretly confirmed that the boss's wife indeed kept her nails very clean, and if she were pinching someone, such slender marks wouldn't be left behind. Thus that owner was indeed very suspicious. In his past life, Qin Yi was just an ordinary shooting student dealing only with anime studies and an utterly mundane daily life. How could he have encountered criminal cases? Facing a suspect in a dismemberment murder for the first time, his heart raced to the point of almost bursting out of his chest, fearing that this murderer might take a liking to him and pull him into the life and death ledger. After driving for a while, Qin Yi still felt a lingering fear. Luo Shui through the rearview mirror noticed Qin Yi with his eyes closed, lips tightly pressed, and hands crossed, indicating that his mood hadn't calmed down. His little white rabbit young master was frightened. "Young master, don't worry, I will protect you." Luo Shui couldn't help. Qin Yi opened his eyes and looked up at the rearview mirror. In the mirror, Luo Shui's blind light gray eyes resembled a misty lake, calm and undisturbed, while the other deep brown eye conveyed a composed and unflappable calm. That confidence stemmed from his own strength. When their eyes met, the determination was tinged with a hint of warmth. It seemed that from the moment he detected something amiss, this person had not changed his expression. While he was so scared, he didn't dare sit still and ran away. When compared, it was utterly embarrassing. Qin Yi's cheeks flushed, and he shrank his neck, muttering, "Protecting me is your duty, since I've paid." He started off assertively, but his voice softened towards the end like a gentle breeze lost in a hollow valley. Luo Shui was taken aback for a moment before bursting into laughter. The hardened face, accustomed to indifference, revealed an uncontrollable smile, and the formerly unapproachable aura instantly became friendly. Feeling embarrassed, Qin Yi simply took out his phone to divert his attention. He casually scrolled through his WeChat list with Luo Shui as the pinned contact crown, followed by his father Qin Zhihai, mother Liang Yan, Annie Chun, Wen Mo Fei, and a few other former middle school, high school, and college classmates with whom he rarely interacted, while others had been deleted clean. Qin Yi clicked into the chat with Luo Shui. The other person's avatar was a scenic photo of cloud-covered mountains. The white mist swirled around the rolling green hills, as if meeting the heavenly realm overlooking the world below. Having not looked closely before, now the scenery felt somewhat familiar the more he gazed at it. Qin Yi carefully searched through his past memories and was astonished to find that this angle was the view from the top of Laojun Mountain, looking out over the distant mountains. Laojun Mountain was high and narrow, with cool mountain winds, towering peaks, and swirling clouds. The exquisite and ancient Taoist temple sat atop, and when winter's white veil covered it, the temple transformed into a stunning celestial palace above the clouds, breathtakingly beautiful. At that time, when Qin Yi went with friends, it was the peak tourist season for National Day. When they first climbed the mountain, apart from the trees and hills, the cloud-covered peak that resembled a heavenly palace was the most frequent sight, with the most visible being the crowd of people bustling around. The mountain was cold and stuffy, crowded, and the noise was annoying to the ears. Outside the railing was a gray haze, all fog, making him feel like he had fallen for the trap of a trendy short video. When the sun rose and the fog dissipated, the morning light gently spilled out from the clouds, revealing the majestic mountains that had lifted their gray veil. Qin Yi's bright eyes fixed on the previously unnoticed avatar of Luo Shui, and a hint of joy emerged in his gaze. It turned out she had also been to Laojun Mountain. Two vastly different lives converged at a single scenic spot, igniting a spark of joy in his heart. The once unreachable senior became his wife. The person who once made his heart flutter became an inseparable family companion for him. How fortunate he was. Yet he still hadn't been out to explore the world with her. When Luo Shui has some free time, he must take her, and the three of them to travel together. "Wife, I really want to." "You?" Qin Yi moved his fingertips, typed a few words with surging emotion, then suddenly stopped. "Wait, like this? Would it be too passionate, too clingy, making me seem childish and immature?" He was determined to become a stable and reliable father. Qin Yi hesitated, bit his lip, deleted the words, and then tapped on the pinyin keyboard again. "Wife, have you arrived home?" The message was sent, and there was no response for a while. That's right. As the CEO of the Qin Group, his wife was a workaholic, deeply focused on her career. When had she ever had time to look at her phone? After all, in her heart, work and her daughter were what mattered most. Qin Yi's starry eyes dimmed, and the hand holding his phone slowly lowered. His palms suddenly vibrated. A black and white message box popped up. Qin Yi's eyes lit up again. Those two words, extremely concise and seemingly indifferent, held a strange magic that miraculously soothed Qin Yi's unease. Qin Yi grinned and focused on typing. "Okay, you'll be home soon too." Once the message was sent, it vanished like a stone in the ocean, but this time Qin Yi's heart was not as disappointed as before. When the car pulled up in front of the villa, the sunset glow had already been swallowed by the gloomy night. The courtyard wall lights were bright, and the night shift security guards and gardeners remained at their posts. As soon as the car entered the courtyard and his feet touched the ground, those who passed by and happened to meet him respectfully called out, "Young master." Qin Yi nodded absent-mindedly and walked straight ahead with his long legs. Luo Shui watched Qin Yi enter the main building before heaving a sigh of relief. As he walked back to the side courtyard, he began browsing takeout options. Passing the familiar lush locust tree, Luo Shui instinctively glanced up at the layered canopy. Apart from the rustling of leaves in the wind, there was no longer any sense of being watched. Tisk, that woman had actually neglected her duty. Luo Shui raised an eyebrow in surprise, but then felt it was none of his business, so he left calmly. The bedroom lights were adjusted to a warm, dim glow. On the soft, large bed curled a small lump. Qin Yi instinctively softened his steps even though his house slippers on the expensive Boston velvet carpet were already silent. Inine was sleeping soundly. Her two little paws tightly hugged a minion's plush toy, her small and delicate nose rising and falling with each breath. Her long and slender eyelashes inherited Luo Shui's beautiful curve, each one distinct. Her soft bun-like face was so delicate it seemed to break at a touch, while her lips resembled Qin Yi's, neither too thin nor too thick, plump and solid. Looking at his daughter's adorable sleeping face that seemed to radiate cuteness, Qin Yi's heart melted into a puddle of tenderness. How could the original owner have been cold-hearted enough to ignore and bully such a lovely little princess? It was simply worse than a beast. Qin Yi was so absorbed in watching his daughter that he didn't notice Luo Shui had come up behind him. "You're back." A clear, cool voice tinged with softness sounded behind him. Only then did Qin Yi startle and turn around. Having just come from outside and bathed, Luo Shui wore a simple burgundy pajama dress that reached her knees, her slender jade legs dazzlingly white. Her hair cascaded over her shoulders, her deep phoenix eyes slightly narrowed as she looked down at Qin Yi. Without any expression, she was as exquisitely cold and stunning as a perfect statue. This statue was the faith that had captured Qin Yi's entire being. Qin Yi remained bent over, staring blankly at the approaching figure, feeling as if they had been apart for ages, even though they had been in the same bed that morning. His peach blossom eyes fixed on her gradually welled up with a watery sheen, and the corners of his eyes flushed with a touching red, making him look like a pitiful little puppy. "Woo wife." Qin Yi choked out in a low voice, then threw himself forward, hugging Luo Shui's long legs and crying into them. What maturity and stability. Away with all that. He only wanted to be close to his dear wife. The fluffy short hair tickled her thigh, and Luo Shui's cool expression finally cracked. With a hint of shyness, she reached out and grabbed the ears of that big dog, applying slight pressure, and bit her lip gently. "Qin Yi, if you wake Inine up, you'll sleep in the living room." The big dog froze, slowly released her fragrant and smooth legs, knelt on the ground, and looked up at her with pitiful eyes. Luo Shui shot him an annoyed glare, smoothed her nightgown, and walked toward the study. Qin Yi straightened up and followed her with his head down. Ignoring whatever nonsense this guy was up to, Luo Shui sat down in the comfortable office chair and resumed reviewing this quarter's reports. The family company had hired professional managers to handle it, so there was no need to worry for now, but she had to personally review the important documents and reports of the group. Although the Qin group was the undisputed leader in Modu when looking at the whole country and even the world, there were still many competitors. And the intricate internal administrative management, including those Deadwood brought in through nepotism, required her to calm down and eliminate them one by one, with an iron hand patiently rectifying the system. Time was extremely precious for Luo Shui. The keyboard clattered intermittently, and the mouse clicked and rebounded. Qin Yi sat opposite Luo Shui, unable to find any moment to interject. The waiting time was too boring, and since he had never been a patient person, he simply leaned his upper body onto the desk, rested his chin on his forearm, and stared blankly at her constantly moving, beautiful jade hands. Look at that hand. The white fingertips had a hint of pink, the nails were translucent and rounded, protruding less than 2 millimeters. This was the length that someone who frequently entered and exited the laboratory needed to keep. Yet it was this very length that had scratched his neck until it stung. Not knowing what he was thinking, Qin Yi's cheeks flushed, and he withdrew his gaze, his knobby fingers rubbing the desk in a vain attempt to cover up his embarrassment. Luo Shui glanced at him, her thin lips parting slightly. "If you're bored, you can go back to the bedroom, but you're not allowed to make any noise." Startled back to reality by her cool, pleasant, queenly voice, Qin Yi straightened up and shook his head. "As long as I'm looking at you, I'm not bored." The words sounded like a smooth-talking playboy's easily tossed flattery, but under Qin Yi's candid, clear gaze that seemed to see through everything, she felt no disgust in her heart. Luo Shui was silent for a few seconds, lowered her long eyelashes, and returned her gaze to the screen. "Whatever you want." The two words were uttered lightly and drifted away. It was at that moment that Qin Yi vaguely realized that tonight Luo Shui was treating him with the same coldness as before. No way, no way. Qin Yi's heart skipped a beat, missing half a beat. He blinked, carefully leaned in. Wife." Meeting her calm gaze, Qin Yi's Adam's apple bobbed. Are you angry?" "No." "Then you. Shut up, you're annoying." "Oh, she really is angry." Qin Yi was now certain. He took a light breath, stood up, circled around the office desk, and trotted to Luo Shui's side, kneeling down to tug at her silky smooth pajamas. "Wife Shui." The constant small movements beside her made it impossible for Luo Shui to ignore him. Unfortunately, they weren't in the office or the lab, otherwise there would be 2 people to drag this annoying dog out. Completely unaware that in Luo Shui's heart he had already become an annoying little dog, Qin Yi blinked his clear peach blossom eyes and pouted, acting cute. "Sister Luo." "Sister." Luo Shui gave him a helpless look, and as she met his pretending to be good eyes, the faint annoyance in her heart grew stronger. So skilled in these moves. Hadn't this guy done this to other women often? Seeing that she finally deigned to put down the cold computer screen and look over the smile in Qin Yi's eyes grew brighter. Yet before he could rejoice, Luo Shui's cold, crisp voice drenched his heart like a basin of icy water. Don't use the same tricks on me that you use on other women. I didn't. Then tell me, after you picked up Qin, what did you do? Meeting Luo Shui's eyes that seemed to pierce straight through his soul, Qin Yi parted his lips, but his voice died in his throat. How could he explain? Should he tell her that his Buddhist best friend had drugged a girl to satisfy his desires, and that he had fallen out with those friends over protecting her? Would she believe him? The truth fears silence most of all. Luo Shui, who had never believed he could do such things, saw him go mute and silent. A terrifying, yet not impossible thought crept into her mind thread by thread. If there was something he could just say it directly, she would believe him. But he didn't speak. Could it be? Had he really? Yes, only a fool would repay someone else's debts. Luo Shui's gaze went distant, the glimmer of intrigued exploration fading from her eyes. She had thought the person inside this shell was different from the others. But in the end, would he be just like them? The image of Qin Yi carrying a woman out of the bar was still fresh in her mind. The face in her vision grew hideous. Suddenly Luo Shui felt nauseous. She slapped Qin Yi's hand away and stared at him coldly. Get out. Qin Yi grasped her hand tightly, feeling that if he let this misunderstanding fester, they would drift further apart. No, I didn't. I haven't touched anyone. Man or woman aside from you, I won't touch anyone. I am not. Sweet Flower System warm reminder: it is strictly forbidden for the host to proactively disclose the existence of rebirth or the system before the birth of supernatural brain service information system technology. Otherwise, the normal development order of the world may collapse, and the host will face severe random punishment, including the possibility of erasing the host and the system. Qin Yi paused, pondered for a moment, then fixed his gaze and gritted his teeth as he continued. I am not that scumbag. I would never do such a thing. My own wife, Shui Yu. You are my only loyalty. Even if he was seen as having split personalities, it didn't matter. This was the system's greatest concession. Tears like broken strands of pearls dripped from the corners of his eyes. The sincerity in his eyes was so frank and open, spilling out along the sheen of tears. At some point, both his knees knelt neatly before her, and he held her hand tightly, as if clutching his very... So this was how much it hurt to be doubted and disappointed by the one you loved. 10 times, 100 times, 1,000 times more painful than being lashed with sharp branches. Senior sister. Shui, forgive this cowardly me, unable to confess my true identity, unable to bear my soul, trapped in another's filthy flesh, loving you, touching you, yet unwilling to let you go, never wanting you to leave. The sunset outside the window was almost gone. The sky hung low like a bruise on the skin. In the quiet room, Qin Yi's sobbing breaths were clearly audible. Luo Shui's gaze fell on the tear at the corner of his eye. With her free hand, her fingertip wiped away the warm moisture along with the turbulent thoughts in her heart. Why are you so prone to tears? Luo Shui murmured softly. Vaguely, she remembered that when she had bullied him too hard back then, his eyes would also turn red, tears threatening to fall. She hadn't known then whether it was joy or guilt. She had fallen asleep before she could think more. Now, reflecting carefully, she realized his guilt must have been the greater part. Why would he feel guilty toward her? Why did this person now have only her in his eyes? Clearly, she was the one who had taken the greater advantage. If Qin Yi were still the old Qin Yi, Luo Shui would still be managing the Qin group with a clear conscience, gradually gathering all of the Qin family's assets into her own hands. Even if Qin Yi had countless women, or even illegitimate children, she would mercilessly strip him of everything and let her daughter inherit all of the Qin fortune. But the current Qin Yi had effortlessly turned her long-planned ruthless schemes into a pale and absurd. He loved her, respected her, and even said if she didn't want children, he would get a vasectomy. Faced with such a man, no matter how cold and heartless Luo Shui was, she couldn't bring herself to take everything that rightfully belonged to him. This Qin Yi had already touched the strings of her heart. Qin Yi sniffled, tilted his head back slightly, and closed his eyes. Fresh tears once again moistened Luo Shui's fingertip. I can't help it when I'm with you. Luo Shui sighed and wiped the tears from the corner of his eye. I went to the bar yesterday too. I saw you. Qin Yi opened his eyes, his lashes wet, looking even more like a bedraggled little dog caught in the rain. Her movements were gentle, her tone calm, as if she were merely stating an insignificant detail. I saw you holding a girl dressed as a bunny girl. She was leaning affectionately in your arms, and you hurriedly pushed through the crowd to get out. Qin Yi held her hand, lowered his head, and explained in a muffled voice, that girl was drugged by those people. I took her to the hospital. Nothing else happened. Luo Shui lifted his chin slightly, and her shimmering eyes reflected her own image. You don't want to go to school, or the company. Do you want to become a hospital orderly instead? A pregnant woman, he tripped over a drug girl. Was this fool really planning to play savior? Luo Shui's fingers pinching his chin couldn't help but apply a little more force. Qin Yi raised his head, his tearful eyes looking even more aggrieved. No, but they were involved because of me. Luo Shui glared at him helplessly and laid it all out. Idiot, some things you can delegate to others. Do you have to tire yourself out and do everything personally to feel comfortable? After all, this man's status was something most people in the Magic City would fear to behold. Luo Shui pulled her hand from his grasp and lightly tapped his forehead with her slender fair fingers. A brain is a good thing. Use it more. Got it. Qin Yi swayed his head with the force, grinning a simple, foolish smile. Not angry anymore. That's good. Luo Shui looked at the man with tear-streaked face and silly grin, a little disgusted. She grabbed a tissue from the table and pressed it onto his face. Wipe it yourself. The soft white tissue carrying a faint fragrance covered his face like a hazy white veil shrouding the world. And beyond that haze was his most beloved. For an instant he felt like a bride beneath a white veil, the one marrying him being Luo Shui outside. Luo Shui saw he had drifted off again, took the tissue, and carefully wiped his face herself. A breathtakingly beautiful face emerged and enlarged before him. Qin Yi unconsciously held his breath. Their eyes met. The boy's gaze was so pure and sincere that it almost made the calm lake in Luo Shui's eyes begin to boil. Luo Shui wiped the reddened corner of his eye, then with half-closed lashes leaned down and gently pressed a kiss to the outer edge of his eye. A warm touch bloomed at the corner of his eye, and his mind was filled with soft, fragrant clouds. At that moment time stopped. Qin Yi forgot his own heartbeat. Luo Shui cupped his face, a tenderness she herself barely noticed in her eyes. Did you pay attention in class today? What happened to the marks on your face? Qin Yi hesitated. If you don't want to tell me, then don't. From a distance they were faint, unnoticeable, but up close the fair skin bore red scratches like spider silk. They looked like they might have been caused by something scraping against it. Perhaps an accidental scratch, which is why they were so subtle. Luo Shui didn't think anyone would dare openly strike the young master of the Qin family. She hadn't asked before because she hadn't seen the need. But now those red marks were glaringly noticeable, impossible to ignore. So was this. Me feeling worried for him. Qin Yi hesitated for a moment before softly saying, I accidentally fell. It was truly embarrassing to have been beaten up by his best friend. He felt too shy to say it out loud. Luo Shui looked at him for a while, her gaze making him feel uneasy and unable to meet her eyes before she continued to ask, where else are you hurt? Let me apply some medicine for you. Not caring was one thing, but thinking about the fact that he hadn't treated his back, yet the sharp pain from countless tiny ant bites surged forth uncontrollably. Qin Yi frowned slightly, gazing hopefully at Luo Shui. And my back. Suddenly he remembered something, bent down to rummage through his pocket, and pulled out a bottle of ointment, presenting it to Luo Shui like a treasure. Oh, let's use this, it's just a minor injury, anyway, to save Dr. Zhao from making an extra trip. A private doctor, such a high-end existence, should be able to easily tell how he got this injury right. Once a lie was told, countless others had to be spun to cover it. He would rather downplay the situation. Luo Shui glanced at him with a hint of suspicion, but ultimately accepted the medicine Qin Yi offered, telling him to lie down on the sofa. The moment Qin Yi stood up, his legs went weak, and he fell directly into Luo Shui's arms. He had knelt for too long. His legs had gone numb. Hiss. Qin Yi supported himself on the armrest, drawing in a breath only to inhale the intoxicating scent of Luo Shui's clear and refreshing body fragrance. Luo Shui's cheeks flushed slightly as she pinched Qin Yi's ear. What are you doing? Qin Yi grinned. My legs are numb. He truly wasn't trying to play the victim. Luo Shui. Supporting him to sit on the sofa, she skeptically picked up the unknown ointment he had given her to. Her fair fingertips turned the bottle, finding that its texture was no different from most skincare products on the market. It was just that the design was extremely simple and clean, so much so that there wasn't even a single word engraved on it. Currently, the state has strict controls over drug production. Every type of medicine leaves the factory with basic information engraved on its packaging. If it lacks this, it is deemed counterfeit. In this world, counterfeit medicine is severely cracked down upon. Luo Shui raised an eyebrow, her cool gaze sweeping over. No place of origin, no instructions, no date. You dare to use this kind of product without any identification. Oh, exposed again. Qin Yi's heart trembled, his expression frozen, while the little person in his mind was pulling at their hair in frustration. Systema. My wife is too intelligent. What should I do? I can't hide it. It's impossible to hide it. Sweetly he wiped away non-existent sweat from his forehead. The product images within the system are preset and cannot be changed. How to explain without exposing the system's existence is up to you, the host. With a beep in his mind, the electronic voice fell silent. Qin Yi couldn't help but feel a vein popping on his forehead. It ran away. Wasn't it supposed to serve my happy life? This broken system. And explain. Do I look like someone who can come up with something creative? The quiet air felt unbearably cold under the psychological effect. Qin Yi truly couldn't think of a way to cover it up, and honestly he really didn't want to deceive the person he liked over and over again. He scratched his head and smiled helplessly. It fell from the sky. Anyway, it works, and it works well. Qin Yi blinked, gently tugging on Luo Shui's clothing hem, and pleaded, "Wife, just try it." In the end, Luo Shui succumbed to his soft coaxing. She took a bit of the white, creamy liquid, intending to apply it on his face, only to discover that the scars on Qin Yi's face had completely vanished. Luo Shui was taken aback, blinking in disbelief. Below her gaze, the man's skin was smooth, his complexion fair and flawless, as if polished by nature, exceptionally handsome. Just a few minutes. What's wrong? Seeing Luo Shui's movements come to a halt, Qin Yi curiously asked her. He instinctively touched his face, feeling no pain, and was surprised for a moment, then suddenly understood. "Oh, I had applied it on my face before. How is it? Isn't the effect pretty good?" Qin Yi smiled at her. Luo Shui stared at his face, pondering for a while, then suddenly said, "Take off your clothes." Oh. Qin Yi skillfully unbuttoned his shirt from top to bottom, slowly revealing his bare pale skin. This person had a good physique with long neck and prominent Adam's apple, which would move up and down when he swallowed, nervously evoking desire. At this moment, the collar of his black shirt was open, revealing a fair chest and collarbone. Luo Shui's gaze darkened. Her fingertips, now smeared with ointment, felt unusually warm. In her heart, she unexpectedly had the thought of tearing this person's clothes off directly. Qin Yi had undone half of it, and upon noticing Luo Shui's intense gaze on his body, felt a bit shy. His cheeks flushed, he turned slightly, and after taking off his shirt, he turned his back to Luo Shui. Originally lost in thought, Luo Shui's expression changed when she saw the scars on his back. Her dark pupils suddenly constricted. What she saw was a back that was entirely white, covered with densely packed bleeding and horrifyingly long red. The pristine white paper had been carelessly scribbled on with dark red ink, each stroke exuding the perpetrator's rage and fury. If Qin Yi had seen the injuries on his back with his own eyes, he surely wouldn't have carelessly dismissed them with a simple "I fell." Who did this? A cold voice sounded from behind, and Qin Yi blankly responded with a hum, but suddenly felt a sharp pain on his back. Hiss! Luo Shui's fingertip pressed directly on the most seriously scratched area. Qin Yi couldn't help but cry out in pain and flinched. He turned back to glare at her aggrievedly. "What are you?" Luo Shui's deep, cold gaze held emotions he couldn't decipher, her tone entirely devoid of humor. "How did you get hurt?" Qin Yi opened his mouth, momentarily speechless. Luo Shui leaned closer, the familiar scent of jasmine, now overwhelming, making his heart race. "All right, since you don't want to say, I will find that person my way." Knowing his gentle nature, Luo Shui decided to personally uncover the identity of the person who harmed him. Regardless of whether this guy had stirred up a romantic mess before, there were many ways to make amends. The only way that should not be used was to harm him. This person could only be bullied by herself. Luo Shui closed her long lashes and straightened up, only to be suddenly hugged by Qin Yi. The boy's body felt slightly cool in the air. The rhythm of his breathing brushed against her ear anxiously. "No, don't go," as she really didn't mean it. Qin Yi tightly held on to Luo Shui, not letting her leave, as if he were holding onto his own restless heart. He knew that once Luo Shui set her mind to something, she would act decisively, without hesitation. However, Han Qinghua truly acted out of concern for him, and was a deeply cherished friend of her. She must have been extremely upset to have done such a thing. Moreover, he was fine now, wasn't he? Then do you mean to let her bully you intentionally? Didn't he say he liked her? Liking her, yet keeping things from her, deceiving her. Allowing the woman outside to mistreat him while refusing to share his thoughts with her. A sour feeling surged up like a heavy tide in his heart. It was an emotion he hadn't experienced in a long time. Luo Shui frowned, pushing Qin Yi. When she couldn't budge him, she pinched his waist. Qin Yi winced in pain. "It's not. By the way, where did he learn this skill? How could even the noble and aloof Luo de Zongzai do this? If you're willing to let her hit you, then let her apply it for you to save me time." "Let go." Luo Shui slapped his shoulder while still pushing him. After several struggles, Qin Yi's emotions surged, and he loosened his hold on her. Taking advantage of her moment of inattention, he wrapped his arms around her waist and leaned in to kiss her. "Let go of me, The annoying face suddenly enlarged, and the sensation of their lips made Luo Shui's beautiful phoenix eyes widen slightly, her grip quickly losing strength. What to do if you upset someone you like? This question had never crossed Qin Yi's mind before, as she had never had someone. If there was someone, it would be her unattainable white moonlight. How could she possibly make her angry? But now, listening to her cold reprimand, and feeling the piercing glances filled with anger and disappointment, Qin Yi's heart felt as if it was being squeezed, almost unable to breathe. He trembled tightly, holding her waist, his heart racing wildly. The waves surged, tears glimmered, all the words he wanted to say, yet could not, were crushed in this heated and trembling kiss. This was the first kiss that was not about affection, cautious, filled with tenderness and submission. It felt as though the thick layers of pretense were peeled away, revealing a sincere soul that burned on his tongue. As their breathing gradually steadied, Luo Shui pushed him away, her delicate and cold lips now glistening and enticingly red. Qin Yi, on the other hand, was in a much worse state. His lips were marked with numerous teeth impressions from the kissing. Fortunately, she had been gentle and did not draw blood. Luo, his wife, indeed cared for him. He could guess what she was thinking just by looking into her eyes. Luo Shui caught her breath and rolled her eyes at him. Do you need to apply the medicine or not? Qin Yi licked his lips, his watery eyes filled with grievance and excitement as he nodded vigorously. Yes, yes, yes. When they were shoving earlier, the medicine had been placed on the table by Luo Shui, and as he turned around, she took the medicine and began to apply it for him. The cool liquid moved over his back, providing a strange sense of comfort and stimulation. Qin Yi squinted his eyes, straightening his back even more. Wife, this medicine, you might want to study it. There should be nothing like it on the market. The era of superbrain technology is said to be 50 years later, and the items in the marketplace are all high-quality products that will be popular 50 years from now. Clearly, this effective scar removal cream was also created in the future. Instead of working hard to earn points to buy things from the marketplace, it was better to become a seller and use it freely. Having been reborn, why should he toil like a beast? When it came to laziness, he was indeed gifted. Knowing that this person would not tell her for the time being, Luo Shui allowed him to keep his secret, though her curiosity about him never ceased. All right, I will study the medicine, but what I want to study more right now. Her warm fingertips glided from his waist to his, as if feeling the heartbeat beneath the skin. Her cool voice gently and alluringly flowed out. Is you? That soft voice was like a warm and gentle thread wrapping around Qin Yi's heart again and again. He was already a sound and beauty enthusiast. With just a slight glance from Luo Shui, he could easily lose his sense of direction, let alone this deliberate seduction. This is unfair. Too unfair. Qin Yi felt his heart racing, and the places Luo Shui had touched were burning as if on fire. His once smooth and fair skin gradually turned pink, while the wound where the medicine was applied healed rapidly at a visible rate. Luo Shui's gaze resting on his back grew deeper. Under that focused gaze, Qin Yi felt the skin start to prickle with tiny bumps. He trembled and quickly stood up. I am sleepy. I'm going to sleep now. Without even having time to put on his clothes, he hurriedly grabbed his clothes to cover his chest and fled to the bedroom. Luo Shui stared blankly for a moment before breaking into a smile. After Qin Yi carefully and quietly crawled into bed, Luo Shui returned to the study. Unlike the warmth of the bedroom, the study was clean and simple. The overall color scheme was a calm gray-blue, reflecting her usual serious demeanor, aloof and distant. She opened her email, and the words and numbers merged into a confusing torrent of characters, her deep gaze skillfully capturing the key information within. Gradually, her expression grew colder, becoming increasingly chilling. Like a dark current beneath the glacier, it seeped into the heart of the person on the other end of the call. The night wind gradually became active, the leaves murmured in the breeze, and amidst the light and cheerful sounds there were faint light footsteps. With the window half open, the cool air of late spring flowed in, and Luo Shui was doing push-ups in the room bare-chested. After completing 200, a light sweat covered his lean physique, making him appear particularly fit. Hearing a noise outside the window, he got up from the floor, casually grabbed his clothes, and looked outside. He saw a graceful woman approaching under the moonlight. In an instant, she shifted her form, using the springy branches to silently land on the balcony railing. With a twist of her body, she landed lightly. What amazing skills! Luo Shui couldn't help but admire secretly. Shortly after, the door to the room opened, and a displeased Qin Yi in black walked in. Do you have any medicine? I need to borrow some for an external injury. The whole building housed more than just Luo Shui. There were also several housekeepers employed by Luo Shui through butler Zhao to manage the villa. She didn't want to involve ordinary people. Spotting a bodyguard of the man she had encountered last time exercising in the room on the second floor, she decided to go directly to him to borrow medicine. Only then did Luo Shui realize that this person was slightly out of breath, with messy hair at the temples and visible dark stains on his clothes that smelled of blood, clearly just returning from a fight. Luo Shui raised an eyebrow and pointed to the cabinet near her. Second shelf. Qin Yi opened the cabinet where band-aids, gauzes, alcohol, and iodine were neatly organized. She took a bottle of iodine and cotton swabs, then casually removed her fitted long-sleeved shirt. Luo Shui too did not shy away, looking openly at Qin Yi as she turned her back to him, taking off her long shirt and revealing the scarred neck and shoulders. Those scars had traces of bullets passing through and the unspoken words left by sharp objects. In stark contrast to the gory scars was a simple and cute red feather tattoo on her left shoulder. The small, simplistic feather looked like a petal kissed upon a fragmented snowfield, bringing a different vitality to the harsh and desolate scenery. If you love watching so much, be careful with your eyes. The emotionless words floated lightly over, and Luo Shui smiled slightly, averting his gaze. This woman has remarkable skills. It's best not to do anything reckless to avoid causing trouble. He hated complications. All right, thank you. Qin Yi adjusted her clothes, placed the medicine on the table, her high ponytail swaying casually, exuding a nonchalant vibe, casting a meaningful glance at Luo Shui before turning to leave. As the door closed apart from the used medicine on the table, it seemed as if nothing had happened. Luo Shui stood quietly for a while, then chuckled lightly, shaking his head as he tidied the room. Beneath the calm night, currents surged. The hooting of night owls echoed in the dense forest, and occasionally clear bird calls sliced through the silence. No egg remains unbroken under the nest. The hidden hunters rejoiced in their spoils. The freshly baked cake base is enveloped in a subtle, sweet, milky fragrance, warm and soft. It feels as though one is submerged in a fluffy sea of sweetness, enticing one to sink deeper. Qin Yi couldn't help but bury his head to reach for that milky scent, only to be roused by the restless little one in his arms. Drowsily opening his eyes upon seeing the snowy white scenery before him, Qin Yi's eyes widened in shock, his cheeks flushed red as he shifted back in embarrassment. There was no cake base at all. It was clearly the alluring presence of Luo Shui right before him. The little one in his arms was nestled snugly between them in the narrow blanket, seemingly feeling hot, but too lazy to wake up, just humming and wriggling about, her porcelain-like face flushed, making one unable to resist the urge to kiss her. Qin Yi watched his daughter's adorable sleeping face, and just as he was about to kiss her, he received a kick from the little one on his leg. Meanwhile, Luo Shui, sleeping sideways, appeared completely relaxed and showed no signs of disturbance. It seemed that the little one was using all her energy against him. Qin Yi let out a bemused smile, gently stroked Yin Yin's fluffy little head, and carefully got up, shifting the child to the other side. The cool air seeped into the blanket in front of Luo Shui, combined with the movement of the blanket, and Qin Yi's actions roused the peacefully sleeping Luo Shui. Qin Yi laid back down slowly, turning to glance, and unexpectedly locked eyes with her beautiful phoenix eyes shimmering like scattered light. Oh no, he had woken his wife. Sorry, I woke you up. The deliberately softened voice abruptly halted. Luo Shui stared at Qin Yi for a while, then suddenly leaned closer to him. A fragrant warmth enveloped him as a warm kiss fell upon his lips. The words he wanted to say were blocked by this kiss, making Qin Yi blink, his heart racing wildly. No longer satisfied with the mere brushing of lips, Qin Yi closed his eyes, leaning in to embrace Luo Shui's slender waist, craving for deeper sweetness. At first, Luo Shui responded drowsily to his kiss, but slowly sleep overcame her, and she gradually became still in Qin Yi's embrace. Indeed, she had fallen asleep. With a crack, it felt as if something had shattered, and Qin Yi felt as if he had split apart. His wife had fallen asleep. How could she fall asleep like this? How could she just fall asleep? He still wanted to love her a little longer. Qin Yi released Luo Shui's lips, his gaze filled with grievance and longing. This young body was filled with vigor, and several bouts of springtime indulgence naturally led to cravings. With impulses rising, it became unbearable without release. In retaliation against the instigator, who only knew how to set fires without extinguishing them, Qin Yi pecked at the corner of Luo Shui's lips, then carefully propped himself up, slipped around her, and quietly snuck into the bathroom to resolve it himself. Around 7 in the morning, Luo Shui was awakened by her long-established biological clock. As soon as she woke up, she sensed something unusual about her body. Luo Shui frowned slightly, turning her face to the side, and saw the man sleeping soundly beside her, his arm draped over her waist, his thigh pressing against her knee, his face nestled adorably against her shoulder, his breath brushing against her neck. Not knowing what dream he was having, he even let out a soft smacking sound, curving into a silly smile. Luo Shui. This posture of hugging a plush toy while sleeping was exactly like how Yin used to be as a child. With her thigh feeling numb from being pressed, and his warm body pressing against her side, Luo Shui, slightly embarrassed, pushed him away, adjusted her somewhat disheveled sleeping clothes, and got out of bed to wash up. As she got up, she caught a glimpse of her daughter, who was sweetly sleeping beside Qin Yi, her eyes shimmering softly, her lips slightly curled. After watching for a while, she withdrew her gaze and turned to leave. The important project in the laboratory had made no progress, and with no time to spare, she had to rely on Qin Yi to accompany Yin. Today was Saturday, and when Qin Yi woke up, the sun was just shining on him. He squinted, his eyes turned, and pulled the blanket over himself to cocoon inside, reaching out with his big hand only to grasp at emptiness. After fumbling for a moment, he suddenly opened his eyes wide and woke up. Qin Yi sat up in shock, looking around completely bewildered. Where had his big wife and daughter gone? On the large bed, he was left all alone, and a sense of abandonment washed over him. He tossed the blanket aside and got out of bed hastily, putting on his slippers as he walked outside. When he opened the door, he heard Yin and Ji Kai's voices coming from the living room on the first floor, and his anxious heart finally settled. Thank goodness, as long as he wasn't left all alone. Late risers always filled the quiet morning with inexplicable dread, and he was no exception. After tidying himself up, Qin Yi went downstairs and was greeted by the sight of scattered puzzles strewn across the bright living room floor. Yao, that piece is wrong, but should be that one under your foot. Okay. Chang Lu Yao picked up the similarly colored puzzle piece from under her foot and fitted it in, completing a part of the otherwise incomplete picture. Yach! Yinyin clapped her hands, excitedly searching for the next piece. With a gray-blue background, a corner of a house, and a broken coastline, it seemed to be a puzzle of a sunset beach scene. Ji-Chi, sitting beside them on the floor, was also fiddling with a piece of the puzzle, joining in their laughter and cheer, creating a lively atmosphere, until Qin Yi's tall figure blocked some light, and they finally noticed his presence. Ah, Daddy is awake. Daddy's sleeping time is always as long as that of the pig in the animation. Remembering how hard it was to wake up her father, Yinyin continued to mercilessly tease, besides the pig sleeps even lighter than Daddy. With Yinyin's words falling, two seemingly disdainful gazes landed squarely on him. Qin Yi's forehead was starting to sweat. Oh, my little ancestor, not leaving me any face at all. At least there are outsiders here. Seeing Chang Lu Yao surprised Qin Yi slightly. This was the first time Yinyin had brought a classmate home to play. It was also the first time she felt so free to play games in the spacious living room. In the past, Yinyin would avoid the original body at all costs, fearing a shout of "get away" would scare her ears. Usually she stayed upstairs where Luo Shui had specifically instructed the original body not to go up, so Yinyin felt somewhat at ease playing there. Bringing her classmates home to play was something she wouldn't even dare to think about. Qin Yi was very happy that Yinyin had become so cheerful. He was also pleased and reassured by the sight of the little classmate he had protected. However, he hadn't expected that with the first guests at home, he would sleep until now. Glancing at the large clock on the wall, it was already 9:30. Qin Yi awkwardly chuckled, "Haha, occasionally, I oversleep occasionally. Occasionally, but often, right?" Ji-Chi smirked, his knowing and disdainful gaze intensifying. Qin Yi's face flushed, quickly changing the subject to join Yinyin and the others in playing puzzles. But before long, he was disdainfully pushed aside. This was no simple children's puzzle. With so many similarly colored pieces, it made his head spin, and searching for them left his neck sore. Being too big and squeezed between the two little ones, he only got in their way while they were trying to fit the pieces. He felt like his IQ was being crushed by children. In despair, Qin Yi set down the puzzle. "Yinyin, you all play. Daddy will go make some little cakes for you to eat." The circles he couldn't blend into couldn't be forced, or as long as Yinyin was having fun, that was enough. Originally, he had been hesitating about finding puzzle pieces for the silly daddy, but Yinyin's eyebrows instantly perked up, her eyes bright as she nodded. "Great. I want to eat the little cakes Daddy makes." "Yao Yao, my daddy's cake is really delicious. You can try it later." Chang Lu Yao looked at Qin Yi with surprise in her eyes. Today was Saturday, as she was supposed to stay at home and practice boxing with her father, but her father suddenly had to leave for something, and her mother had gone out with her friends for beauty treatments, leaving her alone at home feeling bored. Just then, Yinyin suddenly called to say she wanted her to come over to play. Remembering what her father often said, Yinyin's daddy was the most outrageous person in the Magic City, bullying boys and girls, arrogant and domineering, which made her keep her distance from Yinyin. With such a father, no matter how well-behaved this daughter was as a child, she would inevitably become troublesome as she grew up. However, the Yinyin she saw with her own eyes was clearly a father who doted on his daughter. His actions might be domineering, but that was only because Sun Xiaohu had bullied Yinyin first. Moreover, their family's company had always been shady. Its bankruptcy could not be blamed on others. As for bullying boys and girls, being arrogant and domineering, she couldn't see any of that. Her father wouldn't lie to her, but the person she saw with her own eyes didn't match her father's description. Why could Yinyin's daddy transform? Carrying her doubts, and since Yinyin was her only good friend, she accepted Yinyin's invitation, took a taxi to Yinyin's house, where Yinyin personally came to greet her at the door. The tall and big butler followed behind the two little ones with a harmonious and unhurried expression, watching his little lady happily introduce the home decor to her friend, feeling a warmth in his heart that made it want to melt. Ah, this is the first time the little lady has brought a friend home. She must have a great time. After nearly an hour, the three of them had completed about 3/4 of the 800-piece puzzle, and Qin Yi had also finished his blueberry cheesecake mousse cake. When Qin Yi came out with a plate of small cakes, Chang Leo's astonishment at this man reached its peak. Daddy Yin actually could make small cakes. Let's eat over here. Qin Yi placed 2 plates of small cakes on the coffee table and rubbed his hands together. His handsome face broke into a bright sunny smile, and his peach blossom eyes, which were adept at captivating others, held a clean invitation. Wow! Yin was the first to scramble up from the floor, her little legs spinning like tiny wheels as she ran over to him. There were 6 small cakes neatly arranged on a square porcelain plate. On the half-kin-sized lavender cake base was a layer of white delicious animal cream, with 2 blueberries placed in the center and a mint leaf for decoration. The whole thing looked exquisite and delicious. Yin had already picked up a spoon and taken a big mouthful. "Hey, Yin!" Ji-Chi behind her changed from doubt to alarm, her hand barely reaching out, completely unable to stop her, and could only roar in her mind, "Don't just eat anything. How could this idiot make small cakes?" Qin Yi noticed her panicked expression and rolled his eyes at her irritable. "Don't worry, it's not a culinary disaster." "Ridiculous. After being trained by the system, he was practically a half-baked master. Watching Yin eat happily, Qin Yi's heart bubbled with joy. Really not a disaster. Ji was still skeptical. Even though the cake looked good, she couldn't imagine it coming from this guy's hands. She really didn't know that her good-for-nothing brother-in-law, who spent his days idly causing trouble for Uncle Qin, could actually make desserts himself. If this is a disaster, he'll never set foot in the kitchen again, okay? Qin Yi glared at her angrily, a faint blush coloring his fair face. He seemed genuinely provoked. Damn it, woman. Eat it if you want or leave it. Qin Yi turned his gaze away, then noticed the little girl beside her, and quickly softened into a gentle smile, handing her a spoon. Come on, Yao, make yourself at home, no need to be polite. Want a taste? The man squatting in front of her was as gentle as the college student brother she had once met, a completely different person from the grim-faced man, holding Yin in her memory. Noticing Yao staring dazedly at her father, Yin mumbled from the side, Yao, try it, it's good. And Annie Daddy's cakes are always delicious, give it a try. Alright, since Yin Shan says so, he'll give it a try. Ji gently patted Yin's head, picked up a spoon, and took a scoop of the cake mixed with cream into her mouth. Beside her, Yao also took the spoon. Qin Yi handed her, scooped a bite, and ate it. When the rich, delicious blueberry cheesecake flavor burst in their mouths, their eyes widened instantly, and they exchanged bright, sparkling glances. Seeing their reaction, Qin Yi couldn't help curling his lips and laughing wildly inside. Haha, indeed there's no one my Qin-style desserts can't conquer. Yes. Making room for them, Qin Yi sat cross-legged on the floor, propped his chin on his hand, and smiled as he watched them eat and chat. What to do tonight? I haven't made desserts for my wife yet. Shu's taste is light, so the sweetness needs to be lower. As he was spacing out, his phone rang in his pocket. He took out his phone and saw the 3 characters, Mo Zhong, on the screen. It took him a moment to remember that was the original self's nickname for Mo Fei. Because that guy loved anime and cosplay, the nickname was apt. Was he calling to ask him to cosplay? Qin Yi answered the call with a mix of confusion and excitement, and sure enough, a familiar male voice sounded in his ear. Boss, how about cross-dressing? Cross-dressing? Right away, like immediately. Or immediate right away. Qin Yi blinked, his heartbeat quickening. He fumbled with his fingertips, instinctively glanced at Yin Yao, and Ji who were eating cakes and chatting, cleared his throat, and lowered his voice. Ahem, what character? Well, he couldn't resist the temptation at all. You've already tried on the costume, haven't you? Just the showy one. Mo Fei's tone carried a hint of inexplicable perversion. A dead memory suddenly attacked him. Qin Yi twitched his mouth and hesitated. Damn, he really wanted to do it, but every time he went to that guy, he always felt something perverted would happen. Just me. No, it's a group shoot, a Genshin crew. I specially rented Xinjiang Film City for a day. Oh, such a big spender. Qin Yi raised an eyebrow, a little surprised. Xinjiang Film City is a newly built ancient-style film city located in the Guangling area, constructed with huge capital investment by the Xinjiang Film Group, covering over 1,000 acres with magnificent towers and exquisite decorations, now exclusively used for filming ancient-style dramas. Because of its heavy investment, it was the core project of Xinjiang. Even for tourists visiting, it cost 1,233 yuan to tour a small part of the area, limited to 3 hours. The daily rental for a film crew started at 500 yuan with restrictions on people, time, and area. If he remembered correctly, renting the entire film city plus NPCs would cost about 400 yuan a day. Spending 400 just to shoot a few minutes of cosplay. Tisk, even more wasteful than. Mo Fei's long legs were carelessly propped on the desk, cluttered with props and figurines, watching a few people filming an abstract short video in front, and said to Qin Yi with a laugh, my friend just came back from Sakura on holiday, so I have to throw a decent welcome party. Besides, it's rare to get you to cosplay, Xiaoi, so we have to go all out. Is your friend also cosplaying? Yes, she likes Genshin too, and she's a manga artist. He'll introduce you when you get. Boss, you can also bring my little niece along to have some fun. I haven't seen her in a long time, and really miss her. If my little niece wants to cosplay Klee or the Lesser Lord Kusanali, she can come directly to my company. The costumes are all here, and makeup is included, of course. Qin Yi naturally also wanted to see his beautiful, adorable daughter in a different light, so he immediately started coaxing Yin, who was enjoying her dessert. Yin wanted to stick with her dad, and going out to play would make her even happier. Even though she didn't know what cosplay was, if dad invited her to play together, it must be a fun game, and she also wanted to drag Yao along. Taking one kid or two, Qin Yi had no objection. Chang Liao hesitated for a while, but eventually gave in under Yin's clingy persistence and her own curiosity and impulse. She also wanted to see sights she hadn't seen before. Pure otaku culture was naturally a group of cute kids, but the people Qin Yi hung out with were a different story. Ji was afraid that this guy would take Yin to hang out with shady people, so she immediately said she wanted to go too. Huh, you're coming too. Qin Yi's eyes widened, his clear peach blossom eyes filled with confusion. Wasn't he going with the crew to shoot a group cosplay? Bringing Yin and Yao Yao was one thing, but bringing his sister-in-law too, wasn't that a bit much? Besides, his sister-in-law was into Y2K style, completely different from the theme. Was this appropriate? Qin Yi's gaze fell on the woman's prominent large black square earrings, which contrasted sharply with her golden wavy hair, and he was momentarily speechless. Qin Yi's hesitation only made Ji Qi more certain that he had something to hide. She leaned closer, her beautiful eyes shimmering with a soft, inviting light. Brother-in-law, if you leave me all alone at home and take Yin out to play, then I'll have no choice but to go find sister to kill time. Her slender waist and full red lips exhaled a faint fragrance, her soft tone making one's bones go weak. But every word was clearly a threat. Qin Yi fell silent, leaned back to put some distance, held his breath for a moment, and then squeezed out a single syllable through gritted teeth. Fine. Qin Yi descended the stairs after finishing his makeup and, sure enough, was met with a roomful of wide-eyed onlookers, their jaws practically dropping to the floor. Humph. Stunned speechless by my beauty, aren't you? He curled his lips upward, quietly reveling in their awe. His slender fingers lightly twirled the red cord at his side as he walked down each step, echoing crisply the sharp tap of high heels against polished wood. A high-necked, sleeveless cheongsam cascaded over his full chest, its upper half subtly gradient from ash gray to pale silver. Beneath it clung an exquisitely alluring, form-fitting leather bodysuit, while behind him fluttered a trailing coat of iridescent blue feathers. Delicate willow-shaped eyebrows, framed eyes shimmering with violet-pink iridescence, long silvery white hair fell naturally over his shoulders, loosely gathered at the nape in a low, dreamlike chignon. Ethereal, enchanting, as if stepped straight from an immortal's ink painting. Jigu, Auntie, did I just see a celestial being? Yin rubbed her eyes, then tugged nervously at Ji Qi's sleeve. Ji Qi nodded woodenly. Yes, I saw her too. She stood frozen, pupils dilated, as though trying to peer into the very pores of that radiant figure. Her thoughts surged like a storm-tossed sea. Holy, holy, holy SHD. Her entire— When did Qin Yi learn makeup and cosplay? And desserts? Is this really the same reckless, empty-headed playboy? This is beyond surreal. On the drive there, aside from the occasional lewd whistle from some sleazy man, what truly made his scalp prickle was the unblinking, unwavering gaze of the three young ones seated beside him. Yin and Yao Yao were relatively composed, merely chirping softly, whispering back and forth about his astonishing, breathtaking transformation. What unsettled him most was the woman in the front passenger seat, her gaze deep and searing burned into him, as if she sought to strip away every layer of his disguise. Could you please stop staring at me like that? You're not exactly hiding anything. He nearly flinched. Truly, he'd have thanked her if he could, as her smoldering stare lingered increasingly intense on his chest. Slowing the car instinctively, he couldn't help but protest. Ji Qi tilted her lips upward and leaned in slightly. Brother-in-law, how did you do it? As Qin Yi shifted, even his chest moved with subtle, springy resilience. A detail she'd scrutinized all the way, yet still couldn't fathom the material. Too firm for apples. Too perishable, and suspiciously fragrant for steamed buns. She almost doubted it was prosthetic at all. Perhaps he had truly undergone gender transformation. And yet, the practiced flick of his fingers brushing hair behind his ear, the gentle sway of his waist, the natural graceful stride in high heels. Not a single gesture betrayed the slightest trace of masculinity. It was miraculous. Utterly miraculous. This was her first encounter with a master of cross-dressing artistry, and curiosity prickled her skin, itching to touch every uncanny, wondrous detail of his appearance. Yet the moment she recalled the rugged man concealed beneath that exquisite facade, the urge to touch faded, replaced only by boundless, insatiable fascination. At her question, Qin Yi straightened with quiet pride, his smile breaking through effortlessly. These are custom-made breast forms. Top-tier elasticity and softness guaranteed. Truly transformative, erasing flatness, reclaiming authenticity. A must-have for any serious cross-dressing cosplayer. Want the link? I'll send it. Qin Yi glanced casually at Ji Qi's modest cup bust and smiled. Get lost, she snapped, lips twitching as she shot him a sharp sidelong glare. What about your hips? Prosthetic too? Qin Yi shifted his weight, subtly, cheeks faintly flushed. No, indeed. He possessed a naturally sculpted, uplifted posterior requiring no padding whatsoever. Wait, no? I'm the man here. Why am I insulting myself? Am I fracturing? Damn soul transmigration. His expression cycled rapidly, drawing Ji Qi's amused, intrigued gaze. How strange. Her brother-in-law was growing more delightfully intriguing by the minute. They arrived at Mo Fei Corporation's underground parking garage. Stepping out in full cosplay weren't just Qin Yi, but also Ying and Shinji, who emerged from a car mere steps away. Ruru, look, there's another auntie over there. Oh, she's so accurate. Bachong. Shinji tugged gently at Lei Dianying's sleeve, eyes sparkling with excitement. Should we collect her too? Let's go. Qin Yi slung his backpack over one shoulder, braced himself against the car door, waited for Ji Qi and the two children to alight, locked the vehicle, then took Yin Yin's small hand and led them toward the elevator. Spotting Ying and Shinji approaching unmistakably toward them, he paused and turned his kaleidoscopic eyes gleaming with warm, luminous amusement. When Xinyo, hand in hand with Li Ru, strode forward in light, confident strides, her high heels clicking rhythmically, her smile courteous, radiant, and utterly charming. "Hello, elder sisters. Are you a family? How adorable these little ones are." Her voice, bright, youthful, and crystalline, rang with effortless grace in the cavernous silence of the garage. A family? Well, technically a younger sister-in-law did count as family. Qin Yi glanced at Ji Qi, then offered the pair a gentle, affirming nod. So it was a real sapphic couple. When Xinyo's delicate features, enhanced by meticulous makeup, embodied the character's unique allure and coquettish charm, yet her large, luminous eyes retained the pure, unguarded innocence of youth. "Elder sisters, you're truly extraordinary. To break free from society's rigid conventions and courageously build such a perfect family with the one you love." Qin Yi's smile froze midair. A silent, bewildered hovered in his mind. What on earth was she talking about? He hadn't understood a word. Lei Jianing, the girl dressed as Thunder God, gently tugged when Xinyo's sleeve, silently warning her she might overwhelm the two elder sisters with her enthusiasm. But her caution dissolved into thin air. Her best friend had already bent down, intent on teasing the two children. Ji Qi, far quicker to react than Qin Yi, doused the girl's fervor with a cool, smiling remark. "I'm sorry, we're not a couple. He's my brother-in-law. Strictly speaking, my sister is the one who shares his family." Was that disdain in her tone? Qin Yi's lips twitched. Under the girl's renewed, stupefied gaze, he cleared his throat. "Yes, I'm male. My name is Luo Shui." He gestured warmly. "This is my daughter Yin Yin, and her friend Yao Yao." As he gently swung Yin Yin's hand, his smile softened, tender, and genuine. "Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry, sir. You're so convincing. I truly believed you were a woman." So he was a Danyang after all. She'd never misjudged someone so thoroughly before. Not her fault. The man walked, spoke, and carried himself with such effortless femininity. Tears welled silently in when Xinyo's eyes. "Thank you," flattered Qin. He genuinely felt a quiet lift in his spirits. "Daddy, who's Luo Shui?" Yin Yin lifted her clear, curious gaze. "Luo Shui is Daddy," he replied, voice hushed and warm. "Then who's Luo Shui, Daddy?" Qin Yi simply smiled, saying nothing. After reintroductions, he learned Shinji's cosplayer was named Yuzi, Ying's was Muru, both Xian-based, while Ji Qi introduced herself as Qi Shi. Yuzi and Muru found the name Qi Shi oddly familiar, yet the striking golden-haired beauty before them remained elusive in memory, so they let it be. Like Qin Yi, their destination was Hong Kong, CUN Media. Once acquainted, they joined forces and Yuzi was a vivacious, sunlit girl, her chatter constant, her rapport with Yao Yao effortless and lively. Muru, by contrast, carried herself with serene composure. Every gesture radiated gentle refinement and maidenly grace, yet layered beneath it flowed a tranquil, poised elegance reminiscent of the Luo River itself, calm, unshaken, profoundly dignified. Such poise was rare among ordinary families. Qin Yi couldn't quite place it, only noting how faithfully Muru embodied Ying's aura, while still engaging easily in conversation with Yuzi. Ji Qi watched them all, her violet silhouette reflected in the quiet depths of her own eyes, a faint anticipatory curve lifting the corners of her lips, eager for the vibrant journey ahead. Clearly a noble heiress, someone who'd been spirited away against her will or not to indulge in this whimsical escapade. Could it be? Watching Muru's gaze, soft, indulgent, fond, linger repeatedly on Yuzi, Ji Qi felt unexpectedly the stirring of shipper's delight. "Be careful, I spent 28,000 to have this ornamental fish made by Ninoa. Just this one piece, so don't you dare break it." Mo Fei glared, reminding the boy with the yellow hair and beast-like ears as he took out the exquisitely crafted Coral Palace Heart Sea figurine from the display case, admiring it in his palm. "Tisk, don't worry, Fei Go. I know teacher Ninoa never makes a second identical figurine. It's very precious, but the quantity is just too limited, and it's hard to even get a spot. It's really disappointing. Ninoa is a highly renowned master of figurine making in the two-dimensional world. Her works are meticulously crafted and lifelike, loved by many enthusiasts. The only pity is that she never mass-produces her creations. They are original works available to the highest bidder, and commissioned orders start in the thousands with a long queue, which makes it daunting for many impoverished fans. He is one of those impoverished fans, but fortunately his boss is familiar with Ninoa and is a regular customer. Just being able to indulge in this is a blessing. The eyes, the details, the expression, truly extraordinary." Watching this guy's eyes seemed to be hooked to peek under the heart sea skirt. Mo Fei's breath caught, and he adjusted his posture, swiftly snatching the figurine back. "You beast, what are you looking at? This is my wife." "Hee hee. Feiga, you're being too formal." The boy chuckled, his smile a bit lewd. "Get lost. Mo Fei shot him a glare, gently blowing on the non-existent dust in his palm, a pained expression on his face. A voice came from not far away. I'm impressed. Why are you wearing Wulong's skin to do something disgusting? Don't just stand there. Chow Bai, come over and hand me the fill light. Alright, you just love using me as a tool, huh? Wulong, also known as Chow Bai, shook his head and reluctantly walked over to take the fill light, assisting the photographer Zhu Hong. The cosplayer of the emperor smiled wickedly, stretching out his hand towards Chow Bai and saying, do you need a little of... That's a good thing. Oh, it is well known that the currency used in Liyue comes from the fallen emperor of rock. Even the skin flakes are worth gold coins. Chow Bai chuckled, you better scrape it out first. Just as he finished speaking, he saw Qin Yi bending down to take off his shoes, and Chow Bai's expression changed. Holy crap, you're serious. Zhu Hong put down his camera, looking at him curiously. What's this? Do you have treasures hid? Zhu Hong didn't believe this guy would pick at his foot skin in front of so many people. He knew he had some cleanliness issues, and he had never acted like this before. Indeed, Qin Yi pulled out 3 shiny coins from his pitch-black high boots, grinning mischievously. Dear lad, did you lose this copper coin, or this silver coin, or perhaps this gold coin? He deliberately turned over the golden Mora coin, raising an eyebrow. The remaining 2 coins are a 1 yuan coin and a 5-cent copper coin. Is there even a choice? Everyone knows which one to pick between plastic coins and real coins. Chow Bai displayed a hearty smile. Ah, thanks to my deity for helping me recover my lost treasure. He grabbed the 1 yuan coin, throwing it into his pocket as if afraid he would change his mind. Qin Yi saw him take the 1 yuan coin, but said nothing with a smile. A pink shadow flashed by, and the gold and copper coins in Qin Yi's hand disappeared in an instant. Oh dear, another day of making money. A clear and bright voice rang in their ears. A girl with exquisite pink hair winked at them, flicking the golden Mora coin with her thumb, causing it to bounce up before falling into her palm, clinking against the copper coin. Perhaps feeling that the weight of the coin in her hand was off, the girl murmured in confusion as she carefully examined the Mora coin. The light reflected off the coin, revealing its golden luster, the intricate patterns finely carved, and the texture felt slightly heavy at her fingertips. After a moment, the girl exclaimed, holy crap, and her diamond-shaped purple glasses slipped down her nose. It's actually real gold. Zhou Yuan exclaimed in surprise. Chow Bai, holding the fill light, widened his eyes. Is it real? He reached out to take it, but Zhou Yuan nimbly turned away, hiding the coins behind her back. What's real or fake? Of course it's fake. If you still want it, look, the god of wealth is right in front of you. Since it was already in her hands, there was no reason to give it away. Zhou Yuan tilted her head, winking at Qin Yi. Her accessories jingling sweetly, and her flowing pink hair added a fairy-like vivacity to her. After speaking, Zhou Yuan skipped away to where Ning Guang was taking photos on the sofa and dove into her embrace. Chow Bai looked at her enviously, then turned to Qin Yi, wide-eyed, clearly indicating something. Qin Yi shook his empty shoes, spreading his hands, giving him a look that said, you see, there's nothing left. Chow Bai's mouth twitched, sighing, and honestly raised the fill light again. No need to think this guy must also be a rich second generation, so Zhou Yuan's words indicated that the gold coin was definitely made of pure gold. Damn, what a huge loss. After seeing too many plastic Mora coins, he thought this guy's Mora was also plastic. Chow Bai was filled with regret. The spacious reception hall was filled with well-made cosplayers and equipped photographers, with a mix of male and female voices coming together, laughing and working on video shoots. Though it wasn't boring, many still wanted to get to the shooting location early. They made plans, and now that the boss suddenly pulled someone, it was fine to be late, but it had already been over an hour, and the person still hadn't arrived. Some were becoming restless. Boss, has the person arrived? If we wait any longer, we can have lunch. Yeah, we were supposed to leave at 9:30, and now it's almost noon. Could it be that we've been stood up? If not, boss, why don't you call your friend? We can leave first and let him come to Chunjiang to find us later. This way the shooting plan wouldn't be delayed. Mo Fei was spinning his fingers on the table, glancing around at the few people speaking, the 2 photographers holding cameras and their assistants, as well as a young man cosplaying by Zhu, who were clearly growing impatient waiting at his table. Tisk, Mo Fei's expression slightly darkened as he coldly stared at them. How long has it been? Why is everyone so anxious? Mo Fei tapped his fingers on the table, his tone carrying a bit of chill. The few people gathered at his table saw his face turn cold, and their playful expressions immediately sobered, becoming obedient. Having joked for so long, they had forgotten that the young boss with striking silver-white hair before them was one of the 4 notorious young masters of Magic City, someone no one dared to offend. His features, as clean and exquisite as if crafted by a divine hand, were devoid of expression as he looked at them, and though he was seated, and they were looking up, the deep indifference in his eyes and the low emotionless tones of his speech filled them with an innate sense of unease and submission. He had never spoken to them in such a deep tone before. Because they were all pursuing the dream of restoring the beauty of the 2-dimensional world, they brought their skills, faces, and bodies, while he provided money, scripts, and resources, each fulfilling their needs in a shared passion creating a harmonious atmosphere in the company without emphasizing hierarchical concepts. As one of the 4 young masters, although their young boss acted domineeringly in public, he was very approachable and friendly to those within his company. This time, however, he had turned cold because of a few words indicating that the friend he mentioned was someone of great significance. They had stepped on a landmine. The few exchanged glances, and after 2 seconds one of the photographers wiped non-existent sweat from his brow, bending slightly and flattering, "No rush, boss. We're just waiting for a bit. Once the person arrives we can head out and start shooting right away." They had never seen the boss wait for someone so long. This must be a very important person, perhaps even their future boss lady. What more is there to say? Wait. No matter how long, wait as long as needed. Is the shooting more important, or their jobs? 50,000 a month plus 5 insurances, and 1 fund, meals and housing included along with various performance bonuses. How could that not be appealing? What more could he say? The speaker wished he could slap himself, and the figures at the table were also very tactful, and the light at the table was no longer congested, and Mo Fei scoffed softly, continuing to take out his phone to read the final script sent to him. At the same time, he was happily thinking about how his little niece would come in later, seeing all the beautifully made-up cosplayers he had prepared, and would surely jump for joy, blooming with an angelic smile, calling out Uncle Mo as she rushed into his arms, wanting him to play with her. As Mo Fei daydreamed, a strange, gentle smile broke across his stern face. However, immersed in his fantasy, he was unaware that just as things calmed down around him, whispers of gossip began to rise from a corner about 7 or 8 steps away. Who do you think the boss is waiting for so long this time? I guess it's definitely not Wan Xiang. No kidding, it's been a week. The boss never goes back on his word. Could it be the boss's illegitimate daughter? Didn't the boss just have Chow Bai prepare that Klee cosplay outfit? That outfit is a custom piece, small and exclusively for Lolis, and no one has ever worn it before. It's possible, or maybe it's prepared for his daughter. With so many exes, who knows which one secretly ran off with a child and gave birth. Damn, your thunder feels so good, send me the link. I'll stop your dirty hands. A shrill male voice emanated from Mona, who was dressed in an exquisitely cute witch costume. The deep masculine tone created an eerie dissonance with the scene. On top of him was the evil-hearted gothic girl playing with the ornament, Hu Tao cosplayer Yushi. The two knew each other intimately, so their scuffles were merciless. Seeing him flustered and red-faced, ready to beat her, Yushi immediately turned and fled, not even bothering to pick up her fallen hat. Using the crowd as cover, she left the cross-dressing Mona a few steps behind, stopped at the automatic glass door, and stuck her tongue out at him in defiance. As she turned, she accidentally collided with someone. Buried in that softness, she was stunned for a moment before a wave of expensive, pleasant fragrance filled her nostrils. At that instant, the surrounding noise seemed to fall into an eerie silence. Qin Yi stumbled back 2 steps. After steadying himself, he saw the delicate-faced girl flushed with glaring blood trickling from her nose. Qin Yi. Help being scammed by Director Hu. Without further thought, he pointed at the Hu Tao cosplayer's nose and said with concern, "Hey, you're bleeding." After leaving Qin Yi's embrace, Yushi was instantly dazzled by his stunningly elegant makeup and only came to her senses seconds later. "Oh, sorry, miss." Hearing her reminder, she noticed a dull pain in her nose and a warm trickle down her skin. Yushi wiped her nose with her finger. The glaring red on her fingertip instantly shattered her composure. She was terrified of blood. The girl's eyes widened, then suddenly glazed over. Dazed, she closed her eyes and collapsed backward. If Mona, who had just caught up, hadn't caught her, she would have hit the ground. What happened? Yushi, are you scamming again? Huh. Blood. They didn't get a surprise, but they got. Qin Yi intended to take her to the hospital, but Li Ku, Mona's cosplayer, refused, looking slightly surprised but still calm. He effortlessly princess carried the sleeping girl and said with a helpless smile, "It's fine, it's an old problem. She'll wake up in half an hour. You must be the friend the boss has been waiting for. Come on in. Let's go." Qin Yi looked down and shook Yinyan's little hand. She was shyly hiding behind him, peeking curiously through his flowing sleeves at the people in the room. Dressed like her father, bizarre, yet beautiful. The delicate, fair-skinned little face, full of baby fat, caught everyone's attention. Instantly, countless soft arrows pierced their hearts. "Oh, what an adorable little girl. So cute. What a lovely baby. Come to big sister. Come to big brother, they'll take a picture of you, okay?" The spacious area near the entrance grew crowded as more people gathered. Shutter sounds rang out continuously as several photographers instinctively aimed their lenses at the little girl. Compared to the pretty girls they usually shot, this sudden soft and adorable child ignited an even greater frenzy to press the shutter. "This human cub is too cute. Get away, you're crowding me. Hey, you're the one crowding me. You?" A light cough sounded behind them. 2 or 3 people made way for their boss, while the rest were still enchanted, trying to lure Enin away to play. Qin Yi nodded. Enin blinked, her clear, bright eyes a hint of excitement in them, and reached out to take the hand of a woman nearby dressed in gold. Mo Fei cast an envious glance at that woman, but quickly looked away solely to maintain his CEO demeanor. With a smile in his eyes, he walked up to Qin Yi, subtly scanning her curvaceous figure with admiration, and said, "TCH boss, you're finally here." Unnoticed in a corner, a plainly dressed, ordinary-looking man sent the photo he had taken of Yi through the crowd. A rough, unshaven smile tugged at his lips. His half-closed gray-black eyes gleamed with the excitement of a hunter who had waited long. "Black Tiger, I've spotted the rabbit." His phone vibrated with a reply. "Start closing in." A mood daydream. A youth dressed as a photographer smiled and patted the man's arm. "See the little princess over there? It's my first time seeing such an adorable little girl. Too bad there are too many people. I can't squeeze those soft-looking cheeks." He laughed and then sighed. The man called a moon naturally tucked away his phone, his gaze following the pointing finger. The hunter's excitement had transformed into a softness for an ordinary human child, but the softness was laced with a falseness and coldness that others could hardly detect. He smiled and murmured, "Yeah, this is the first time a little kid has come into our company. Perhaps it would also be the long-lost little rabbit cherished this final joyful moment." The man could barely contain his excitement, his breathing deepening. At Luo Pharmaceutical in the CEO's office. The acting CEO, personally appointed by Luo Shui, was trembling as he knelt before her face cold. He kowtowed, begging for her forgiveness. "I'm sorry, President Luo. I'm sorry. I lost my head, lost my senses, and let Luo Chenfeng's son into the lab. I'm sorry, truly sorry. I thought since he's your cousin you wouldn't mind giving him an internship. I'm sorry. I never imagined he would steal the experimental files. Sorry, truly sorry, President Luo." Feng Yingting's voice trembled with sobs, his eyes red. His tall frame knelt on the gray-white fine carpet, shivering. His face, usually calm and managerial, now looked wretched. The spacious, bright office was filled with the man's endless, self-reproachful sobs like chaotic notes from a badly played piano grating on Luo Shui's nerves. "Stop crying. It's noisy." Her cold, impatient voice reached his ears. He clamped his lips shut, and the sobbing finally subsided. That morning she had been conducting the final stages of an immunotherapy validation experiment in the core medical lab of Qin Group. But an urgent call informed her that documents from Luo Medical Lab had been lost. Those documents were the experimental files left behind after Luo Shui's father disappeared. Effective treatments for ALS were extremely scarce on the market. Luo's father had dedicated himself to drug development through gene therapy and had achieved a partial breakthrough when he was discovered dead on an international cruise ship, a suicide. The experimental data he carried vanished entirely. The only remaining files in the lab were his last experimental records on the project. Luo Shui continued the research based on those files, but the partial breakthrough, the core gene sequence, seemed covered in a thick fog. No matter how many times she tried replacing it, she couldn't find the lost answer. It was as if an invisible hand had tightly wrapped the secret of this experiment. And she, after years of effort, had finally waited for that hand to begin opening of its own accord. "Dear Miss Luo, I wonder if you received the surprise I left for you, and if it brought you even a little joy. After all, I know you have been devoted to this for a long time. In fact, we could have established a cooperative relationship that would change the future of the medical field, but unfortunately, you did not cherish it. Therefore, the surprise I left for you is not just this one. Please look forward to it. My dear Miss Luo." That was an email from overseas. The polite and elegant wording hinted at the writer's unusual identity, yet the underlying dominance and ruthlessness revealed the formidable and overbearing power behind it. After Luo Shui learned that the experimental documents were missing, this email was sent to her phone. Meanwhile, Feng Yingting only found a strange list on the work computer left by Luo Xian, which was the surprise mentioned in the untraceable email. The feeling of having one's actions predicted by the other side is not pleasant, especially since the other side has prepared additional measures. Overseas. Cooperative intentions. A suddenly returning cousin who then goes missing. Missing documents. A list. Luo Shui's long and thick eyelashes fluttered down her deep contemplative gaze, half open, with a hint of cold, stunning red at the corners of her eyes that shimmered under the light, creating a mesmerizing allure. Yet her naturally aloof aura made her brilliance seem dazzling, while also making others wary of approaching her. Her fair and slender fingers tapped lightly on the table. The barely audible sound seemed to echo on Feng Yingting's pounding heart. This was her little habit when she fell into deep thought. Feng Yingting instinctively controlled his breathing, his choked breaths reduced to a faint whisper that only he could hear. While he felt sad and guilty, he couldn't help but sigh inwardly. If only her attention could be directed towards himself, even just a little. It wasn't long before he heard her heavenly, cold, and enchanting voice. "Is the experimental project continuing? Have you reported the missing source files?" Feng Yingting blinked his red-rimmed eyes and replied candidly, "Not yet." Then reported, "Let the professionals handle professional matters. Given that you previously brought others into the laboratory, without my approval, your year-end bonus will be completely withheld. If this happens again, I will consider whether to continue employing you as my executor." Her alluring lips uttered emotionally neutral words, making it impossible to discern her mood. Until the last syllable fell, Feng Yingting looked up in astonishment. Her beautiful phoenix eyes had a slight upward tilt with her eyelids drooping, and her pitch-black eyes carried a sharp and chilling distance piercing into Feng Yingting's very bones with regal coldness. Luo Shui could say and could do, and no one would question her decisions. If he were to bring people into the laboratory again, Luo Shui would really fire him. Feng Yingting shuddered, hurriedly lowering his head and saying loudly, "I'm sorry, Miss Luo. It won't happen again, I swear. This is the first and last time." The penalty of withholding his year-end bonus was hardly a consolation to him. The laboratory was dear to Luo Shui, and he always knew that it buried the mystery of the deceased chairman's death. Luo Chunfeng was Luo Shuhuan, the brother of the deceased chairman, managing a hotel company, while his only son Luo Qiu studied biopharmaceuticals. Luo Qiu had just returned from studying abroad this year, and somehow he sought out Feng Yingting, expressing his desire to intern in the laboratory, and then surprise Luo Shui. Feng Yingting no longer doubted his identity after seeing him take out a family photo with Luo Shui and hearing him recount fragments of Luo Shui's past life. Just to entertain the thought of getting closer to Luo Shui, he agreed to let Luo Qiu into the laboratory. If Luo Shui saw her accomplished cousin when she came to the company, and if that cousin created some new results, surely Luo Shui would be very surprised. Yet within 3 days this fair-skinned boy had given him such a big surprise. Feng Yingting felt as if his liver would explode from anger. After speaking, the office fell silent, and the weighty time settled like an hourglass of iron sand over his anxious heartbeat. After 3 seconds, Luo Shu's clear, calm voice finally broke the silence. "Get up, do what you should do, we'll handle the rest." A man's vow is merely a repetition of the most cunning lies. She always only believed in herself. After finishing her words, Luo Shui no longer looked at him and stood up to leave the office. Phew. Feng Yingting shifted his knees, still kneeling on the ground, but his posture relaxed a bit. He slowly raised his head, his tear-streaked red eyes reflecting the graceful and powerful silhouette of the woman. He often saw such a figure along with those calm eyes that could pierce through the depths of one's heart. It seemed that nothing could hinder her steps, nor could anything truly confine her. Rumor had it that the playboy of the Qin family had taken a liking to Luo Shu's looks and coerced her to marry into the Qin family for the sake of a child. But after 6 months of contact, Feng Yingting knew that at least half of what those people said was false. Luo Shui, who could organize the Qin group with precision while still having the strength to manage Luo Pharmaceutical, would never marry someone she did not want to if it were not of her own volition. How could such a rational and wise, strong woman who knew from the beginning what she wanted be easily confined in a marriage by a playboy? Perhaps it was more likely that the fool from the Qin family was completely used by Luo Shui. The more Feng Yingting thought about it, the more envy and jealousy he felt towards Qin Yi in his heart. That fool who had nothing but a family background, how could he marry Luo Shui? While he, after 20 years of hard work and diligent study, earning a master's degree in finance from a prestigious university, didn't even have the qualification to have a meal with her. Feng Yingting closed his eyes, letting the tears at the corners of his eyes fall silently onto the thin carpet below his hands at his sides, gradually forming fists expressing his unwillingness. He hoarsely murmured, Miss Luo, I will work hard, to become your indispensable subordinate, whom you cannot bear to part with." The early summer sun was just right. 5 cars, including 3 anime-themed cars and 2 business Buicks, drove briskly along the highway to their destination, Yangzhou Morning River Ancient-Style Film and Television Base. Gathering at the open-air parking lot, the cosplayers in their splendid attire collided with the ancient and magnificent traditional architectural complex, creating a dreamlike sense of breaking the dimensional wall. So how does it feel to drive an anime car? Isn't it exhilarating? Mo Fei, wearing sunglasses, stepped out of another anime car, his silver hair in an anime style, his smile radiating brighter than the sun. He had several cars registered under the company's name, all anime-themed, convenient for the bloggers under him to travel and shoot. He invited Qin Yi to film a group scene for the first time, wanting him to experience the joy of driving an anime car. "It's all right," Qin Yi smiled, shaking the keys in his hand, leading the adorably dressed Yi towards him. The car's wrap featured a character from an anime that Qin Yi previously liked, a bright pink girl in battle attire, standing proudly in the Franks. As he turned the steering wheel on the road, he couldn't help but feel joyful, especially as he garnered many astonished and envious gazes from passers-by. To say he felt nothing would be a lie. Ji-Chi, who came with him, was also enthusiastically pulled out of the makeup room. At that moment, Qin Yi almost didn't recognize him. The fashionable, elegant woman with golden hair in the bustling city suddenly transformed into the alluring, seductive dark night orchid, lazily lifting her eyelids to reveal her emerald green eyes, instantly captivating many girls' hearts. Now Ji-Chi was busy fending off a circle of girls who wanted to be close to her, completely forgetting the purpose of keeping an eye on Qin Yi. "Daddy, that building over there is much bigger than the one on TV." Inine pointed excitedly at a nearby pavilion. The 4-year-old girl spent her time either learning to read at school or playing games and drawing at home. She had only visited an amusement park once and mostly interacted with modern urban objects. Because of her previous lives' disdain towards her, she had developed somewhat of a reclusive character, leading to even less exploration of new sights in the outside world. This time out with Qin Yi seeing such a peculiar, yet beautiful group of people, the excitement and curiosity in the little girl's clear, bright eyes never faded. All the way she chatted with the cosplaying Chi-Chi. For the first time, Qin Yi learned that his little baby was actually quite shy. Of course, the scenes on TV feel different from what you see in reality. Qin Yi shook Yinyan's small hand and smiled. Do you like it? Yinyi nodded vigorously, her fluffy head bobbing. I like it. Seeing Chang Liao nearby, fixing her fallen sticker, Yinyin let go of Qin Yi's hand and turned to help her put the sticker back on her hat. This won't block your eyes too much, will it? Chang Liao shook her head, her lips forming a subtle upward curve. Yinyin, chirping with curiosity in the new environment, seemed even quieter and shyer. Following closely beside Yinyin, aside from answering her questions, she brightly surveyed the crowd, with wide eyes, obediently and quietly, like a camera capturing new sights to store in its frame. Yinbao Yaobao, are you hungry? Uncle Mo will take you to eat something first. There are quite a few places to eat around here. Mo Fei snapped his fingers at the two little ones. Seeing her father nodding with a smile, Yinyin took Yao Yao's hand and grabbed hold of the rather handsome Uncle Mo's hand, walking inside with him. This uncle had a beautiful smile, if she didn't dislike him. Just right, her little stomach was also growling for food. Qin Yi followed a few steps behind with his hands in his jacket pockets. Feeling his phone vibrate, he took it out and saw a message from Luo Shui. A dear wife, be careful, don't give her cold things to eat. Qin Yi smiled, holding up his phone to reply. Understood. Wife. You also need to take care of yourself, don't overwork. A dear wife, mm. Before getting in the car, Qin Yi sent Luo Shui a message about taking Yinyin and her classmate to the film and television city for a group shoot along with the address. After waiting for 2 hours to receive a reply, it seemed she was indeed busy managing the company and conducting experiments in the lab. If possible, Qin Yi still hoped to bring Luo Shui along for a walk. Just when Qin Yi thought she wouldn't message him, he was about to put down his phone when suddenly a comment popped up on the screen. You look cute when you cry. Qin Yi's eyes widened in shock. Why suddenly mention him crying? Does that mean there was a man crying? No. What is going on? Qin Yi scratched his head, curious, as he asked her. What happened? What happened? Is there a stinky man pretending to be pitiful in front of you? Wife, please don't pity men, they're the best at deceiving. Qin Yi, saying this, completely forgot that he was all. Luo Shui couldn't help but chuckle, as if she could imagine the curious and anxious expression of that person. Her fair, slender fingers lightly tapped the screen. Does that include you? Qin Lu 6, absolutely not. Luo Shui didn't reply, and Qin Yi's halted footsteps were also awakened. Qiu Shui, stop playing with your phone. Oh, I'm coming. The general manager managing the film and television city, Su Jingfeng, personally received them. The middle-aged man in a well-tailored suit wore a warm and gentle smile, respectfully leading the group through the elegantly scenic, winding corridors of Jiangnan, and then to a shaded bank lined with willows. He pointed to a dense lotus pond in front of them. This is an artificial lake with clear water quality. We have planted a relatively large area of lotus flowers along the banks. As you can see, they are growing quite well, making it very suitable for photography and scenery. The dense lotus leaves formed a green sea, the water surface shimmering, and not far away a delicate pavilion stood along a long corridor on the water's surface. Across the lake was a dense forest with a high temple tower standing atop a hill. At the front of the bank, 3 elegant, large, ancient-style boats were docked alongside 10 small boats for guests to use to row on the lake. This film and television city has well-equipped buildings with various architectural styles that are intricate, yet not cluttered, blending together beautifully, truly suitable for filming. Mo Fei nodded in satisfaction and interrupted Su Zhengfeng, who was about to continue his introduction. All right, we'll take our time to look around. Send me the guide map to my phone, and remember to prepare lunch for 20 people. Just place it on that big boat. Su Zhengfeng was taken aback for a moment, then smiled and nodded. Okay, Mr. Mo, enjoy yourselves, and if you need anything, just call me. Given that Mo Fei paid generously and came from an extraordinary family, the Morning River's director had specifically instructed him to provide excellent service, so he naturally adhered to the young master's wishes. Even if they spoiled or damaged something while having their fun, he would have to applaud with a smile. The only regret was that he couldn't secretly enjoy the sight of these exquisitely dressed women. Su Zhengfeng glanced at the cosplaying Shun, he whose curves were captivatingly cold and sexy, and reluctantly withdrew his gaze, leading a few people down. He had no idea that this boy was even more infamous for being a playboy and overbearing than Mo Fei. Qin Yi, of course, felt the slightly lewd gaze from this person. However, since the gaze was relatively restrained and he did not act inappropriately towards the girls, he did not dwell on it. The shimmering light danced upon the water, creating rippling waves. The surface mirrored the colorful figures on the pavilion, with photographers bustling at various spots along the shore. This group of cosplayers is stunning. Absolutely beautiful. Watching the cosplayers posing calmly at the ancient-style waterside pavilion, some wore playful smiles, while others exuded grace and elegance. Sunlight fell upon them, casting dappled shadows that appeared like a painting. Framed within the viewfinder, it felt as though one had truly entered a dreamlike game world. This is the group shot we need. The photographers exclaimed with satisfied smiles, the crisp sounds of shutters and flashes ringing out in succession. Qin Yi lowered his head slightly, gazing at the alluring reflection of himself in the water, a faint smile curling his red lips. A gentle breeze tousled his hair and clothing, stirring thoughts in his heart. What was Luo Shui doing? Is she still focused on her experiments in the lab? Last time he asked if she wanted to do a cosplay together, she didn't respond. Did she not like cosplay? That didn't seem right. When she saw him in this outfit last time, she didn't show any signs of disapproval. Qin Yi instinctively twirled the red silk ribbon that hung at his waist, lost in thought, his posture inadvertently charming. Suddenly a girl squeezed into the empty space beside him. Luo Shui, the cosplayer who had previously fainted from excitement, approached Qin Yi, her bright eyes filled with curiosity and mischief. She poked at his arm and whispered, "Are you and Xiao Yinyan's mom in a for-love relationship?" Since it was a sensitive inquiry, Gugu deliberately lowered her voice so that only they could hear. Qin Yi blinked in surprise, then quickly realized the nature of her question. His eyes widened in disbelief as a flush crept onto his cheeks, staring incredulously at Gugu. In simpler terms, a for-love relationship refers to a niche type of romance involving a female, dominant, male, submissive type of dynamic. Does he really look like the kind of person who is soft and easily toppled? Impossible. He couldn't help but raise his voice, drawing curious glances from those nearby, causing Qin Yi's face to heat up even more. He covered his face, then peeked through his fingers to glare at the giggling girl. Gritting his teeth, he managed to squeeze out a few strained words. "Where did you see that I am in a for-love relationship?" Gugu stared at him with her bright, watery, almond-shaped eyes, her curiosity vividly apparent, candid, and unpretentious. Because Luo Shui has a very feminine vibe, especially when talking to children. The gentle, patient tone is something rarely found in boys. While the style of cosplaying varies, the details revealed in gestures cannot be concealed by makeup. Initially thinking that Qin Yi dressed as a girl might be gay, she changed her mind upon learning that Yinin is Qin Yi and his wife's daughter. It didn't seem plausible that a man who genuinely loves his daughter would be a gay husband, leading her to speculate he was in a for-love relationship. In their circle, it was the straight men and women who were the minority. Even their boss Mo Fei was open to both genders. The girl had just made a bet with someone and confidently approached to ask, only to realize she had misjudged this time. This well-dressed man was in fact a married straight man. Gugu felt like crying inside. Qin Yi smiled gently. "Perhaps I am an exception among ordinary boys, but I am definitely not in a for-love relationship." "Oh, okay." Qin Yi furrowed his brow. Her disappointed expression made him feel uneasy. His lips twitched slightly. Noticing Qin Yi's gaze, the girl puffed out her not-so-prominent chest and cleared her throat. "Ahem, don't look at me like that, I have a girlfriend." Clearly trying to change the topic, Qin Yi chuckled and followed her lead. "Well then, where is your girlfriend?" Qin Yi glanced at the beauties nearby, snapping photos, unable to guess that one of them might be her girlfriend. "Not here, she doesn't play this." "I see." The photographer Luo Shui, who was taking pictures of Qin Yi, waved his hand at Gugu, clearly annoyed. "Guja, stop chatting. Move aside, I need to take a solo shot of Luo Shui, you're blocking the lens." The girl glared at him, and after cursing lightly walked to the side. Clearly the two had a good relationship. Luo Shui smiled, and continued taking pictures of Qin Yi without paying her any mind. Beside him, assistant Amu was running around adjusting the lighting. His otherwise ordinary tanned face glistened with a light sheen of sweat from the sun and exertion. When he paused, he would occasionally check his phone, silently counting the time. "Tilt your head a bit. Yes, give me a look, yes. Just that cool and innocent vibe. Bring the light closer. Amu, give me more light. Make that triangle more pronounced, good, steady." The brilliant sunlight illuminated the delicate and ethereal features of the girl, her long white hair floating with otherworldly grace in the wind, the fitted robes accentuating her exquisite figure. Her colorful eyes floated toward the camera, her lips glistening. Despite not smiling, her naturally enchanting eyes exuded a captivating tenderness that drew viewers in, making it hard to look away. Click. The shutter fell, and Luo Shui smiled with satisfaction. They did not expect this photo shoot, which had no connection to the flamboyant young Master Qin Yi, to unexpectedly garner intense attention on the internet just a few days later. Laughter and chatter continued, but after holding a pose for too long, Qin Yi felt an uncomfortable pressure in his pants, causing him to feel slightly embarrassed. Qin Yi thought he needed to find a place to loosen his pants. "Yinin, play with your ants for a bit. Daddy will go take care of something. Don't run around, okay?" He gently ruffled his daughter's head, who was sitting to the side. Qin Yi nodded. Daddy, go ahead, Qin Yi, such a good girl. After giving the adorable little face a soft rub, the forced smile on Qin Yi's face deflated like a deflated balloon once he turned away. He thought wearing a slightly tighter outfit would accentuate his curves, not realizing how fragile a man's parts could be. In this cosplay designed purely for women, after a while it felt like being boiled alive, numbing his nerves. Had he known, he would have bought a larger size. Damn. After asking a nearby NPC guard about the restroom, Qin Yi quickened his pace, unable to suppress his inner turmoil. In his haste, he turned a corner without paying attention and collided with a woman walking by. Although Qin Yi was somewhat slender, at least he was a real man standing at 1.8 meters. The sudden impact caused the woman wearing high heels to wobble and nearly fall backward. Along with the woman's startled cry, Qin Yi instinctively reached out to grab her arm, and she followed the pull, tumbling straight into his embrace. Qin Yi, what in the world is this cliché idol drama situation? I'm so sorry, are you okay? He calmed down, focusing his eyes only to realize he had bumped into the wealthy lady from Teyvat. The woman dressed as Ningguang exuded an aura of maturity and elegance, her white hair and red eyes strikingly beautiful. Qin Yi briefly lost his focus, but quickly regained his composure, releasing her arm and stepping back. At the moment, he was a married man and couldn't casually touch other girls. No matter how beautiful she was, no one could surpass Shui. Fine. The Kozer, resembling her character, was the kind of warm and graceful older sister that people liked, and she didn't scold Qin Yi for his clumsiness. Seeming to notice his urgency, she indicated he could go about his business first. After confirming she was genuinely okay, Qin Yi hurriedly dashed toward the restroom, unaware that someone behind him was observing him with a meaningful gaze. After taking more pictures, they moved to a luxurious, exquisitely designed, ancient-style boat. By the artificial lake, where water met sky, 3 large 3-story ancient-style boats crafted at great expense were docked. The boat inherited the grand and majestic royal style with redwood and gold paint, and intricately carved. The 3 layers were not designed as a single unit. At the stern was a redwood cabin, in the middle an open-air area with railings, and at the bow was a delicately leisurely octagonal pavilion. Today the weather was clear and sunny, and they set the banquet in the main dining hall on the 2nd floor. In the bright and spacious room, 4 tables accommodating 7 to 8 people each were arranged, with an empty space in front for performances. The room was packed with people moving about. NPCs dressed as maidservants were constantly bringing dishes from the kitchen to the tables, while photographers fiddled with equipment or took pictures. Cosplayers were either touching up their makeup or chatting with fellow enthusiasts. The shadows of 2 children playing and laughing caught the attention of many adults watching them. Let me see, what are the first target and the second target doing right now? The speaker, with a playful and amused tone, pulled back a corner of the curtain, his keen and mischievous gaze sweeping the room. Boss, you're here. The man in a chef's uniform casually replied, his azure eyes fixed on the figure by the window, glimmering with an unusual light. Boss, why don't we indulge a bit first? The brothers haven't had any fun since arriving here. This place is different from outside. Don't do anything excessive. Remember, we encountered quite a few troublesome people on the way here. The man's voice turned noticeably cold. The maid chuckled awkwardly. All right, boss. After a sigh, he added, we hardly get to eat the treats you make. It's unfair to them. Do you want the enhanced ones too? Anything made by the boss is delicious, hee. Manager Su Zhengfeng smiled flatteringly as he introduced the exquisite Western desserts freshly placed on the table to Mo Fei and the others. Mo Fei looked at Qin Yi and said, give it a try. He knew this guy had a sweet tooth. Qin Yi lowered his head to take a spoonful, and Mo Fei leaned over asking, how is it? Beside them, Qin also leaned in like Mo Fei, asking, is it good, daddy? Qin Yi pressed his lips together in silence for a moment, then suddenly smiled and nodded, delicious. Qin, daddy is so childish. Mo Fei twitched the corners of his mouth. If it weren't for the kid being here, he would have cursed him out. How old is he acting like this? Qin Yi chuckled, patting Qin's fluffy little head, unable to contain his excitement inside. Just moments ago, when he tasted the dessert, he had suddenly heard an electronic voice in his mind after a long time. Ding. The Castle of Shadows, hidden among the sea of red roses. The Castle of Shadows is a promise caressed by nobility on their hearts. The Sweet Flower System. Congratulations, host. You have triggered a food blueprint for ordinary delicacies. The recipe for this dessert has been saved in your backpack, and you may access it at any time. A detailed blueprint complete with clear images unfolded before him, then quickly folded back into a small blue box, transforming into a tiny icon. Qin Yi was stunned for a moment, then his heart surged with joy. He never expected the system to have this function. Does it mean that from now on, as long as he tastes something delicious, he can automatically collect its recipe? A little blue-clad sprite flew out, circling around him and nodding. Yes, dear host, any food that surprises you can trigger the blueprint in the system as long as you taste it. It was triggering, not obtaining. Remembering that the system claimed to come from 1,000 years in the future, Qin Yi, in a world 1,000 years later, what kind of delicacies would not exist? The recipes for these desserts and dishes renowned internationally now would surely be common knowledge by then. Food recipes are not like ordinary confidential documents. Creators want their works to be praised by everyone, making them fashionable items that everyone tries to replicate, while also keeping certain parts of the recipes secret to ensure they remain unique and irreplaceable. This is why nowadays, as long as one searches online, they can find various recipes, yet few can replicate the original taste at home. To truly savor delicious food, one still needs to go to a restaurant. With such a recipe, Qin Yi could perfectly recreate the flavor of the dessert and even improve upon it. The Castle of Shadows, true to its name, was crafted in the form of a castle-shaped Qin Yi standing amidst carefully arranged rose bushes surrounded by dark green thorns resting on an indigo plate. The entire dessert exuded a unique fragrance of Qin Yi, and visually it resembled a lonely fortress yearning to be rescued by a loved one. It's the Castle of Shadows. You invited Master Larens. Amazing. Gugu exclaimed, his eyes sparkling at the plate of desserts on the table. Yes, it is our honor, Su Zhengfeng replied with a smile. Listening to the praises from everyone at the table, he felt secretly pleased. This was indeed a lucky find. This pastry master had come to Huaxia to explore the cultural differences between Eastern and Western cuisines. Noticing the recruitment for chefs in Yingxing, he wanted to experience the charm of traditional Chinese architecture and voluntarily joined as part of their culinary team, bringing along a few of his friends at Su Zhengfeng's invitation. When he was surprised that this person was a Western pastry chef, he never would have guessed that beneath this cheerful and earnest demeanor towards food lay the identity of one of the most notorious assassins in the international world, Viper. As everyone had tasted the dessert, Viper, hidden in the shadows, took off his chef's hat and smiled. He clapped his hands, saying, "Let's move." Yes. Okay, the maids, who were difficult to recognize due to their special makeup, quickly advanced against the people in the cockpit. Received messages transmitted from the special electronic watch. One man raised his thick eyebrows and put the cigarette in his mouth, his lazy demeanor suddenly turning straight and excited. The assassination team, led by Viper, was infamous internationally. Each member not only possessed advanced assassination skills, but also specialized in identity concealment. The team included experts in makeup, and in addition to Viper's mastery of pastry skills, he also dabbled in psychology and sociology, adept at manipulating people's hearts. Thus, when they infiltrated Huaxiao a month ago, they leveraged information on Luo Shui, persuading some members of the Mo family to assist them, thereby threatening Luo Shui with control over Qin Yi and Qin Yi to obtain the original data. As for the Mo family, the chips they offered were merely empty promises from the upper class and several stacks of US dollars that they wouldn't even glance at. As they were speaking, the ship swayed slightly, but quickly stabilized. It was clear that the ship had set off, and it was moving with a sense of urgency. The girls, startled, instinctively cried out as the center of gravity shifted. Qin Yi quickly held on to Yi. Over here, Su Zhengfeng steadied himself and grumbled inwardly before awkwardly explaining to Mo Fei. It might have been a mistake by the crew in the control room. I apologize for startling you, Mo Xiao. Mo Fei had just picked up a piece of fragrant, flavorful braised pork, but due to the sudden jolt it fell onto the table. Hearing this annoying guy's low explanation, he didn't bother to hide his displeasure, glaring at him and saying, "Is the captain new? Are you using me to practice?" Su Zhengfeng bent his back lower. "I'm wrong, Mo Xiao. How could I dare to use you for practice?" His tone was humble, but inside, he was seething with anger. It must be those foreigners causing trouble. The atmosphere at the table grew tense due to Mo Fei's anger. Yi, who had just taken a bite of dessert, chewed, slowly noticing the movement beside Qin Yi, instinctively shifting closer to him. This version of Uncle Mo was quite frightening, just like when Daddy was angry before. Is he going to throw something? Thinking this way, little Yin fearfully edged a bit closer to Qin Yi. Noticing Yin's mood, Qin Yi looked up at Mo Fei with a mixture of helplessness and displeasure, saying, "Tisk, why are you being so petty?" It had always been them finding others annoying. When would it ever be their turn to be on the receiving end? Moreover, with the domineering air speaking this way, Mo Fei's rebellious youthfulness was suddenly stirred. "What do you mean by being petty?" Just as Mo Fei was about to protest innocently, he turned his head and caught sight of Yin's dark, bright eyes that held a hint of timidity. He choked on his words, noticing the slight coldness in Qin Yi's beautifully colored eyes. Mo Fei instinctively forced a smile, deliberately softening his voice, saying, "Sorry, Yin-chan, I spoke too loudly and scared you. Here, let me treat you to something delicious." Seeing this, Mo Fei leaned forward and spooned a piece of cherry foie gras onto Yin's plate, playfully making a cute expression. Yin burst into laughter, but Qin Yi felt disgusted. He shook off the goosebumps that were rising on his skin, turning to pick up the dishes she wanted to eat for Yin, not forgetting about Yao Yao beside her, serving her as well. Yin looked at her daddy, who was serving her food, and at Yao Yao, who was eating along with the beautiful sister, chatting with her while keeping an eye on her equally lovely aunt nearby. She felt happier than ever. The only regret was that Mommy was not there to play with them. If only Mommy could come out to play with Daddy too. Remembering she had a smart children's watch, Qin Yi's eyebrows perked up as she raised her little wrist, switched to camera mode, and recorded a little video of the scene before her. Pain all over. His face, arms, chest, back, abdomen, legs. Every inch of him throbbed with a dull ache, sending Qin Yi into a dizzying spiral of agony, his entire body trembling. Yin. His once handsome face resembled a tattered, chaotic canvas, smeared haphazardly with shades of black and blue. Even the lipstick on his lips could not conceal the pallid, bloodless hue beneath. Not yet fully conscious, his trembling lips emitted a voice as faint as air. Instinctively, he reached out, a hand devoid of strength, yearning to touch that tiny existence. Oh, awake, huh? Quite fast. Guess I went easy on you after all. My Apollo geese. The not quite a standard Mandarin came closer. Qin Yi opened his eyes, but only caught a blurry silhouette before the world spun wildly, and a searing pain erupted in his waist. That man had casually lifted his foot and kicked him 5 paces away. Cough. Qin Yi's delicate body, spanning 2 lifetimes, had never endured such torment. His usually languid nerves now ignited like a string of firecrackers, jolting through every meridian. He curled up in pain, which aggravated his stomach. Between coughs, he could not help but retch. What happened? Who are these people? Where is Yin? Biting his lip until blood seeped out, his bloodshot eyes involuntarily welled with tears. The moisture stung the cracked wounds at the corners of his eyes, making him gasp sharply. Without glancing down Qin, he knew he had never appeared so wretched and pathetic. The wounds grew more agonizing, yet his mind became increasingly lucid. Clenching his fists, Qin Yi gritted his teeth and opened his bloodshot eyes, struggling to make out the scene before him. This was not the brightly lit lobby, it seemed to be a private cabin on a ship. The curtains were drawn tight, the lighting dim. Qin and the others were nowhere to be seen. Only 2 robust men stood before him, one slightly plump in front, the other seated in the shadows behind. An eerie red light emanated from some unknown device behind the 2 men, casting shadows onto the figure in the dark and the antique shelf, rendering everything even more sinister and chilling. The slightly plump man wore a strange mask and was rubbing his fists as he approached Qin Yi. Qin Yi bit deeper into his lower lip, the fist at his side, clutching his clothes tightly. His bloodshot eyes fixed on the man, blood dripped starkly from the corner of his mouth, and his feeble breathing grew notably heavier. Just as the man reached him, the one seated in the shadow uttered a hoarse voice, speaking a foreign language Qin Yi could not understand. All right, Yudo, don't actually kill him. The boss still needs him. The masked man halted and let out a sigh. Really, I've been holding back for so long. This guy finally suits my taste, and he feels so good to touch. Pity he's not durable enough. Yudo was an S accustomed to tormenting prisoners, treating them like punching bags. He had a particular fondness. He loved watching faces become mangled under his hands, then seeing them bruised and swollen, crying and begging for mercy. Utterly amusing. This one surprised him. He was unlike the previous weaklings who howled and cried at the slightest torture, quickly losing his interest. So far this man hadn't even screamed. He just bit his lip, ready, dressed in a strange women's outfit, delicate and tempting, making Yudo's hands itch and his heart stir. Indeed, Yudo was indiscriminate when it came to gender. Pity, such a pity. Yudo spoke words Qin Yi could not understand, but the lowering tone told him it was nothing good. As the man reached out to touch his face, Qin Yi hardened his eyes and suddenly bit down. Blood with a metallic taste burst between his teeth. Yudo grunted, freeing one hand to grab Qin Yi's neck. You're just like a woman. Biting his hand, the man's voice behind the mask came out in clipped syllables. The hand choking his neck exerted such force that Qin Yi could not breathe. Watching his face turn from flushed to purple, his gaze gradually glazing over, Yudo finally loosened his grip. After a moment of recovery, Qin Yi let out a breathy sound like a drowning victim. My daughter. Where's my daughter? The pampered young master had never endured such physical suffering. His delicate skin, which only took a few casual touches to bruise, looked far more horrifying than that of an ordinary person. His eye sockets were black and blue, stained with blood and tears, his lips split, his face and body bore multiple scrapes and bruises of varying depths. His pale neck was flushed with a suffocating crimson from the intense choking. Hardly a single spot on his whole body remained intact. To Yudo, he resembled a piece of jade porcelain fallen into a mud puddle, radiating a heart-wrenching broken beauty. Yudo licked his lips and growled in his less than fluent Chinese. Don't worry, after we finish this you'll see your daughter. Qin Yi struggled to grab his wrist and pry it away, but he had no strength. Gritting his teeth, he said haltingly, What do you want? Release my daughter. As long as you let her go, he'll do anything. Qin Yi begged these thugs for some shred of mercy, but the only answer was a low, cold sneer from the man. He was mocking this dead fish under his control with its fanciful thoughts. System. Qin Yi called out in his heart. His body felt as if it had been shattered and reassembled, every part crackling with pain. His mind alternated between clarity and numbness from the agony. The two men before him were clearly not ordinary. Weren't those guns tucked at their waists? Qin Yi's pupils contracted, his heart surging. China had extremely strict gun control. How had these people openly brought in firearms and these military devices? And where had they taken Yi? He couldn't feel his phone. Obviously these men had taken it. Now all his hopes rested on the system. Yet for some reason, after a long delay, he finally heard in his mind that electronic voice much lower than before. Master, I'm here, master. System, what happened? What's going on? The lively hall had been filled with cheerful laughter and music. Veiled dancing girls swayed gracefully in. Uproarious cheers of surprise and delight rose and fell, and then at that moment his world plunged into darkness. The vibrant sounds around him were swallowed as if by surging seawater. The sweet flower system had lost its former lively tone, stating the facts coldly. At 122651 p.m. Master, you were poisoned and fell unconscious, and the system also fell into slumber. What happened afterward the system cannot detect. The system's voice echoed in his mind. The world before him flickered between light and dark, the dangerous red light pulsing low. Qin Yi wanted to know what happened during his unconsciousness, where Yi had been taken, how long he had been unconscious, his current location, and what had become of the others. To his disappointment, the system's operation seemed tied to his consciousness. After he fell unconscious, the system lost its ability to observe the outside world. Qin Yi couldn't help but show a bitter smile. His system seemed a bit weak. But so what? To be able to experience a brand new life, to have the fortune to touch that person, to embrace her. That was already the most magnificent, most blissful gift heaven had bestowed upon her ordinary self. It is now 1306. Master, you have been unconscious for 40 minutes. I'm sorry, master. The system's energy is bound to your life value. When life value drops below 10A, the system can barely maintain its functions. Warning. Warning. Your current life value is only 11 points, the level at which an adult could kill you with one shoulder throw. Instant death, already approaching the danger threshold. 10. Your remaining starlight value is 100 points, insufficient to exchange for any items or skills in the shop. Please, master, do not give up hope. Exert every effort to escape danger as soon as possible. Warning. Warning. System energy insufficient, about to enter hibernation. Host, please do not abandon hope. The system's voice grew fainter in his ears, and Qin Yi's breathing also became lighter. He could no longer resist. Yudo. The man behind him called out hoarsely. Yudo snapped out of it, realizing he had nearly crushed the man to death. He released his grip, letting Qin Yi collapse limply to the floor. Right, this guy still had use later, couldn't kill him for fun. Yudo clapped his hands and stood up, looking down coldly at him like an ant. As the dull thud of his body hitting the floor sounded, Qin Yi's eyes glazed over, his lips slightly parted, his chest heaving, emitting raspy bellows like breaths. Knock, knock, knock. Just then a knock came at the door. Yudo took 2 strides to the door and opened it. Screech. The wooden doors opening always accompanied that grating sound, ordinarily a nuisance, now it became a glimmer of hope. Qin Yi's eyes were stung by the sudden light from the open door. He squinted, trying to see who it was, but was devastated to find the newcomer was also their accomplice. Another man wearing a clown mask. He was carrying someone. Qin Yi blinked and recognized the person dangling casually at his waist. It was Ning Guang, whom he had accidentally bumped into that morning. The woman's head hung limply, her limbs dangling and swaying slightly. It was unclear whether she was unconscious or... Qin Yi shuddered involuntarily, his nails digging into his palms as he stared at the two by the door with a mixture of fear and fury. The boss got what he wanted. We've got to give them a nice return gift, don't we? The clown-masked man spoke in fluent English, this time his playful eyes landing on the pitiful Qin Yi curled up on the floor in the room. His wig had been torn off, revealing a messy head of short hair. His dress was still on, but equally disheveled. Patches of black and blue on his fair skin made the man whistle appreciatively. Yudo, you've wrecked the beauty again. That's just too cruel. Qin Yi glared at him with bloodshot eyes, mulling over the clown's words. His English had been decent before, and the man's British accent was quite standard, allowing Qin Yi to understand him quickly. Got what they wanted. So these people had coerced them, or him, to exchange for something. Could it be Yi? Qin Yi mentally shook his head at the thought. No, the man said after the job, he could see Yi. That meant the group's target probably wasn't Yi. But with Yi gone and the boss whereabouts unknown, Qin Yi couldn't relax. Less chatter, Baisha. You and Xiaoqiu go first. He'll handle what's left here. ITLL, be quick, Yi. Yudo carried the woman toward Qin Yi. The lean man who had been sitting in the shadows stood up. His mask indeed bore the image of a shark with sharp teeth. He twirled a butterfly knife in his long fingers and walked toward the door. Xiaoqiu tilted his head and grinned. Can't blame you for babysitting. Let's go, Baisha replied without turning back, giving Xiaoqiu the back of his head. The room door clicked shut. The world of light dimmed once more. The moment Nan Kuyu sensed something amiss on the boat, she immediately informed Luo Shui of her discovery. Luo Shui, however, seemed to have known what the other party intended all along. She simply instructed her to continue disguising as an ordinary person to ensure the child's safety. But you have first ensure that Qin Yi is safe. If there's an opportunity, place the new tracking device on the target, then create a distraction to mislead the police and let him go. Be cautious in your actions. Nan Kuyu silently took down 2 sentinels in the corridor. Peering through the window, she saw Qin Yi, who was calmly staring at the stranger without making a sound or crying, and she quietly replied, "Okay, the little one is fine. You can rest assured with me here." Luo Shui hung up the phone, her long and thick eyelashes fluttering down as she pondered. Although her stunning face showed no trace of emotion after 2 years of following her secretary's son, had long grown accustomed to reading her melancholy from the details. To Luo Shui and Director Qin Yi was a reverse scale. The last scoundrel who dared to kidnap the little one had already been dealt with by Luo Shui, leaving their entire family in ruins. While it was true that she had borrowed the influence of the old chairman, the business battle at that time had shaken the entire economic circle of the Magic City enough for everyone in the circle to realize that Luo Shui was not to be trifled with. Not long had passed since that incident, and aside from the utterly indifferent Xiao Yi, who was lost in a world of indulgence, no one in the Magic City remained unaware. Thus, as the direct descendant of the Qin group, even though Qin Yi was not well liked by other children in kindergarten, because of Qin Yi no one dared to truly harm her. Upon hearing the news that the kidnappers had taken both the young and old of the Qin family, she even thought about where that group might be buried. May these blind fools have a slightly better-looking death. Secretary's son silently increased the speed of the car as the bustling cityscape flew past the window. On the boat in the main cabin on the 2nd floor. This also spared them the embarrassment of skin-on-skin contact in light summer clothing. Gugu, cosplaying as Walnut, was already trembling in her voice. "Well, what's going on? This isn't a movie, is it? I want to go home." "Sorry, miss, if you want to go home, you'll have to wait until our boss finishes his business." A low, deep voice laced with an eerie tone and speaking imperfect Chinese approached from a distance. She sat in a limited view in the corner, slowly seeing a figure in a black vest, high-waisted camouflage pants, and combat boots walking in. If it were any other time, Gugu, who liked muscular men, might have blinked her starry eyes and approached to ask for a feel of the abs. His powerful arms bulged with muscle tanned by the elements, bearing scars that told silent, chilling stories, effects that even their makeup could hardly replicate. Unfortunately, in fear, her legs curled closer to her body, her eyes behind her colored contacts reddening, yet she bit her lip, daring not to cry. The pure black assault rifle, glistening with a metallic sheen, approached, causing this group of individuals who had only seen such things online or at military exhibitions to instinctively hold their breath in silence. They were all ordinary people. How could they withstand this kind of intimidation? This foreigner looked like a vicious god of death, and if he really handed them a peanut, that would be too tragic. They didn't even know the reason they were bound. Among the crowd of captives, only Mo Fei remained relatively calm, suppressing his trembling voice as he addressed the sunglasses-wearing kidnapper, saying, "You must be here for me, right? I have money, lots of money. How much ransom do you want?" Mo Fei didn't think these people wanted anything else besides kidnapping him for ransom, so he straightforwardly made it. The man chuckled softly, finding it amusing. Here people spoke of blood ties and familial bonds, yet in reality, as long as the goal was achieved, even a biological son could be reduced to a mere tool. "That's right, you want ransom, don't you? As long as you can get the ransom, you can let us go, right?" A sharp-eyed military enthusiast photographer recognized the gun as a standard weapon from a Western country and urgently spoke up. Guns in the military are difficult for ordinary thugs to obtain and maintain, yet they can casually bring such weapons into a country with strict gun laws. This indicated that this group was highly capable and had no regard for certain countries or even the United Nations. They were likely a group of purpose-driven international mercenaries. However, he hoped that their goal was merely to get the idiot boss money and not their lives. Because mercenaries care nothing for the lives of ordinary people, they only care about their targets. And anyone who obstructs them would truly find themselves killed without hesitation. The man smirked slightly, looking down at him as if he saw nothing more than a little dog barking helplessly. He picked up the gun in front of everyone, his finger clad in Halfinger combat gloves traced along the barrel and chamber. This motion sparked panic among the crowd once more. The timid girls began to sob quietly, while some boys struggled fiercely against their bindings, fear spreading like ink dropped in clear water. "What do you want to do?" Mo Fei couldn't help but shout with a trembling voice. Let's play a little game." The man sat down on the chair in front of Mo Fei, lifting Mo Fei's chin with the tip of his shoe, leaning in close to him, and spoke with a tone filled with playful amusement. "Please guess how many people will die, how many will survive, and how many will be left half alive." Mo Fei shuddered involuntarily, gritting his teeth and saying, This is Huaxia. How dare you kill people? The police won't let you get away with this." The man silently stared at him, a smile on his lips without speaking. However, a few seconds later, he unexpectedly pulled out a handgun from somewhere, and without even looking fired in a certain direction. The sound of this handgun was even louder than that of a rifle, causing the girls to instinctively close their eyes and scream. After a few moments of commotion, they finally saw a slender figure fall into a slowly spreading pool of blood. Amu! Lu Sanji shouted with red eyes. That was his assistant who had been with him for half a year and who Amu died with an expression of disbelief, his eyes wide open, and soon those eyes were covered by the blood gushing from his head. Yes, Amu could never have imagined that despite having secretly relayed messages to them and being in a cooperative relationship with this group, why they would so decisively choose to kill him. Clearly, it had been agreed that after the mission was completed, he would receive what he desired. The rich scent of blood made some boys unable to hold back their nausea, while the girls screamed and cried. How could this happen? Whoa, don't kill me. Don't kill me. Faced with the brutal scene unfolding before them, confronted with true death, they were genuinely terrified and on the verge of collapse. So what do you think, young Master Emo? Care to guess? The man said again in a low voice, a sinister smile on his lips. He naturally knew whom he had killed, a foolish ant he had conveniently used, and this was his best outcome. Death was imminent. Emofe opened his mouth, but couldn't utter a word. He felt his ears ringing from the gunshot that was so close, blood running cold through his limbs, and the entire person was frozen in fear and confusion. Although he was a spoiled young master from a wealthy family with a brother above him and a father and grandfather who occasionally reprimanded him, he was not the kind of person who viewed human life lightly. He knew that even if he promised everyone would live, the kidnapper in front of him, who cared nothing for human life, would still take several lives just to slap him in the face. In the hall, those bound were all people who often accompanied him, fellow enthusiasts who shared in crafting their two-dimensional dreams. How could he possibly? How could he just casually state a few numbers and then allow this arrogant kidnapper to take their lives? Who could tell him what to do? Who could save them? I'm sorry, Dad. I shouldn't have felt upset and sent my bodyguard away. Mom, I don't want to never see you again. Emofe closed his eyes, his lashes trembling, shedding transparent tears that slid down his delicate face. The afternoon sunlight spilled through the window, covered with semi-transparent paper, onto the group of people, clearly illuminating the fear and despair on their faces. Are these the so-called people from a country that cannot be easily provoked? In the face of such a scene, it is nothing remarkable. The man grinned, slowly raising the assault rifle in his hand. Bang! A small vintage sightseeing boat approached the magnificent cruise ship. The shimmering surface of the water was disrupted by the descending gangway, creating ripples. Although Secretary Sun believed in Luo Shui's victory, she still felt a little worried. President Luo, please be cautious during the negotiations. She feared that the kidnappers might not be able to hear reason and would act rashly, harming Qin Yi and Luo Shui. Luo Shui nodded, her eyes reflecting the fragmented light of the lake, cold and calm, bringing peace of mind. Proceed as planned. Yes. Secretary Sun softly replied, carefully assisting Luo Shui up the rope ladder. The sound of the wind mingled with the sound of water, masking their hushed conversation, and the mercenaries on the deck remained unaware. They merely stared greedily, their eyes glued to Luo Shui as she climbed up the deck from the ladder. The woman's beauty was even more stunning than the Eastern beauties portrayed in films. Unfortunately, her practical black sports outfit concealed more of the scenery they yearned to glimpse. Luo Shui tied her hair back, every movement exuding elegance. After standing firmly, she straightened and glanced at the two Western men in masks before her, her eyes glinting with coolness. Take me to see your boss. The two exchanged a glance, both surprised by the other's expression. The man with deep green hair looked back at Luo Shui, raising an eyebrow and saying, "Let's go, this brave." The man squinted slightly, a lewd smile creeping onto his face as he slowly uttered those two words. Luo Shui's slender hand, which hung at her side, tightened forcefully, her exquisite and beautiful face revealing no change except for the colder glint in her eyes. She followed behind the two tall men, her pace neither hurried nor slow, composed and serene, making the two mercenaries in front appear more like bodyguards leading the way. The two mercenaries, completely unbothered by what the woman might do behind them, chatted cheerfully as they walked, as carefree as if they were in their own base. Once we finish this job, I'm going to the Mobius cruise ship for a 3-day, 3-night spree, indulging in all kinds of fun, haha. You brat is being kept in the Mulan Sona chicken coop, not enough for you to enjoy. Those women we've caught have long been reduced to living corpses, what's the point? The ones on the cruise ship are my new targets. Luo Shui was fluent in English and naturally understood what they were saying. The crude and vulgar words drifted into her ears, causing her delicate brows to furrow even more tightly, and the coldness in her eyes grew increasingly frigid. She changed her mind. She would let one of these men go, but she would not allow him to return in one piece. Luo Shui recalled the last message from Nan Ku Yue, her gaze sweeping to the second floor. This group has locked unrelated hostages on the third deck, Qin and Qin Yi are on the second floor. Qin is kept close by their boss, and there are guards at the door. There are lifeboats in the rear cabin on the first floor with 2 guards already dealt with by Luo Shui. There are quite a few people on the second floor, so you'll need to stall for a little longer. The police will arrive in about 10 minutes at the earliest. Nan Kuyu swiftly finished her report, and upon hearing footsteps quickly hid in an empty room with an open door. Thankfully, this cruise ship was constructed in a complex Chinese style, providing her with many hiding spots. The patrolling mercenaries skillfully played with the butterfly knives in their hands. The cold glint of the blades reflected dazzling light under the sun. He wore sunglasses, occasionally gazing at the octagonal tower in the center of the lake, his eyes filled with wonder and admiration that never faded. Afeud was not particularly powerful among this group, hence he was not worthy of being bestowed a unique and sacred mask by the adult. No, to be precise, besides himself, only Fish Head, White Shark Clown, and Glass Type could be granted a mask by the Lord Snake. They were exceptional in ability and earned substantial commissions. The rest were considered expendable, merely positioning themselves for action. Huaxiao was treated with utmost caution in the dark web community. This was due to Huaxia's military strength being far superior to before. Once targeted by the Huaxiao military, their elusive special forces would relentlessly pursue them, and sometimes all it took was a coordinate for a powerful missile to rain down, leaving no trace of them. This mission was entrusted by the current head of the Tevru family, personally led by Lord Snake. Besides the few weaker members, Glass Type, who specialized in network technology, also came. Afeud enjoyed traveling and admiring various strange and beautiful landscapes. After arriving here, he was greatly delighted by the grand and elegant Chinese architecture. The easy and stable life of the people here also eased some of his vigilance, and the long-suppressed longing within him rippled like the shimmering surface of the lake stirred by the gentle breeze. Afeud, remember your mother's words: do not seek revenge, do not hate, live well, and see the outside world more, even if it's for my sake. Remembering the moment his mother died in his arms, Afeud accidentally dropped the butterfly knife he had been twirling, letting it fall into a dim room. He paused for a moment, stepped over the low threshold, and entered the room to retrieve the small knife. Mother, the beautiful ancient tower and gardens, do you see them? They are completely different in style from our statues and murals. I am seeing the outside world for you. However, mother, I will not give up on revenge. The weak ultimately cannot determine their own lives, so I will become stronger, continually stronger, until I kill those who killed you, until I can truly control my own life, like the adults. Afeud picked up the butterfly knife, and as he half-squatted, his gaze under the sunglasses suddenly sharpened. Without raising his head, he flicked his wrist, swiftly launching the knife toward the screen. The butterfly knife, slicing through the air with a whoosh, barely grazed Nan Kuyu's ear before embedding itself into the wall behind her. Yo, much more entertaining than the 2 idiots behind. A crisp, mocking voice echoed in the quiet room. Afeud raised his handgun, his finger poised on the trigger as he slowly approached the screen. You killed them. The people in the team only followed orders, ignoring emotions, so Afeud's words sounded like a mere statement of fact. However, upon closer listening, the man's voice contained a hint of nervousness. He did not know when she had snuck in, nor did the patrolling men make any sound when they were taken down. A voice in his heart warned him this woman is very dangerous. The screen, painted with landscapes, revealed a half-visible, alluring silhouette. She leaned sideways, her slender fingertips caressing the sharp back of the dagger. She lifted her lips and lightly said, "Killing is against the law, you know." As her voice fell, Nan Kuyu swiftly shot out the dagger. The cold gleam rushed toward him, and Afeud hurriedly turned to dodge, raising his gun to shoot, but to his surprise the woman's speed was even faster. In the blink of an eye she had stealthily approached his face. So fast, Afeud widened his eyes, instinctively raising his arm to block the flying kick. The powerful force struck his arm like a meteor, overwhelming him with a torrent of strength, causing his arm to feel weak and numb. The force of the impact made him take 2 steps back. Before he could regain his composure, she turned and delivered a kick straight at his rifle. The firearm fell, and his finger was broken. Afeud's expression changed, and he used his hand to push against the table behind him, rolling to evade her follow-up kick, enduring the pain, as he quickly retrieved the compact silenced handgun from his side pocket and pressed the trigger. In just one exchange, the woman's agile movements and powerful strikes nearly overwhelmed him. She was so young, truly a monster. But what good is being skilled? Can you dodge the bullet aimed at your face? As the handgun pointed directly at the woman's face, sparks began to ignite, and Afeud slightly grinned, but soon his smile froze. A small dagger was quickly thrown by the woman, swiftly plunging into the gun's muzzle before the bullet could fire. The next second, a dull explosion rang out, the handgun's barrel burst, and a shower of fragments shattered Afeud's sunglasses, instantly blinding his left eye. Afeud quickly tossed away the gun, removed his sunglasses, and covered his left eye, blood oozing through his fingers. His originally stern features were now twisted with intense pain and rage. The woman's gaze was frosty, her high ponytail swinging with her movements, and as she leaned sideways, she unexpectedly produced another dagger and lunged toward him. Damn it. Didn't you say killing is against the law? Every strike was lethal. A feud gritted his teeth and bent to dodge this attack, but he was knocked to the ground by a follow-up elbow strike. The world before him spun upside down, and the intense pain in his eye made him gasp. He didn't wait for her answer, but was instead met with ropes binding his hands and feet and a cloth stuffed in his mouth. A piece of fabric torn from his pants leg. The man on the ground stared at the blood-soaked, terrifying eye, but Nankuyu simply tied him up like a bundle of firewood, clapped her hands, and glanced at her watch as she straightened up. 2 minutes ticked too slow. Qin Yi was awakened by a pot of warm tea splashed onto his face. Several drops of liquid entered his nasal cavity, causing him to choke as he lay on his side, coughing incessantly with reddened eyes. A low, mocking laughter seeped into his ears along with the liquid. Qin Yi opened his eyes in agony, and through the blur a tearing sound rang out as a piece of clothing was ripped off by the man before him. The girl collapsed limply on the ground, her torn cosplay costume falling like petals ravaged by wind, withering helplessly. In the blink of an eye, a large expanse of dazzling white skin was exposed. Qin Yi clenched his fists, glaring at the man with fierce determination, gritting his teeth, and saying, "What do you want? You bastard. If you've got the guts, come at me. Why bully a woman?" Whether in his past life or this one, the thing he despised most was always men who bullied women. Qin Yi propped himself up on his hands, trembling wrists struggling to rise. The moment he lifted himself, a sharp pain in his spine sent him collapsing to the ground like a kite with a broken string. Only unbearable pain flowed through every limb and bone. After stripping the limp woman half-naked, a glint of greedy, lecherous light flickered in Yu's eyes. The woman had a graceful figure, her skin as white as snow. Her exquisite form stirred in him a violent urge. He wanted to bend those slender limbs. He wanted to stain that snow-white skin with dazzling bruises. Yu's eyes darkened as he licked his lips, a sinister smile curling at the corners of his mouth, his low, hoarse voice harboring a spine-chilling desire for destruction. "He'll give you a chance. If you screw her, he'll let you go. How about it?" Qin Yi tightened his fists, closed his eyes, and panted slightly. After a moment, he opened his eyes, coldly fixed his gaze on the man, and let out an almost inaudible sneer. "He'll screw your dad." Qin Yi's voice faltered for a moment, his gaze shifting to the window behind the man. Despite the pain that made his nerves tremble and his body shudder, he still noticed the presence of a figure there. The figure gestured to him, then quickly disappeared. Under extreme mental tension, Qin Yi actually understood. He withdrew his gaze, thoughts flickering in his eyes, his chest rising and falling unevenly with interrupted breaths. When his eyes met Yu's sunglasses, as the latter looked up, his trembling gaze suddenly steadied. Yu wasn't annoyed by his protest. Instead, he lifted the woman's arm and grinned at Qin Yi. "This is a delicacy right at your mouth. How can a man not eat it? If not, I'll help you." What a beast, a pervert, actually enjoying watching others do that. Qin Yi didn't want to know how this beast could help him, and he didn't want to find out. It was definitely nothing good. He took a breath, gritted his teeth, and managed to push himself up. "He'll do it myself." "Ha ha." Yu laughed unrestrainedly. To better enjoy the show, he even deliberately made room for Qin Yi. Qin Yi crawled step by step sideways to the woman's side. Although she was cosplaying as Ningguang, her long ink-black hair was actually her own. Qin Yi spent a second marveling at the thickness and beauty of her hair, then whispered an apology in his heart. He reached out, pretending to embrace her waist, and slowly leaned toward the woman. The fresh, faintly sweet scent of iris lingered at the tip of his nose, evoking the rich, distant, and more soothing fragrance of jasmine that his restless heart deeply clung to. He missed her, missed his Shui. He had left in too much of a hurry this morning, only giving her a light kiss. That kiss had been like a dragonfly skimming the water, like the last evening breeze at dusk. He regretted not holding her properly. Yu watched Qin Yi slowly lie on top of the woman, feeling as if he were watching a soap opera. And the wounds on their bodies were the carefully crafted art of him, the screenwriter. But the male lead's movements were truly too slow. After 2 minutes, he had only nibbled on her lips, half exposed and half concealed, leaving one's heart itching. After taking 2 photos, Yu impatiently put down the miniature camera and cursed viciously. "You useless piece of trash. Strip her naked. Go on. What's the fun in just kissing? Can you do it or not? If not, let me help you." With a click of the gun being chambered, Qin Yi's body suddenly froze. Just as he was hesitating whether to continue, a pair of slender arms suddenly wrapped around his neck, and his lips actually touched a warm, slightly moist sensation. She was awake, and she had kissed him. He had struggled so hard to find the right angle for a fake shot. Qin Yi's eyes flew wide open, his body rigid as a log, his mind going blank for a moment. Yu tilted his head, stroked his chin, and said, "Hee. Interesting." His low laughter echoed. Feeling the man on top of her trying to break free, Li Mingyue tightened her arms around his neck even more while freeing one hand to start pulling at his collar. Nervous and flustered Qin Yi broke out in a sweat. His movements seemed both a struggle and a submission. The bulging veins on his fair hand and the pinkness of his knuckles looked incredibly seductive in the dim light. When their lips parted, their breathing became clearly audible, deep, and repetitive. Li Mingyue dared not meet the eyes of the man above her, so she kept her gaze downcast, took 2 deep breaths, and then tore open Qin Yi's collar again. Now Qin Yi's shoulders, neck, and chest were exposed with several messy scratch marks clearly etched into it. The woman's eyes, filled with desire, were slightly dazed. She seemed to be stung by those marks, and her grip on Qin Yi's shoulders unconsciously tightened, causing him to furrow his brow and let out a low groan. In the dim room, apart from their gasps drowning in each other's ears and the dull thumping of their heartbeats, the silence was suffocating and unsettling. U2 had turned on the video recording mode. Every interaction between the two was captured in the frame. The lingering breaths, the soft notes escaping their lips, more captivating than any deliberately directed art film. Brilliant, absolutely brilliant. U2 suppressed the urge to applaud and continued recording from the side. On a screen featuring a painting of court ladies, a mechanical mosquito perched quietly, coldly, recording all the commotion below. Enough. I can't betray Shui. This is already the limit. As the cloth over the woman's chest could no longer stay in place with their movements, Qin Yi closed his reddened eyes, and as if losing all strength, lowered his head to the crook of her neck and shoulder. The skin there touched a scalding wetness, and his grip on her arms grew tighter and tighter until it transmitted a heart-stirring tremor. Yi was crying. Feeling the warmth at her neck, Li Mingyue was stunned for a moment, her expression complex. She sighed inwardly, her hand stroking the back of Qin Yi's head as if to comfort him, and then with determination, she tilted her head up and kissed his earlobe. The person on top of her suddenly tensed up, and a low moan escaped from his ear. In an instant, an indescribable heat tinged with a tingling numbness spread downward, scalding her heart as well. Perhaps she should thank this robber for letting her experience an impulse she had never felt before. An impulse never felt before, to forever trap the person on top of her in the curve of her neck. Even U2, who was recording with the miniature camera, was somewhat stunned. He had never seen such a tense scene before. The subtle details of Eastern restraint swept over him like a tide, carrying an indescribable shock, a feeling unmatched by any film he had ever watched. A handsome, refined man and a soft, seductive woman. The woman who should have been resisting and crying pitifully instead acted contrary to expectations, pressing closer to the man on top of her. And the man, constantly moving on top of her, was step by step dodging and resisting. Following the rhythm of their breathing, he slowly zoomed in the image in the camera, gradually enlarging. Medium shot, close-up, extreme close-up, blur. A muffled gunshot rang out from behind him. His focus on recording was so intense that when he heard it, he thought it was just an excited throb of his own heart. The image in the frame shook. In less than a second, it crashed to the ground along with the falling man. At the doorway, silhouetted against the backlight, a female SWAT officer slowly lowered her pistol, equipped with a silencer. Whether speaking to them or to the earpiece, she said softly, "The robber threatened the hostage and resisted violently. He has been shot." It felt as if he had fallen into a long darkness, his chest tight and breathless. There seemed to be some sound in his ears, but he couldn't make it out. Until 2 figures, one large and one small, gradually flickered into view in the dark world before his eyes. They carried a soul-stirring aura, stirring up Qin Yi's faint, pitiful vitality. Only then did the sounds in his ears gradually become clear. When will Dad wake up? Dad. Inin can't live without Daddy. The 4.5-year-old girl, just tall enough to stand by the bed, tightly grasped his hand, her teary eyes reflecting his profile. The girl sobbed softly, occasionally wiping her tears with her delicate little hand, then grasping his large hand that was still too big for her 2 small hands to hold. The hand of an adult male was slender and shapely with a bony elegance, but the bruises and bloodstains on the skin formed a stark, glaring contrast with the surrounding fair complexion. Yinyan's 2 small hands tightly held the large hand, yet she carefully avoided the injured areas. The warmth and moisture of the girl's teardrops touched the palm of that hand, and also stirred the slowly beating heart of the sleeping man. Luo Shui stood quietly behind Inin, gazing at his tightly closed eyes with an indescribable complexity flickering in her gaze. As a family member of the terrorist attack victim and one of the key persons involved, the police told Luo Shui what happened to Qin Yi during the rescue in a video that was retrieved. The video captured the scene of Qin Yi lying over a woman in motion. The light was dim, clothes were torn, and limbs were entangled. Compounded by the deliberately chosen angle of the videographer, the entire video seemed so intimate and ambiguous. The gasps, rising and falling with difficulty, were like gusts of bitter wind that disturbed her peace of mind. Her phone vibrated. Luo Shui looked down and opened WeChat. "Senior, let's meet and talk. The girl in the video is my little sister, Li Yuan." To see this name again after 4 years, it felt as if the campus days were still yesterday. A moment of daze flickered in Luo Shui's eyes. She tapped her fingertip. Okay, Dad. Mommy. Daddy's awake. Seeing Qin Yi open his eyes, Yi turned around excitedly and cried out in a clear voice. Her face was still streaked with crystal tears, and her delicate little face was flushed red from crying. She turned back to look at Qin Yi. The weak father, who had somehow woken up, had already filled his eyes with heartfelt tenderness. "Yin Bao." Qin Yi held Yin's two soft little hands with one hand, pulling at the corners of his mouth, but winced as a sharp pain shot through the bruise on his lips. Damn kidnappers. No, that kidnapper seemed to have croaked already. Recalling the last sight of the gangster with his head blown open, Qin Yi, battered and bruised, finally breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. Qin Yi lifted his gaze to look at Luo Shui, his bright dark peach blossom eyes tinged with a watery grievance-filled plea. "Darling." Under that tender gaze, the stormy pond in her heart involuntarily softened. Luo Shui let out a gentle breath, her clear, cool voice taking on a hint of softness as she whispered, Mom just came to see you and has already left." When Qin Yi was sent to the hospital, Liang Yin was the first to arrive. She doted on this only son the most. As for Yi, she was taken by an assistant for a checkup. Thankfully, apart from a scare, she suffered no harm. After finishing her discussions with the police and dealing with some urgent company documents, Luo Shui barely found time to go see Qin Yi. When Liang Yin saw her, she launched into a torrent of rebuke, as usual. "Ayo, my poor child, how did he get hurt again? Yi has no place in your heart at all. Your position at Qin Corporation will eventually be kicked out from under you." Luo Shui, already exhausted by the kidnapping and lab matters, now had even less patience with Liang Yin. "The doctor said he needs rest. If you keep disturbing like this, you'll also disturb him." The word "also" was subtle, lightly spoken, yet heavily pounded. Liang Yin was so angry that her expensively made-up face twisted in disarray. This daughter-in-law couldn't be hit nor scolded. Everything could be made a big deal and then gently let go by her. For years had passed, and she couldn't even kick her out. What else could she do? "Wretched son, look at what a cold icicle you've married. Can you even endure this for a lifetime?" Liang Yin couldn't bear to wake her precious son, and seeing Luo Shui irritated her. She tucked in her son's blanket, turned and glared at Luo Shui, then strode out without looking back. As for Yi, who was standing behind Luo Shui, she didn't even glance at her. Only after her fierce grandmother left did Yi let out a sigh of relief, trotting out from behind Luo Shui and straight to the bedside to see her father. Her calm little face turned reedy the moment she saw Qin Yi's numerous injuries, and she started sighing. Qin Yi raised his hand to stroke Yin's soft cheek, then looked up at Luo Shui with a slightly helpless smile. Don't bother with her. If she does anything to trouble you again, just tell me, and I'll handle it." His originally clear young voice now sounded weak and ethereal, yet the love in his eyes was firm. This was something the previous Qin Yi would never have said. Because the true profligate young master would never betray his unconditionally doting mother. That was the foundation of his unbridled arrogance. But this, Qin Yi, was different. His newly forged foundation came from his hope for her, and for their beautiful. Qin Yi stared unblinkingly at Luo Shui, trying to see through the ripples in those deep, dark eyes. But as he looked, his vision grew heavier. His body was too uncomfortable, so sleepy, but he still wanted to take a good look at her. She looked a bit thinner, more haggard. Yet it had only been one morning since they last saw each other, but after the life and death crisis it felt like ages. "Don't overthink. Get some rest. Yi, let Daddy recover well. Aunt Yuan is waiting for you outside." Yuan Jin was another of Luo Shui's administrative assistants. Because the company was large and its affairs complex, after going public in its early years, it established the Executive Assistant Office, General Assistant Office, with a total of 3 administrative assistants and 2 affairs lifestyle assistants. Luo Shui was very busy most of the time. Yi was taken care of by Yuan Jin. Yi nodded, still somewhat reluctant, but she knew her father needed quiet rest. "Daddy, get better soon. Yi feels so bad for you." The soft, adorable, lowly voice carried a sticky, sobbing tone that made Qin Yi's heart even softer and more melting. "Thank you, baby. Daddy will get better soon, and then we'll go out to play together, Bao." Qin Yi lay in bed, propping himself up to wave goodbye to Yi, who kept turning back every step. When the door closed, he relaxed entirely, turned his face to Luo Shui, and said limply, without concealment, "Darling." All the tangled emotions seemed to pour out in that one call. Luo Shui approached the bedside, bent down to gently stroke his pale lips, and whispered, "Everything you want to know I'll tell you. But for now you need to rest obediently." Her soft voice restrained the agitation in her chest. These lips had once kissed another woman. She wanted to erase that mark, to bite him until blood flowed. "Hell, old Moo, I've only been retired for less than 2 years. Do you think they really believe I've lost my bite?" In the solemn and dignified study of the Qin family manner, Qin Yi leaned back in his genuine leather swivel chair, his expression profound and unfathomable. Everyone knew how much he doted on his only granddaughter, yet in the 2 years since his retirement, she had been kidnapped. To him, this was more of a provocation. Starting from scratch at 17, Qin Yi navigated through both the righteous and the underworld, enduring 36 years of bloody struggles to secure the Qin family's position as the foremost noble house in Modu.